Chapter 1 Wedding Night, Cultivation Partner, and Best Friend Visit. It's your own fault for being so foolish. I never thought of becoming your Taoist partner. A female cultivator in a blue short skirt looked at Lin Tianyi with indifferent eyes. The room was decorated with red ribbons and festive ornaments. Last month, Lin Tianyi met Su Qingyun, a female cultivator from the Hahuan sect, through a matchmaker, and the two voluntarily became Taoist partners. The two agreed to consummate their marriage tonight, to rub wood together and start a fire, each moment worth a fortune. Unexpectedly, the bride-to-be, Su Qingyun, suddenly changed her mind. Why didn't you say so sooner if you didn't want to become my Taoist partner? That's just wishful thinking on your part. It's been all just talk from beginning to end. I have no feelings for you now, so there's no need for us to cultivate together. Su Qingyun kept a straight face and her attitude was resolute. Alright, let's part on good terms. Just return the spirit stones and pills I gave you. I've already spent the spirit stones and taken the pills, do you expect me to spit them out and give them back to you? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi's heart sank. Judging from her tone, this woman was trying to renege on her debt. More than 10 years ago, he traveled to this fantasy world and joined the Hahuan sect of the demonic path without hesitation. While both involve cultivation, the Hahuan sect allows for dual cultivation, which can both increase cultivation level and satisfy physiological needs, a double reward for one effort. However, he had extremely poor talent and comprehension. 10 years have passed, and he is still an outer disciple of the Hahuan sect, with a cultivation level of qi refining level 3. Therefore, he settled for second best and became a low-level alchemist. That's too much. Are you going to pay me back or not? With your meager cultivation and wealth, what woman would want to cultivate with you? You're asking me for such a small amount of spirit stones? Is that all the petty thinking you have? Lin Tianyi was furious. Su Qingyun is committing marriage fraud, a blatant marriage fraud. This time, he lost both his wife and his money. The trial marriage period lasted a month, and in the end, he didn't gain a single benefit. Are you going to back out or not? If I don't back down, what can you do to me? Snap. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Tianyi slapped her hard across the face. It left a deep red mark. You dare hit me? Su Qingyun touched her burning cheeks, her hatred for Lin Tianyi growing even stronger. I'm going to beat you up, you slut. Lin Tianyi, I've remembered that slap. You wait, I'll make you regret this. After saying that, Su Qingyun glared fiercely, covered half of her face, and left the room. Get out, get as far away as possible. Lin Tianyi slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups on it rattle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound yourself to the Elixir Exchange Shop system. Host can exchange points for 100% pure pills. First time opening the system, would you like to claim the gift pack? After waiting for more than 10 years, the system finally arrived, albeit late. Receive. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 marrow cleansing pills, the Vajra body protection divine skill, the mysterious void shift technique, and the aura concealment technique. You are also rewarded with 10,000 points. Name, Lin Tianyi. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 1st grade qi refining level 3. Constitution, innate pure yang sacred body. Points, 10,000. Techniques, Vajra body protection divine skill, mysterious void shift, aura concealment technique. Space, 5 marrow cleansing pills. I have a system now, and it's even a pure yang body. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. In the Hahuan sect, the innate pure yang holy body is an extremely rare physique for dual cultivation, and female cultivators are eager to acquire it. Su Qingyun, you'll regret this. Lin Tianyi opened the pill exchange shop, which contained thousands of kinds of pills, offering everything imaginable. For example, there are pills for breaking through realms such as Gathering Spirit Pill, Foundation Building Pill, and Divine Transformation Pill. Although Lin Tianyi has poor talent for cultivation, he can break through his cultivation level quickly by taking a lot of drugs. Successfully redeemed 5 qi refining pills, 1,000 points. The most important thing right now is to level up. Lin Tianyi sat cross-legged, took out a marrow cleansing pill from the system, and swallowed it in one gulp. His inner energy washed over his internal organs again and again, giving him an exhilarating feeling in an instant. The filth inside his body continued to sink, and wisps of black smoke faintly rose from his shoulders. I'm cleaner now. Lin Tianyi opened his eyes, his pupils brightened, and his physical condition had significantly improved. He couldn't wait to swallow another qi refining pill. The spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, constantly seeping in, filling the limbs and bones, and gathering towards the dantian. Half an incense stick later, a vortex of energy condensed above his head, and the spiritual energy in his dantian surged. Breakthrough! Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Qi refining level 4. Again! He swallowed another Qi refining pill. The spiritual energy gathered within him once more, giving him an unprecedented and immense power. Half an hour later. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Qi refining level 5. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Qi refining level 6. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Qi refining level 7. I've actually reached the late stage of the first grade Qi refining realm, and I'm now at the 7th level of Qi refining. Through continuous drug use, he advanced directly from Qi refining level 3 to Qi refining level 7, breaking through 4 minor realms and completing his 20-year cultivation journey in one go. His hair was smoother, his features more defined, and his skin firmer. The distance for urinating should also be further. Lin Tianyi exhaled evenly. He had just swallowed 5 Qi refining pills and felt a little tired. Taking large amounts of drugs in a short period of time can lead to the accumulation of spiritual energy, causing meridian disorders and resulting in significant side effects. No rush, no rush. Once we have the pills, breaking through to the second-grade foundation establishment realm will be a piece of cake. Just then, with a thump, the door opened. Lin Tianyi, what's wrong with you? How could you actually hit Su Qingyun? A voluptuous and beautiful female cultivator strode in with an imposing aura. She wore a dreamlike purple dress, her long hair flowing, and her fair skin was faintly visible. A wisp of cloth laboriously wraps around the towering mountains. You got the news so quickly, it must have been her who told you, right? Her name is Nangong Ji. She is Su Qingyun's best friend and also the matchmaker who once brought them together. If you two can't become Taoist partners, wouldn't it be better to just be ordinary Taoist friends? Why did you have to hit her? Without distinguishing right from wrong, Nangong Ji berated Lin Tianyi. Su Qingyun, a woman skilled in scheming, actually wants to be an ordinary fellow Taoist? However, her best friend Nangong Ji is charming and graceful, with a curvaceous figure and a devilish physique. At this moment, Lin Tianyi slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Nangong Ji. Name, Nangong Ji. Age, 31. Appearance, 91 points. Cultivation level, first grade Qi refining level 9. Favorability, 15. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 500x points return. A beautiful woman with an appearance score of 85 or higher will increase her favorability towards the host. Based on a comprehensive evaluation of her appearance, status, and energy level, the host can receive a reward of 0 to 10,000 times the points. Lin Tianyi suddenly understood. It turns out that the points required to exchange for pills are related to one's favorability rating. Nangong Ji's current favorability towards him is 15. If he increases it by 10 points, and returns it at a 500x rate, that would be a full 50,000 points. Although you and Su Qingyun didn't become Taoist partners this time, you can't renege on your promise to pay the matchmaking fee, can you? Lin Tianyi understood she had rushed over tonight because she was worried he wouldn't pay the agency fee. At this moment, Nangong Ji put her hands on her hips, raised her voice, and trembled with pleasure, exuding a womanly charm. Tonight was supposed to be Lin Tianyi's wedding night, a time to enjoy family bliss, but his fiancée, Su Qingyun, has abandoned him. However, now his best friend, Nangong Ji, with an even more alluring figure, has arrived. There's no time like the present. Lin Tianyi decided to play along. Successfully redeemed 1 foundation establishment pill, 500 points. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly in your commission. Look, what's this in my hand? After speaking, Lin Tianyi showed the pills in his hand. Foundation building pill? How do you have a foundation building pill? Nangong Ji's eyes lit up with surprise. Take a closer look, this isn't an ordinary foundation establishment pill, it's a top-grade foundation establishment pill. A single ordinary foundation establishment pill costs 30,000 spirit stones in the market, while a top-grade foundation establishment pill costs at least 50,000 spirit stones. It's an extremely rare commodity. Oh, junior brother Lin, you're the best. You have such a wonderful treasure, just give it to me. Nangong Ji was overjoyed and began to act coquettishly towards Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi smiled and opened his palm. Nangong Ji revealed a greedy look in her eyes and stretched out her slender fingers. Upon seeing this, Lin Tianyi immediately gathered up the foundation establishment pill and held it firmly in his hand. You can have this foundation establishment pill, but you have to promise me one thing. Good brother, I'll grant you 10 requests, let alone just one. Lin Tianyi glanced at the incredibly beautiful and graceful Nangongji beside him. Let me release myself tonight. P.S. The cultivation realms in this article are divided into 9 levels: 1. Qi refining, 2. Foundation establishment, 3. The golden core, 4. Nascent soul, 5. The deity transformation, 6. Void refining, 7. Body integration, 8. Mahayana, 9. Tribulation crossing, and 10. Human immortal. Chapter 2. A second blossom, Nangongji's favorability increases. Release once? Upon hearing this, Nangongji's eyes widened in shock. From Lin Tianyi's uneasy eyes, she realized that this was definitely not a simple release in the literal sense. I didn't expect your cultivation level to have increased, but your lustful audacity has certainly grown quite a bit. Please, senior sister, just give me one chance. Daydreaming. Nangongji turned around, feeling both angry and annoyed. To her utter surprise, she only wanted to earn a commission, but Lin Tianyi wanted to cultivate with her. She has remained chaste for 30 years. Even if she were to find a male cultivator, she would at least want one who was at least a second-grade foundation establishment cultivator. Although Lin Tianyi is handsome and good-looking, his cultivation talent is too poor. He will never have a chance to rise in the Hawan sect in this lifetime. The thought of cultivating with him filled Nangongji with resentment and unwillingness. However, Lin Tianyi appeared calm and composed. He picked up the teapot and slowly poured a cup of tea. Senior sister Nangong, you've been at the 9th level of Qi refining for 3 years now, haven't you? It's a pity you're just one step away from foundation establishment. Lin Tianyi's words deeply pierced Nangongji's heart. She boasted of her exceptional talent, constantly breaking through the initial and middle stages of Qi cultivation, but she was stuck at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Once she breaks through and enters the second-grade foundation establishment stage, her status and resources in the Hawan sect will be completely different from before. This is what she dreams of most right now. But how easy is it to break through? Without a special opportunity, it would be harder than climbing to heaven for her to do it on her own. Lin Tianyi knew that if Nangongji had no interest in this top-grade foundation establishment pill, she probably would have left long ago. She's standing still, clearly hesitant. My own cultivation level is not high. Since senior sister Nangong doesn't care about this foundation establishment pill, I'll just have to eat it myself. Who says it's not rare? It's just what? She wanted it, but didn't want to give it. Top-grade foundation establishment pills are extremely rare. Even if Nangongji had tens of thousands of spirit stones, she might not be able to buy one. As long as she takes this pill, it's a sure thing that Nangongji will break through to the second rank of foundation establishment. The opportunity is now right in front of her, and she worries that if she misses it, it will be too late to regret it. Wait a moment. Nangongji turned her face away, her heart surging with intense emotions. She met Lin Tianyi's gaze, unable to avoid his burning eyes. Senior sister, have you made up your mind? Then, let's just do it once. Compared to the top-grade foundation establishment pill he was about to obtain, what he was about to lose was utterly insignificant. It's over in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward, gently placing his right hand on Nangongji's fragrant shoulder. Don't worry, don't you know my character? Once things are settled, this foundation establishment pill will be yours. Let's finish this quickly, I have other things to do later. I understand. I'll take you inside to show you my new renovations, and we can chat about it. After saying that, Lin Tianyi helped Nangongji into the inner room. Half an hour later. After getting dressed, Nangongji held onto the edge of the bed, walking with a slight stagger. Hey, senior sister, are you all right? At this moment, Lin Tianyi also woke up and hurriedly stepped forward to support Nangongji. Nangongji glared at Lin Tianyi with resentful eyes. How did you manage to stock up on so much stuff? Excuse me. Senior sister, would you like to sit down for a while? I'll pour you a cup of tea. Where is my foundation establishment pill? Here you go. Lin Tianyi kept his promise and handed her a medicine bottle. Looking at the foundation establishment pill, Nangongji suddenly felt relieved. That's the end of what happened between us tonight. And this is the last time. I hope you'll keep this a secret and not let anyone else know. She had no choice but to do this because of the foundation establishment pill. If it were to leak out, it would make her a laughingstock in the Hawan sect for having any connection with that good-for-nothing Lin Tianyi. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't tell anyone. Lin Tianyi nodded. As long as she doesn't say anything and Lin Tianyi doesn't say anything, there will absolutely be no third person who knows about this. Then I'm leaving. Nangongji put the medicine bottle into her pocket and slowly walked towards the door. Let tonight's events be like a dream that vanishes with the wind, leaving no trace. Successfully redeemed 1 foundation establishment pill, 500 points. Senior sister. What's wrong with you now? Nangongji asked, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Tianyi scratched his head, absent-mindedly spreading out his palm to reveal 2 foundation establishment pills. What? You actually have foundation establishment pills? Nangongji was stunned. Previously, when Lin Tianyi took out a single top-grade foundation establishment pill, it immediately caught her eye. To everyone's surprise, he still had 1 pill in his hand. I found another top-grade foundation establishment pill. I wonder if senior sister Nangong would like it. Nangongji was bewildered. She is now only 1 step away from achieving the 2nd-grade foundation establishment stage. If she consumes a top-grade foundation establishment pill, she will most likely be able to achieve her breakthrough. If you have 2 foundation building pills, that's double insurance. Of course, even after reaching the 2nd-grade foundation establishment stage, she was still dreaming of the 3rd-grade golden core stage. Therefore, elixirs are like spiritual stones, the more the better. You mean, I'll have this one too? Senior sister is the first choice. If you don't want her, I'll give her to someone else. I want more. Nangongji said without hesitation. This is a fantastic opportunity. Unless you're a nascent soul-level expert, who would refuse a foundation establishment pill? Nangongji reached for the medicine, but Lin Tianyi gripped it tightly in his hand. The two exchanged subtle glances, the answer self-evident. If you want it, it depends on your sincerity. I think you're trying to push your luck, aren't you? Practice makes perfect. Lin Tianyi had just consumed 1 marrow-cleansing pill and 4 qi refining pills, and his innate pure yang sacred body was now in full bloom. There's never too much of this kind of thing: fish swimming in the ocean, eagles soaring in the sky, and there's never too much trouble. Are you really capable? Nangongji asked in surprise. How will you know if you don't try? I have a very high reputation. By the way, senior sister, I dropped something by my bed, could you help me find it? Alright, I'll help you one more time. Don't blame me if it stalls halfway through. After saying that, Lin Tianyi and Nangongji understood each other without saying a word and went into the inner room again. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Nangongji groggily woke up, went to the table, and took a big gulp of tea. Oh no, how did it suddenly become broad daylight? I've been staying with Lin Tianyi for so long? Nangongji remembered something. She looked at the foundation establishment pills on the jade plate on the table and counted them one by one. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. 8 pills, 9 pills. That's right, a full 9 top-grade foundation building pills. Nangongji was shocked. At this moment, Lin Tianyi was still asleep, completely unaware. Looking at him, Nangongji couldn't help but think that Lin Tianyi was indeed honest, giving her a few pills every few times. When your efforts and rewards are proportional, you won't feel unbalanced. Her feelings for Lin Tianyi immediately increased significantly. It was getting early, and Nangongji should leave soon. After all, if others find out that he hasn't returned home all night, gossip is bound to follow. So she packed up the 9 top-grade foundation establishment pills and gracefully departed. The system detected that Nangongji's favorability level is 35, plus 50 points, and returns plus 25,000 points. Chapter 3: The Charming Alchemy Room Owner, Mu Xiaoyao. Lin Tianyi woke up from his sleep and received a system notification. Senior sister Nangong's affection for me was negative before, but now it's positive. Time really does reveal true feelings. Looking at the large double happiness character on the bed curtains, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Previously, he had 10,000 points. After buying several qi refining pills and trading 9 foundation establishment pills with Nangongji, his points increased instead of decreasing, reaching 25,000 points. This means that he can buy more and higher grade pills. Other things can be put aside. A man should prioritize his career and speed up his career advancement. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyi felt a surge of power and began to continue his cultivation. Successfully redeemed 2 marrow cleansing pills, 400 points. Successfully redeemed 1 spirit gathering pill, 800 points. He swallowed the pills one by one, his physical strength and spiritual energy surging and impacting every corner of his body. The spiritual energy forms a vortex within the body, condensing and solidifying, circulating continuously. A ray of light swirled overhead, breaking upwards. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Qi refining level 8. Lin Tianyi felt a burning sensation in his dantian, his bones cracked like popping beans, and his muscles bulged. The energy within his body flowed like a river into the sea, endlessly. It was as if a secret had been opened between his brows. He opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Another half hour later. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Qi refining level 9. Finally, I reached the great perfection of first grade Qi refining. Lin Tianyi felt the spiritual energy within his body being tempered like a rainbow, and his meridians being filled with endless abundance. Spiritual energy pierced through my head like a beam of light, and my pores opened up, emitting a glassy luster. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in my mind. The continuous and abundant spiritual energy nourishes every inch of flesh and blood within the body. Congratulations, host, you have reached the foundation establishment realm. The Taoist priest has succeeded. I've established my foundation, I've extended my lifespan, and I can solidify my true essence. After countless long nights, Lin Tianyi felt a sense of divine inspiration the moment he successfully established his foundation. Not only did his physical body become stronger, but his comprehension also deepened. A clear and enlightened mind. He began to control his breathing, his heart gradually calming down. He appeared outwardly calm, but in reality, he had entered a completely new realm. In the afternoon, Lin Tianyi arrived at the Alchemy Building. The Alchemy Building is located on the western side of the entire Hawan sect and is the most magnificent building in the sect. The main hall is 3 stories high and is built in the belly of a mountain full of spiritual energy, with a volcanic crater not far away. Lin Tianyi entered the alchemy room and changed into clean clothes. The place for alchemy must be kept clean and tidy, as dirt and grime are highly undesirable. He arrived at furnace number 5, where a furnace for refining spirit and separating flames was located on the collapsed platform. At this moment, a long-haired woman wearing a yellow and white dress, with a pear blossom hairpin in her hair, walked over gracefully, swaying with every step. A thin, transparent veil covered her shoulders. Dressed in a flowing outfit, her fair and delicate thighs were long, shapely, and subtly revealed as she walked, radiating a healthy glow. "Hello, Mr. Mu. You're late today." I drank a little last night and overslept," Lin Tianyi mumbled. The elegant and beautiful woman before me is the owner of this alchemy room, Mu Xiaoyao, a senior alchemist from the Hahuan sect. Compared to the charming Nangong Ji, Mu Xiaoyao is more like a ripe peach inside and out. Lin Tianyi's gaze lingered on her. Name, Mu Xiaoyao. Age, 36. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation level, grade 3 golden core level 2. Favorability, 5. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 1000 X points return. The owner of the house is incredibly powerful, almost at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Moreover, she is chaste and self-disciplined. Her return multiplier is a staggering 1000 times. Lin Tianyi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seems that from now on, I need to find a way to increase Mu Xiaoyao's favorability. Lin Tianyi, what are you muttering about? Oh, no. This afternoon, clean the inside of the alchemy furnace. Starting tomorrow, you will begin refining new pills. Mu Xiaoyao walked to the refining spirit flame furnace, pointed her spiritual energy at it, and the runes on the furnace lit up with a golden light. Disciple understands. In fact, Lin Tianyi and Mu Xiaoyao are not master and apprentice, but more like employer and employee. He was an outer disciple, focusing on self-cultivation and self-enlightenment. Lin Tianyi worked as a handyman in the alchemy room, and he sometimes referred to himself as disciple, which was a humble way of speaking. At this moment, the huge alchemy room was completely empty, with only the 2 of them present. Yesterday, I received orders from the Holy Maiden to refine a large quantity of rejuvenation pills, Qi condensation pills, and spirit restoration pills, the more the better. These are all healing pills. Why does the Hahuan sect suddenly need so many pills? What exactly happened? New. Lin Tianyi held a low position in the sect, and the affairs of the higher-ups in the Hahuan sect were none of his concern, nor did he need to know about them. The homeowner, Mu Xiaoyao, took out a bag and handed it to Lin Tianyi. This is your salary from last month, a base salary of 80 spirit stones and overtime pay of 30 spirit stones, for a total of 110 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi is an outer disciple, without official status. If he were an inner disciple, his monthly salary would at least double. Mu Xiaoyao glanced at him again, somewhat surprised. Lin Tianyi looked much more energetic than before after a few days apart. His spiritual energy was quite active, but he was only at the early stage of qi refining, so how could he have such vibrant spiritual energy? You look radiant lately? Oh. Lin Tianyi gave an awkward smile. He not only broke through to the foundation establishment realm, but also made rapid progress in other areas. When your complexion improves, your face will naturally become more radiant. The homeowner is indeed the homeowner. She has exceptional insight, and nothing could escape her notice. I have been in the alchemy room all day. It is a place where spiritual energy gathers, and I have been nurtured by it. Mu Xiaoyao nodded after hearing this. This is the alchemy room, and the magical herbs and minerals used to refine elixirs are mostly spiritual substances. Spiritual energy would occasionally escape from the alchemy furnace, and Lin Tianyi could indeed absorb a considerable amount of spiritual energy during the alchemy process. Even a trickle of water, accumulated over time, can yield a considerable harvest. Working in the alchemy room is a bit tough, and many inner disciples can't stick to it for long. You've been able to do it day after day for decades, so I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. I will keep in mind the teachings of Bishop Murphy. In Mu Xiaoyao's eyes, Lin Tianyi was a good person and did good things. He was also hardworking and could endure hardship. His biggest flaw was that he had very little talent. Without strong cultivation, one will be unknown and have no status in the sect. Perhaps the alchemy room is the best place for him to settle down in the Hahuan sect. Unbeknownst to Mu Xiaoyao, Lin Tianyi's aura concealment technique concealed his second-grade foundation establishment cultivation. This is a passive skill. No matter how high his cultivation level is, in the eyes of others, he only has the cultivation level of the early stage of qi refining. Perhaps this is the system deliberately covering for him to protect him. By the way, in a few days, will you come down the mountain with me to buy some medicinal herbs and minerals at the market? Mu Xiaoyao said. Refining a large number of pills requires a corresponding amount of raw materials. This mission was also ordered by the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, so she had to do it personally to ensure that nothing went wrong. Okay, Lin Tianyi replied. The system detected that Mu Xiaoyao's favorability is 10, plus 5 points, plus 5,000 points will be awarded. Although Mu Xiaoyao's favorability only increased by 5 points, it was a 1,000-fold return. With an additional 5,000 points, Lin Tianyi can now exchange for even more pills. However, he was not satisfied with this. The alluring and charming Mu Xiaoyao possesses immense untapped potential. Lin Tianyi returned home from the alchemy room close to midnight. He's exhausted today, and his testicles are sad too. Now that it's dark and windy, and all is quiet, it's the perfect time to improve your cultivation level. Previously, when Lin Tianyi was in the qi refining stage, he once thought that his cultivation in this life would be as high as the foundation establishment stage. But once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he felt it was still far from enough. The status of everyone in the Hahuan sect is closely related to their cultivation level. As my cultivation level increases, I can gain more power, more resources, and more favor from high-level female cultivators. The winner takes all, and the strong take all. This is a universal law of survival. So he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice meditation while taking drugs. Successfully redeemed 5 marrow cleansing pills, 1,000 points. Successfully redeemed 3 spirit gathering pills, 2,400 points. Successfully redeemed 3 beginner golden pills, 4,500 points. The higher you climb in cultivation, the more drugs you need to take, and the more points you need to exchange for. Lin Tianyi swallowed the marrow cleansing pill, the spirit gathering pill, and the initial golden core in one gulp, and the spiritual energy in his body began to overflow like a river. Refine essence into qi, use qi to stimulate spirit, and activate the qi. His body was like a container, constantly being filled and filled. A surging force churned within my body, causing my blood to swell. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the second level of the second-grade foundation establishment stage. I didn't expect that I would advance to a higher realm in less than half an hour. Lin Tianyi was secretly pleased. The system contains only top-grade pills. Not only is it effective, but it's also incredibly effective. Again. Successfully redeemed 1 bone refining pill, 2,000 points. Successfully redeemed 2 Vajra pills, 5,000 points. As Lin Tianyi's cultivation level improved, his bones and muscles also needed to be strengthened. The more pills you take, the more potent they become. Fortunately, Lin Tianyi possessed a pure yang body from birth. Although his talent and comprehension were poor, his body was strong and indestructible. In addition, the elixir is of high quality, without toxicity or side effects, and can be completely absorbed by the pure Yang holy body. It can be said that Lin Tianyi embarked on a cultivation path that suited him. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the third level of the second grade foundation establishment stage. It's level 1 again. The upgrade is incredibly powerful. Lin Tianyi's bones cracked, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Just then, with a creak, the door opened. Junior brother Tianyi, are you asleep? Lin Tianyi glanced at the doorway and saw that it was Nangong Ji again. Why is she here again? She happened to appear while he was cultivating. A woman would only slow down his sword drawing speed. Senior sister Nangong, please come in. I'm not asleep yet. I'm coming in now. Nangong Ji wore a deep V-neck thin shirt, revealing her prominent breasts. Even at night, her legs shone brightly in a gray, brushed silk ruchu and a type of traditional Chinese dress. Chapter 4: The alluring Nangong Ji visits again late at night. Lin Tianyi calmed his breathing and allowed his mind to settle. He got up and went to the door. Compared to last night, Nangong Ji looked much better, radiant and glowing. Congratulations, senior sister Nangong, you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Nangong Ji glanced at Lin Tianyi with a kind smile, then covered her mouth and laughed. I was able to reach the foundation establishment stage this time thanks to junior brother Lin. Oh, no need to be so polite. After all, senior sister has also put in a lot of effort. Lin Tianyi said. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ji chuckled, her face flushing red. You can tell she's in a great mood today. Your pills are truly top quality. I took 2 foundation establishment pills, and my cultivation level immediately improved. You know what? Today is the happiest day of my life. Nangong Ji said with a hint of shyness. Breaking through one's cultivation level is a major event in one's spiritual practice. Don't underestimate the difficulty of progressing from the first rank of Qi refining to the second rank of foundation establishment. Many people never manage to achieve this before they die. Nangong Ji was still young, and reaching the foundation establishment stage so early gave her a sense of superiority. Of course, Lin Tianyi also gained 25,000 points from her. Both sides got what they needed and each gained something. In this simple thatched hut, Nangong Ji paced back and forth, hesitating to speak several times. Senior sister has come. If you have something to say, please speak freely. Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd drop by. By the way, do you have any other pills? Nangong Ji asked shyly. In fact, Lin Tianyi had already guessed some of it in his heart. Nangong Ji never visits the 3 treasures hall without a reason. I've accumulated quite a few pills in my spare time from alchemy. I wonder what kind of pills senior sister needs. Although I have advanced to the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual energy in my body is still very disordered and difficult to suppress in a short time. Do you have any spirit gathering pills? Nangong Ji went straight to the point. While taking drugs can improve one's cultivation level in a short period of time, it depends on one's physical constitution and spiritual roots. Some people don't have a big problem, while others may experience rejection and need to be gradually adjusted and managed. Lin Tianyi possesses an innate pure Yang holy body, a top-tier cultivation physique. Even with a large amount of drugs, the side effects are minimal, and he only needs a short rest. Although someone like Nangong Ji has higher talent than Lin Tianyi, her physique is far inferior to his. If she wants to level up by taking pills, she will need other spiritual energy pills to assist her. Yes, I have spirit gathering pills. Really? That's great. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ji was overjoyed. She looked at Lin Tianyi with eyes full of affection. Even in a world of cultivation, the exchange of benefits is important. Especially those pills costing tens of thousands of spirit stones are extremely precious. There are never any gifts without a reason. There is always a price to pay. Successfully redeemed 1 spirit gathering pill, 800 points. Look, does this quality of spirit gathering pill meet your requirements? Lin Tianyi placed the pill in his hand in front of Nangong Ji. Nangong Ji's eyes immediately lit up. This is a top-grade spirit gathering pill. Where did you get so many good pills? You don't need to ask how it came to be. If it were in the market, this top-grade spirit gathering pill would be worth at least 50,000 spirit stones, Lin Tianyi said. Give it to me, I want it. Senior sister, do you really want it? Yes, I want it. What Lin Tianyi considered a worthless spirit gathering pill was, in Nangong Ji's eyes, a rare and precious treasure, something that could only be encountered by chance. With the spirit gathering pill, her foundation establishment will be more stable. A solid foundation will greatly benefit her future upgrades. Look, it's getting late. Why don't you come again tomorrow, senior sister? That way I can be prepared in advance. Lin Tianyi fought all night last night, and then spent the afternoon cleaning the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room. After returning home, he immediately took pills and leveled up twice. He looked slightly tired, and his lower back was sore. It is not suitable for engaging in strenuous exercise that makes you sweat. No way. Junior brother Lin, I've already come all this way, and I absolutely must have this spirit gathering pill. Can't you see my sincerity? After saying that, Nangongji stepped forward, grabbed Lin Tianyi's arm, and said in a coquettish tone, "My inventory is really running low. Come on, junior brother Lin, let's not waste this beautiful time." Without saying a word, Nangongji dragged Lin Tianyi and forcibly pulled him into the inner room. After a day and a night, dawn broke. Nangongji got up, put on her clothes, and stretched. "Junior brother Lin, wake up. It's dawn." Looking at Lin Tianyi's face, Nangongji thought he had become even more handsome. It's a pity that his cultivation level is too low, only at the early stage of qi refining. If he could become stronger, Nangongji would be willing to maintain this dual cultivation relationship with him. However, it's fine as it is now. We'll settle things one at a time, so neither of us owes the other anything. Senior sister Nangong, you're awake. Lin Tianyi looked up. Look, it's already dawn, I should go. Okay, I was very rude last night. You earned it through your own abilities, so I won't blame you. After saying that, Nangongji picked up the spirit-gathering pill on the table, turned around and left. The system detected that Nangongji's favorability is 70, plus 35 points, and returns plus 17,500 points. Wow, she actually gains so much favorability. Don't be fooled by Nangongji's coldness towards me. Afterwards she still has feelings for me in her heart, Lin Tianyi thought to himself with delight. In the past 2 days, Lin Tianyi has earned 40,000 points from her. If he were to exchange them for corresponding pills, it would be enough for him to advance to the late foundation establishment stage. Successfully redeemed 1 beginner golden elixir, 1,500 points. Lin Tianyi started taking drugs again to gather spiritual energy. If Nangongji hadn't come last night, he would definitely have leveled up another time. Having experienced the release of vital energy, he decided to continue cultivating to make up for it. Lin Tianyi closed his eyes, made a hand seal with his fingertips, and formed a rainbow bridge of spiritual energy between his run and dew meridians. The spiritual energy within the body transforms into a precious elixir, nourishing the 5 internal organs. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 4th level of the 2nd grade foundation establishment stage. At the 4th level of foundation establishment, which is the middle stage of foundation establishment, Lin Tianyi achieved a new cultivation level. This level of cultivation is already considered outstanding among outer disciples. Lin Tianyi took another spirit-gathering pill to suppress his inner turmoil. After noon, he went to the alchemy room and, following the instructions of the room owner Mu Xiaoyao, ground the immortal herbs and minerals used for alchemy. Mu Xiaoyao refined and extracted the materials he had ground, removing impurities, in preparation for the next step of refining them in the furnace. To refine a batch of pills, more than a dozen ingredients are often required. As a senior alchemist, Mu Xiaoyao must categorize and control the dosage according to the principle of mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Lin Tianyi, put all these materials into the furnace. Yes. Mu Xiaoyao introduced a spiritual fire, and immediately the 9 furnace eyes emitted flames of different colors. She infused her divine sense into the medicinal herbs, gathering spiritual energy. A skilled alchemist can greatly enhance the medicinal properties of the pills. Mu Xiaoyao's hair fluttered, rippling the air around her and releasing a subtle fragrance. She was dressed in thin clothing, with large expanses of her white skin exposed to the air, pure as a white lotus. The green hills cannot hide her well-hidden figure. Indeed, the most beautiful women are those who can refine elixirs. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianyi's life basically consisted of going back and forth between the alchemy room and his home. During this period, he consumed a considerable amount of spirit-gathering pills, bone-refining pills, and intermediate-level golden cores. In terms of cultivation, he has advanced 1 level and is currently at the 5th level of the 2nd grade foundation establishment stage. Name, Lin Tianyi. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 2nd grade, foundation establishment level 5. Constitution, innate pure yang sacred body. Points, 38,500. Techniques: Vajra body protection, divine skill, mysterious void shift, or a concealment technique. Space: 1 marrow cleansing pill, 3 chi refining pills, 2 bone refining pills, 2 intermediate golden pills. It seems that Lin Tianyi will reach the golden core stage in just a few days. That evening, as soon as Lin Tianyi got home, someone knocked on the door again. Is junior brother Lin home? It's Nangong Ji again. Lin Tianyi was quite surprised. Ever since he gave her the pills twice, she had been visiting him frequently. Come in. A burst of silvery laughter came from the doorway. It turns out that Nangong Ji wasn't alone tonight. She brought 2 young female cultivators with her. Senior sister Nangong, what's going on? Lin Tianyi asked, puzzled. I know you've been working hard refining pills these past few days, so I invited 2 ladies to keep you company with a drink. After saying that, Nangong Ji and the 2 girls lowered their heads shyly. A young woman was dressed in revealing clothing, as if her clothes were transparent at a glance. The other girl had a round face and was incredibly charming. Chapter 5, with just one move, he recognized his junior sister with discerning eyes. Oh, please have a seat, ladies. Lin Tianyi's home was rather simple and not very spacious, so he was a little cramped when 3 people came all at once. Let me introduce you. These 2 young ladies, like me, are members of the Thousand Illusions sect, Nangong Ji said. The Hahuan sect is a large sect. The sect is further divided into the Thousand Illusions sect, the Starry Constellation sect, the Heavenly Fiend sect, the Danyang sect, and the Shadow sect, which are distributed across 12 mountain peaks and have nearly 10,000 disciples. The Thousand Illusions sect, where Nangong Ji belongs, mainly cultivates illusion techniques and seductive arts. Lin Tianyi is an alchemist and belongs to the Danyang sect. The one on the left is named Huang Yingfei. She has been practicing illusion magic for 4 years. Her voice is beautiful and captivating. The one on the right is named Chu Yuheng. She studies the art of seduction. She is as supple as a boneless woman and as light as a swallow. Nangong Ji introduced them. Greetings, senior brother Lin. Huang Yingfei and Chu Yuheng said in unison. Lin Tianyi was stunned and quickly called Nangong Ji aside. Senior sister Nangong, what do you mean by this? Oh, these 2 are my very close sisters. They saw that I've ascended to immortality through cultivation and want to improve as well. Could you please take care of them? Nangong Ji said with a smile. What? What kind of situation is this? 1 more, 2 more? Senior sister, even if they want to improve, you can't come together. My body can't handle it, Lin Tianyi complained. He's been using drugs to level up these past few days, putting his body under immense strain and barely taking a break. Didn't you say you were a super wings? What's so hard about that? One is the first half of the night, and the other is the second half. Nangong Ji blinked her big, watery eyes. No, this is outrageous. Lin Tianyi was so angry that his face turned ashen, and he immediately refused. This is absolutely unacceptable. Even the donkeys in the production team need to rest, right? Moreover, he has made rapid progress in his cultivation these past few days. If he engages in dual cultivation without restraint, it will lead to the leakage of his true energy and the collapse of his body. Men should prioritize cultivating their careers. Oh, do me a favor. I've brought everyone here. You have to give me face, right? Nangong Ji said. As you know, the reservoir dried up last time, so how could it be filled with water so quickly? How about this, you choose one of the 2 girls, otherwise I won't know how to explain it. After Huang Yingfei and Chu Yuhan learned about this matter, they kept pestering Nangong Ji, since everyone wants to improve their cultivation. The 2 younger sisters came with great enthusiasm, so we can't just send them away empty-handed, can we? In that case, Nangong Ji would lose face. You mean leave one behind? Lin Tianyi fell into deep thought. Yes, these 2 are still in the early stages of qi refining. If you have any marrow cleansing pills or qi refining pills, just give them to them. Both the marrow cleansing pill and the qi refining pill are basic pills, and in Lin Tianyi's exchange shop system, only 200 points are needed to buy them. Moreover, these were all pills that he, having already established his foundation, would not consider worthwhile. However, for Huang Yingfei and Chu Yuheng, these pills were an incredible opportunity. Even if some sacrifices are made, it is worthwhile. Alright, I should be able to handle 1 person. Then you choose, which one do you want? Nangong Ji said, winking. Both girls lowered their heads when they saw Nangong Ji's gaze. Lin Tianyi first focused his attention on Huang Yingfei. She was wearing a low-cut top, revealing her cleavage, which was almost spilling out. In addition, she had a voluptuous figure with a slim waist and a large bottom. Calling her a natural beauty is not an exaggeration at all. Moreover, she has a pair of standard almond-shaped eyes that give off a slightly hazy, alluring look, occasionally emitting captivating charm. Name: Huang Yingfei. Age: 22. Appearance: 89 points. Cultivation level: first rank Qi refining, level 2. Favorability: 10. Rechargeable: 3 times. Multiplier: 50x points return. Lin Tianyi was initially quite interested in her, but after seeing her profile information, he felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. What a fine young girl, so young, how could she be so lacking in self-respect and self-discipline? The key issue is that the return rate is only 50 times, which is far too low. Then, he turned his gaze to another Chu Yuhong. Chu Yuhong wore a long jumpsuit that covered her body completely, revealing only a section of her fair forearm, making her look like a lady from a prominent family. She is not tall, but has a well-proportioned figure, giving her a petite and delicate appearance. Her features were quite delicate, especially her upturned lips, which were as moist and red as cherries. Name: Chu Yuhong. Age: 26. Appearance: 87 points. Cultivation level: first grade Qi refining level 3. Favorability: 10. Charging time: 0 times. Multiplier: 400x points return. Upon seeing her panel information, Lin Tianyi's eyes lit up. Compared to Huang Yingfei, Chu Yuhong is much cleaner. A comparison of their hidden information reveals the difference in their abilities. In particular, Chu Yuhong has a return rate of 400 times, which undoubtedly crushes Huang Yingfei. How about it? Are you overwhelmed by the choices? Actually, both of these are quite good. Nangong Ji said confidently. I have the answer. Tell me, which one do you choose? Nangong Ji asked. I want the one on the right. You mean Chu Yuhong? Nangong Ji asked in shock. Lin Tianyi nodded. Are you really choosing her? Lin Tianyi's gaze was firm. Nangong Ji looked on incredulously. In her opinion, if a man had to choose between Huang Yingfei and Chu Yuhong, most men would definitely choose Huang Yingfei. Because Huang Yingfei is prettier than Chu Yuhong, younger, and most importantly, has a curvy figure, which man wouldn't like her? It's not that Chu Yuhong is incompetent. However, when the two stood together, Huang Yingfei's advantage was more obvious. Your taste is certainly unique. I'm usually right when it comes to judging people. Indeed, compared to Huang Yingfei, Chu Yuhong was at a disadvantage in both age and physique. However, one of her key indicators is decisive. Now that Lin Tianyi has a large number of pills in his possession, he has the initiative, so he will definitely choose the clean ones without any flaws. Especially for second-hand or third-hand goods, no matter how good they are, you shouldn't accept them even if they're given away for free. Seeing that Lin Tianyi had made up his mind, Nangong Ji was too embarrassed to say anything more. She walked up to her two younger sisters. Chu Yuhong will stay, Huang Yingfei and I will go back together. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuhong was overjoyed, while Huang Yingfei was stunned, as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Huang Yingfei muttered to herself, turning her gaze to Lin Tianyi. Really? Junior brother Lin chose me? Chu Yuhong was overjoyed. She never expected that Lin Tianyi would choose her. For her, it was definitely a pleasant surprise. There's nothing we can do about it. It's just a matter of personal taste. Everyone has their own preferences, Nangong Ji said. She even began to have some doubts about Lin Tianyi's aesthetic sense. Junior brother Lin, please choose me. I will serve you well. Unwilling to accept defeat, Huang Yingfei rushed to Lin Tianyi and pleaded in a pleading voice. Why did I lose when my figure was clearly better than Chu Yuhong's? That's not fair. Chapter 6 I will always remember my senior brother. Oh, don't take it to heart. Actually, you two each have your own strengths. I kept her here not because I'm rejecting you, but for next time. There will be other opportunities. Lin Tianyi politely declined. As for why he didn't choose Huang Yingfei, who had better overall qualities, he knew perfectly well why. Please, give me a chance. I really want to improve, Huang Yingfei grabbed Lin Tianyi's arm, still unwilling to give up. If you can stay tonight, you will receive a top-grade elixir bestowed by Lin Tianyi. With top-grade pills, one can quickly improve their cultivation level and gain a higher sex status and more resources within the Joyful Union sect. If you lose this opportunity, you may have to endure 10 or 8 years of hardship. A woman's youth is limited, so Huang Yingfei must have wanted to take a shortcut. Don't do this. You're very outstanding, but we're really not a good match. Lin Tianyi hurriedly pulled his hand away from hers. He had no choice before, but now that he has a choice, he naturally chooses the better one. Senior brother, please really consider me. I'm very capable. You can do housework for me, cook, wash clothes, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Huang Yingfei was still unwilling to give up. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need you to do anything. There's already enough chores around the house, and you don't need to do them. Lin Tianyi refused again. Huang Yingfei was indeed quite pitiful. She begged desperately to stay. For Lin Tianyi, a single marrow cleansing pill or qi refining pill is worth no more than 200 points. However, even if it's cheap, he can't give it away for free. Moreover, if you take it to the market and sell it, you can easily make several thousand spirit stones, if not 10,000. Even if I have tens or hundreds of millions of pills, not a single one is superfluous. Go back, Lin Tianyi said, dismissing them. No matter how much Huang Yingfei begged for mercy, he didn't give her any chance. Let's go, it's getting late, junior brother Lin should rest too. Nangong Ji stepped forward to dissuade him. She had already noticed something was amiss. Lin Tianyi had no lingering feelings for Huang Yingfei and his attitude was resolute. Based on her understanding of Huang Yingfei, she seemed to have guessed something. It seems that Lin Tianyi is not only discerning but also very principled. She couldn't help but look at him with a different eye now. The system detected that Nangong Ji's favorability is 75, plus 5 points, plus 2,500 points will be returned. Senior sister, Huang Yingfei was unwilling. Who told you to be so fickle? You couldn't even seize such a good opportunity. Without saying a word, Nangong Ji dragged Huang Yingfei away from the house. In an instant, the room fell silent, leaving only Lin Tianyi and Xu Yuheng. Xu Yuheng lowered his head, his hands clasped together, his long fingernails constantly fiddling with them. Lin Tianyi didn't say anything. He sat in the chair, took a sip of tea, and then looked at Xu Yuheng. Senior brother, is there something on my face? No, I've noticed you're acting a little strange today. Strange? Xu Yuheng opened her eyes wide. What's wrong with me? You're quite adorable. Lin Tianyi smiled. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuheng immediately blushed with embarrassment, her heart pounding with emotion. Senior brother, you're so mean, making fun of me like that. The more I look at you, the more I like you. Lin Tianyi put down his teacup, stood up and walked to Xu Yuheng, lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Could you stay with me tonight, senior brother? I will do whatever you want with me, senior brother, without any complaints, Xu Yuheng said in a mosquito-like voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianyi suddenly picked up Xu Yuheng and carried her into the inner room. The next day, dawn had broken. Several little birds chirped and twittered outside the window. This is a qi refining pill for you. After you take it, I guarantee you'll break through a minor realm. Thank you, senior brother, you're so kind to me. Xu Yuheng was extremely grateful. Lin Tianyi sat up, his body feeling like it was falling apart. Shall I press it for you a few times? Sure. Xu Yuheng tactfully sat behind Lin Tianyi, placed her palms on his shoulders, and massaged them gently. Not bad. It seems you've learned quite a bit from the Thousand Illusions sect. No matter how much I learn, it's not as much as what I learned here with my senior brother tonight, Xu Yuheng said gently and gracefully. You're so good with words. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuheng increased the force of his movements. Do you want more qi refining pills? If you would like to give me this as a gift, I will be there whenever you need me in the future. Xu Yuheng's slight smile was captivating. Before we knew it, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Tianyi had just stood up when Xu Yuheng pressed him down again. I want to improve every day. Okay, I like women like you who are career-oriented. It was past noon. That's enough for today. To be honest, I'm already at my wit's end. Xu Yuheng smiled gently. Here, take these. Lin Tianyi poured out all the marrow cleansing pills and qi refining pills from the medicine bottle and handed them all to Xu Yuheng. 1 pill, 2 pills, 10 pills, 11 pills. Senior brother, you're still 1 pill short. Really? Are there that many? Lin Tianyi looked on incredulously. Don't worry, I'll keep my word and never renege on my promises. Successfully redeemed 1 chi refining pill, 200 points. Thank you, senior brother, you're so kind to me. Chu Yuhan lightly touched his forehead with a dragonfly's touch. Junior sister, I think you must be tired too. Go home early. I need to get some sleep too. Okay, senior brother Lin, I'll remember you from now on. Chu Yuhan knew that Lin Tianyi was nearing his limit, and there would be plenty of time to deal with many things later. The system detected that Chu Yuhan's favorability rating is 70, plus 60 points, and a refund of plus 24,000 points will be given. So many points? Lin Tianyi rubbed his eyes, he could hardly believe it. Overnight, Chu Yuhan's favorability towards him increased by 60 points, indicating that his efforts had been worthwhile. This girl is indeed likable. The main peak of the Hahuan sect is Tiandang Mountain. That morning, the weather was fine and the sun was shining brightly. Hundreds of male and female monks gathered in Zhongshan Square on the mountainside. Male cultivators mainly wore long robes in shades of blue and black, while female cultivators mostly wore gorgeous clothes in a variety of colors, including red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Sisters, today we must carefully choose a suitable husband. There's a male cultivator over there with a very prominent nose and large nostrils. I wonder if he has a Taoist partner. No rush, ladies, be reserved. There are still many excellent male cultivators who haven't arrived yet. Today, the Hahuan sect is as lively as if it were a festival, as the annual sect wedding flight has begun once again. Lin Tianyi got up early, washed his hair, combed his hair, shaved his beard, and made himself look clean and spotless. Today, there are not only female cultivators from the main peak of the Hahuan sect, but also quite a few female cultivators from other branch peaks. Flowers bloom red and willows turn green, orioles sing and swallows flit about, vying for attention. Chapter 7 Wedding Flight Scene, Female Cultivators Overwhelmed. Junior brother Lin, I've heard about what happened between you and Su Qingyun. Don't take it to heart. Pick someone better today. These female cultivators have high standards, I'm just here to join in the fun. Standing next to Lin Tianyi was his fellow disciple Lu Wenyuan, also an outer disciple, at the 5th level of Qi refining. The Hahuan sect holds an annual marriage flying event, similar to a matchmaking event. Male and female cultivators dress up in their finest attire and freely interact with each other. Those who are interested can become Taoist partners. Since it is the Hahuan sect, Hahuan has always been the main theme. Lin Tianyi took a deep breath. The grass was growing and the birds were singing. He could smell the hormones. Female cultivators who participate in wedding flight are generally in the early stages of Qi refining or foundation establishment, while male cultivators are mostly in the late stages of Qi refining. When female cultivators choose male partners, the most important criterion is their cultivation level. If a male cultivator is at the foundation establishment stage, he is extremely sought after and is often fought over by dozens of female cultivators. Some highly talented male cultivators in the late Qi refining stage also have a certain market. Besides cultivation level, the second thing to consider is sect level. Disciples personally taught are superior to inner disciples, and inner disciples are superior to outer disciples. Besides cultivation level and sect ranking, other factors like spirit stone wealth, appearance, and personality are considered later on. In addition, female cultivators generally prefer those with higher cultivation levels than themselves, so that during dual cultivation, the yang can regulate the yin, leading to rapid progress. There are also some female cultivators who uphold the principle of better to have none than something bad and have a long-term vision. They first improve their own cultivation level, and then find male cultivators with higher cultivation levels. This way, their potential for future breakthroughs and advancements will be much greater. People's hearts are restless these days. Even if two people fall in love and become a devoted couple, the divorce rate is very high. According to statistics from the Marriage Registration Office of the Hahuan sect, as many as 70% of Taoist couples part ways in less than a year. Some fell in love with someone else, some had extramarital affairs, some lost their moral character, and some died tragically. In short, happy people are all alike. Every unhappy person is unhappy in their own way. Let's go over there and take a look. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch one. Senior brother Lu Wenyuan was in high spirits and beckoned Lin Tianyi to head to the area where the female cultivators were gathered in the west. He is 30 years old and has had a brief marriage. Less than 6 months after their marriage, his Taoist partner left for a foundation establishment inner disciple. Water flows downhill, and people strive for higher positions. In the face of self-cultivation and status, emotions are utterly worthless. In the sky, young female cultivators dressed in gorgeous dresses flew back and forth, drawing elegant arcs in mid-air. Her clothes fluttered, her jade pendants tinkled, and her tassels swayed gently, creating a graceful and charming scene. That damn beauty! Lin Tianyi and Lu Wenyuan quickly toured the various women of the Hahuan sect. Look, that female cultivator in front with 2 little braids and a red dress, she's so fair-skinned. Lu Wenyuan drooled. Lin Tianyi took a closer look. Name, Shin Kaiwei. Age, 32. Appearance, 89 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 8. Favorability, 0. Charge, 1 time. Multiplier, 50x points return. She's already in the late stage of Qi refining. Your cultivation is lower than hers, and you're just an outer disciple. Why would she be interested in you? Lin Tianyi poured a bucket of cold water on him. He has participated in 6 wedding flights. The female cultivators are very realistic. Male cultivators with low cultivation levels are generally hard to catch their eye. Tell me, why is it so hard to find a Taoist partner? I'm currently at the Qi refining stage, but given time, I'm sure I'll reach the foundation establishment stage, Lu Wenyuan said. Who would be willing to wait for you for 10 years? By then, it'll be too late. Lin Tianyi glanced at him. Don't say that female cultivators are materialistic. Put yourself in their shoes, male cultivators are also materialistic. Male cultivators also prefer women with higher cultivation levels than themselves, who are young, tall, beautiful, have a great figure, and are soft in the right places. Therefore, those enviable couples are few and far between. Name, Bai Qianqian. Age, 62. Appearance, 72 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 4. Favorability, 0. Rechargeable, 2 times. Multiplier, none. This female cultivator's appearance score is below 85, so the multiplier is 0. Lin Tianyi let his horse roam freely, looking for some beautiful female cultivators to look at. Name, Yi Wanqing. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 7. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 300x points return. This one is top-notch, good-looking, with a delicate and refined appearance, Lin Tianyi muttered. You can meet a few female cultivators who are clean, tidy, and have good qualities in all aspects, but they usually have very high standards. Lin Tianyi was already at the 4th level of the 2nd grade foundation establishment stage. Among the male cultivators present, his cultivation level was definitely among the top. However, his true cultivation level was concealed and fixed at the 3rd level of the 1st rank of Qi refining. In addition, as an outer disciple, he had no status in the Hahuan sect, so naturally he wouldn't win the favor of beautiful female cultivators. Hey, isn't this that good-for-nothing Lin Tianyi? A tall, thin male cultivator named Xia Linzhou walked towards them. He was 3 years younger than Lin Tianyi and had also been an outer disciple. Because of his talent, he has been promoted to an inner disciple of the Heavenly Fiend sect, with a cultivation level of Qi refining level 8.5 step foundation establishment stage. Xia Linzhou had a high opinion of himself and liked to put others down to show off his superiority. Lin Tianyi had no intention of paying any attention to such a frivolous person. However, the female cultivator who was clinging to his arm was none other than Su Qingyun. Previously, on their wedding night, Su Qingyun abandoned Lin Tianyi and absconded with spirit stones and pills. What a shameless woman! When Lin Tianyi saw her, an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. Why are you here too? With your cultivation level, what blind female cultivator would want to take a liking to you? Su Qingyun said sarcastically. I heard you wasted a lot of money on Su Qingyun. What a pity, you didn't even get a sip of soup. Ha ha. Xia Linzhou laughed so hard he bent over backwards. It seems these two have hooked up and become a pair of adulterers. Lin Tianyi glanced at Su Qingyun, who was heavily made up. Name, Su Qingyun. Age, 29. Appearance, 85 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 6. Favorability, 30. Rechargeable, 38 times. Multiplier, 0.5x points return. What? Lin Tianyi was shocked and dumbfounded when he saw Su Qingyun's information panel. Is the data correct? What exactly did Su Qingyun go through? Previously, Lin Tianyi had been sulking and harboring resentment towards Su Qingyun for deceiving him into marriage. But now, he has come to his senses and is not angry at all. Instead, he feels fortunate. God has eyes. Fortunately, he did not become her Taoist partner. I almost became the one left holding the bag. Otherwise, how many like-minded people would there be in this sect? Despite Su Qingyun's high cultivation level of 6, she actually slept her way up. A woman like her is fickle and has no bottom line when it comes to climbing the social ladder. She's willing to sacrifice anything for it. Lin Tianyi didn't get caught up in it, otherwise, he would have been half dead. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. Chapter 8, the number one beauty of the Hahuan sect makes her debut. He. Xia Linzhou, Su Qingyun, and their senior brother Lu Wenyuan were all dumbfounded. I don't know what made Lin Tianyi laugh. What are you laughing at? Xia Linzhou asked. I laugh at you for being blind, actually taking a liking to Su Qingyun. Damn it. Don't listen to him, he's just jealous of you. Lin Tianyi, we can never be Taoist partners in this lifetime, so just give up on that idea. Su Qingyun said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi slapped his thigh and jumped for joy. I couldn't ask for more, but please stay as far away from me as possible. The three people beside him were dumbfounded again. Lin Tianyi, are you alright? I didn't expect Su Qingyun's breakup to be such a big blow to you. Xia Linzhou had no idea about Su Qingyun's situation and thought Lin Tianyi was just having second thoughts and couldn't forget his old flame. I'm worried about you. In the future, you need to take good protective measures. What protective measures? What are you talking about? Xia Linzhou was completely baffled. Ignore him, Lin Tianyi is acting crazy, Su Qingyun said angrily. Yes, you're clearly jealous of me. You're just saying the grapes are sour because you can't have them. Xia Linzhou was completely bewitched. After saying that, he hugged Su Qingyun tightly, as if deliberately showing it to Lin Tianyi. Don't worry, I won't be jealous of you. Don't come to our Danyang gate for medicine when you get sick in the future, Lin Tianyi teased. You're insane. Xia Linzhou spat. Lin Tianyi had already subtly reminded him, but he remained completely oblivious. They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Soon, Xia Linzhou and Su Qingyun walked away. Junior brother Lin, what were you laughing at just now? Lu Wenyuan asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Xia Linzhou was about to reach the Hulunberg grassland. Lin Tianyi felt extremely gratified whenever he thought about it. The frustration he felt from being jilted by Su Qingyun was completely swept away. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. This caused a stir at the scene. A tall female cultivator, dressed in a long, flowing white dress, arrived at the wedding flight site. The semi-transparent clothing clung to the skin, giving a silky feel. With each step, her long, shapely legs exuded feminine charm. Her face was like exquisite porcelain, fair and delicate, so smooth it seemed as if it could be broken with a touch, and her arched eyebrows were as thin as silkworm silk. A touch of vermilion on her lips, more translucent than a ruby. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven. Chu Ran, my goddess, please torture me, please whip me. Let me stroke your hair, your forehead, your face, and your little secrets. Be my Taoist partner, and we'll be together day and night for the rest of our lives. Behind the fairy was more than 20 male cultivators who wanted to date her and cultivate together. When Lin Tianyi transmigrated, he discovered this problem. The confessions of the male cultivators of the Hahuan sect were very straightforward and explicit, lacking any artistic conception. Thinking about it later, it makes sense. They're already in the Hahuan sect, and both men and women are aiming for dual cultivation, so why would they need a fig leaf? Dual cultivation is for better cultivation. We're both adults, so there's nothing inappropriate about it. Lin Tianyi turned his gaze toward her. Name, Song Churin. Age, 26. Appearance, 98 points. Cultivation level, first grade Qi refining level 6. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 3000 X points return. What? 3000 X points back? This is the highest value Lin Tianyi has seen so far. Moreover, Song Churin's appearance score is as high as 98 points. She is young, beautiful, and pure. A group of male cultivators surrounded her like lapdogs. Song Churin completely ignored them, not even glancing at them. She smiled gently, and without uttering a word, gracefully departed before everyone's eyes. The male cultivators were dumbfounded, lingering in the scent of the virgin in the air, reluctant to leave. Among the younger generation of the Hahuan sect, Song Churin is ranked as the number one beauty. I didn't expect her to be even more aloof than I imagined, Lu Wenyuan said. She is not some wildflower by the roadside that anyone can pick. Sigh, those direct disciples got off easy. If I could cultivate with Song Charan even once, I would gladly shorten my lifespan by 20 years. Lu Wenyuan said with resentment. Cultivate diligently. Once you reach the nascent soul realm, you won't have to worry about finding female cultivators. Lin Tianyi finally understood, female cultivators all admire the strong. Within the Hahuan sect, the resources for dual cultivation are extremely unbalanced, with some suffering from a severe lack of resources and others from an abundance of them. Without cultivation, those high-quality female cultivators wouldn't even look at him, and he would only be reduced to ashes. Song Charan had a 3000x return on points, which deeply attracted Lin Tianyi. It seems that I need to increase her favorability to gain more benefits. Before we knew it, it was almost noon. At the wedding flight site, new male and female cultivators joined from time to time, and many people had already reached a preliminary agreement to go to the dense forest behind the mountain for further exchanges. Before long, senior brother Lu Wenyuan had already made contact with the two female cultivators. A female cultivator was only 22 years old, but she wanted to find a male cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. She had no requirements on the man's appearance or age, so Lu Wenyuan was unfortunately eliminated. Another female cultivator is 51 years old. She has been married 3 times. Now she has come to terms with it and no longer insists on cultivating her cultivation level. She wants to find a young male cultivator to cultivate together. Junior brother, this female cultivator and I will discuss this further elsewhere. I'll take my leave now. Lu Wenyuan was overjoyed. He was in the mid-stage of qi refining and had an ordinary appearance. He was glad that a female cultivator had taken a liking to him, so he quickly seized the opportunity. Go ahead and enjoy your youth, Lin Tianyi said, offering his blessings. In the blink of an eye, senior brother Lu Wenyuan and the female cultivator held hands and headed into the dense forest. Even now, there are still hundreds of nuns in the square. Those who are beautiful and have good figures are already taken. The remaining female cultivators were mostly picky and arrogant, and ordinary male cultivators simply couldn't catch their eye. Through taking drugs these past few days, Lin Tianyi has reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He has noticed that his cultivation has improved and his vision has also broadened. In the past, I was like my senior brother Lu Wenyuan, who would eat any female cultivator he saw without any discernment. The scumbag Su Qingyun took advantage of Lin Tianyi, swindling him out of his spirit stones and pills before kicking him aside. Things are different now. Lin Tianyi's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he also possesses countless pills. He can choose a higher quality, cleaner woman for dual cultivation. At this moment, a graceful female cultivator stood in front of them. She had a rounded waist, a pert bottom, and a little bit of flesh on her arms. She was plump yet beautiful, which was Lin Tianyi's favorite body type. Name, Fu Mingshu. Age, 25. Appearance, 89 points. Cultivation level, first grade qi refining level 5. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 800x points return. Greetings, young lady. I am Lin Tianyi, an outer disciple of the Danyang sect. Hello, I am Fu Mingshu, an outer disciple of the Starry Sky sect. Fu Mingshu glanced at Lin Tianyi, whose cultivation level was at the early stage of qi refining, lower than her own. She immediately lost interest, gave him a perfunctory reply, and then looked away. Actually, I've been watching Miss Fu for a long time. Excuse my bluntness, but your cultivation level is too low. Several of the senior brothers ahead of me are at the late stage of qi refining, but I didn't even notice them. Fu Mingshu pouted. In the Hahuan sect, the body is a resource. Finding someone to cultivate with is solely for the purpose of accelerating one's cultivation level. Female cultivators are often more pragmatic than male cultivators. They value not feelings, but what can I gain through dual cultivation? Relationships based on mutual interests are more solid than those based on emotions. Actually, my main concern is. I know you're thinking of saying you fell in love with me at first sight, but that's just lust at first sight. Excuse me, I need to go for a walk over there. Please excuse me. Fu Mingshu disliked Lin Tianyi's cultivation level as too low and didn't want to waste her time on him. After saying that, she turned around and made an excuse to leave. Miss Fu, are you poisoned? As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Mingshu stopped in her tracks. How do you know I'm poisonous? Chapter 9, Winning a Girl's Heart with a Poison Refining Pill. As I just said, I am an outer disciple of the Danyang sect. You have a melancholy look between your brows, dark red marks on your cheeks and chin, and more importantly, you have blue scale patterns on your left hand. The Danyang branch of the Hahuan sect is divided into two branches. One branch consists of alchemists, whose main job is to refine and store elixirs. The other branch consists of spiritual physicians, whose main job is to treat patients with medicine and medical skills. Lin Tianyi has been engaged in alchemy for many years. Although he is not a spiritual physician, he has learned some skills through observation and practice. Were you looking at me the whole time to see my symptoms of poisoning? Fu Mingxiu asked, somewhat surprised. Your spiritual energy is somewhat weak. I wonder if it's related to the toxins in your body. Lin Tianyi is in the mid-foundation establishment stage and has more refined perception abilities. Fu Mingxiu lifted her sleeve, revealing a striking blue scale pattern about half an inch long on her smooth, jade-like left arm. 8 years ago, I was bitten by a red-eyed snake while picking tea leaves on the mountain. I asked someone to detoxify me, but the venom had already invaded my spiritual veins and could not be completely removed. Fu Mingxiu's eyes were filled with sorrow. As expected, it was poisoning. Lin Tianyi's guess was correct. Have you ever taken any elixirs to detoxify? I've taken some detoxifying powder and calming pills, but they only provide temporary relief when symptoms appear. The snake venom in her body cannot be cured in a short time. If she improves her cultivation level, she can use spiritual energy to suppress the poison and evil within her body. Currently, this seems to be the only feasible method. As far as I know, the poison-repelling pill can cure snake venom, Lin Tianyi said. The poison-quenching pill is a specially made elixir. Its raw materials are poisonous medicinal plants and heavy metals, which are transformed into a detoxifying elixir through special high-temperature refining. Simply put, it's about fighting poison with poison. Poison refining pill? As an alchemist, you must know the price, right? Fu Mingxiu sneered. Lin Tianyi certainly knew that the poison refining pill was extremely valuable. An ordinary poison quenching pill costs no less than 30,000 spirit stones, while a top-grade poison quenching pill usually costs more than 50,000 spirit stones. Fu Mingxiu's family's annual income was only a little over 1,000 spirit stones, which was far from enough to buy the poison refining pill. I do have some elixirs that can cure the snake venom in your body. Although the poison refining pill is very precious, Lin Tianyi can easily exchange it with points. Really? You really have a way? Fu Mingxiu blinked her beautiful big eyes. Now, the poison in her body flares up every 3 months, causing unbearable itching, and in severe cases, she also experiences dizziness and hallucinations. The fact that someone could help her detoxify is like giving her a second chance at life. It's too crowded and noisy here to talk. If Miss Fu would like, why don't we meet in the woods behind the mountain? Lin Tianyi said. Fu Mingxiu was skeptical of his words. How could an outer disciple possibly possess a valuable poison refining pill? However, seeing Lin Tianyi's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was talking nonsense. Lin Tianyi turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain on his own. To follow or not to follow? Fu Mingxiu was still hesitating. Fine, let's see what tricks he plays in broad daylight. Before long, Lin Tianyi arrived at a secluded, dense grove. How much further are you going to take me? Let's stop here. Fu Mingxiu stopped in her tracks. To be honest, I have a top-grade poison removing pill that can cure the poison in your body. Top-grade poison quenching pill? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Ordinary poison refining pills cost tens of thousands of spirit stones, not to mention top-grade poison refining pills, which you can't buy even if you have the money. Fu Mingxiu expressed her doubts. The price of the poison refining pill is higher than that of the foundation establishment pill because it is used to save lives. If Lin Tianyi truly possessed such substantial wealth, he would have used it to enhance his cultivation level long ago, instead of remaining at the early stage of qi refining. This is completely inconsistent with his status. Fu Mingxiu didn't believe him at all. Don't ask me where I got my poison refining pill. I'll give it to you, do you want it? If it's given to me, of course I'll take it. The poison in Fu Mingxiu's body is a heart ailment that has plagued her for many years. Moreover, her poisoning symptoms continued to worsen, causing her unbearable pain. However, I'm not giving it to you for free. If I give it to you easily, you won't cherish it. I understand what you mean. I still have 1,000 spirit stones on me. If you need more, I can owe you some. Also, I can work like a slave for you to repay you, Fu Mingxiu said. Lin Tianyi smiled. He wasn't interested in spirit stones, but the last phrase, to be a cow or a horse, was exactly what he wanted to hear. Successfully redeemed 1 poison refining pill, 2,000 points. Take this pill. Lin Tianyi took out the poison refining pill. Is it really a poison refining pill? Fu Mingxu's eyes lit up. She had never seen such a high-grade pill before. To my utter surprise, a low-level cultivator could actually produce a mid-grade pill. Her pupils were filled with shock. Take this and eat it. The snake venom in your body will heal soon. Fu Mingxu took the poison-quenching pill and placed it in her palm. It was exquisite, translucent, and shone brightly, looking extraordinary. Thank you. She swallowed the pill in one gulp. Driven by spiritual power, a burst of revitalizing energy enveloped his entire body in an instant. As the medicinal effects penetrated her spiritual meridians, Fu Mingxu clearly felt a surge of energy. It felt as if every pore and leak in my body had been plugged up. Her face grew increasingly red, and she felt as if she were ascending to heaven, as the toxins in her body were being forced out little by little. How is this possible? The poison in my body has been cured so quickly. The blue scale pattern on her left arm began to fade at a visible rate, becoming increasingly faint. The detoxification pill is a miraculous antidote. It can neutralize most types of poisons, Lin Tianyi said. His is a top-grade poison refining pill, with a much higher efficacy than ordinary poison refining pills. Great! My poison is gone, and now my spiritual energy can be restored. Fu Mingxu was overjoyed. To restore spiritual energy, we also need the aid of spirit-gathering pills. Senior brother Lin, you gave me the antidote this time. I can never repay your kindness. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Fu Mingxu was moved to tears. Unexpectedly, an unknown outer disciple became her opportunity and benefactor. I was truly blind just now. The system detected that Fu Mingxu's favorability rating is 60, plus 60 points, return plus 48,000 points. A single poison refining pill costs only 2,000 points, but Fu Mingxu's favorability increased by 60 points, resulting in a return of 48,000 points. Lin Tianyi earned more than 20 times the points. This investment was a huge success. What do you mean by unable to repay? As long as you want to repay my kindness, I will definitely give you the opportunity, Lin Tianyi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingxu's heart began to race. She knew the value of such an expensive poison refining pill, of course. Lin Tianyi was her benefactor, and she had no spirit stones to spare, only this body that men coveted. Whatever senior brother Lin wants to do, I'll follow your arrangements. Fu Mingxu's voice grew softer and softer. He gave me my life. Whatever he wants, I'll give him. I gave him everything without reservation. Lin Tianyi slowly moved closer. Fu Mingxu had never felt this pressure before, and she closed her eyes. Was she about to be conquered by him? The more nervous you are, the more you want it. At this moment, Fu Mingxu felt a strange sense of anticipation, as if she wanted the secret to be revealed. Chapter 10, Secrets of the Sect's High-Ranking Officials. You've just been detoxified and your body is still very weak. Don't rush, rest for a few days and recover your strength first, Lin Tianyi said. I should be able to handle it. No rush, there's plenty of time. Come find me when you've thought it through and are ready. After saying that, Lin Tianyi turned and left without looking back. Now Fu Mingxu was completely bewildered in the wind. She originally thought that she would be executed on the spot by him. To everyone's surprise, senior brother Lin Tianyi remained unmoved by her presence, proving that he is a true gentleman. He also cares about himself and is considerate of himself. She needs to get her body back in good shape and be in the best possible condition. The key point is that Lin Tianyi didn't force her. It leaves a lot of room for maneuver. Give her enough time and enough space. Fu Mingxu's heart was completely captivated, and she was lost in uncontrollable daydreams. Now, all she could think about was Lin Tianyi. Once I've recovered, it'll be time to repay your kindness. I must make him open the floodgates. Not long after, Lin Tianyi returned home and closed the door. Successfully redeemed 1 chi boosting pill, 1,000 points. Successfully redeemed 2 secret pills, 300 points. Successfully redeemed 3 intermediate golden pills, 6,000 points. Lin Tianyi closed his eyes to rest and continued to take drugs and cultivate. I'll take whatever's offered: chi boosting pills, secretion clearing pills, bone strengthening pills, whatever's available. He possesses a naturally pure yang body, with abundant yang energy, so he is not afraid of consuming any amount of elixirs. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 5th level of the second grade foundation establishment stage. He seemed to have a turbocharger installed, his spiritual energy flowing endlessly, his dantian boiling, and even his hair was flying. Using the body as a furnace, it gathers the effects of various medicines, absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and rare and precious materials to form a powerful true essence. Rise. 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 Break. 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 1 hour later. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 6th level of the second grade foundation establishment stage. Not enough, have some more. Another hour passed. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 7th level of the second grade foundation establishment stage. In just 3 hours, Lin Tianyi broke through 3 minor realms in the foundation establishment stage, reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. This feeling is wonderful. At this moment, after taking the drug Sutong for a long time, he felt both refreshed and exhausted. You should hold your breath and get a good night's sleep. Is junior brother Lin home? Just as Lin Tianyi was gathering his spiritual energy and preparing to finish his work, Nangong Ji pushed open the door and entered. So it's senior sister Nangong, please come in. Lin Tianyi put on a light jacket and went to the doorway. Nangong Ji was clearly dressed up carefully tonight, with bright red lips. She wore a white dress, her shoulders partially exposed, revealing her curves. Did you need something, senior sister? I've come to visit. It's so hot in your room. With that, Nangong Ji took off her clothes, revealing a camisole underneath. Lin Tianyi knew in his heart that he would have work to do again tonight. Have a cup of herbal tea, it will help clear your mind, regulate your blood circulation, and cool you down. He poured 2 cups of tea, and Nangong Ji sat beside him. The two already knew each other well, so there were no taboos or constraints. Did you attend the sex wedding procession today? I went to take a look. Is there a female cultivator you like? There are some decent female cultivators, but they are far inferior to senior sister Nangong. Stop being so cheeky. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Tianyi grasped her small hand, and Nangong Ji did not resist, letting him knead it. She and Lin Tianyi practiced dual cultivation, but they were not officially recognized as Taoist partners. The main reason is that his cultivation level is too low. The purpose of dual cultivation is to accelerate cultivation. Nangong Ji obtained the pill she wanted, so the title of Taoist partner became dispensable. Moreover, Nangong Ji felt that this state was more exciting, without having to carry any psychological burden. In any case, everyone got what they wanted, and there would be no entanglements. After taking your spirit gathering pill, I feel much better. Good brother, do you have any more pills? I still want a breakthrough. I know you're very career-oriented, senior sister. Look what this is. Successfully redeemed 1 initial golden elixir, 1500 points. It's a golden core. There's actually a golden core. Nangong Ji exclaimed in surprise. This golden elixir is even more precious than the previous foundation establishment elixir. If I can cultivate to the golden core realm, I can become a minor leader in the Joyful Union sect, rising from a disciple to the sect's management. This change in identity and status was something Nangong Ji had longed for. Golden elixir, one must form the elixir oneself. I won't give it to anyone else, but if senior sister Nangong wants it, I will definitely teach her everything I know, Lin Tianyi said. I want it now. Nangong Ji lowered her head. What do you want, a golden elixir or? You're so mean, I want both of them. After saying that, Nangong Ji pulled Lin Tianyi to his feet, and the two of them walked arm in arm into the inner room. 1 hour later. Nangong Ji woke up, her face showing satisfaction, yet still feeling unsatisfied. It's not dawn yet, senior sister, why don't you lie down a little longer? Lin Tianyi said, getting up. I have to go back. The Thousand Illusions sect is having a meeting tomorrow, and several elders will be attending. What's the matter that requires such a large-scale mobilization? Something big has happened to the higher-ups of our sect. You couldn't possibly not know about this, could you? Has something happened to the Hahuan sect? Lin Tianyi was just an outer disciple who worked in the alchemy room. My daily life is basically a simple routine between the alchemy room and home. There had been some gossip and rumors about infighting among the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect, but it was far removed from his life, and he didn't care about such things. What big event? Does it concern us? Lin Tianyi asked curiously. I'm telling you this, but don't tell anyone else. The relationship between Nangongji and Lin Tianyi has now deepened, and there are no secrets between them. It's alright to tell him some of the sect's secrets. I heard it from an elder. The sect's holy son has gone missing. Nangongji lowered her voice. What? The holy son of the Hahuan sect has gone missing? How could such a thing happen? Lin Tianyi found it unbelievable. Among all the direct disciples of the Hahuan sect, approximately every 50 years, a pair of the most outstanding male and female cultivators emerged. After undergoing a rigorous trial process, the holy son and holy daughter are finally born. The decision-making structure of the Hahuan sect, from top to bottom, consists of the sect leader, protectors, elders, hall masters, and stewards. The initial cultivation level of the holy son and holy daughter generally does not reach the nascent soul realm, but is between the hall master and elder. However, the status of the holy son and holy daughter is very special, especially the holy daughter, whose path to advancement is often to become the next sect leader. In other words, the holy maiden is the successor to the leader of the Joyful Union sect. Once she becomes a holy maiden, all the resources of the Hahuan sect will be directed towards her, and her growth will be rapid. The holy son is in a rather awkward position. His primary purpose is to serve as a furnace for the holy maiden. Becoming a holy son is the dream of all disciples of the Joyful Union sect. How could this holy son possibly disappear? Lin Tianyi said. Without a doubt, the holy son is the man at the very pinnacle of all the disciples of the Joyful Union sect, without exception. Moreover, one can cultivate with the pure and flawless saintess. As long as one gets along well with the saintess and becomes a protector under the sect leader, one can also stand on one's own. There are many versions of the story. One version is that the holy son and holy daughter had a bad relationship and had a fight. In a fit of anger, the holy son left home, Nangongji said. The more she spoke, the more mysterious it became. If it were true, the inside story would certainly be more complicated than what Nangongji described. The holy son and holy daughter are inseparable, always together. Without the holy son, the holy daughter would no longer be the holy daughter. Of course, the sect's higher-ups are very anxious. I heard they're going to reselect the holy son. Who would have thought something like this would happen? Nangongji said. A new selection of the holy son? With the position of holy son vacant, it seems many of the sect's direct disciples will be tossing and turning at night. The selection of this holy son must be very difficult, right? Of course, he not only needs to have a high level of cultivation, but also needs to defeat all the direct disciples, and finally go through multiple rounds of tests by the Elder Council before he can become a holy son. Why are you asking these questions? Nangongji said. Oh, I was just curious. It seems being a holy son is too tough. It's much more carefree to be with senior sister. Close your eyes now and imagine me as a saint. Senior sister, I want more. I've come to take your golden core. Another hour passed. Nangongji was completely unable to get out of bed and could only sleep until dawn. The system detected that Nangongji's favorability is 85, plus 10 points, plus 5,000 points will be awarded back. Chapter 11. Senior Brother Lin, I've come tonight to repay a debt of gratitude. Hahuan Sect, Alchemy Room, Furnace Number 5. Lin Tianyi was preparing the immortal herbs, while the homeowner, Mu Xiaoyao, checked the raw materials one by one, completing the pre-refinement verification work. The two had been together for over 2 years and had already developed a certain level of understanding. Master Mu, we've refined so many pills this time, does it mean something's happened to the sect? Oh? What news have you heard this time? Mu Xiaoyao asked in return. It's nothing, I just heard it secondhand, about the holy son and holy daughter. How dare you? You're just an outer disciple, how dare you speak so presumptuously about the affairs of the sect's higher-ups? Mu Xiaoyao shouted sternly. Disciple understands. Lin Tianyi remained silent. Given his cultivation level, he could only languish at the bottom of the sect. The Hahuan sect has not made any official announcements, and no matter how confidently they claim, it is all speculation. Mu Xiaoyao put down the 9-ben spirit ginseng in her hand and walked up to Lin Tianyi. The ripe fruit on its body trembled gently, exuding charm. There are some things you'd better know less about. This time, quite a few people might be implicated. Just focus on refining the elixirs, and remember, staying alive is the most important thing, Mu Xiaoyao advised. Given Lin Tianyi's current cultivation level, knowing more is not necessarily a good thing. On the contrary, it could lead to unnecessary trouble, or even death. Lin Tianyi understood the good intentions of the homeowner, Mu Xiaoyao. This is to protect him. His alchemy work was quiet and peaceful, far removed from the power struggles within the Hahuan sect. This might not be a bad thing. By the way, the day after tomorrow morning, you'll come down the mountain with me to buy some ingredients for alchemy. Yes, Mr. Mu. As evening fell, Lin Tianyi returned to his small house. Because he was working harder to refine the pills, his workload almost doubled, and he couldn't even straighten his back. Nevertheless, as soon as he got home, he immediately started taking drugs and practicing cultivation. My cultivation is still too weak. I need to advance to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible so that the people in the sect will not underestimate me. Successfully redeemed 1 bone refining pill, 2,000 points. Successfully redeemed 2 high-grade golden elixirs, 6,000 points. Successfully redeemed 3 marrow cleansing pills, 600 points. After taking the drug, Lin Tianyi exhaled a breath of turbid air, his body became more and more pure, and spiritual energy filled his entire body. His innate pure yang body was like a huge furnace, burning fiercely and converting all the elixirs into energy. The energy within his body suddenly flowed smoothly, and its power increased exponentially. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 8th level of the 2nd grade foundation establishment stage. The drug use continues, and the upgrades never stop. Lin Tianyi sat in the chair, regulating his breathing and letting the spiritual energy flow freely. A resolute expression appeared on his handsome face. He must give it his all, without distraction, to reach a new destination. Lin Tianyi opened his eyelids, clenched his fists, and was surrounded by a powerful spiritual energy, which made a smile appear on his lips. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 9th level of the 2nd grade foundation establishment stage. Lin Tianyi completed the 9th level of foundation establishment, relying not on talent but on taking drugs. With his mind and spirit in perfect harmony, he felt as if he had been reborn. So this is what it feels like to break through a cultivation level. Even if I don't sleep tonight, I'm going to reach the golden core realm. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyi circulated his energy to increase the strength of his muscles and bones. Just then, he saw a figure lingering outside the window. Who? It's me. A soft, sweet voice said. The voice seemed familiar to Lin Tianyi. He decided to put breaking through to the golden core realm aside for now, got up, and went to the door. With a creak, a young and beautiful female cultivator was standing at the entrance. She wore a beige suit, her hair was simply styled in a bun, her face was lightly powdered, and her large, watery eyes darted around nervously. The soft fabric against the chest is more alluring than any other fabric. Is that junior sister Fu? What are you still standing there for? Come inside. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed, his heart was pounding with excitement. Fu Mingxu nodded slightly and walked shyly into the small house. After she went inside, Lin Tianyi closed the door, feeling overjoyed and energized. Thank you so much, senior brother Lin, for the life-saving poison removing pill. The poison in my body is all gone, Fu Mingxu said gratefully. Great, that's wonderful. Let me see it. Fu Mingxu pulled up her left sleeve, revealing her fair and smooth forearm, without a single scar. Really, there's not a trace of blue scale pattern left. All the poison in your body has been forced out. Lin Tianyi was also quite pleased. Moreover, after the detoxification, the dark red color on Fu Mingxu's face faded, and she became even more radiant. It was my good fortune to meet senior brother Lin the day before yesterday. Don't say that. Opportunities only come to those who are pure and virtuous. I like clean people like you. Now that my injuries have healed, I've come tonight to repay a debt of gratitude. At this point, Fu Mingxu's face flushed red. Good, what a sensible child. Last time, Lin Tianyi used a feigned indifference to lure Lin Tianyi into a trap. Fu Mingxu wanted to completely detoxify herself, and she wanted elixirs. Looking at the entire Hahuan sect, only Lin Tianyi had what she wanted. Human desires can grow gradually until they become uncontrollable. Fu Mingxu took the initiative to come to him tonight. Compared to her awkwardness when they first met, things were much more natural now. I will not force anyone unless you are willing. If you are not willing, you can leave now and I will not stop you. Hearing this, Fu Mingxu was even more moved. Although this was a transaction fraught with undercurrents, Lin Tianyi gave her ample freedom. The more he said this, the more open-minded he seemed, the more Fu Mingxu felt she wanted to give it to him. Senior brother Lin, I had already made up my mind when I came here, and I have no regrets. You gave me precious pills, and I will also offer you something precious in return, Fu Mingxu said. It's wonderful that you think that way. It shows you're a kind-hearted girl. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. The system detected that Fu Mingxu's favorability rating is 80, plus 20 points, and plus 16,000 points will be awarded back. It seems that Fu Mingxu has already won him over. My positive feelings towards them are constantly increasing. I'm here today to serve my senior brother like a slave. Ha, this is so much fun. But don't worry, I still have qi refining pills and marrow cleansing pills here. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I will repay your great kindness with all my heart. Fu Mingxu's cheeks were flushed red, her eyes darting around, hiding unspoken words. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi picked up Fu Mingxu and carried her into the inner room. Until the next day, when the sun rose. Both of them were already awake, but they were still snuggling together. Successfully redeemed 3 qi refining pills, 600 points. Successfully redeemed 5 marrow cleansing pills, 1000 points. Although the snake venom in your body has been neutralized, there are still some impurities left. Take a few more cleansing pills to cleanse your body of these impurities, Lin Tianyi said. The purer the spiritual energy in one's body, the faster one's cultivation level can be upgraded. Fu Mingxu knew that these 5 top-grade marrow cleansing pills were very valuable, each costing several thousand spirit stones. It's unbelievable that Lin Tianyi, a mere outer disciple, would be so generous. This time, I finally followed the right person. Chapter 12, Intimate Encounter with Mu Zhaoyao on a Flying Vehicle. My senior brother is so good to me, Fu Mingxu said shyly. There are 3 more qi refining pills. Don't take them too often. Take one every 2 or 3 days, and you'll be guaranteed to advance to the late stage of qi refining. That's awesome. Fu Mingxu was completely moved. These 3 top-grade qi refining pills are of extraordinary value. Lin Tianyi has been incredibly kind to her, and she has received double the reward for her efforts. The system detected that Fu Mingxu's favorability rating is 85, plus 5 points, and plus 4,000 points will be awarded back. My senior brother treats me better than family. From now on, I will be at your beck and call whenever you need me. Lin Tianyi was like a star in the night sky, illuminating Fu Mingxu's heart. It's already dawn, you should go home quickly. I also need to rest and recuperate. There's no need to rush, Lin Tianyi said. Fu Mingxu got up, put 8 pills into the bottle, and her face beamed with joy. Next time, if I behave well, will you give me even more pills? Junior sister Fu, haste makes waste. Let your brother rest for a few days. Okay, I'll be going now. I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. No rush, junior sister. Slow and steady wins the race. Let me raise more fish. He. After saying that, Fu Mingxu finally left. Lin Tianyi got out of bed and clearly felt a sore back. He was penniless and destitute. He glanced at the electronic panel. Name, Lin Tianyi. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 2nd grade foundation establishment, level 9. Constitution, innate pure yang sacred body. Points, 75,000. Techniques, Vajra body protection divine skill, mysterious void shift, or a concealment technique. Space, 3 marrow cleansing pills, 1 poison tempering pill, 2 spirit gathering pills, 2 high-grade golden pills. This woman is really hindering my cultivation. He is now only 1 step away from the golden core stage. He must reach the golden core realm at least. So Lin Tianyi straightened his weary body, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his energy, activating his spiritual power. After swallowing a golden pill, his breath flowed gently like a stream, and his whole body became relaxed. Before long, spiritual energy generated a vortex within the body, stirring up wind and clouds, as if a violent storm was about to break out. A slight pain began in my lower abdomen, my muscles trembled, and my bones felt loose. Once the spiritual energy flows freely and accumulates its strongest power, it melts away like ice and snow. After the storm subsided, new spiritual energy begins to nourish every inch of your meridians. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 1st level of a 3rd grade golden core. I've reached the golden core stage. I've finally reached the golden core stage. Lin Tianyi cried tears of joy. He opened his eyes, his pupils clear and bright. His vision had improved, and he could clearly see an insect 100 feet away. After Lin Tianyi reached the golden core realm, not only did his magic power and strength increase, but his lifespan also increased. He was also able to control and fuse magical artifacts. In addition, he can fly through the light, roaming freely among various mountain peaks and between heaven and earth. Within the Hahuan sect, reaching the Golden Core realm makes one an exceptionally outstanding inner disciple. He has also reached the threshold of becoming a direct disciple. More importantly, Lin Tianyi is only 28 years old. A 28-year-old Golden Core cultivator is a rare find, even on the entire fantasy continent. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking. Landlord Mu, I've arrived. Lin Tianyi arrived at the entrance of the alchemy building, where Mu Xiaoyao had been waiting for a long time. Today, the two agreed to go down the mountain together to the market to buy some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Let's go. Mu Xiaoyao flicked her fingers, and a willow leaf boat appeared. She is at the second level of the third-grade Golden Core realm and can travel by wind. Lin Tianyi also broke through to the Golden Core realm yesterday and also gained the ability to fly. However, Lin Tianyi's cultivation level was concealed, and he still appeared to be at the early stage of qi refining. Landlord Mu, can I hitch a ride? He asked shamelessly. Come on up. Mu Xiaoyao stepped onto the willow leaf boat, while Lin Tianyi jumped on. With a whoosh, the willow leaf boat rose from the ground, instantly becoming dozens of feet high. Ouch! Lin Tianyi swayed, and in his haste, he hugged Mu Xiaoyao's waist from behind. Warm and fragrant, soft and supple, as if boneless. You! Mu Xiaoyao turned around and glanced at him, her face blushing. Lin Tianyi stood on the willow leaf boat. The wind resistance was strong, and there were no handrails. To maintain his balance, he could only instinctively hold her waist. Landlord Mu, you don't mind, do you? Lin Tianyi's hands, like a pair of pliers, were firmly wrapped around Mu Xiaoyao's waist. After all, in her opinion, Lin Tianyi only had the cultivation level of qi refining, and his cultivation was shallow, so she could only let him take advantage of her. And so, the two rose into the clouds and flew for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before they began to descend slowly. Lin Tianyi wrapped his arm around her waist, pressing his chest tightly against her back, feeling the warmth of her heart. Unconsciously, Mu Xiaoyao felt a sense of shyness. She was still a virgin, and a man's close proximity and accidental touch made her feel weak and limp. Why do I have this feeling? She could only force herself to suppress it. He has such strong yang energy. Mu Xiaoyao's long hair danced in the air, brushing against Lin Tianyi's cheek. The fragrance is intoxicating, like being bathed in a spring breeze. Lin Tianyi couldn't help but hug her even tighter. Since they were about to land anyway, Mu Xiaoyao decided to just bear with it and let things take their course. With a squeak, the willow leaf boat sank to the ground. This flight has ended. Can you let go now? Mu Xiaoyao and Lin Tianyi had stopped, but Lin Tianyi still had his arm around her waist. Oh, I felt so safe up there. Lin Tianyi released his hand, somewhat reluctant to leave. Sense of security? Mu Xiaoyao glanced at him. Just now on the willow leaf boat, she felt that Lin Tianyi was standing very steadily, but his two hands were brazenly caressing her waist. But he only has the cultivation level of the early stage of qi refining, how could he possibly control the wind? This feeling is both irresistible and irresistible. Perhaps I'm just imagining things. Mu Xiaoyao stopped indulging in such unrealistic daydreams. We're pressed for time today, let's go to the market to check out the ingredients for alchemy. Okay. So the two of them headed towards the south gate of the market. Located at the foot of Yunsha Peak, the market is a comprehensive trading center for a wide variety of items, including elixirs, medicinal herbs, and magical artifacts. The common currency here is spirit stones, and there are also higher-grade gold stones. 1 gold stone equals 10,000 spirit stones. Mu Xiaoyao was a regular at the market and walked easily to Wanjinlu. Wanjinlu is a 3-story building that mainly deals in medicinal herbs, spiritual flowers, and various natural minerals. Its main customers are alchemists. Isn't this Miss Mu from the Joyful Union sect? Long time no see, what are you buying today? An elderly shopkeeper politely stepped forward and called out to customers. Manager Ding, how have you been? The sect needs to refine a batch of pills, so I've come to pick up some goods, Mu Xiaoyao said. Okay, take a look first, and I'll give you a discount if you pick one. Lin Tianyi saw that the cabinet was filled with all kinds of colorful fairy herbs. There are dragon pattern grass, blood spirit grass, red essence fungus, golden sun fungus, bodhi flower, wind spirit flower, and some fruits, such as yin jujube and heavenly yuan fruit. These medicinal herbs may look similar, but they come from different places, are different varieties, and are different years old, so their medicinal effects will vary greatly. Mu Xiaoyao told Lin Tianyi that she would teach him some skills to identify medicinal herbs. This golden lingji is from Tianzhu Mountain and is at least 200 years old. It can be used to refine low-grade spirit-gathering pills. It is cheaper than the golden yangji, and its medicinal effects are actually about the same, Mu Xiaoyao added. Lin Tianyi nodded in agreement. He has broadened his horizons by visiting the market today. Chapter 13 Top-grade pills shock shopkeeper Xian Yancy. Manager Ding, what's the price of Ganoderma lucidum today? 220,000 spirit stones per gene, but if you want to buy it, I'll give you 210,000 spirit stones. What do you think? It's too expensive. It was only 180,000 spirit stones per kilogram a few months ago. The supply has been tight lately, and I only have a few kilograms left. To be honest, I could sell it for 230,000 yuan and still not have to worry about it selling, said Manager Ding. The price of Masona chinensis fluctuates with the market. If market demand is high, the price will indeed rise accordingly. Alright, give me a pound of Ganoderma lucidum. Mu Xiaoyao placed the order. Want some of today's fresh goods? Kunlun spirit algae, which increases lifespan, and 7 colored mushrooms, which nourish the 5 internal organs. Sure, I'll take some if the price is right. Then please come inside, Miss Mu. Mu Xiaoyao needs to purchase a large quantity of immortal herbs, involving multiple varieties and prices, so she needs to come inside to discuss the details. You can wait for me here, or you can go outside for a walk. I think I'll go outside for some fresh air, Lin Tianyi said. So, Mu Xiaoyao and Manager Ding went into the inner room, while Lin Tianyi, feeling bored, went out of Wanjinlu and wandered around other parts of the market. He was an alchemist, and his first thought was to go to the pill market. Little master, are you here to buy some pills? A female shopkeeper with long hair tied up and phoenix eyes greeted Lin Tianyi with a smile. She wore a V-neck, tight-fitting long dress, which accentuated her curves and made a strong visual impact. If you marry a boss like that, she'll definitely be a good mother. Name, Xian Yancy. Age, 48. Appearance, 86 points. Cultivation level, 2nd grade, Foundation Establishment level 3. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 1200 X points return. Lin Tianyi was stunned. This woman was already half old, yet the return rate was so high? Looking at her again, her exquisite makeup and clothing, like a fine vintage wine, possessed a special charm. Her maturity is like the abundant and alluring fruit of autumn. Although Xian Yancy is 48 years old, she looks more charming than an 18-year-old girl. Oh, I'm just browsing. Lin Tianyi stepped forward, pretending to inquire about prices. Which sect do you belong to? I'm from the Hahuan sect. Today I'm accompanying the homeowner down the mountain to stroll around the market. Upon hearing the name of the Hahuan sect, Xian Yancy couldn't help but smile. She reached out her delicate hand and took out 2 bottles of pills from the cabinet. Want some Dragon Yang pills and Heavenly Yang pills? Buy 2 get 1 free right now. After taking them, they can instantly strengthen your yang energy and improve your stamina and vitality. Xian Yancy covered her mouth and laughed. No, I don't need aphrodisiac pills. Lin Tianyi smiled awkwardly. Although the Hahuan sect is a demonic sect, it emphasizes harmony between humanity and nature. A man's strength is innate. He should let nature take its course and rest when he is exhausted. If you only stimulate activity and make people overly resilient, it will be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and you will lose more than you gain. Lin Tianyi is in his prime and full of energy every day, but this aphrodisiac pill has serious side effects. Taking too much of it will severely deplete his physical strength. Excuse my bluntness, but your cultivation level is too low. You need to start dual cultivation as soon as possible to increase your power. In order to sell his business, shopkeeper Xian Yancy was adept at manipulating people's hearts and constantly brainwashed Lin Tianyi. I'd like to ask, how much does this marrow cleansing pill cost? Lin Tianyi pointed to 1 pill. This is a low-grade marrow cleansing pill, only 4,999 spirit stones. Want one? It'll make your whole body feel refreshed, Xian Yancy said. Lin Tianyi muttered to himself that he only earned a little over 100 spirit stones a month while refining pills in the alchemy room. To buy this low-grade marrow cleansing pill, one needs to accumulate enough savings for a full 3 years. The price of elixirs was indeed exorbitant, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Where's that better quality marrow cleansing pill over there? This is a top-grade marrow cleansing pill, priced at 30,000 spirit stones. Even the deacons of your Hahuan sect probably can't afford it. Shopkeeper Xian Yancy glanced at Lin Tianyi. Elixirs are very expensive. The better ones can be ridiculously expensive. Let alone qi refining realm cultivators, even foundation establishment realm cultivators can usually only buy 2 low-grade pills or 1 mid-grade pill with their annual salary. Xian Yancy deliberately quoted a high price of 30,000 spirit stones in an attempt to scare Lin Tianyi away. He must be a poor person, unable to even afford a low-grade marrow cleansing pill that costs 4,999 spirit stones. Want to see a superior grade marrow cleansing pill? Xian Yancy was no longer as enthusiastic as before and ignored him. Shopkeeper, I'd like to ask another question. Do you accept pills? You want to sell pills? Yes, I want to exchange some spirit stones. Lin Tianyi had saved over 8,000 spirit stones from his salary over the past 10 years, of which 6,000 spirit stones were wasted on that slut Su Qingyun. With the remaining 2,000 spirit stones, I purchased a small house. He currently only has a little over 200 spirit stones on him. Although he has few spirit stones, he has many pills. He can redeem as many points as he wants, so theoretically he can have as many as he wants. He exchanged one top-grade marrow cleansing pill for only 200 points, while a high-grade marrow cleansing pill can be sold for 30,000 spirit stones. His top-grade marrow cleansing pill should be worth even more. Your pills, you didn't make them yourself, did you? I don't accept crudely made pills. Refining a single good elixir is by no means an easy task. Besides high-quality medicinal herbs and mineral raw materials, one must also understand the auxiliary materials, dosage, and mutual generation and restraint, including the material of the alchemy furnace and the burning spirit, all of which are very particular. Xian Yancy simply did not believe that Lin Tianyi would have any good pills to offer in a trade. How much do you think this marrow cleansing pill can sell for? Lin Tianyi took out a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. What, this is your elixir? When the shopkeeper Xian Yancy saw the marrow cleansing pill, he found it to be as red as agate, with a pure luster and a delicate orchid fragrance. At first glance, it's extraordinary. She held the marrow cleansing pill in her hand, examining it closely, her eyes growing increasingly horrified. This is a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Shopkeeper Xian Yancy was shocked. Unexpectedly, this young cultivator actually possessed an extremely precious top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Give me an estimate. How much would you pay if I sold it to you? Lin Tianyi asked. Xian Yancy looked at Lin Tianyi again, a look of disbelief flashing across her face before freezing in her eyes. Looks like this kid got incredibly lucky. He probably found it by chance. If it were a top-grade cleansing marrow pill from the Pill Cauldron Palace, it could easily fetch 50,000 spirit stones. However, the origin of your pill is unknown, and I estimate it would be difficult to sell even for 40,000 spirit stones, Xian Yancy said. In this fantasy world, Dan Ding Palace is a sect specializing in refining elixirs. It has a long history, high reputation, and every elixir is a masterpiece. Other sects also refine pills within their own sects, but the finished products are often of lower quality. Pills also require traceability. Only pills from the Dan Ding Palace or those endorsed by a major sect can fetch a high price. Pills like Lin Tianyi's, which are 3 no products, no production date, no manufacturer, no quality certificate, are generally made from leftover materials or dregs during alchemy, and their quality is difficult to guarantee. It's okay, just name your price, and if it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. For Lin Tianyi, these pills were all redeemed with points, and even if they were priced at 1 spirit stone, he would still make a huge profit. Shopkeeper Xian Yancy thought for a moment and said, for this top-grade marrow cleansing pill, I can only give you 35,000 spirit stones at most. She expects to sell for around 40,000 spirit stones and buy for 35,000 spirit stones, of which 5,000 spirit stones is the difference she earns. Alright, then it'll be 35,000 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. He could work in the alchemy room of the Hahuan sect his whole life and still not accumulate so many spirit stones. Now, he can obtain unimaginable amounts of spirit stones by selling just 1 marrow cleansing pill. It feels like I'm dreaming. Could you take a look at these 2 spirit stones for me? What's their price? Lin Tianyi then took out 1 spirit gathering pill and 1 yuan transformation pill from his pocket. What, you have more? At this moment, the shopkeeper Xian Yancy could no longer sit still and stood up. She took the 2 pills, and her pupils seemed to be suddenly forced open by an invisible hand, her eyes almost overflowing from their sockets. His shocked expression spread rapidly, like ink dripping into water. These are all top-grade pills. Xian Yancy never expected that Lin Tianyi would pull out such a powerful weapon. A cultivator in the early stage of qi refining actually produced pills of comparable quality to those refined by professionals at the Pill Cauldron Palace. Moreover, each one is a rare and top-grade elixir. This is utterly unbelievable. Chapter 14. Mu Xiaoyao falls into a trap of gentleness. You can rest assured about the quality of the pills. I can assure you that they are absolutely genuine, Lin Tianyi said. Shopkeeper Xianyancy has been in the elixir business for decades, and she can tell the difference between good and bad products at a glance. She guessed that Lin Tianyi must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Otherwise, he would never have been able to obtain such an expensive, top-grade elixir. It seems I underestimated him before. Xianyancy became enthusiastic again, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a knowing smile. I originally thought he was a nobody, but it turns out he's a nouveau riche. I can give you 60,000 spirit stones for this spirit gathering pill, and 70,000 spirit stones for that yuan transformation pill. What? So many spirit stones? Lin Tianyi never expected that the pills he exchanged for with a few hundred points would be worth over 10,000 spirit stones. However, he did not panic and pretended to be calm. Your price is just average, could you go up a bit? This price isn't low, you have to give me some profit margin, and it's our first time working together, so there's a time cost for me to hold on to it, Xianyancy said. Okay, then let's do it this way. Lin Tianyi felt that was enough. He didn't have much time to waste on haggling. With 130,000 spirit stones, plus the 35,000 spirit stones from the top-grade marrow cleansing pill, he made a profit of 165,000 spirit stones in one transaction. This was a fortune he had never dared to dream of before. After counting the spirit stones, shopkeeper Xianyancy put them into a bag and handed it to Lin Tianyi. He handed over spirit stones in one hand and pills in the other. The system detected Xianyancy's favorability level as 30, plus 30 points, return plus 36,000 points. Does this increase favorability? Lin Tianyi had not anticipated this. Moreover, 36,000 points were returned, which can be exchanged for a lot of pills. Lin Tianyi sold 3 pills, which meant he didn't spend any money and instead gained more pills. It's a total freebie. Thank you, shopkeeper. I'll come again next time, Lin Tianyi said goodbye. If you have any good products in the future, you can come directly to me. My prices will satisfy you, said shopkeeper Xianyancy. Although Lin Tianyi had many more top-grade pills, taking them out rashly would definitely attract attention. Murder and robbery for the sake of elixirs are not uncommon. He left the medicine market and came to a place that sold magical artifacts. A middle-aged shopkeeper greeted us warmly. Young master, come and take a look at these magical artifacts. Compare prices from 3 different vendors, and we'll be honest with you, young and old. This shop, which sells all sorts of religious artifacts, does indeed have quite a few treasures. Lin Tianyi is already a golden core cultivator, so he should have a magic weapon for self-defense. Would you like the flame-binding box? Or the silver-edged wine vessel? This forging furnace can spew out spiritual fire, and the azure gold ring can be flung out and stun people, the shopkeeper introduced. Besides these, the shop also has swords, axes, and soft gold bows, all of which are exquisite magical artifacts. Magic artifacts shouldn't be too conspicuous, it's best to keep them discreet and avoid being discovered, Lin Tianyi thought to himself. He saw 2 beads in the cabinet. Shopkeeper, what is this? These are beads that were naturally formed after a meteorite was struck by lightning. They are called thunder prayer beads. Once launched, they will strike the opponent as if struck by lightning. They are very powerful and will either kill or seriously injure them. I want this, what's the price? Wow, you have a good eye. This thunder rosary is a mid-grade magic artifact, so the price will definitely be higher. The minimum is 150,000 spirit stones, no bargaining, the shopkeeper said. Lin Tianyi thought the bead was good, it was easy to carry, had great attack power, and most importantly, it was very concealed and not easily detected. He just sold 3 pills, and he'll use the money to buy thunder rosary beads. Okay, I'll take it. Here's 150,000 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi took out a bag of spirit stones. After the shopkeeper finished counting, he handed the mid-grade magic artifact, the thunder rosary, to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi placed the 2 thunder prayer beads in his palm, examined them carefully for a few moments, and then, satisfied, put them away. Young master, please feel free to bring me anything else you need next time. The shopkeeper could tell that Lin Tianyi's cultivation level was average, but he was generous and didn't even blink when he took out 150,000 spirit stones. Appearances can indeed be deceiving. After browsing through the magical artifact shops, Lin Tianyi felt it was about time, so he returned to Wan Jinlu. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyao and manager Ding had almost finished their conversation, and a bamboo basket was filled with various medicinal herbs and minerals. Miss Mu, please rest assured, the quality of my goods is absolutely reliable. Thank you for your help, Manager Ding. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Mu Xiaoyao was very satisfied with today's purchases. She spent more than 3 million spirit stones to purchase raw materials and auxiliary materials for alchemy. That's enough, we should head back. Lin Tianyi stepped forward, picked up the bamboo basket, which was neither light nor heavy, weighing about 20 kilograms. The two left the market one after the other, preparing to return to Huanzhong. At that moment, not far away, a little girl who looked about 5 or 6 years old was running along, crying and sobbing. You little brat, still trying to run? I'll kill you. Two men dressed in black were chasing after the little girl. Damn it, they don't even spare children. Mu Xiaoyao frowned, her anger rising. She leaped forward and chased after him. Landlord Mu, wait for me, you've forgotten about me. Lin Tianyi was at his wits' end. She left without even saying goodbye. If you can ride the wind, so can I. He took a deep breath, lifted his feet off the ground, and followed behind the homeowner, Mu Xiaoyao. Deep in a dense forest. Wah-ah! The little girl squatted under a tree, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. Mu Xiaoyao followed the sound, squatted down, and gently patted the little girl's shoulder. The little girl turned around. Oops. She had a weathered, sallow face. She was not a little girl at all, and she gave Mu Xiaoyao a sinister smile. Mu Xiaoyao realized she had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The old woman with the yellow face pulled out a punch, which turned into a terrifying orange beam of light. Extremely fast. Caught off guard, Mu Xiaoyao turned her body to the side, but it was too late. Her left shoulder was struck. She took a few steps back, black smoke rising from her wound, clutched her chest with her hand, and spat out a mouthful of foul blood. Landlord Mu, are you all right? At this moment, Lin Tianyi arrived. Seeing that Mu Xiaoyao was injured, he put down the bamboo basket and went forward to help her. We've fallen for their trap. Sure enough, behind that sallow-faced woman appeared the two men in black who had been chasing her earlier. They both wore face masks to conceal their faces. Without a doubt, these three were in cahoots. They were there to lure Mu Xiaoyao into their trap. I've long heard that the Mu family head of the Hahuan sect is incredibly beautiful, and seeing her today only makes me more eager to meet her. Haha, what a big-breasted, brainless idiot. Before we kill her, let's have some fun first. The two men in black had arrogant expressions. Despicable and shameless. Lin Tianyi cursed them. These beasts took advantage of Mu Xiaoyao's kindness and set a trap. They were extremely vicious. After circulating her aura and gathering her spiritual energy, Mu Xiaoyao had recovered most of her strength. It seemed that the punch she had just received had not caused her serious injury. You bunch of lecherous thieves, how dare you scheme against me? If you know what's good for you, back down, and I'll spare your lives. Mu Xiaoyao was at the second level of the third-grade Golden Core realm, while the two men in black opposite her were only at the late stage of the second-grade Foundation Establishment realm. In terms of both physical strength and magical power, she was far superior. Therefore, even though Mu Xiaoyao was slightly injured, she was not afraid of the two of them. You're about to die, and all you have left is this stubbornness. I'll show you who's tougher later. The two men in black had smirks on their faces. Faced with provocation and humiliation, Lin Tianyi immediately stood up. Lin Tianyi, step back and let me handle this. Without saying a word, Mu Xiaoyao stood in front of him. She knew that Lin Tianyi was only at the early stage of qi refining and was no match for the two men in black in front of her. Landlord Mu, actually I. Step back, let me do it. Mu Xiaoyao insisted. The difference in cultivation level is fatal and overwhelming. A golden core cultivator is always stronger than a foundation establishment cultivator. She believed that although she had suffered some injuries, she was still much stronger than Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi will only be throwing his life away. All right. Lin Tianyi saw Mu Xiaoyao and insisted that if he disobeyed, it would further aggravate her injuries. Moreover, with Mu Xiaoyao's strength, she should be able to handle opponents at the foundation establishment stage. So Lin Tianyi stepped back behind her. You're already injured, so surrender obediently to avoid further suffering, or I'll make you wish you were dead later. We'll attack below her neck, but don't hurt that pretty, charming face. The two men in black, emboldened by their power, spewed vulgarities, which further enraged Mu Xiaoyao. Chapter 15 kills a mid-stage golden core expert in one move. One man took out an eagle beak staff, and the other summoned a golden wrapped cudgel, which transformed into two long chains and blasted towards Mu Xiaoyao. Mu Xiaoyao used a light barrier as a defense. A sandstorm swept through the area, and the surrounding temperature continued to rise. Mu Xiaoyao was fighting two people alone, and she was also injured, so she was not in a good position. The two men in black kept increasing their strength, but they couldn't hurt her in the slightest. The three of them remained locked in a stalemate, unable to reach an agreement. If things continue like this, it will likely end in a lose-lose situation. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from the dense forest. A blue icicle, like a sharp arrow, hurtled towards them. Ah! Caught off guard, Mu Xiaoyao was struck on the back of the shoulder by an ice spike, instantly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Her face turned deathly pale, her spiritual energy leaked out, and she completely lost her will to fight. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi stepped forward to help her up. Another figure descended from the sky. Such powerful pressure. Yes, there is a master. Mu Xiaoyao gasped for breath. This person's strength is even greater than Mu Xiaoyao's. He is at least at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Your subordinate greets Chief Qiao. As you predicted, Mu Xiaoyao has fallen into the trap. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You distracted her so I could successfully launch a sneak attack. Chief Qiao said smugly. It turns out that all of this was a setup. Landlord Mu, can you still hold on? Lin Tianyi pulled her into his arms and felt her body temperature slowly dropping. An icicle formed on the wound on her shoulder. I've been poisoned by the ice soul scorpion, and I'm afraid I won't live much longer. You're no match for them, so hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Mu Xiaoyao was slightly out of breath. This is a rare type of scorpion venom, extremely potent. No, I won't leave, I want to save you. Mu Xiaoyao was ambushed, but disregarding her own safety, she still wanted Lin Tianyi to leave quickly, showing her deep affection and loyalty. A bunch of despicable beasts. Lin Tianyi was extremely angry. Chief Qiao, what should we do with Mu Xiaoyao and the man next to her? You've destroyed all this fodder, preventing the Hahuan sect from refining pills. As for Mu Xiaoyao, do whatever you want with her, but don't show her any mercy after you've had your fun. As for the man next to her, he's getting in the way, so tell him to shut up as soon as possible. With victory firmly in his grasp, Chief Qiao turned around and left, satisfied. Kid, don't worry, I'll send you to heaven right now. A man in black threw a staff, which rapidly expanded tenfold in mid-air, transforming into a steel pestle that hurtled towards Lin Tianyi. Oops. Mu Xiaoyao's face paled. Lin Tianyi was completely unable to withstand such a powerful magical artifact. Unfortunately, she was injured first and then poisoned, leaving her limp and unable to exert any strength. Run, she urged Lin Tianyi, her heart filled with anxiety. A loud crash. The steel pestle stopped abruptly an inch away from Lin Tianyi, hovering in mid-air. In an instant, Mu Xiaoyao and the two men in black were completely stunned. Impossible, how could this be? Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Tianyi waved his wrist, and the swollen eagle-beak staff immediately turned its spearhead and flew towards the man in black. The magical artifact I threw out actually flew back? With another loud boom, a man in black was struck by his own magical weapon and died instantly. Terrifying. What kind of magic is this? It turned out that Lin Tianyi was already at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and the attacks from the mere Foundation Establishment realm were like scratching an itch on him. Secondly, he possesses the Diamond Body Protection Divine skill, which can withstand 99% of damage, making him as solid as a rock. In addition, his Mysterious Void Great Shift can return the opponent's attack intact. Those who harm others bring shame upon themselves. Court death. Another man in black was furious. He summoned the golden staff in his hand, which instantly transformed into a long golden snake that flew towards Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi remained calm and waited for the golden snake to approach. With a wave of his hand, the golden snake changed direction and pounced straight at the man in black. How so? The man in black hadn't expected that the golden snake would coil around him, tightening its grip. Until the muscles rupture and the bones shatter. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Another man in black died, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The 2 men in black have been killed, and the mastermind behind it all, Chief Qiao, won't escape either. Lin Tianyi flew away, chasing after Chief Qiao. Xiao Xiaolin walked to the stream and suddenly heard the sound of wind and cranes behind him. He had a bad feeling. Don't run, I'm here to take your dog's life. Lin Tianyi flew over at breakneck speed. Xiao Xiaolin's pupils suddenly dilated. Wasn't this kid the little follower who was next to Mu Xiaoyao just now? He actually tracked me all the way here. Could it be that my two subordinates? What ability do you have that you dare to challenge me? Xiao Xiaolin said dismissively. He was at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, while Lin Tianyi was only at the early stage of qi refining, a complete novice. Crushing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. You dared to plot against Master Mu. I will make you pay the price. Lin Tianyi said. You think you can take me on? Xiao Xiaolin laughed loudly. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger that's overestimating their abilities. Without saying a word, Lin Tianyi unleashed a palm strike. Xiao Xiaolin dodged past him, sideways, and a clump of hair was shaved off. This power. How can a qi refining cultivator possess the power of a golden core cultivator? This is impossible. Xiao Xiaolin was greatly alarmed. He looked at Lin Tianyi again, and a hint of lingering fear appeared in his eyes. I didn't realize you had some strength, but compared to me, you're still far from it. Xiao Xiaolin drew a long sword, the heaven-crushing sword. This sword is incredibly powerful. It can cleave mountains in two with a single strike and is indestructible. Lin Tianyi remained calm and composed. Under the defense of the Diamond Body Protection Divine Skill, the Heavenly Calamity Sword was nothing more than an embroidery needle. He then used the Mysterious Void Great Shift, turning the Mysterious Heaven Sword 180 degrees and blasting it towards Xiao Xiaolin. Xiao Xiaolin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. The heavenly sword flew away and pierced a small mountain, triggering a series of explosions. Not only was he unharmed, but he also used the Heavenly Calamity Sword I summoned to attack me? Xiao Xiaolin was terrified. A look of terror flashed in Xiao Xiaolin's eyes, and he almost lost his footing as he was suppressed by an invisible force. He's only at the early stage of alchemy, how could he possibly have such powerful strength? It seems that the person I overlooked before was actually the strongest. There really is a master by Mu Xiaoyao's side. Xiao Xiaolin felt a sense of despair. You won't be leaving here alive today, Lin Tianyi said calmly. Xiao Xiaolin was so frightened that his legs went weak. Lin Tianyi didn't have any magical artifacts. The only thing he had on him was the thunder prayer beads he had just bought. Now, let me show you what I'm capable of. After saying that, Lin Tianyi took out 2 thunder prayer beads. Xiao Xiaolin sensed something was wrong and fled frantically, but how could his physical body outrun a magical artifact? A thunderbolt bead struck his lower back. Instantly, a surge of lightning power roared within his body. His abdomen was ripped open, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and his veins were broken. I never imagined I would die here. Before Xiao Xiaolin could think any further, another thunder bead blasted into his thigh, blowing his entire leg off. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, his face was bloodless, filled with disbelief and shock, and he died just like that. A mid-stage Golden Core realm expert vanished in the blink of an eye. Is that all the strength you have? You're utterly pathetic. Lin Tianyi glanced at him and confirmed that he was dead. He calls himself a strongman, thinking he's so arrogant, but he's just a dead crab. Lin Tianyi threw out 2 thunder prayer beads, easily finishing him off. The beautiful and talented landlord, Mu, is still in the same place. It would be terrible if something happened to him. He dared not linger, worried about Mu Xiaoyao's safety, and rushed back immediately. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyao was poisoned by the ice soul scorpion and lay on the grass, breathing weakly. Her undergarments were torn, and her chest and back were severely injured. Her condition was not optimistic. Only a faint trace of consciousness remained. Chapter 16, he went around behind Mu Xiaoyao to heal her wounds. Landlord Mu, what's wrong? Lin Tianyi rushed back. You just killed 2 men in black? Mu Xiaoyao opened her eyes. Those 2 men in black were Lin Tianyi, who was in the late foundation establishment stage and had qi refining cultivation. He was no match for them. However, he killed both men in black with a single move. This was something Mu Xiaoyao had not anticipated. Those 2 guys, despite their fierce appearance, were actually quite weak. I threw their magic weapons back at them, and they were both killed. It wasn't fun, Lin Tianyi said. What? Mu Xiaoyao was shocked. Even if she fought 2 foundation establishment realm cultivators, it would be impossible for her to kill them with a single blow. Just how terrifying is Lin Tianyi's strength? He killed 2 people with a mere wave of his hand? What about another expert? We need to get out of here quickly, or we'll be in trouble if he comes back and finds out. Mu Xiaoyao fell for a diversionary tactic and was ambushed by a master behind her. This person's methods were far too insidious. The opponent was in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and his strength far surpassed that of Mu Xiaoyao. So her first thought was to run away. You mean Chief Chiao? That guy was even worse, just a bit too sharp-tongued. I killed him with 2 of my beads, Lin Tianyi said. What? You killed him again? Mu Xiaoyao's pupils dilated violently as she endured the excruciating pain and sat up. Leader Qiao is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. How could Lin Tianyi possibly kill him instantly? The two are vastly mismatched in strength. She had just been protecting Lin Tianyi, trying to make him escape, but she never expected that he would be the one to save her. The system detected that Mu Xiaoyao's favorability level is 25, plus 20 points, and plus 20,000 points will be returned. At this moment, Lin Tianyi remembered that he had a medicinal pill that could cure Mu Xiaoyao. Successfully redeemed 1 Qingling pill, 2,500 points. Successfully redeemed 1 Mystic Ice pill, 3,000 points. Master Mu, I have 2 pills here that can detoxify you. Please take them quickly. Are there still elixirs? Mu Xiaoyao opened her eyes wide and saw the pill in Lin Tianyi's hand, forgetting even to breathe. She stood frozen in place, as if she had been frozen in place. These are Qingling pills and Xianbing pills? How did you get these pills? Mu Xiaoyao is an intermediate-level alchemist and has a thorough understanding of all kinds of pills. Qingling Dan is a rare and precious antidote in the world. The Xianbing pill is made from Xianbing flower and can neutralize cold toxins in the meridians. The treatment for the ice soul frost scorpion venom that she was afflicted with was a targeted one. The price of Qingling pill in the market is at least 300,000 spirit stones, while Xianbing pill is even more precious and cannot be bought for 500,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the Danyang sect of the Hawan sect is completely unable to refine these 2 kinds of pills. Eat quickly, you've been poisoned, don't force yourself, Lin Tianyi said. Currently, Mu Xiaoyao is physically weak and could die at any moment. These 2 pills were a godsend. Without thinking twice, she swallowed the pill. Soon, a refreshing power spread along the meridians, and the cold poison in the body melted away slowly, like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Mu Xiaoyao gently activated her spiritual energy, and the feeling of being on the verge of suffocation had subsided, bringing a sense of relief to her heart. She glanced at Lin Tianyi again. If he hadn't been there today, she would have certainly met her doom. The system detected that Mu Xiaoyao's favorability is 35, plus 10 points, and plus 10,000 points will be awarded back. Tianyi, I feel better from the poison. Let's leave here quickly. I'm worried that those people may have accomplices. You're right, let's leave quickly. After saying that, Lin Tianyi helped Mu Xiaoyao up. As soon as Mu Xiaoyao stood up, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, especially her body, which felt weak and powerless. I can't take it anymore. Landlord Mu, hang in there. Her body was very weak. Mu Xiaoyao leaned against Lin Tianyi. The pill took effect in her body, causing her heart to race, her cognition to become disordered, and her consciousness to vanish. Lin Tianyi was now in a dilemma, as Mu Xiaoyao was unable to move. Take me away from here quickly. Okay. Lin Tianyi carried Mu Xiaoyao on his back, feeling a heavy, solid weight pressing down on him. Her supple body, in particular, made Lin Tianyi somewhat unable to control himself. Hold on a little longer, I'll take you away right away. Lin Tianyi grabbed her thighs and leaped into the air. Before long, he saw a dilapidated house on the ground, so he carried Mu Xiaoyao to take shelter for a while. The abandoned house was covered in dust, with some earthenware pots on the table and straw mats on the floor. Wait here, I'll fetch you some water. Lin Tianyi drew water from the well, scooped it into a broken bowl, and handed it to Mu Xiaoyao, whose eyes were still blurry and who was slumped on the ground. Don't worry about me, they might come after us and get you in trouble. Mu Xiaoyao said worriedly. Lin Tianyi felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. Mu Xiaoyao had been protecting him the whole time, and now that she was seriously injured, he couldn't possibly abandon her. If anyone comes after us, I'll stay and protect you even more. My body is too weak, and my spiritual energy has dissipated beyond repair, Mu Xiaoyao said dejectedly. This injury severely damaged her bones and affected her cultivation. It's all right, I can help you, Lin Tianyi said decisively. Help yourself? In Mu Xiaoyao's eyes, a mere qi refining realm cultivator was utterly insignificant. Lin Tianyi helped Mu Xiaoyao up and sat her upright on the ground. He went around behind her and placed his palms on Mu Xiaoyao's soft back. She immediately felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy enter her from behind. How is this possible? His spiritual energy is so strong? Where did he get so much spiritual energy? Mu Xiaoyao was shocked. Those large hands provided her with the strongest support, and her injured internal organs were revitalized under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Ah! Mu Xiaoyao's clothes inevitably slipped down, revealing her entire smooth and fragrant shoulder. No, he saw everything. Oh well, he's healing himself, so I'll forgive him. Mu Xiaoyao thought to herself. Landlord Mu, please hold on a little longer, don't move. Lin Tianyi was completely focused. Okay, I feel fulfilled and real now. The spiritual energy within her body seeped in endlessly, an experience she had never had before. In particular, the wounds from the scorpion venom began to congeal, and the wounds were healing. Could you stop for a moment? Mu Xiaoyao said. At this crucial moment, you can't stop. Your body is weak and cold, you must press on with all your might, Lin Tianyi said earnestly. Mu Xiaoyao could only endure it. Beads of sweat trickled down his neck. That's about it for now. Turn around, and I'll treat you from the front, Lin Tianyi said. What? Do I still need the previous treatment? Mu Xiaoyao blushed deeply. Her clothes had already been removed, and if she turned around, her beautiful figure would be fully exposed to him. Although she lived in the materialistic Hawan sect, she remained chaste and never showed herself in a revealing way in front of a man. This is something she absolutely cannot accept. Is it really necessary to do this? Time is of the essence. You're injured both ways. The back wound is almost healed, but the front wound also needs treatment. But Mu Xiaoyao swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Mu Xiaoyao knew that Lin Tianyi meant well. Without his intervention, his elixirs, and his spiritual energy, Mu Xiaoyao would have been crippled even if she hadn't died. He saved my life, so even if he saw it, it didn't matter. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoyao pursed her lips, as if she were making a difficult decision. Hurry, now is the best time. Okay. Mu Xiaoyao slowly turned around. There was a reason for this, and she had no choice but to face Lin Tianyi directly. I hope all of this will pass quickly, and I hope no one else knows about it. Chapter 17. You must keep this a secret. This is... Mu Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Tianyi, he... At this moment, he actually closed his eyes. Yes, Mu Xiaoyao was not mistaken, Lin Tianyi had his eyes closed. Sweat was still beading on his forehead. Despite his exhaustion, he used every trick in the book to treat himself. What's even more commendable is that he is also a virtuous and upright person. Faced with Mu Xiaoyao's sudden display of sensuality, Lin Tianyi closed his eyes as a sign of respect for her. Although it had no practical significance, it's impossible for the eyes to be completely opaque. It deeply moved Mu Xiaoyao. Compared to the other disciples of the Hahuan sect, Lin Tianyi is more than 100 times more noble. Master Mu, don't worry, please believe me, I'm just trying to help you heal. I understand, I completely understand. Mu Xiaoyao was moved to tears. Looking at Lin Tianyi in front of her, she felt she had someone to lean on, and without the strength to maintain her balance, she collapsed. 1 hour later. Mu Xiaoyao was suddenly awakened on the straw mat. Beside him was Lin Tianyi. What just happened? I actually ended up with an outer disciple who was only in the early stage of qi refining. Mu Xiaoyao dared not think too much about it, nor did she want to. Fortunately, her wounds have healed, and she has regained her energy and spirit. Mu Xiaoyao put on her clothes, stood up, and clenched her fists, filled with new strength. How could this be? My spiritual energy is much greater than before? So she closed her eyes, circulated her breath, and sensed the new changes. Breakthrough! I actually advanced a minor realm and became a golden core stage 3. Mu Xiaoyao was quite shocked. For 3 years, she had been stuck at the second level of the third grade golden core realm, unable to break through. Unexpectedly, she broke through in just one night. This surprised and delighted her. Little did they know, it was Lin Tianyi's innate pure yang holy body that increased Mu Xiaoyao's cultivation through dual cultivation. She glanced at the sleeping Lin Tianyi again. Without a doubt, the tremendous changes in my body are all thanks to him. So dual cultivation is this powerful? So dual cultivation has such a strong after effect? The shock in Mu Xiaoyao's heart spread outwards like ripples. This time, if it weren't for a twist of fate and a chance encounter that led to her dual cultivation with Lin Tianyi, Mu Xiaoyao, who had always been conservative, wouldn't have been able to comprehend it so quickly. She felt fortunate that her efforts had not been in vain and that she had received a reward that exceeded her expectations. The system detected that Mu Xiaoyao's favorability is 75, plus 40 points, and plus 40,000 points will be returned. Lin Tianyi woke up to the system's electronic voice. What happened? Mu Xiaoyao's favorability rating suddenly increased by 40 points? Lin Tianyi opened his eyes. Landlord Mu, you're awake. Are you feeling better? I feel much better. Your treatment was very effective, and it hit the mark perfectly, Mu Xiaoyao said. She turned her face away, still unsure how to face Lin Tianyi after such an embarrassing incident last night. I'm relieved to see that you look better now. Lin Tianyi stood up. Mu Xiaoyao pretended to be calm. The two have crossed the thin veil of a relationship. How can they bring it up in person? About yesterday. Stop talking. Mu Xiaoyao hurriedly stopped her. She had considered finding a Taoist partner within the Hahuan sect, but no one had captured her heart. Lin Tianyi has good physical attributes, but unfortunately his cultivation level is too low. A nun can marry up, but she cannot marry down. After all, in the Hahuan sect, dual cultivation can bring real breakthroughs in cultivation. As for feelings, they are optional and sometimes even a hindrance. Some things are best left in the past, and I hope you 1T take them to heart, Mu Xiaoyao said. What's done is done, there's no point in saying anything now. The only way is to forget it, to deal with it mentally. What are you talking about, Master Mu? Are you referring to the time I treated your injuries? Lin Tianyi asked. Besides healing your wounds, don't you remember anything else? Mu Xiaoyao turned around and looked at him in surprise. Does a woman remember something so deeply that she'll never forget it, while a man forgets it as soon as he puts his pants on? Last night, when I was treating your injuries, my eyes were closed the whole time. Later, I fell into a deep sleep and only just woke up now, Lin Tianyi said. So he was unaware of what happened last night. Mu Xiaoyao then realized that Lin Tianyi had kept his eyes closed the whole time, and that he had also exhausted his strength in order to heal her injuries. This is completely understandable. Moreover, she also remembered that she had fallen on Lin Tianyi on her own initiative. At the time, she acted on instinct, and all subsequent work was completed under her leadership. So it's possible that Lin Tianyi was completely unaware. It seems I misunderstood him. You didn't wake up either way? No. Ahem, since that's the case, then it's alright. Your healing techniques and skills last night were excellent. I really appreciated them. Mu Xiaoyao changed the subject. She avoided embarrassment, and a huge weight was lifted off her shoulders. This is my first time healing someone, so please forgive me if I do anything wrong. You are very talented in this area. I have seen a side of you that no one else knows. That's wonderful. I know you have high standards, Mr. Mu, and I'm very happy to have your approval. If there's another opportunity like this, I'll definitely take it. What? Will you still be there without hesitation next time? Mu Xiaoyao was somewhat stunned. This was something she was ashamed to talk about. It could only be understood implicitly, not explained in words. In short, do not publicize what happened yesterday, lest the sect become suspicious. By a twist of fate, Mu Xiaoyao also got to experience the pleasures of dual cultivation. I understand, Master Mu. Rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut, Lin Tianyi said. Okay, let's pack our things and head back as soon as possible, Mu Xiaoyao said, blushing. That evening. Breakthrough. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the second level of a third-grade golden core. Not enough, let's have some more. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the third level of the third-grade golden core stage. Lin Tianyi consumed nascent soul pills, bone-tempering pills, and yuan qi pills aggressively, causing his cultivation level to rise rapidly. While others sat and waited for their doom, he was merely trying to develop. This feeling of secretly upgrading is fantastic. Lin Tianyi's spiritual energy and meridians are completely different from what they were 20 days ago. I have the innate pure yang holy body, so I am not afraid of taking pills. Even if others have as many pills as I do, they will not be able to break through so quickly. If you lack talent, make up for it with your physique. Lin Tianyi practiced breathing exercises, sitting upright in the chair, regulating his qi and blood circulation. Junior brother, are you back? A gentle voice asked. Senior sister Nangong, please come in. Lin Tianyi was already very familiar with this voice. It really was Nangong Ji. Tonight she wore a cloak of gold peacock feathers, the front door wide open. As she walked in, the tassels hanging from her hairpin swaying. A pale yellow silk dress, cinched at the waist with a belt, her skin is smooth and lustrous as jade. Chapter 18 Fu Mingshu's second initiative to repay a kindness. Junior brother Lin, you weren't home last night? Oh, I went down the mountain with Master Mu to buy elixirs and medicinal herbs in the market. It shouldn't take more than one night, right? Boss Ding from the neighborhood was very hospitable and invited me and the landlord, Moo, to stay for dinner. Later, as it got late, we decided to spend the night there. Lin Tianyi fabricated a pretext. He developed a deep relationship with Mu Xiaoyao that went beyond that of ordinary fellow Taoists, which should not be publicized. Looks like you've had a long day. How about I give you a massage? All right. Nangongji smiled slightly, walked behind Lin Tianyi, and placed her hands on his shoulders to help him loosen up his muscles and bones. What brings you here tonight? As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. You're thinking of me so much, aren't you being a bit too impatient? Lin Tianyi said with a smile. They're just concerned about you, Nangongji said, looking down. The pills on Lin Tianyi's body deeply attracted Nangongji, and she suddenly realized that this was a shortcut. As long as she cultivates with him, Nangongji can obtain various elixirs, which greatly benefit her. This is much easier than working hard. Successfully redeemed 1 youth preservation pill, 3,000 points. Senior sister Nangong, look what this is. As if by magic, Lin Tianyi produced a pill from his hand. It is entirely brown and has a wonderful aroma. No way? Could this be a youth-preserving pill? You guessed right, you can't buy this even if you have money. This pill can nourish Yin and invigorate blood, beautify the skin and calm the mind, and keep you young forever, Lin Tianyi said. A glint of starlight appeared in Nangongji's eyes. She heard that female cultivators over 100 years old could become 20 years younger by taking the youth preservation pill. The young female cultivator who ate it had her skin become moist and smooth. Unexpectedly, the youth-preserving pill that she had long sought after was actually in Lin Tianyi's hands. Good junior brother, you know I want it, so just give it to me. After saying that, Nangongji plopped down on Lin Tianyi. Even though we're already very familiar with each other and know each other inside and out, I'm not giving it to you for nothing. Can't you see my sincerity now that I've come here today? Nangongji raised her head and gave Lin Tianyi a captivating look. A flash of lightning, and Lin Tianyi, young and vigorous, was completely unable to control himself. Let's go inside and have a friendly spar. You're so mean. It'll only be an hour at most. I need to go home, Nangongji said. Very well, I'll show you my profound cultivation. The next day, the sun rose in the east. When Nangongji woke up, she felt dizzy and disoriented. Damn it, we agreed to leave in the middle of the night, but we ended up staying here all night? Nangongji had no choice but to complain. She got up and picked up the medicine bottle on the table. 1 youth preservation pill, 1 primary golden pill, 2 spirit gathering pills, 1 bone refining pill, and 2 marrow cleansing pills. 1 + 1 + 2 + 1 + 2. There were 7 pills in total, which means that Lin Tianyi. I never imagined his yang energy was so powerful, it seemed inexhaustible. Nangongji was quite happy her life was finally getting better. Senior sister, it's still early, why don't we stay a little longer? Lin Tianyi said, standing up. What, you still have stock? Pills, right? I have some. Since senior sister Nangong is so beautiful, I have nothing to hold back from you. They are not Taoist partners, but their relationship is even better than that of Taoist partners. You still have pills, why don't you take them all out? Let me find out where you hid them. After saying that, Nangongji pounced on her. Senior sister, be gentle, senior sister, be gentle. The sun was past noon. Nangongji took another full bottle of pills and left satisfied. Lin Tianyi lay completely on the bed, like a salted fish. The system detected that Nangongji's favorability is 90, plus 5 points, plus 2,500 points will be returned. After Nangongji left, Lin Tianyi slept for 2 full hours before waking up. Gulp, gulp. He was burning with thirst and drank a large pot of water before he gradually calmed down. Since senior sister Nangong came, she has delayed my cultivation time and my body is weak. I need to take more pills to replenish myself. Successfully redeemed 1 Zhongyang pill, 1,000 points. Successfully redeemed 1 golden crow pill, 1,200 points. Zhongyang Dan and Jinwu Dan are comparable to Shirquan Dabu Gao, a traditional Chinese medicine tonic, with effects of strengthening muscles and bones, tonifying the kidneys and boosting yang. Before long, Lin Tianyi felt his blood rush to his head and he felt completely recovered. Is junior brother Lin here? Someone knocked on the door again. Please come in. Lin Tianyi quickly straightened his clothes. The door opened, and a graceful woman, dressed in an apricot yellow long dress with lotus flower patterns, swayed her hips as she walked in. Her eyes sparkled like a cascading Milky Way, holding 1,000 stars within them. Oh, it's junior sister Fu Mingxiu. Come in quickly. Previously, Lin Tianyi met her at the wedding flight scene and used a poison refining pill to cure the snake venom in her body. Fu Mingxiu is kind-hearted and a woman who knows how to repay kindness. I apologize for disturbing senior brother Lin today, Fu Mingxiu said, lowering her head shyly. It's no bother at all, I'm happy to see you. After not seeing her for many days, Fu Mingxiu looked even more radiant, with glowing skin. Especially her long legs, the left leg is very long and the right leg is just as long. You've broken through and reached the late stage of qi refining, haven't you? Senior brother Lin has a good eye. After taking your pill, my spiritual energy increased significantly, and I broke through very quickly. In fact, Fu Mingxiu had a good foundation, but her cultivation was slow due to the constant damage caused by snake venom. After the toxins in her body were eliminated and she consumed 2 high-quality qi refining pills, she has now advanced to the 7th level of the first-grade qi refining stage. Fu Mingxiu knew that her changes in growth were inseparable from Lin Tianyi's hard work and dedication. She has truly awakened and understood the meaning of dual cultivation. Keep going, and you'll be on your way to foundation building. For both male and female cultivators, foundation establishment is often the first hurdle. It's not just a breakthrough in cultivation level. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can apply to become an inner disciple, which elevates your status within the Joyful Union sect. In the fantasy world, the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to increase their cultivation level, attain immortality, and live forever. So, I've come to Brother Lin's place again today, specifically to learn from you, Fu Mingxiu said. Journey to the west? Lin Tianyi hesitated for a moment. Nangong Ji has been gone for quite some time, and now Fu Mingxiu has arrived, leaving me penniless. But since she's already come all this way and is so sincere, I can't just refuse her kind offer. Look at this. Actually, I can't teach you anything today, I'm not ready yet, Lin Tianyi said. It's okay, take whatever you have, I can accept even less. Fu Mingxiu frowned slightly. Do you really think so? I hope senior brother Lin will not hesitate to offer his guidance. You are such a sensible girl. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. Successfully redeemed 2 qi refining pills, 400 points. Successfully redeemed 1 ice heart pill, 500 points. Successfully redeemed 1 blood qi pill, 600 points. Bingxin Dan is made from spices such as musk and ice, and it can not only clear heat and detoxify, but also replenishing deficiency. Blood qi pills are used to unblock meridians, allowing spiritual energy to circulate better and helping to improve physical condition. Lin Tianyi handed 4 pills to Fu Mingxiu. Fu Mingxiu was deeply moved and her admiration for Lin Tianyi grew even stronger. The system detected that Fu Mingxiu's favorability rating is 90, plus 5 points, and plus 4,000 points will be awarded back. I can never repay senior brother Lin's kindness. From now on, I will be your woman, Fu Mingxiu said. 10,000 years is too long, seize the day, Sister Fu, I'm about to resort to force. After saying that, Lin Tianyi picked up Fu Mingxiu and carried her into the inner room. Chapter 19, 30 years as Taoist partners, yet he remains a virgin. Hawan Sect, Tiandang Mountain, Alchemy Building. Good morning, senior brother. Lin Tianyi walked towards the building, changed into clean clothes, and greeted his fellow disciples. The sect has a total of 9 alchemy furnaces, 2 of which are in reserve and 3 are abandoned. Only 4 furnaces are actually used for alchemy. The Danyang sect is headed by a late-stage golden core hallmaster, who has 2 stewards under him. Below them are house owners like Mu Xiaoyao. 2 of the deacons were in charge of alchemy and spiritual healing, respectively. The former was responsible for alchemy and storage, while the latter focused on administering medicine and treating patients. Within the vast Hawan sect, the Danyang sect was not prominent and mainly played a supporting role, unlike the Xinxiu sect, Xianuan sect, and Tianxia sect. However, the Danyao sect holds a very high position within the Hawan sect. Hall masters and stewards are generally appointed by people of high moral character and integrity. Recently, the number 5 refining divine flame furnace, where the homeowner Mu Xiaoyao is located, needs to refine a large number of pills. Lin Tianyi dared not slack off, processing the immortal herbs and preparing the raw materials in an orderly manner, making preparations for alchemy. He went up to the 2nd floor and, as he passed a steward's room, he vaguely heard rustling sounds coming from inside. I hope that steward one will kill Xinyu of the Qianyuan sect to avenge my parents and my brother. Your brother and I are old friends. Even if it weren't for you, I would still avenge him. Lin Tianyi recognized the voices. One of them was Wen Shu Xian, a steward of the Danyang sect. The other was a young woman's voice, soft, melodious, and very magnetic. She was dressed in black and wore a face mask, concealing her true face. However, Lin Tianyi could remain calm and knew who she was. Name, Song Churin. Age, 26. Appearance, 98 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 6. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 3000x points return. So she's actually the fairy-like Song Churin. She's from the starry constellation sect. Why is she here looking for Steward 1? There were also discussions about avenging loved ones, as if they were talking about something cryptic. I will never go back on my word. If you kill Xin Yu and avenge me, I will do anything. Song Churin said coldly. Can do anything? Wouldn't that mean? Lin Tianyi was deeply shocked when he heard this. Song Churin is one of the most beautiful women among the younger generation of the Hahuan sect. She is usually aloof and arrogant, and doesn't even respect the sect's direct disciples. Let alone cultivating with her, many male cultivators would probably die for the chance to be intimate with Song Churin. For Lin Tianyi, the 3,000-fold return of Song Churin's favorability was extremely important. With the points he earned, he could exchange them for higher grade pills, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. Song Churin is a target he must take down. However, she seems to have a lot of unresolved issues right now. Miss Song, you misunderstand. I will avenge your parents and brother, but my purpose is not to cultivate with you. I am doing this to promote righteousness and eradicate evil from the world, Wen Shuxian said righteously. As a man, Lin Tianyi felt something was off. What's with all this talk about promoting righteousness and eradicating evil? These reasons are just too empty and grandiose. It can only fool naive young girls. If you can avenge me and put an end to my worries, I have nothing to repay you with but to serve you for the rest of my life, Song Churin said. To serve for a lifetime? It's clear that Song Churin is a woman of great affection and loyalty. With such a stunning beauty, which man wouldn't want to cultivate with her? However, there is a prerequisite. To win Song Churin's heart, one must avenge her parents and brother. This news was also very important to Lin Tianyi. Miss Song, I am not the kind of person you imagine. Besides, your masteress wife Gu Yunqi and I have been Taoist partners for 30 years, and our feelings for each other are very deep. I would not do anything to betray her. It turns out that Steward Wen Shuxian has a Taoist partner, and they have been together for 30 years. In fact, his relationship with Gu Yunqi was well known in the Hahuan sect, and they were an enviable model couple. Most of the so-called Taoist couples in the Hahuan sect are just there for the sake of cultivation, living together in a humiliating way, each taking what they need, and there are very few who truly have feelings for each other. There is no such thing as fidelity when two people no longer have needs for each other, they often go their separate ways. Such a couple as Wen Shuxian and Gu Yunqi, who have been Taoist partners for 30 years, are extremely rare in the Hahuan sect. Of course, as a steward of the Danyang sect, Wen Shuxian's character is also very important. If he has an affair during his marriage, it would be a betrayal of his Taoist partner, Gu Yunqi. It seems that Steward Wen is a gentleman and would not take advantage of someone in distress, Lin Tianyi thought to himself. After all, he and his Taoist partner Gu Yunqi had been inseparable for 30 years, their love stronger than gold. In short, I'm entrusting the matter of revenge to you. You're the only person I trust, and I'm willing to pay any price for you, Song Churin said. When Shuxian nodded, his expression resolute. Song Churin turned around and quietly left. Lin Tianyi quickly hid, having unintentionally discovered one of Song Churin's little secrets. A woman as beautiful as her might have an aloof demeanor that is merely an illusion. She carries a hidden pain that no one knows about. Xin Yu, the enemy of the Qian Yuan sect? Who are you from? Why would this person kill Song Churin's entire family? If we find him, will we be able to resolve Song Churin's inner conflict? As Lin Tianyi pondered this, he walked toward the alchemy room. Just then, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes walked towards them from the opposite direction. She had long, flowing hair, beautiful eyebrows and eyes, delicate features, and a long, smooth neck like a swan's. She wore a light purple sleeveless dress, revealing a large expanse of fair skin on her chest. The way she walks gives people a sense of graceful elegance and captivating poise. Hello, Madame Gu, Lin Tianyi greeted her politely. She is Gu Yunqi, the Taoist partner of Steward Wen Shuxian. Even after 30 years of being a Taoist couple, she still possesses the charm of a mature young woman. Lin Tianyi had a good impression of her. She was gentle, refined, and elegant. Hello. Gu Yunqi turned slightly to the side, brushing past Lin Tianyi, her gaze haughty, not giving him a second glance. Lin Tianyi was just an outer disciple with a lowly status. Gu Yunqi had met him before, but did not know his name. Gu Yunqi walked slowly and gracefully towards the room in front, seemingly to find her Taoist partner, when Xu Xian. Lin Tianyi looked at her. She was charming and captivating, radiating endless allure. Name, Gu Yunqi. Age, 48. Appearance, 95 points. Cultivation level, 2nd grade, Foundation Establishment level 8. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 4000 X points return. Her personal information was clearly displayed before my eyes. What? 4,000 times the points back? Lin Tianyi had never seen such a high number before. Furthermore, Gu Yunqi and Steward Wen Xu Xian have been Taoist partners for 30 years, but why is there a complete blank in the relevant departments? Lin Tianyi was secretly surprised and found it unbelievable. Something's not right. Is there a problem with the system? That can't be, right? Madam, it's you. I was passing by the alchemy building and wanted to see you. You've been working too hard lately. After speaking, Gu Yunqi gazed at Wen Xu Xian. Lin Tianyi could tell that the two had a very good relationship and were very affectionate, just as the rumors said. However, something about this always felt strange to him. Perhaps there's something they're hiding? How could Gu Yunqi possibly be a virgin? Chapter 20. You are not allowed to speak while refining pills. Lin Tianyi remained silent and walked towards alchemy room number 5. Landlord Mu, I've arrived. He entered the alchemy room and saw Mu Xiaoyao already inside, taking stock of all sorts of alchemy ingredients. After her previous injury, Mu Xiaoyao has recovered most of her strength. Moreover, as a result of the misfortune, her cultivation level has also improved after taking the pills given to her by Lin Tianyi. I have checked all these medicinal herbs and minerals. You can process them a bit more, and we can start refining pills tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Mu, how have you been these past few days? Lin Tianyi asked with concern. My body is now in good condition, thanks to your medicine and treatment. Mu Xiaoyao blushed slightly when she thought about what happened that night. Unexpectedly, she found herself engaging in dual cultivation with him. With an outer disciple in the early stages of qi refining. However, the passionate encounter that night still haunted her dreams. By the way, do you know who attacked us that day? Lin Tianyi asked. Those two men in black, their faces covered, judging from their moves and magical artifacts, I suspect they are from the Qianyuan sect, Mu Xiaoyao said. Another one from the Qianyuan sect? He had just heard about the Qianyuan sect from the conversation between Song Churan and Wen Xu Xian. There was a man named Xinyu who murdered Song Churan's entire family. Isn't the Qianyuan sect a reputable and righteous sect? How could they resort to such a sneak attack? I'm not sure about that either, and it seems they're not targeting us specifically, but rather the alchemical ingredients we've purchased. Mu Xiaoyao clearly remembered that the Golden Core Realm expert who later used the Ice Soul Frost Scorpion poison on her mentioned that he wanted to destroy the alchemy ingredients. That's strange. What does our Hahuan sect's alchemy have to do with them? The alchemy within the sect is mainly for the sect's disciples and elders, and there is no reason for outside sects to interfere. I don't know much about the Qianyuan sect, including the true purpose of this batch of pills. I'm afraid only the elders and the Holy Maiden know. Mu Xiaoyao also questioned this matter. However, she was merely an alchemist, and had no way of knowing the secrets of the Hahuan sect's higher-ups. Landlord Mu, does that mean we'll become less safe in the future? It's alright. I've already reported this matter to Hall Master Genie Shan, and he's in charge of the investigation. We just need to focus on refining the pills, Mu Xiaoyao comforted her. The Hahuan sect is a major demonic sect with deep roots and a solid foundation. Moreover, with so many Hall Masters, elders, holy sons and daughters, and protectors above, the Hahuan sect can remain as stable as Mount Tai no matter what happens. Lin Tianyi was just a minor figure in the Hahuan sect. All he had to do was follow orders and refine pills. So he and Mu Xiaoyao each performed their duties and continued working in the alchemy room. Lin Tianyi's main work was in the early stages of alchemy, specifically in the preparation of raw materials. Spirit stones, spirit wood, spirit herbs, and minerals must be categorized, weighed, and measured according to the needs of alchemy. For some toxic raw materials, processing is required to remove the toxic components. These tasks don't require any technical skills, you just need to follow certain steps. An hour later, Lin Tianyi meticulously compared and ground each of the more than 10 alchemy ingredients. Mu Xiaoyao was testing the alchemy process and other weapon crafting techniques. Before long, she felt a little tired, so she stopped practicing and rested. This is Lin Tianyi, he. When Mu Xiaoyao saw Lin Tianyi, she was stunned. He was shirtless, with large beads of sweat streaming down his chest, and his 8-pack abs were trembling rhythmically. Mu Xiaoyao was captivated by what she saw, and suddenly felt as if she had fallen for her. She recalled that night, a night she couldn't bear to look back on. In a dilapidated hut, despite her serious injuries, she experienced a joy she had never known before. Her spiritual energy was replenished, giving her an unprecedented warmth. Why is it that after the first time, one's heart becomes uncontrollably filled with longing? No. Absolutely not. He was the owner of the alchemy room and a senior alchemist of the Hahuan sect. He was merely an insignificant outer disciple with poor cultivation. There was no way I could harbor any improper thoughts about him. Mu Xiaoyao kept suppressing herself, the unspoken, hidden thought beneath the vast sea of her heart. At this moment, Lin Tianyi was pounding the wisteria flowers, and purple sap kept gushing out. Landlord Mu, was that you behind me? Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Tianyi sensed someone standing behind him. He thought it was Mu Xiaoyao, but he stopped her just as he was about to turn around. Don't look back, just focus on your work. He didn't know what had happened. It's my job, is something wrong? You did a great job, keep it up. Mu Xiaoyao's voice was barely audible. Lin Tianyi felt that Mu Xiaoyao was acting strangely today. What was she up to behind his back? However, she was her superior after all, and she had the right to give orders. Lin Tianyi only needed to do his job of refining pills. Mu Xiaoyao felt unsteady on her feet. She couldn't understand why Lin Tianyi seemed to possess a powerful and mysterious force that was drawing her in. It's that masculine energy, why can't I resist it? Mu Xiaoyao understood. Just like that night, Lin Tianyi's yang energy was attracting her. That's impossible. How could someone at the early stage of qi refining have so much yang energy dissipating? Is this an instinctive reaction? Mu Xiaoyao seemed to have completely changed. Her consciousness and behavior were out of control. No, I can't. I'm his landlord, and I have to set a good example for him. Mu Xiaoyao kept blaming herself. This is a misconception. We must nip it in the bud and never let it take root. She closed her eyes, adjusted her spiritual and physical energy, and tried to resist her inner desires. Landlord Mu, are you all right? Is there anything I can do for you? Lin Tianyi asked. She stood behind Lin Tianyi for a long time, as if supervising his work. I'm fine, you can continue preparing it. Mu Xiaoyao spoke haltingly. Okay, I'll keep working on it. If there's anything I've done wrong, please point it out, Mr. Mu, Lin Tianyi said modestly. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on his back, catching him off guard and causing him to fall to the ground. Landlord Mu, you. Don't speak. Mu Xiaoyao stopped him again, but her tone wasn't very strong. Half an hour later. Mu Xiaoyao stood up and straightened her clothes. She quickly left the alchemy room and went to a side room, her heart pounding wildly. I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have treated Lin Tianyi like this. She felt deeply remorseful. However, his masculine aura broke through Mu Xiaoyao's last line of defense. The true energy in my body. Mu Xiaoyao noticed something was wrong. She closed her eyes and circulated her spiritual energy. She felt her power increasing, and a fresh force was supporting her. After cultivating with Lin Tianyi, her cultivation level increased by another small realm. In just half an hour, Mu Xiaoyao's cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. She instantly grasped the essence of dual cultivation. Mu Xiaoyao walked out of the side room and secretly glanced at Lin Tianyi, who was still fast asleep. So serene. Forget it, I'd better not watch anymore. I can't help myself once I start. Mu Xiaoyao closed her eyes, the previous scenes kept replaying in her mind. I was actually cultivating with him in alchemy room number 5? That's incredibly bold. Mu Xiaoyao seemed to have a split personality, wanting to stop it on one hand, and wanting to do it on the other. Just like a dog eating a bone, once it's eaten it, the bathroom heater can't be used anymore. Landlord Mu, you're here again. Lin Tianyi woke up from his sleep, struggled to sit up, and was stunned when he saw Mu Xiaoyao in front of him. No talking while refining pills. Mu Xiaoyao closed her eyes again. The alchemy furnace emitted crackling sounds as it refined elixirs. Chapter 21. Good girls should be cherished, but bad girls shouldn't be let go either. Breakthrough. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 4th level of the 3rd grade golden core stage. Lin Tianyi sat in the chair, wisps of smoke rising from his back. This is the accumulation and refinement of spiritual energy within the body. The higher the level, the stronger the physical comfort becomes. Fortunately, I have a pure yang body from birth, so I'm physically strong, Lin Tianyi thought to himself. His frequent drug use in a short period of time is generally very harmful to his health and may even have side effects. However, Lin Tianyi has a good physique and abundant yang energy. The elixir was fully absorbed into his body, transforming into spiritual energy in true essence, continuously strengthening his body. He is now in the mid-stage of the golden core realm, and with the diamond body protection divine skill and the mysterious void shift, he can not only defend but also transfer damage. Now, even if a nascent soul realm expert were to fight him, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He swallowed another high-grade golden pill. This level of elixir is not available in the market based on its price. It would cost at least 200,000 spirit stones. 1 hour later. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 5th level of the 3rd grade golden core stage. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. He could feel the spiritual energy within his body being compressed into strands of true essence. It seemed to be filled with world-destroying power. Is junior brother Lin inside? A woman's voice came from outside the door. I'm here, come in. Whenever a crucial breakthrough is about to be achieved, there's always a woman who disrupts the rhythm. Lin Tianyi exhaled, his facial muscles calming down. Hee, I didn't expect you to be cultivating. Sorry to disturb you. It turned out to be the well-behaved and adorable Chu Yuheng. Like Nangongji, she was a junior sister of the Thousand Illusions sect, and it was through Nangongji that Lin Tianyi was introduced to her. It's Sister Chu. I'm not bothering you. You've come at the perfect time. Lin Tianyi is warm and hospitable. Are you sure you won't bother me? Senior brother Lin, do you have anything else to do tonight? After saying that, Chu Yuheng lowered his head. I'm all alone, what else could I possibly have to do? Lin Tianyi said. I came here tonight mainly to thank you. After taking your marrow cleansing pill and qi refining pill, I broke through. Chu Yuheng was previously at the 3rd level of the 1st grade qi refining stage. After receiving Lin Tianyi's pills, her cultivation level indeed increased significantly. I've now reached level 5 of qi refining. Just one night of hard work can earn you years of cultivation, saving your youth. Even a fool knows which choice to make. A breakthrough in cultivation is an incredible achievement. With your intelligence and talent, reaching the foundation establishment stage is just around the corner. Lin Tianyi encouraged him. For cultivators, whether it's breaking through a minor or major realm, it's a cause for celebration on the long road of cultivation. This means growth, it means an improvement in the sex status, it means being respected and not being manipulated or looked down upon. During this period, any opportunities or helpful people you encounter should be seized and used for your own benefit. I also hope that everything will get better, and that everything will be just around the corner. Chu Yuheng smiled knowingly, her smile as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Good, what a sensible girl. Chu Yuheng was personally selected by him, which shows that he had good judgment and found a treasure that he could keep for a long time. Junior sister is not very talented. These past few days at the Thousand Illusions sect, I have learned 2 moves, the bewitching eye technique and the swaying body technique. I would like to ask senior brother Lin for some pointers, Chu Yuheng said. In the Thousand Illusions sect of the Joyful Union clan, the art of seduction is a compulsory course. Seduction techniques can not only bewitch people, but also cause great harm. That's wonderful, junior sister Chu, you've thought of everything. You've been wanting to see the Thousand Illusions sect's seductive arts for a long time, Lin Tianyi said. Chu Yuheng has a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and strong calves, making her a great dancer. Lin Tianyi was filled with anticipation. Chu Yuheng raised his arm, his sleeves fluttering, and his long, black hair swayed in the wind like a willow branch. Without realizing it, she slightly narrowed her eyes, as if they were half open. He leaned lazily to one side, one hand gently supporting his chin. Chu Yuheng's eyes held a hint of mystery as she quietly met Lin Tianyi's gaze, blinking her beautiful eyes in an instant. Lin Tianyi felt as if his soul had been stolen away, and a strange longing welled up in his heart. This alluring and bewitching technique is truly amazing, it almost made my Dao heart waver, Lin Tianyi exclaimed inwardly. Fortunately, I was prepared and had a high degree of self-control. Otherwise, her soul would surely be taken away. At this moment, Chu Yuheng swayed her waist and moved with light steps. She used her body swaying technique. The dance moves looked incredibly beautiful, like a nimble snake, giving Lin Tianyi a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Every jump and every movement she makes is filled with an irresistible charm. "You are such an interesting beauty," Lin Tianyi exclaimed sincerely. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuhong tilted his head back, and in an instant, his steps were as swift as a whirlwind. He stumbled and sat on Lin Tianyi's lap. "Was my seductive technique satisfactory, Brother Lin?" "Satisfied, I give it 100 points." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuhong released a sly look and lowered his head. The situation was already resolved naturally. Good girls should be cherished, but bad girls shouldn't be let go either. After saying that, Lin Tianyi picked up Chu Yuhong and carried her into the inner room. Another day has passed. Lin Tianyi took out a medicine bottle and took out 3 qi refining pills, 3 marrow cleansing pills, and 1 spirit gathering pill. "These pills are for you, take them." "Oh my, so many pills. Thank you so much, senior brother." Chu Yuhong was overjoyed. "You've worked hard too, and you're very determined to improve. You deserve all of this." Hearing Lin Tianyi's praise, Chu Yuhong's face turned even redder. What she gained here far outweighed what she gave. Moreover, Lin Tianyi's masculine aura also captivated her. She was like a blank sheet of paper before, knowing nothing. But since she began cultivating with Lin Tianyi, she has come to understand the unspeakable mysteries of the process. "Miss Chu, it's already dawn, you should go home early." Lin Tianyi was exhausted and called a retreat. "Senior brother, do I still want more pills?" "What? You're complaining that this many pills aren't enough?" Lin Tianyi frowned. Chu Yuhong pounced on him. "This time, I won't accept your pills, I'm giving them to you as a friendly gift." Chu Yuhong said with a smile. "A friendly gift? They even have this kind of benefit?" Lin Tianyi thought this was just too wonderful. The system detected that Chu Yuhong's favorability rating is 80, plus 10 points, plus 4,000 points will be awarded. Chapter 22 Gu Yunqi visits to borrow spirit stones. Light the fire. Hawan Sect, Alchemy Building, Alchemy Room Number 5. Mu Xiaoyao recited the incantation, and a ball of spiritual fire shot from her fingertip toward the alchemy furnace. The refining spirit flame furnace was ignited by the fire, making a hissing sound. As the temperature rises, the elixirs inside the furnace gradually emit a pleasant herbal aroma. After 3 days of refining, 20 rejuvenation pills can be produced. "Master Mu, your spiritual fire is even stronger now. This batch of pills will definitely be of high quality," Lin Tianyi praised. Since Mu Xiaoyao and Lin Tianyi began their dual cultivation, her cultivation level rapidly broke through to the late golden core stage. After his cultivation level improved, the spiritual fire in the alchemy furnace became more continuous and vigorous. Mu Xiaoyao knew all this perfectly well. The credit belonged entirely to Lin Tianyi. He wasn't particularly talented in cultivation, but his hidden talents made Mu Xiaoyao look at him with new respect. "Now that the furnace is burning, we can't let our guard down. You keep an eye on the fire while preparing the ingredients for the next batch of rejuvenating pills." "Disciple understands," Lin Tianyi replied. "The work of alchemy is repetitive and tedious. As an outer disciple, it is extremely difficult to maintain this routine for 10 years. By the way, I applied to Master Jean yesterday for a 20 spirit stone increase in your monthly salary, which is now 100 spirit stones." "Thank you, Mr. Mu." Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. He now has over 10,000 spirit stones, so a mere 20 spirit stones are nothing to him. However, these 20 spirit stones were of extraordinary significance to him, as they represented the homeowner Mu Xiaoyao's affirmation of his alchemy work. "As long as you do your job well, I can see and feel your efforts," Mu Xiaoyao said seriously. "I will definitely refine the pills well and live up to Master Mu's kindness." Mu Xiaoyao glanced at him. Why is Lin Tianyi, who seems so ordinary, so brave in private? He even breached the fortress in her heart. "Mr. Mu, what do you want now? Regarding what happened last time, do you think there will be another chance in the future?" "You." Mu Xiaoyao immediately understood what Lin Tianyi was referring to. Men are all lecherous, not a single one of them is good. Once you taste the sweetness, you become addicted. Mu Xiaoyao was, after all, a woman of pure heart, and she could not easily promise something like dual cultivation. "If I offended you in any way just now, please forgive me." Lin Tianyi regretted it a little. He shouldn't have been so direct. However, Mu Xiaoyao was so voluptuous that he couldn't help but chuckle. "Focus on refining pills and don't let your mind wander. I will remember your expertise in pill refining, Mu Xiaoyao said. Thank you for your instruction, Bishop Mu Feng. Through these two encounters during dual cultivation, Mu Xiaoyao's affection for Lin Tianyi increased significantly. However, he was only an outer disciple, and his status was too low. If I were to go public with our relationship, I'm afraid I would be subjected to gossip and rumors. By the way, the competition for promotion to inner disciple is at the beginning of next month. You might as well give it a try. The Hahuan sect opens a selection process for promotion to inner disciples once a year. Outer disciples who pass tests and competitions and are ranked in the top 20 can be promoted to inner disciples. Becoming an inner disciple brings many benefits. Not only can you have a formal master, but you also don't have to do chores, allowing you to dedicate all your time to cultivation. In addition, the salaries of inner disciples are also higher, starting at least 200 spirit stones per month. More importantly, inner disciples have a high status within the sect, can participate in other activities of the Hahuan sect, and have greater room for growth. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Mu. That was exactly what I was thinking. Lin Tianyi had participated in the promotion competition for 6 years, and without exception, he had failed every time. However, things are different now. He is now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and is incredibly powerful. Dealing with those outer disciples in the late stage of qi refining is no longer a matter of scale. Mu Xiaoyao nodded, hoping that Lin Tianyi could become a formal inner disciple of the Hahuan sect in this competition. At that moment, a young woman walked into the alchemy room. Yunqi, what brings you here? Lin Tianyi was deeply impressed by her. Gu Yunqi was not only beautiful and elegant, but she was also the Taoist partner of steward Wen Shuxian. I just happened to be passing by today and wanted to talk to you about something, Gu Yunqi said in a soft, sweet voice. She and Mu Xiaoyao had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship. Moreover, her Taoist partner is one level higher than Mu Xiaoyao, so Mu Xiaoyao has to give her some face. Gu Yunqi walked towards Mu Xiaoyao, glancing at Lin Tianyi along the way with a calm and unperturbed expression. She had no idea that she would later have such a complex and intertwined relationship with Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi tactfully stepped aside. Gu Yunqi walked up to Mu Xiaoyao and the two chatted familiarly. Gu Yunqi's brows were furrowed, as if she had encountered something troublesome. Mu Xiaoyao pursed her lips, then took out a money pouch from her person and handed it to her. I'm really sorry to have troubled you this time, Gu Yunqi said apologetically. Don't mention it, it's nothing, don't worry about it. I will repay you as soon as I have spirit stones. No rush, feel free to take it and use it, Mu Xiaoyao said. Lin Tianyi saw Gu Yunqi take her wallet in her hand and then leave in a daze. He was filled with doubt. Master Mu, what brings Madame Gu here? Mu Xiaoyao glanced at him. She hadn't intended to speak, but her relationship with Lin Tianyi had become even more refined than their previous superior-subordinate relationship. Oh, she's here to borrow spirit stones. Borrowing spirit stones? What does Gu Yunqi need spirit stones for? As far as he knew, her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian, was a steward of the Danyang sect, a mid-level leader, with a monthly salary of around 1,000 spirit stones. There are also year-end bonuses, alchemy performance bonuses, and other income, with an annual salary of at least 20,000 spirit stones. Gu Yunqi is a steward of the Starry Sky sect, and her annual salary is not low. How much money did she borrow from you? 20,000 spirit stones. This is roughly equivalent to Mu Xiaoyao's salary for 3 years. What did she say she needed the spirit stones for? Lin Tianyi pressed. Why are you asking so many questions? This is her business, and it's not appropriate for me to ask too many questions. Gu Yunqi and Wen Shuxian are a loving couple, widely praised, and they have excellent reputations. Mu Xiaoyao was never worried that Gu Yunqi would not return the spirit stones. Everyone has times when they're short of money, and Mu Xiaoyao didn't find it strange at all. But Lin Tianyi didn't think so. Although Gu Yunqi and Wen Shuxian have been Taoist partners for 30 years, they do not actually have a Taoist relationship. Which side's problem is it? Why can a couple who are only in name and not in reality persist for so long? Landlord Mu, don't you find something strange? Oh? Gu Yunqi and Deacon Wen have been Taoist partners for 30 years, but why is Gu Yunqi's cultivation still only at the foundation establishment stage? Lin Tianyi asked. She's only at the foundation establishment stage? After Lin Tianyi's reminder, Mu Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, if two people cultivate together, their cultivation level should increase rapidly. Gu Yunqi was already in the mid-foundation establishment stage before, but after 30 years, she has only advanced 2 minor realms and has not yet reached the golden core stage. Moreover, generally speaking, women in dual cultivation, being the recipients, tend to cultivate faster than their male partners. However, when Xu Xian was already in the late stage of the golden core realm, and the gap between Gu Yunqi and him widened further. Chapter 23 Nangong Ji is harassed, and the police come to her rescue. That's their business, why are you worrying about it? Maybe Gu Yunqi has come to terms with it and doesn't want to pursue cultivation anymore, but rather become Deacon Wen's Taoist partner. Mu Xiaoyao said dismissively. Of course she knew what Lin Tianyi was thinking. The landlord is right. Although Lin Tianyi had suspicions, he lacked concrete evidence. Of course, whatever happened between Gu Yunqi and Wen Shuxian is their private matter. Logically speaking, Lin Tianyi shouldn't meddle in other people's business. However, he was thinking about the 4,000 times points return on Guam Yunqi. These points are so tempting. 2 hours later, the sun set in the west. Lin Tianyi finished his shift at the alchemy room. He didn't go straight home today, but instead wandered around and headed into the dense forest behind the mountain. Get some fresh air. Now, although he is only an outer disciple, he is living a very comfortable life. After living for 28 years, I finally understand that this is what it means to live a fulfilling life for a man. He was so wise to join the Hahuan sect back then. Junior sister Nangong, I want to cultivate with you. Please promise me. I'll give you anything you want. Get out of here, you filthy pervert. Lin Tianyi looked around. He is currently in the mid-stage of the 3rd grade golden core realm, and his eyesight and hearing are far superior to those of other cultivators. A woman was running ahead, while a man was chasing after her. Hey, isn't that senior sister Nangong? She seems to be in trouble. Lin Tianyi thought to himself. He quickly leaped forward and charged. At this moment, an orange barrier appeared in front of Nangong Ji as she ran, blocking her path. She turned her head and saw a male doctor leering at her. Senior sister Nangong, where do you think you're going to run to today? Even if you don't want to be my Taoist partner, I'm going to have you. You're despicable. If you take one more step closer, I'll report you to the enforcement hall. Nangong Ji said angrily. This male cultivator had a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, and he kept pestering Nangong Ji, wanting to cultivate with her. How could Nangong Ji submit herself to him? He just happened to run into me today, and I never expected him to be so audacious as to try to force himself on Nangong Ji. The elder of the enforcement hall is my uncle. Go ahead and sue him. He won't say a word. The male cultivator was unrestrained. You! Nangong Ji was so angry that her face turned red. The orange barrier narrowed its range, trapping Nangong Ji in the middle, and she was terrified. A loud boom was heard. At this critical moment, a powerful palm strike descended from the sky. The orange barrier shattered like broken ice. Who's here? The male cultivator's eyes widened in panic at the sight of such powerful spiritual energy and magical power. Senior brother Zhou Junling, how have you been? Lin Tianyi descended from the sky with a smile on his face. He recognized Zhou Junling. He was an inner disciple of the Danyang sect, at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank foundation establishment realm. He is a spiritual healer, and his master is Deacon Wen Shuxian. Junior brother Lin, you've arrived. The panicked Nangong Ji was both surprised and delighted when she saw Lin Tianyi. Don't be afraid as long as I'm here, Lin Tianyi said calmly. Nangong Ji looked at him with deep affection, her eyes filled with gratitude. However, this scene enraged Zhou Junling. Lin Tianyi, who do you think you are, daring to ruin my plans? He knew Lin Tianyi. They often ran into each other at the alchemy building. How dare an outer disciple with only qi refining cultivation interfere in the affairs of an inner disciple? He was in the middle of his passion and insisted on forcing himself to cultivate with Nangong Ji. Lin Tianyi interfered, which made him furious. Senior brother Zhou, isn't that wrong of you? Nangong Ji doesn't even look at you, don't flatter yourself. Lin Tianyi didn't even glance at him, treating him like a piece of shit. You're saying I'm deluding myself? Are you tired of living? Zhou Junling's face turned ashen with anger. In his eyes, Lin Tianyi was of lower status and lower cultivation than him, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly to him. What matters to senior sister Nangong is my matter. I'm determined to take care of anything that concerns her. Lin Tianyi retorted. With Lin Tianyi around, Zhou Junling will never be able to get his hands on Nangong Ji again in this lifetime. Lin Tianyi, I'm warning you one last time. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Junling clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. In the Hahuan sect, status and cultivation level determine everything. Lin Tianyi was just an outer disciple with no powerful backing within the sect, so Zhou Junling looked down on him completely. He was furious when his plans were thwarted and he held a grudge. Junior brother Lin, I appreciate your kindness, but you should leave quickly. I'm going to fight him to the death today. I won't submit to him, Nangongji said. In Nangongji's opinion, Lin Tianyi's qi refining realm cultivation was definitely no match for Zhou Junling. His staying would be futile. Nangongji was at least at the early stage of foundation establishment, so she could only do her best and put up a fight. Haha, Lin Tianyi, you have no ability to protect her. Disappear from my sight right now, or I will make you pay the price. Zhou Junling warned again. Seeing Nangongji trying to dissuade Lin Tianyi, he became even more arrogant. This ungrateful Lin Tianyi doesn't even consider his own limitations. An outer disciple in the early stage of qi refining dares to challenge an inner disciple at the foundation establishment stage. It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Little did Zhou Junling know that Lin Tianyi had concealed his cultivation level. He was already at the late golden core stage and possessed the diamond body protection divine skill and the mysterious void shift. Dealing with Zhou Junling, this newbie, is as easy as using a single finger. You are my woman, how can I not protect you? Lin Tianyi didn't even glance at Zhou Junling, but instead whispered sweet nothings to Nangongji. Oh dear, don't talk nonsense. Nangongji lowered her head upon hearing this. What? His woman? Zhou Junling was furious when he heard this. Junior sister Nangong, could it be that you and Lin Tianyi have practiced dual cultivation? No, that's absolutely impossible. Zhou Junling couldn't believe it. You're too late. Senior sister Nangong and I already know each other inside and out. She will only ever cultivate with me in this lifetime. Lin Tian spoke and laughed, his face completely calm and collected. You! Zhou Junling was horrified. How could Lin Tianyi have gotten to Nangongji, who was so beautiful and graceful? His central nervous system was deeply pierced, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. An unnamed fire of jealousy suddenly erupted from the depths of my heart. You can leave now. Don't disturb my good time with senior sister Nangong. Go find other women to cultivate with. She belongs to me alone. After saying that, Lin Tianyi glanced at the pretty Nangongji again, completely ignoring Zhou Junling. This time, Zhou Junling completely lost his temper. He lost his mind. Zhou Junling was consumed by rage when his beloved woman was taken by someone else and humiliated by a low-ranking outer disciple. He gathered immense spiritual energy and concentrated it into his left fist, forming a huge shockwave that bombarded Lin Tianyi. Careful! Nangongji felt threatened. Zhou Junling's power was too strong. He was going to kill Lin Tianyi. She stood in front of Lin Tianyi, her arms crossed, ready to shield him from the fatal blow. Chapter 24 Auspicious pieces turn into egg drops. Hey, how can we let senior sister Nangong do such rough work? Lin Tianyi hugged Nangongji's slender waist, turned around, and shielded her behind him. He pressed his face close and gazed at Nangongji. Zhou Junling fainted. Lin Tianyi was on the verge of death, yet he was still showing affection with Nangongji, showering everyone with PDA? Is he genuinely stupid or just pretending? For that one bite, they'd risk their lives? Die. Zhou Junling's powerful light wave fist had already landed. Nangongji's expression changed drastically. But Lin Tianyi still acted as if nothing had happened. He has such a big heart. Oh no, Lin Tianyi is going to get injured. Nangongji's pupils widened, her heart felt as heavy as lead, and she was extremely nervous. Crunch! The light wave struck Lin Tianyi's back directly. We've won! Zhou Junling was overjoyed upon seeing this. Lin Tianyi took a punch from him. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. How could there be such an idiot in the world who doesn't even try to hide? Now Nangongji is his. But Zhou Junling's beautiful dream shattered the next second. The light wave struck Lin Tianyi, but he didn't react at all, and didn't even turn around. An identical light wave instantly appeared on Lin Tianyi's back and returned along the same path. It turns out that his mysterious void shift can transfer all damage. Zhou Junling attacked him just now. Sorry, I'll just return the favor to Zhou Junling. How is this possible? Isn't this my fist? Zhou Junling exclaimed in shock. However, it was too late. Boom! He was struck in the chest by the rebound of his own lightweight fist, and under the immense force, he was blasted more than 3 zhang away. How so? Zhou Junling clutched his chest and vomited a continuous stream of blood. His meridians were shattered, and his upper body was almost paralyzed. I'm at Foundation Establishment, and he's only at Qi Refining. How can he have such powerful strength? Zhou Junling's teeth chattered, utterly shocked. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had fallen into a dark abyss. Are you all right? Besides Zhou Junling being terrified, Nangong Ji was also extremely surprised. She clearly saw the lightweight fist strike Lin Tianyi, but he was not only unharmed, he also reflected the damage back. Zhou Junling, who attacked Lin Tianyi, ended up getting injured himself. Really? What happened? Did he hit me just now? Lin Tianyi pretended not to know. Anyway, he didn't lift a finger, and now Zhou Junling is seriously injured, which is entirely his own fault. In his eyes, Zhou Junling was nothing more than a tiny flea, and he couldn't be bothered to lay a hand on him. However, out of humanitarian considerations, Lin Tianyi and Nangong Ji stepped forward to check on Zhou Junling's injuries. How could you be so careless? You even hurt yourself while boxing. Can't you be a little more careful? Lin Tianyi scolded him instead. Zhou Junling's heart skipped a beat. He had launched a sneak attack, but he never expected to be punched by his own fist. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A disciple from the outer Qi refining stage possesses such profound internal strength that he even exudes a pressure akin to that of a nascent soul realm expert. Absolutely terrifying. Just what kind of monster is Lin Tianyi? Zhou Junling felt a pain in his chest and had suffered a silent loss. His earlier arrogance had completely vanished. He's so pitiful, let's help him, Nangong Ji said with pity. Zhou Junling looked miserable, like a beggar. This kind of person just tried to force you to cultivate together, and you're still being so nice to him? But after all, he's a fellow disciple, so I should still take care of him, Lin Tianyi said. He came to Zhou Junling's side, raised one foot, and aimed it at his crotch. Oops. Caught off guard, Zhou Junling let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ding, ding twice. The broken pieces of peace turned into egg drop soup. Now, Lin Tianyi finally felt a little better. Zhou Junling is, after all, a fellow disciple. If he really dies, Lin Tianyi will also be questioned by the enforcement hall. Weren't you being pretty arrogant just now? Now he's lost his confidence, and from now on, he'll never be able to be proud again. Senior Sister Nangong, you don't need to be afraid of him anymore. He will never bother you again. This is called cutting the weeds at the root and solving the problem once and for all. Lin Tianyi walked to Nangong Ji's side and asked her for credit. Junior brother Lin is so thoughtful, Nangong Ji said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junling felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows, and he was completely bewildered. Losing my testicles was a minor matter. I almost lost my life. Lin Tianyi was too strong. Zhou Junling, who was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, had no chance to resist. He didn't look like a Qi refining realm cultivator at all, and Zhou Junling felt despair and lingering fear. Senior Sister Nangong, where are you going later? Lin Tianyi asked. I don't know, what he did just now has completely thrown my mind into disarray. Then why don't we come to my little hut for a cup of tea? Lin Tianyi winked. You're dreaming. What are you waiting for? Nangong Ji smiled gently, took Lin Tianyi's arm, and the two left chatting and laughing. Zhou Junling lay on the ground, pounding his chest and stamping his feet in anger. He actually got to cultivate with the curvaceous and voluptuous Nangong Ji. What a lucky break for Lin Tianyi. Thinking of this, Zhou Junling vomited another liter of blood. Senior Sister Nangong, your technique is amazing. Feeling better now? Don't forget, I'm a disciple of the Thousand Illusions sect. Pleasing a man is a piece of cake for me. After saying that, Nangong Ji removed her hand from Lin Tianyi's back. He had just been punched by Zhou Junling, but to Nangong Ji's surprise, he didn't have a single sign of injury. I massaged his back a few times. His body was strong and had a lot of resilience. If Senior Sister Nangong came to my place every day, that would be wonderful. You wish. We're not Taoist partners. Nangong Ji lowered her head. What does it matter? Haven't we done everything that a Taoist partner can do? Lin Tianyi said with a smile. There are plenty of men who want to date me, why should I hang on to you? Even so, Nangong Ji's feelings for Lin Tianyi grew stronger and stronger. Since taking his pills, he not only broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm, but has also continued to improve. In particular, after each dual cultivation session with him, she felt that all aspects of her body had greatly improved. This feeling had never occurred before practicing dual cultivation. Nangongji understood perhaps this was the true essence of the Hahuan sect's dual cultivation. Successfully redeemed one Linglong pill, 1200 points. If you help me massage my face to calm down, I won't let you work for nothing, I'll give you a pill. What kind of pill is this? Nangongji asked. Have you heard of Linglong Dan? It can replenish blood and promote blood circulation, and regulate the endocrine system. After you take it, you will be full of energy. Thank you, junior brother Lin, you're so kind to me. Nangongji's eyes lit up. She knew that the pills Lin Tianyi possessed were all top-grade pills, each worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. This man is so good, why not cultivate with him every day? We're already so close, why are you thanking me? He picked up Nangongji in one swift motion. Nangongji offered a few token resistances, but then followed him to her death. Ha ha. Half an hour later. Nangongji woke up and was about to get out of bed when Lin Tianyi pressed her down again. You think you can escape? Not so easy. Another half hour passed. It's still early, let's fight another 300 rounds. Another half hour passed. How come you're as strong as an ox? Nangongji smiled. She felt that Lin Tianyi was sometimes very mature, and sometimes as funny as a child. Chapter 25: A Late Night Visit, Fu Mingshu's Troubles. By the way, will you participate in the Inner Disciple Promotion Competition next month? Nangongji suddenly asked. Do you want me to participate? I'm talking to you about serious matters, not joking. As an outer disciple, you're looked down upon in the sect. If you could become an inner disciple, your status and treatment would be very different, Nangongji said. Lin Tianyi knew what Nangongji was saying. To truly feel a sense of belonging in the Hahuan sect and become an inner disciple, this step is essential. Otherwise, you'll always be an unofficial member. Lin Tianyi had been pursuing this goal diligently for 6 years. It could be said that he dreamed of becoming an inner disciple. After taking drugs recently, his cultivation level has increased significantly. He is now capable of surpassing even the personal disciples, let alone inner disciples. If something is obtained easily, Lin Tianyi feels that it has no value in pursuing it. In particular, he is now living a very comfortable life. He secretly leveled up, chatted freely with his senior and junior sisters, and had in-depth and simple exchanges with them, finding great enjoyment in it. What day is this? Living in the Hahuan sect is like living the life of an immortal. He was carefree, unrestrained, and no one cared about him. He has little motivation to pursue the empty title of inner disciple now. Alright, since senior sister Nangong wants me to improve, I'll go and become an inner disciple. You're exaggerating again. Advancing to the inner sect is not that easy. You're only at the early stage of qi refining. You need to be at the late stage of qi refining to have any hope. Last year, everyone had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. The threshold for inner disciples is getting higher and higher. Last year, several outer disciples were promoted from the foundation establishment stage. Lin Tianyi's cultivation level was too low, and Nangongji believed that his chances of advancement were slim. Let alone an inner disciple, I would have to think about it even if you offered me a personal disciple. Give me a break, you're just bragging. Nangongji glanced at him. Senior sister Nangong, what reward will you give me if I become an inner disciple? Lin Tianyi asked shamelessly. I'm nobody to you, why are you asking me for a reward? Nangongji stared wide-eyed. The relationship between the two was nothing more than a fleeting affair. Nangongji obtained pills from Lin Tianyi to improve her cultivation. You get what you put in, it's crystal clear. Try to minimize other entanglements. My cultivation has improved. Has senior sister Nangong also benefited? In the Hahuan sect, dual cultivation between Taoist couples can improve their respective cultivation levels, with one growing stronger than the other. If one party's cultivation level increases, the other party can simultaneously improve through dual cultivation. Therefore, as long as Nangongji and Lin Tianyi maintain their dual cultivation relationship, Nangongji will also receive a generous reward as Lin Tianyi's cultivation level increases. The beauty of dual cultivation lies in the fact that when one prospers, the other prospers. Through the balance of yin and yang, like fish and water, a wonderful state of shared cultivation resources is achieved. Do you really want a reward? Nangongji asked. That's how I'll be motivated to get promoted. That. Nangongji lowered her head, pursed her lips, and thought for a moment. Alright, if you can be promoted to inner disciple this time, I will reward you with unlimited opportunities over 3 days. Lin Tianyi's eyes widened upon hearing this. Unlimited attempts? Is there really such a good thing? Nangongji really went all out this time. Hee, senior sister Nangong is still the best to me. Don't be too smug. This is a betting agreement. If you fail to advance to the inner disciple level, you'll be punished with 3 pills, Nangongji added. Okay, it's a deal. For Lin Tianyi, the one thing he had in abundance was elixirs. Alright, it's been too long, I should go back now. Nangongji stood up. I can feel it again now. Nangongji raised her eyebrows. Before she could speak, she collapsed again. Another half hour passed. The system detected that Nangongji's favorability is 92, plus 2 points, plus 1,000 points will be awarded. After Nangongji left, Lin Tianyi didn't get out of bed for another half hour. At this moment, his true energy was almost completely exhausted. He swallowed 1 rejuvenation pill. However, in a short while, Lin Tianyi regained his upright posture. This pill is truly miraculous. My innate pure yang holy body should be called the innate drug-addicted holy body. Lin Tianyi said with a self-deprecating laugh. Talent, diligence, perseverance, none of these can compare to taking drugs and having a naturally pure yang body. This feeling of being upgraded like a cheat code made Lin Tianyi feel great. He has started cultivating again. A man should strive for self-improvement, a man should cultivate himself. Lin Tianyi swallowed 1 high-grade golden pill and 2 spirit-gathering pills. His dantian immediately heated up, becoming extremely hot, a sign of abundant vital energy. Since entering the mid-stage of the golden core realm, his primordial spirit has gradually taken shape, sometimes remaining in a chaotic state. It seems unconscious, but the ability to sense precognition is constantly increasing. It takes form from qi, and yin and yang are in harmony. Breakthrough! Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 6th level of the 3rd grade golden core stage. Lin Tianyi began to reach a state of selflessness. It was as if he had entered a peaceful new world, filled with gentle, nourishing spiritual energy. He was immersed in it, calming his mind and spirit. An hour later. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 7th level of the 3rd grade golden core stage. Having finally reached the late stage of the golden core realm, the next goal is the nascent soul realm. This will be a qualitative leap. Lin Tianyi breathed deeply, calming his mind and conveying everything without saying a word. Is senior brother home? A woman's voice came from the doorway. Come in. Lin Tianyi adjusted his breathing and descended at a steady pace. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Fu Mingxu. At this crucial juncture in his cultivation, he had to stop. Senior brother, I'm bothering you again. It's no trouble at all. I'm more than happy that you could come. Lin Tianyi said sincerely. He's the kind of person who can't sit still. Men should be more hardworking and relieve other people's frustrations. Fu Mingxu tonight was different from the previous few days. She seemed somewhat worried, as if she had encountered something troublesome. She sat down in the chair, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Junior sister Fu, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? It's nothing, I was just punished by the Starry Night monster today, Fu Mingxu mumbled. Fu Mingxu is a disciple of the Xingqiu sect, and her superior is steward Qin Liyue. Lin Tianyi had heard that Qin Liyue was fat and greasy, and was usually capricious, often punishing her disciples. She was a bully who preyed on the weak. The disciples of the Starry Constellation sect privately called her Old Monster Starry Constellation. What did you do that made her punish you? As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Mingxu looked even more aggrieved. In the past few days, my cultivation has broken through 2 minor realms. The Starry Night Old Monster found out about this and slandered me, saying that I stole the sex pills. So that's how it is. Fu Mingxu's previous elimination of snake venom from her body and her improved cultivation were the result of Lin Tianyi giving her pills and their dual cultivation. Qin Liyue's accusation that she stole the elixir is utter nonsense. She says you stole the elixir, but you need evidence. You can't just make things up, can you? Lin Tianyi retorted. I explained it to her, but she wouldn't listen. I think it's not just this incident she found out about the time I badmouthed her behind her back, and she is taking revenge this time, Fu Mingxu added. There's no smoke without fire. This steward Qin Liyue is truly wicked. She abused her power to deliberately punish and make things difficult for Fu Mingxu. Lin Tianyi never expected that giving her the pills would cause her trouble. You are innocent in this matter. I gave you the pills, and I know that very well. I believe that justice will prevail, Lin Tianyi comforted him. She wouldn't listen at all, she deliberately slandered me, and today she even whipped me. What? That old monster actually made a move? Lin Tianyi stepped forward and lifted her fair arm. Sure enough, there were 2 faint red marks on Fu Mingxu's arm. Chapter 26 Mu Xiaoyao is like a moth drawn to a flame. This is what she did? Fu Mingxu nodded. Lin Tianyi was furious. This old monster was too arrogant. Fu Mingxu is his woman now. Don't think she has no backing, and don't think she's easy to bully. Successfully redeemed 1 rejuvenation pill, 500 points. Take this pill, and you'll be fine, Lin Tianyi said. Senior brother Lin is still the best to me. After saying that, Fu Mingxu fell into Lin Tianyi's arms. She was also a child with a tragic past. She was bitten by a red-eyed snake when she was young, so she came to the Hawan sect to cultivate and suppress the toxins in her body. Fu Mingxu remained chaste until Lin Tianyi cured the poison in her body with the elixir, at which point she opened her body's defenses and accepted Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi was the first man in her life. Therefore, Fu Mingxu came here immediately today to seek comfort after being wronged. Don't be sad. Here are 3 qi refining pills for you. Focus on your cultivation. As for that old witch Qin Liyue, someone will take care of her, Lin Tianyi said. Thank you, senior brother Lin. I feel much better now. Fu Mingxu's face was flushed. Look, if you don't mind, why don't you stay here tonight? If senior brother Lin wants me to stay, then I will listen to senior brother. Fu Mingxu said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Looks like there's more drama tonight. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed and pulled Fu Mingxu along, the 2 of them heading into the inner room. Half an hour later. Sister Fu, your legs are so long, it's a shame you don't use them to ride a tricycle. Which leg is longer, the left or the right? Lying down is the longest. Senior brother Lin, you're so naughty. Half an hour later. I can't go on anymore, let me close my eyes and rest for a while. You're lying, I don't believe you. You're holding back your strength, I won't let you succeed. Another half hour passed. The system detected that Fu Mingxu's favorability rating is 92, plus 2 points, and plus 1,600 points will be awarded back. Hawan Sect, Tiandang Mountain, Alchemy Building. In Alchemy Room Number 5, the furnace was burning with a hissing sound, emitting scorching heat, and the temperature inside the room reached nearly 50 degrees Celsius. Mu Xiaoyao put on her clothes. She glanced at Lin Tianyi, filled with regret. That was the last time she absolutely could not cultivate with him again. Mr. Mu. What's wrong? Actually, I want to. Stop talking. I know what you're thinking. You've taken too much advantage of me. Today is the last time. Mu Xiaoyao tried to remain calm. To get a bargain? Lin Tianyi was stunned. Every single time, wasn't it Mu Xiaoyao who took the initiative? He was focused on refining pills when, unexpectedly, Mu Xiaoyao launched a surprise attack on him from behind. He was completely unaware of it. After all, she was the homeowner, and Lin Tianyi could only let her do as she pleased. During this period of time, to be precise, after that night, Mu Xiaoyao felt the powerful yang energy emanating from Lin Tianyi, which captivated her. As if drawn by some kind of magic. No matter how much she restrained herself, or how resolute her words were, her actions betrayed her true feelings. Seeing Lin Tianyi's fit and muscular physique, Mu Xiaoyao couldn't help but steal a few glances. Even with my back to him, I could still feel his masculine aura. Mu Xiaoyao had never experienced dual cultivation before. She was a complete novice. But now, she's like a moth drawn to a flame. Understood, Mr. Mu. In this matter, Lin Tianyi was always on the defensive. Mu Xiaoyao was his superior, so Lin Tianyi had no choice but to cooperate with her fully. At this moment, he placed a medicinal herb into a porcelain bowl and continued to process and pound it with undivided attention. In the alchemy room, apart from the sound of the alchemy furnace, there was this clattering sound. It was extremely quiet. Keep working, don't look back. Landlord Mu, are you standing behind me again? Lin Tianyi was startled. Without saying a word, Mu Xiaoyao stood behind him again, completely unaware of his presence. Lin Tianyi was extremely nervous. He had an instinctive premonition. Suddenly, Mu Xiaoyao gently placed her left hand on his shoulder. Landlord Mu, didn't you say that was the last time for today? Today isn't over yet, so it doesn't count. Mu Xiaoyao collapsed before she could finish speaking. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaoyao got dressed again. Strange, why does my spiritual energy surge every time I cultivate with him? She exclaimed inwardly. Her cultivation level was at the early stage of the third grade golden core realm, and she hadn't made any new breakthroughs for 3 whole years. Unexpectedly, she broke through to a new level in the past few days without any warning. Moreover, I feel that she may achieve another breakthrough. Could it be that all of this is related to Lin Tianyi's dual cultivation? Wouldn't that be a shortcut to cultivation? Mu Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and she dared not think any further. At this moment, Lin Tianyi got up from the ground, but he could not stand steadily on his feet. It seems that alchemy is becoming increasingly demanding. This has inadvertently increased the workload. Landlord Mu, go get to work. Once this batch of pills is finished, we need to prepare the raw materials for the next batch. If there's not enough time, we might have to work overtime tonight. Mu Xiaoyao didn't give Lin Tianyi a chance to speak at all. Work overtime? Lin Tianyi was on the verge of tears. He was just calmly refining pills when Mu Xiaoyao interrupted him 3 times. How could he have any extra time? Moreover, some tasks are even more tiring than alchemy. Lin Tianyi always felt like he had been hollowed out. Please rest assured, Master Mu, I will definitely not delay the alchemy process. Mu Xiaoyao walked to a rosewood cabinet, opened a drawer, and took out a light green medicine bottle. She walked up to Lin Tianyi. Tianyi, you stay here and watch the alchemy furnace. I'm going to Xingxiu sect to deliver some pills to Steward Qin Li Yue. Qin Li Yue of Xingxiu sect? Isn't this the old monster who punished Fu Mingxiu? Lin Tianyi had long wanted to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to bully his woman. Master Mu, why don't you take a rest? Let me do this job of delivering pills, Lin Tianyi said, stepping forward. I'll let you do it? Mu Xiaoyao looked puzzled. Look at you, you used up a lot of energy just now, and this batch of pills is almost finished. If something unexpected happens, we can't do without you. It turned out that this kid was concerned about her. Mu Xiaoyao felt a warmth in her heart after hearing this. I just did a few things, and it was indeed quite tiring. Now is a crucial period for alchemy, and she should stay in the alchemy room to ensure that the alchemy process goes smoothly. Besides, delivering a pill to a Starry Sky Sect deacon is just a simple errand, so there's nothing wrong with having Lin Tianyi deliver it. Alright, then I'll trouble you to make the trip. After saying that, Mu Xiaoyao handed the medicine in her hand to Lin Tianyi. Thank you. Lin Tianyi took the medicine bottle and left alchemy room number 5. He's going to meet that old monster Qin Li Yue, who bullies Fu Mingxiu by abusing her power. Doesn't she even know who's behind Fu Mingxiu? Lin Tianyi walked out of the alchemy building and headed towards the Starry Sky Gate. Chapter 27 For Junior Sister Fu, a great disturbance occurs at the Starry Constellation Sect. Hawan Sect, Xingxiu Gate, the plaza outside the Golden Phoenix Hall. With this centipede formation, you must move in unison to surround the enemy before using poison to strangle them, making it impossible for them to escape. Qin Li Yue, a deacon of the Starry Constellation Sect, stood arrogantly in the square, teaching cultivation techniques to more than 30 female disciples. Under the scorching sun, the female disciples felt dizzy from the heat, each suffering in silence. Fu Mingxiu, come out here. You were slacking off just now. I didn't. Fu Mingxiu stepped forward. You still want to deny it? Your injury from yesterday is healed? Qin Li Yue's eyes widened, and she started teasing Fu Mingxiu again. Recently, her cultivation level has improved significantly. Qin Li Yue knew that she had taken some top-grade pills and was extremely jealous. Moreover, Qin Li Yue was unhappy because Fu Mingxiu spoke ill of her behind her back. For cultivators, a good elixir is a kind of opportunity. Taking drugs can quickly improve one's cultivation level, which is much faster than the tedious practice. Qin Li Yue coveted Fu Mingxiu's elixir, so she deliberately found a reason to pressure her, aiming to make her submit and then offer the elixir to her. Unexpectedly, Fu Mingxiu didn't buy it. Why should she give her own pills to others? We've been cultivating for over 2 hours, and everyone has been standing in the sun like this the whole time. We're practically dried out. Fu Mingxiu retorted. How dare you? It's none of your business to speak here. Qin Li Yue lost face in front of the many female disciples and was so angry that she glared at them with gritted teeth. Fu Mingxiu, who is ungrateful and has no background or backing, dares to talk back to her. Let's teach her a lesson. Xin Liyue took out a 7-star scorpion tail whip. You violated the sect rules, spoke rudely, and disrespected the master. I will make an example of you today. As soon as he finished speaking, the female disciples fell silent, trembling with fear. Xin Liyue has always had a bad temper, and anyone who provokes her is sure to suffer the consequences. Fu Mingxiu argued with her, disliking her character, but as the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, she inevitably became the target and punished by her. You have been excessively physically punishing your disciples and settling personal scores. I can also report you to the enforcement hall. Fu Mingxiu retorted fearlessly. You've gone too far. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write the character Qin backwards. After saying that, Xin Liyue raised the 7-star scorpion tail whip in her hand high and flew towards Fu Mingxiu. The female disciples were all terrified and turned pale. Although Fu Mingxiu was stubborn, her face immediately turned pale when she saw the flying whip. A loud bang. At this critical moment, the arrogant 7-star scorpion tail whip was struck down in midair and landed on the ground like a dead snake. Who is making a move? Xin Liyue was startled. Whose skill was so profound that they managed to knock down the whip she threw? Here I am, I'm here. Just then, Lin Tianyi jogged all the way to Xingqiu Gate. He had heard the noise from more than 10 feet away. Xin Liyue, that old monster, was punishing Fu Mingxiu again. If he didn't know about this, that's fine, but if he did know, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. He immediately unleashed an attack wave, easily knocking down the 7-star scorpion tail whip. Fu Mingxiu saw him, both surprised and delighted. Why are you here? Lin Tianyi looked around and smiled. Who are you, daring to trespass into the starry constellation gate? Xin Liyue asked coldly. As the female disciples stared in disbelief, Lin Tianyi walked to the front of the hall. Lin Tianyi, an outer disciple of Danyang sect, is here on the orders of Master Mu Zhaoyao to deliver medicine to you. After saying this, Lin Tianyi took out a medicine bottle. How dare a third-rate outer disciple boast like this? Xin Liyue was shocked. Moreover, Lin Tianyi spoke loudly, and his words seemed to carry a provocative tone. I thought some important person had come, but it turns out he's just a lowly alchemist. Xin Liyue's eyes were filled with disdain. In her eyes, Lin Tianyi was of lowly status, nothing more than a little grasshopper. Lin Tianyi stared at her intently. Name, Xin Liyue. Age, 62. Appearance, 69 points. Cultivation level, grade 3 golden core level 1. Favorability, 15. Rechargeable, 12 times. Multiplier, none. Xin Liyue's hidden personal information was laid bare before Lin Tianyi. She's old and ugly, but surprisingly, she's quite the ladies' man. Looks like a seasoned practitioner of dual cultivation. However, she was only at the initial stage of the golden core realm, yet she dared to act so arrogantly. Lin Tianyi decided to teach her a lesson and put her in her place. To vent the anger of Fu Mingxiu and the female disciples present. Our Danyang sect sends important figures to deliver pills, but if we're sending pills to insignificant people, we send someone like me, Lin Tianyi said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the female disciples covered their mouths and laughed. Deacon Xin Liyue's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. She called Lin Tianyi a nobody, but to her surprise, Lin Tianyi also mocked her as a nobody. Who gave this outer disciple, who was only in the early stages of qi refining, the courage? How dare you speak to me like that? Have you lost your mind? I belong to the Danyang sect, and you belong to the Xingqiu sect. Aren't you meddling too much? Xin Liyue looks really ugly now. In front of many female disciples of the Starry Constellation sect, she was contradicted by an outer disciple. She would lose face if she didn't teach Lin Tianyi a lesson. I am a steward, and you are just an errand boy. How dare you be so disrespectful? I'll teach you a lesson today, Xin Liyue threatened. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingxiu and her female disciples panicked. Deacon Xin Liyue is indeed hateful, but she is, after all, a golden core cultivator. If she were to strike Lin Tianyi with a single palm, he would likely be either dead or seriously injured. Senior brother Lin, you should leave quickly, Fu Mingxiu said as she stepped forward. No rush, no rush. I want to see what kind of magic this old monster can use today. Xin Liyue noticed something amiss between them, which fueled her resentment. So you were just looking for trouble today because of this bitch? Oh well, too bad, you're overestimating yourself. Xin Liyue's eyes were full of sarcasm. Old monster, if you know what's good for you, kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll let you go today. Lin Tianyi said without fear. In my 60+ years of life, this is the first time I've met someone as mentally challenged and foolish as you. An outer disciple trying to threaten a sect deacon? Are you tired of living? You? Even if you add all your Taoist partners, I'm not afraid. Lin Tianyi shouted. Qin Li Yue was stunned upon hearing this. The female disciples on the field were whispering and gossiping among themselves. She nominally had 2 Taoist partners, but secretly she also had many other Taoist partners with whom she had illicit affairs. Lin Tianyi's words struck a nerve with her. This child must not be allowed to live. The situation became increasingly tense, and the tension between Qin Li Yue and Lin Tianyi grew stronger. Senior brother Lin, you should leave quickly. I'll only get hit a few times at most, but she'll calm down and be fine once she's calmed down, Fu Mingxiu said worriedly. Don't worry, I was prepared for this day long ago. The homeowner, Mu Xiaoyao, asked him to deliver some pills, which he was more than happy to do. Fu Mingxiu is his woman. Anyone who dares to bully her is bullying himself. Moreover, Lin Tianyi couldn't stand this kind of abuse of power and sect bullying. Qin Li Yue began to unleash her power, causing a sandstorm to erupt in the square. Fu Mingxiu and her female disciples were terrified. Junior sister Qin, don't be impulsive, calm down. At this critical moment, a richly dressed woman walked in from outside the door. She was gentle in appearance and elegant in demeanor, with a full and ample bosom, and her mature charm was unmatched. It can practically be called an extra-large peach. Junior sister Gu, this outer disciple is being disrespectful and deliberately came to my starry constellation sect to cause trouble. If I don't teach him a lesson today, do you think I'm easy to bully? Qin Li Yue said, glancing at him. Lin Tianyi raised his head and looked at that unforgettable beautiful face. Name, Gu Yunxi. Age, 48. Appearance, 95 points. Cultivation level, 2nd grade, Foundation Establishment level 8. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 4000 X points return. Chapter 28, A Woman's Attraction to Strength Wins Gu Yunxi's Favor. She and Qin Li Yue were fellow disciples of the Xingqiu sect and also stewards. She was also the Taoist partner of Wen Shuxian of the Danyang sect. Lin Tianyi was deeply impressed by her, not only because of her mature charm, but also because she remained chaste even after being a Taoist couple for 30 years. They have the name of a Taoist couple, but no actual practice of dual cultivation. Why are you competing with an outer disciple? Even if you injure him, it's still an unfair victory, Gu Yunxi advised. Gu Yunxi neither had a good impression of Lin Tianyi nor spoke up for him. That's just her personality, gentle and refined, unlike Qin Li Yue, who is too murderous and has too much malice. Someone like him needs to be taught a lesson. If we let her go, she'll be writing roughshod over me tomorrow. Qin Li Yue was still furious. What do you mean, writing on your head? Pa, dream on. You're already so old, stop trying to make yourself look good. Lin Tianyi snorted at her. Who would bother to clear this muddy, broken road? At this moment, Gu Yunxi glanced at Lin Tianyi. She hadn't expected that an outer disciple would have such a strong personality. Senior sister Qin Li Yue has always had a fiery temper. If she were to make a move, she would definitely not hold back. Alright, you two should both keep quiet. Let bygones be bygones. Gu Yunxi was quick-witted. She knew that in the event of a fierce battle between the two, Lin Tianyi would definitely be the one who suffered the loss. He is still too young. Junior sister Gu, don't try to persuade me anymore. Today, no matter what, I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Qin Li Yue gritted her teeth in anger and repeatedly uttered harsh words. Don't just talk the talk, I'm itchy, come and scratch my itch. Lin Tianyi wouldn't budge an inch. The situation was out of control, and Gu Yunxi was speechless. Qin Li Yue muttered incantations, and the 7-star scorpion tail whip on the ground emitted a cloud of red smoke, hovering in midair and transforming into a long rope. Crimson chains. The 7-star scorpion tail whip seemed to come to life, twisting and spinning at high speed as it shot straight toward Lin Tianyi. Not good. Gu Yunxi, Fu Mingxiu, and all the female disciples present widened their eyes and craned their necks. The move was ruthless. It could defeat the enemy in one strike. Lin Tianyi is in imminent danger. Qin Li Yue revealed a sinister smile, secretly pleased with herself. At this critical juncture, Lin Tianyi turned a blind eye and even turned his back as if nothing had happened. Senior brother Lin. Fu Mingxiu's heart was in her throat. It's okay, haha. A loud boom was heard. Everyone stared in disbelief. The 7-star scorpion tail whip suddenly became like a limp rope, losing its energy and falling to the ground. Lin Tianyi was completely unharmed. Absolutely terrifying. Everyone present nearly had their eyes pop out. What? This is impossible. Xin Liyue was utterly astonished. How could a mere qi refining outer sect disciple possibly dodge her fatal blow? What's even more terrifying is that he didn't even use any defense, he simply suppressed a medium-level magic artifact. What happened just now? Lin Tianyi pretended not to know. His actual cultivation level was late stage of the 3rd grade Golden Core realm, higher than Xin Liyue's. Moreover, he also possesses the Diamond Body Protection Divine Skill, which can withstand the vast majority of magical artifacts and martial arts attacks. What is the 7-star scorpion tail whip? It's as cute as a little mudfish. Senior brother Lin, are you really alright? Fu Mingxiu could hardly believe her eyes. How come he's unharmed? Fu Mingxiu had learned her lesson from this whip. Previously, when Steward Xin Liyue had only used 1/10 of her power, she was already covered in wounds. However, this time, the 7-star scorpion tail whip was thrown with all its might, and without strong cultivation, it would be impossible to defend against it. Gu Yunxi was equally surprised. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Was Lin Tianyi really an outer disciple? You must know that senior sister Xin Liyue is a Golden Core realm expert. Once this whip is in motion, it can be said to be indestructible. But in front of Lin Tianyi, the whip completely softened. Gu Yunxi's expression froze, her face filled with disbelief. How dare you destroy my magical artifact? Xin Liyue had repeatedly lost face in front of everyone, and she was not about to let it go. She was furious. A dark flame instantly ignited in her right palm. Netherworld Divine Palm. The female disciples present were all horrified when they saw this. The Netherworld Divine Palm is a unique skill of the Starry Constellation sect. Once it hits a target, the target's body will be corroded by cold poison, and eventually the spiritual meridians will be broken, leaving the target crippled even if they don't die. Senior brother Lin. Fu Mingxiu became worried again. Hee, it's alright, it's alright. Lin Tianyi smiled calmly again. Forget about the Netherworld Divine Palm or the Netherworld Bear Paw, none of them can become netherworldly when they come to him. Soon, a high-speed black light wave attacked Lin Tianyi. The scene became chilly, and the surrounding temperature dropped by 10 degrees Celsius. Just as the black light wave was about to reach Lin Tianyi, the Diamond Body Protection Divine Skill triggered a barrier, creating a screen. Then, with a move called Mysterious Void Shift, he directly deflected the Netherworld Palm back. I'm so dizzy. Xin Liyue's eyes widened, her face turning ashen with fright. Little did she expect that her Netherworld Palm strike would not only fail to harm Lin Tianyi, but would instead turn against her. Caught off guard, Xin Liyue was struck in the chest by a palm strike. A dark brown palm print seeped into the skin, forming a black hole the size of a bowl. She was severely injured and thrown several meters away by the inertia of the light wave, falling to the ground with a thud and vomiting large amounts of blood. Wanting to attack others, but ending up hurting yourself? This incredible scene once again stunned everyone present. Junior sister Qin. Gu Yunxi rushed over upon seeing this. A person who was full of energy just a moment ago suddenly became as withered as a yesterday's flower. How could this happen? Did I get hit by my own Netherworld Palm? Xin Liyue was barely breathing and trembling all over, as if she had been extremely frightened. She originally wanted to give Lin Tianyi a good beating and establish her authority in front of all the female disciples, but she didn't expect an outer disciple to be so strong. This is terrifying. Xin Liyue lost all her spiritual energy, and 10 years of cultivation were destroyed in an instant. Gu Yunxi took out a pill, made her swallow it, and then channeled her inner energy to heal her injuries. You all saw it, I didn't lay a hand on her. She was struck by her own Netherworld Palm, she only has herself to blame, Lin Tianyi said. Fu Mingxiu showed a look of relief, and the other female disciples also looked at Lin Tianyi with admiration. They were often oppressed by the steward Xin Liyue, and dared not speak out against it. Today, Lin Tianyi finally gave them a chance to vent their anger. I didn't expect senior brother Lin to be so amazing. I was so worried just now, Fu Mingxiu said, looking down. If he hadn't appeared in time, Fu Mingxiu would have been beaten by Xin Liyue again. If anyone dares to bully you again, just come find me, Lin Tianyi said. Fu Mingxiu is his woman, so of course he has to provide her with protection. He now has the ability to protect the women around him, especially those with whom he has practiced dual cultivation. Okay, senior brother Lin. Fu Mingshua's face was flushed. All the female disciples looked at her with envy. I never imagined that junior sister Fu had such a strong man behind her, always supporting her. Although he is an outer disciple, his skills are unfathomable, and even Deacon Qin is no match for him. If only I had a man like that. Hearing these praises from her senior and junior sisters, Fu Mingshu felt extremely proud. Today, Lin Tianyi made her proud. Her admiration for Lin Tianyi grew stronger, and she became even more determined to continue her dual cultivation with him. The system detected that Gu Yunqi's favorability rating is 10, plus 10 points, plus 40,000 points will be awarded. What, 40,000 points? Lin Tianyi received a notification from the system about the change in points and glanced at Gu Yunqi. He crippled Qin Liu at Gu Yunqi's fellow disciple, yet Gu Yunqi didn't resent him and even increased her favorability towards him. Are women born admiring of strength? Gu Yunqi only gained 10 points of favorability, but the return multiplier was 4,000 times, causing Lin Tianyi's points to surge. He couldn't imagine how much he would gain if he further increased Gu Yunqi's favorability. How to win Gu Yunqi's heart. Chapter 29. The pure and delicate junior sister Yu Mei-chan. Don't just stand there, quickly help Steward Qin to the hall to rest. As soon as Gu Yunqi finished speaking, 4 female disciples stepped forward, helped Qin Liyue up, and carried her into the hall. Ouch, be gentle. Qin Liyue cried out in pain. She suffered a terrible setback today. Even though she was lucky enough to survive, she's practically a cripple. He tried to harm others but ended up harming himself. He deserved it all. From then on, she was like a mouse seeing a cat whenever she saw Lin Tianyi. After dealing with Qin Liyue's matter, Gu Yunqi planned to go to Danyang Palace to ask Physician Ling to come and take a look. She walked to Lin Tianyi's side, glanced at him, and there was a strange feeling in her eyes. It was beyond her expectations that a lowly outer disciple had actually injured a Golden Core Realm deacon. At first, Gu Yunqi thought Lin Tianyi was ignorant and reckless. But now, she realizes she was wrong. Neither the 7-star Scorpion Tail Whip nor the Netherworld Divine Palm could harm him in the slightest. Moreover, Lin Tianyi didn't make a move at all. He simply returned Qin Liyue's attack to her. Especially his seemingly casual gaze. What profound skill lies hidden behind it? As for senior sister Qin Liyue, she had a bad temper and struck first, committing evil first. Now she has suffered a great loss, her cultivation completely destroyed. She can only blame herself for running into a tough opponent. This is a lesson for her. Gu Yunqi showed no sympathy for Qin Liyue. Instead, she looked at Lin Tianyi with new respect. Moreover, she seemed to see an untamed spirit in Lin Tianyi. Her Taoist partner was outstanding in every way, except that he couldn't make her a real woman. For 30 years, Gu Yunqi has never succeeded in dual cultivation. She remains a virgin. As she gets older, she also has the needs of a normal woman. Especially in terms of cultivation, without the practice of dual cultivation, she cannot break through quickly. As her beauty fades day by day, this is undoubtedly her greatest regret. The key issue is that she's too ashamed to talk about this kind of thing. Outsiders envied her and her Taoist partner, who had remained inseparable for 30 years, but she had never experienced the feeling of being conquered. She knew she was even inferior to those casual, illicit lovers. But upon seeing Lin Tianyi, a strange stirring arose in the deepest, most empty part of Gu Yunqi's heart. He exuded masculinity, heroic spirit, and an overwhelming, domineering aura. Gu Yunqi's most pressing need is to fill the void in her heart. In any case, Deacon Qin's injuries today are related to you. The enforcement hall may investigate this matter later. Gu Yunqi straightened her chest and said seriously. You saw it yourself just now. I didn't do anything. She was hit by her own netherworld palm, Lin Tianyi replied. That being said, probably no one would believe that Qin Liyue would injure herself, right? However, this whole affair was caused by her, and it's already a miracle that Qin Liyue didn't die. Prepare yourself well and take care of yourself, Gu Yunqi said. Lin Tianyi realized that she was concerned about him and was offering a kind reminder. Gu Yunqi's change in attitude gave Lin Tianyi a glimmer of hope. Although she has a legitimate Taoist partner, it's not the way others see it. She should have the potential to increase her favorability rating. For Lin Tianyi, this was definitely a double reward he had always dreamed of. I understand. If the enforcement hall asks, I will report the truth. Gu Yunqi pretended to leave as if nothing had happened, but in her heart, waves were already churning. No, you can't. I have a partner, so I must not have any improper thoughts. Lin Tianyi stared at Gu Yunqi's elegant back. With a gentle breeze, it was like an unopened love letter, making him want to get closer and read it carefully. Hawan Sect, Tiandang Mountain, West Cliff. Lin Tianyi came out of the starry sky gate and passed through a residential area. He vaguely heard a young woman crying. "My father is dead, please, spare me." "He is dead, but he still owes us spirit stones. Your house is still there, it can be sold for a few dollars. This is the property my father left me. If I sell it, I will be homeless. Then cultivate with us. I'll do it on odd days, and he'll do it on even days. Use your body to pay off your father's debt." A chilling laugh echoed through the air. Lin Tianyi followed the sound, walked through a grove of trees, and arrived at the entrance of a house. Before me stood a young woman with large, watery eyes, like pear blossoms glistening with raindrops. She had a beautiful face, like a lotus emerging from the water, with a rosy complexion, like cherry blossoms in March, delicate and lovely. Her figure is S-shaped, and her tight-fitting clothes conceal a shapely figure that is disproportionate to her age. She is so beautiful that describing her as stunningly beautiful is not an exaggeration at all. Lin Tianyi's gaze lingered on her briefly. Name, Yu Mei-chan. Age, 19. Appearance, 92 points. Cultivation level, first rank Qi refining, level 2. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 2500 X points return. I never expected this young girl, with her fair and radiant skin, to have such a high return rate. However, there were 2 male disciples present who seemed quite aggressive. One had a narrow forehead and a dark brow, while the other had high cheekbones, protruding teeth, and lips that couldn't cover their teeth. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Excuse me, what's going on here? Who are you? I am Lin Tianyi, an outer disciple of the Danyang sect. Upon hearing that he was an outer disciple, the 2 men looked at him with disdain. This is a matter for our heavenly fiend sect, please don't meddle in our affairs. One of them spoke without any politeness. Another person walked up to Yu Mei-chan and shamelessly groped her from head to toe. Startled, Yu Mei-chan ran away and hid behind Lin Tianyi. Senior brothers, please speak properly. In broad daylight, you shouldn't force people to do things against their will. Lin Tianyi noticed something amiss. These 2 disciples of the Heavenly Fiend sect were attempting to blackmail Yu Mei-chan. It's pitiful that she, a weak woman, was no match for a pair of wolves. Go refine your pills and don't interfere in our affairs. This Miss Yu owes us spirit stones, so she's coming with us tonight, one of them said domineeringly. The 2 of them didn't take Lin Tianyi seriously at all. Lin Tianyi turned around and faced the pitiful-looking Yu Mei-chan, asking, "How did you end up owing them spirit stones? How much do you owe in total?" Yu Mei-chan was terrified and stammered as she explained what had happened. It turns out that her father died 3 days ago. Because he was a gambler, he owed more than 30,000 spirit stones to his fellow disciples in the Heavenly Fiend sect. The 2 people who came to collect debts today are Jiang Lingchen, a direct disciple of the Tiansha sect, and Shiryu, an inner disciple of the Tiansha sect. They wanted to sell Yu Mei-chan's father's house, but when Yu Mei-chan refused, they planned to force themselves to cultivate with her to pay off the debt. This kind of despicable behavior of taking advantage of others' misfortunes is utterly hateful. Lin Tianyi roughly understood what had happened. Her father owed you spirit stones, but he is already dead. The debt is settled with the dead, so why are you making things difficult for her? Who do you think you are? Her father owes money, and her daughter is still alive. The debt won't disappear, Jiang Lingchen retorted. Knowing full well that her father has no ability to repay, you still lent him spirit stones. What were you thinking? Lin Tianyi questioned. Jiang Lingchen and Shiryu of the Heavenly Fiend sect were speechless upon hearing this. Yu Mei-chan's father was a gambler, and the 2 knew he was dying and had no ability to repay his debts. The reason for lending him the spirit stones was simply because he owned a piece of land. In addition, he has a beautiful daughter. The 2 lecherous men had already smelled the virgin scent emanating from Yu Mei-chan. They were so hungry they couldn't be picky, their mouths were already watering. Chapter 30, Rules of the Hahuan Sect. Forced dual cultivation prohibited. You're just an outer disciple, so you'd better leave now. This has nothing to do with you, so stop interfering. Shiryu said angrily. The personal disciple Jiang Lingchen was at the early stage of Golden Core, and the inner disciple Shiryu was at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Neither of them took Lin Tianyi seriously. They were determined to feast on Yu Mei-chan, this fat piece of meat that was already in their mouths, tonight. Junior brother, please save me, I don't want to be humiliated by them. Yume-chan was heartbroken. To be fair, these two disciples of the Heavenly Fiend sect are really ugly. Moreover, taking advantage of her father's debt problems, she was impatient and her methods were also crude. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let them bully you, Lin Tianyi reassured him. The system detected that Yume-chan's favorability is 10, plus 10 points, return plus 25,000 points. After Lin Tianyi won him over with his words, the points reward has been credited to his account. Now he spoke with more confidence. Senior brothers, don't worry, it's just a matter of debt. How many spirit stones does her father owe you? Lin Tianyi said. 30,000 spirit stones. What? So many spirit stones. Do you have any IOU or written agreement? No, her father borrowed it verbally. We thought he was a good person, so we didn't ask for a written agreement, Zhang Lingchen said. Lin Tianyi immediately recognized the numerous flaws in the argument and suspected something fishy was going on. Now that her father is dead, there's no way to verify the story. However, that's not important right now. What's important right now is to resolve Yume-chan's current predicament. Her father just died, and you're already here to collect debts? How about this, give her 2 days grace and some time for this miss you, Lin Tianyi said. Who do you think you are, giving me the right to speak here? If you're so capable, take out the spirit stones and pay off her debts, you coward. Zhang Lingchen and Shiryu looked at each other with mockery. He has a poor and shabby appearance, and as an outer disciple, he is ignorant of his own limitations. Who gave him the courage? I'm just saying what's fair, it's really unethical of you to be so pushy, Lin Tianyi cursed. How can you force a young girl like that? Don't waste time arguing with him, let's just take junior sister you away. After Zhang Lingchen finished speaking, he looked Yume-chan up and down with greedy eyes. Sure you couldn't wait any longer and, without saying a word, stepped forward to grab Yume-chan. Yume-chan was terrified, her face turning pale. No, I don't want to. Slap. Lin Tianyi stepped forward swiftly. He swung his arm and struck Shiryu's forearm. Shiryu was jolted backward by the shockwave, and he staggered and fell to the ground. His eyes lit up instantly. His skill is so strong? Shiryu was secretly surprised. A cultivator at the early stage of Qi refining realm could easily resist a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator with a mere gesture. Shiryu's eyes showed horror. With just one exchange, he knew that Lin Tianyi's skill was unfathomable. Your behavior is appalling. The sect has rules. Forced dual cultivation is prohibited if one party is unwilling. Violation of these rules will result in punishment, Lin Tianyi warned. Both parties must have mutual consent before they can engage in dual cultivation. This is a rule of the Hahuan sect. If someone forces another to engage in dual cultivation, the consequences range from expulsion from the sect to the abolition of their cultivation. How dare you, an outer disciple, threaten us? Zhang Lingchen roared in anger. So what if it's a threat? Lin Tianyi suddenly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, giving them both a strong sense of pressure. Zhang Lingchen was about to jump when Shiryu stopped him. Don't act impulsively. He had just exchanged blows with Lin Tianyi and sensed his profound skill. Moreover, this incident was caused by the two of them coercing the young and naive Yume-chan, eager to have sex with her, and acting too hastily. From a moral standpoint, it is untenable. If Lin Tianyi reports this to the authorities and the enforcement hall finds out, there will be a lot of trouble. Fine, I'll give her 2 days. If she can't come up with 30,000 spirit stones after 2 days, then don't blame us for being impolite. Shiryu said ruthlessly. They were unlucky to run into Lin Tianyi today. He ruined their plans. Shiryu believed that even if Yume-chan was given 2 days, she wouldn't be able to come up with 30,000 spirit stones. At that time, wouldn't Yume-chan, this little beauty, be their plaything? No problem, no problem. Lin Tianyi raised his eyebrows. Today, he was determined to thwart Zhang Lingchen and Shiryu's long-planned dirty scheme. Yume-chan must not fall into their hands. Soon, the two accepted the spirit stones and left arrogantly. Senior brother Lin, thank you for getting me out of that predicament. Without you today, I would have wanted to die. Yume-chan was still in shock. That was too dangerous. If I had fallen into the hands of those two beasts, I would have suffered inhuman torture and felt like I was dying. It's nothing, it just means we're quite destined for each other. Fate? Upon hearing this, Yume-chan couldn't help but feel shy. Compared to the two people from before, Lin Tianyi was not only handsome but also dashing. This kind of man is also pleasing to the eye. However, Yume-chan became worried again. What's wrong? My father owes them 30,000 spirit stones, which is too much. I can't pay it back, and they will come to harass us again. Yume-chan felt that what had just happened was merely a delaying tactic by Lin Tianyi, and that she would not be able to come up with so many spirit stones in 2 days. In that case, those two scoundrels will still harass her and covet her in the future. Lin Tianyi stood in front of the house, carefully examining it. How about this, you sell your father's house to me? You want to buy my house? Yume-chan was somewhat shocked. In fact, Lin Tianyi had his eye on this plot of land at first sight. There is a quiet grove of trees and a courtyard in front of the house. Growing flowers and plants in your spare time is also a pleasure. Furthermore, this plot of land is very large, with a full 6 rooms, making it seem like the difference between heaven and earth compared to my own small, dilapidated house. He did want to help Yume-chan, but not for free. By purchasing this property, Lin Tianyi could both improve his living conditions and solve her immediate financial crisis, a win-win situation. It's too conspicuous for you to live here alone, and those 2 people will bother you. Yume-chan thought about it and realized it made sense. Her father was dead, and she was now all alone and desperately needed to find someone to rely on. You want to take my land? Where am I supposed to live then? I have a small apartment in the south, we can swap. Lin Tianyi spoke his mind. Don't worry, if I buy your land and house, and those 2 from the Heavenly Fiend sect still dare to come knocking, I'll take care of it for you, Lin Tianyi said. This is also a way to protect her. It is not appropriate for Yume-chan to live alone in such a large house. On the contrary, it will only cause trouble. That's fine, but where will you get so many spirit stones? Currently, Yume-chan still has a debt of 30,000 spirit stones. Where will Lin Tianyi get that kind of money after buying her house? Moreover, Lin Tianyi doesn't seem like a rich person. Don't worry about the spirit stones. I'll find a way to raise 30,000 spirit stones within 2 days, Lin Tianyi said. Despite Lin Tianyi's confident assurances, Yume-chan still harbored a lingering worry. Then I'll leave it to senior brother Lin. The system detected that Yume-chan's favorability is 15, plus 5 points, and plus 12,500 points will be returned. Don't worry. Lin Tianyi looked relaxed. He had unknowingly earned tens of thousands of points, which were much more valuable than spirit stones. He was confident that he could refine and hone Yume-chan's skills to earn even more points. Chapter 31, Day and Night consumed, night after night emptied, night after night empty. Successfully redeemed 1 high-grade golden elixir, 3,000 points. Successfully redeemed 1 immortal elixir, 4,000 points. Breakthrough. Lin Tianyi returned to his house and continued his secluded cultivation. A fiery heat surged within him, spiritual energy gushed forth, and yang energy continuously overflowed. This feeling is amazing, it goes straight to the top of my head, and I just can't stop, Lin Tianyi exclaimed inwardly. 2 hours later, he broke through another small realm. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 8th level of the 3rd grade golden core stage. The higher you climb in cultivation, the more expensive the pills become. To reach a higher cultivation level, you need a sufficient number of points. At the current rate, Lin Tianyi will reach the 4th grade nascent soul realm in just a few days by continuing to take drugs. If one were to advance to the nascent soul realm, they could be considered a big shot in some smaller sects. However, as far as he knew, there were more than 30 nascent soul hall masters and elders in the Hahuan sect. After all, it is a major demonic sect, with many experts. In any case, once Lin Tianyi reaches the nascent soul realm, his physical body will become even stronger, and his magical power will also advance rapidly. From now on, he will not be afraid of anyone in the Hahuan sect. Is senior brother Lin home? A gentle voice came from the doorway of the small house. Oh no, I'm stuck at a crucial moment in my cultivation, and I have to stop again. Come in. Lin Tianyi adjusted his luck and calmed his mind. It's me. So it's junior sister Fu Mingxiu. During the day today, Lin Tianyi defeated the old monster Qin Li Yue at Xinqiu Gate, avenging her. Fu Mingxiu came specifically to repay her debt of gratitude. Brother Lin, you've worked hard. Did that old monster hurt you? After saying that, Fu Mingxiu stepped forward, parted his collar, and touched his muscular chest. It's okay, she can't hurt me. I didn't expect you to be so good at this as well, Fu Mingxiu said. Don't underestimate me just because my cultivation level is low. I have great internal strength. You should know that, right? Lin Tianyi winked. Fu Mingxiu, of course, understood perfectly. You are like a dragon, capable of soaring through the sky and diving into the sea, omnipotent, Fu Mingxiu praised. Lin Tianyi could feel the spiritual energy emanating from her at close range. You seem to have gotten bigger recently? No way, don't talk nonsense, how did I get bigger? The spiritual energy has become stronger and more abundant. Have you been secretly cultivating and broken through again? Brother Lin, you're so mean. You found out about this too? It's all because I ate your divine pill and cultivated with you. Fu Mingxiu's cultivation level has reached the 7th level of qi refining, and her body exudes a strong spiritual aura. Lin Tianyi not only detoxified her and gave her medicine, but more importantly, she also grew stronger after cultivating with him. It can be said that I benefited greatly. Lin Tianyi was the benefactor in her life. That old monster won't bully you anymore. She's either dead or crippled. Brother Lin is still the best to me. My fellow disciples all applauded, you have rid us of a great scourge. So how are you going to reward me? Lin Tianyi asked in return. From now on, I will be devoted to Brother Lin and we will cultivate together until the end of time. Fu Mingxiu expressed her determination to completely submit to Lin Tianyi. The system detected that Fu Mingxiu's favorability rating is 95, plus 5 points, and plus 4,000 points will be awarded back. It seems that Lin Tianyi has won over Fu Mingxiu, and the two have developed a stable, long-term dual cultivation relationship. Successfully redeemed 1 foundation establishment pill, 500 points. Junior sister Fu, look what this is. A foundation establishment pill? Is this for me? Who else is here besides you? Lin Tianyi smiled. Fu Mingxiu was overjoyed, her smile blooming like a lotus flower. She was already in the late stage of qi refining and was trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This top-grade foundation establishment pill was an immense blessing for her. Every time, she came to see Lin Tianyi. Whether it was elixirs or certain places, they returned with a full load. Her cultivation level was also rising rapidly. Thank you, Brother Lin. You're the kindest person to me in the entire Hahuan sect. I can be even better to you. With that, Lin Tianyi picked her up in his arms. The two walked into the inner room, chatting and laughing. It was around midnight. The two remained inseparable. We've already taken 4 pills. Let's stop here for tonight, Lin Tianyi pleaded. No way. Hand over all the qi refining pills, marrow cleansing pills, and spirit gathering pills. Fu Mingxiu has great ambitions and will not give up until she achieves her goals. Another half hour passed. Can't you at least let me go get a drink of water? Lin Tianyi said. You've got a strong momentum, but you'll lose it again. You're still 2 pills short of the 10 pills you need tonight, and I will not let you get away with this. Fu Mingxiu didn't leave until the next day, when the sun rose in the east, satisfied. Lin Tianyi lay there for another 2 hours before getting up. He exchanged some pills and barely managed to recover his strength. Even if he possessed a naturally pure yang body, such constant depletion, day and night after night, would be unbearable. He will go out later and ask the landlord, Mu Xiaoyao, for leave. We need to deal with Yu Meichan's matter from yesterday today. Lin Tianyi needs at least 30,000 spirit stones to purchase a new residence. He had no money, but he had elixirs. Last time, when he went to the market, he sold a marrow cleansing pill for 35,000 spirit stones and a spirit gathering pill for 60,000 spirit stones at the shopkeeper Xianianxi's place. He could earn tens of thousands of spirit stones simply by selling a single pill. Lin Tianyi decided to go down the mountain to make a deal. I was delayed by Fu Mingxiu last night, but now that I have some free time and my body has recovered, I'll seize the time to cultivate. After Lin Tianyi consumed a top-grade golden pill, his physical strength and spiritual power began to surge. The limbs and bones flowed like rivers, endlessly. His body contains enormous energy. An hour later, his forehead was drenched in sweat. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 9th level of the 3rd grade Golden Core stage. I'm at the great perfection of the Golden Core realm, just 1 step away from the nascent Soul realm. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. His cultivation and skill are now vastly different from what they used to be. Right now, he has more important things to do. No rush. Cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. We need to lay a solid foundation in the Golden Core realm. After all, he relied on drugs to achieve rapid progress, and his foundation is still lacking, including the spiritual energy within his body, which needs further integration. In the afternoon, at the Fengshe trading market. Handsome young man, you're here again. Are you buying or selling today? The elegant proprietress, Xianniancy, smiled radiantly. She was wearing a light-colored, tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt with a peony flower on the front. With just a slight bend, a large area of spring sunshine will be revealed. Of course, not everyone can enjoy this kind of benefit. Name, Xianniancy. Age, 48. Appearance, 86 points. Cultivation level, 2nd grade, Foundation Establishment level 3. Favorability, 30. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 1200x points return. The market was a melting pot of all sorts of people. The sexy proprietress Xianniancy was able to resist all kinds of temptations and remain chaste in such a smoky and chaotic environment. Doing this is by no means easy. Of course, Lin Tianyi also likes to deal with clean women, as they generally have a higher return rate. I'd like to sell pills, I'm a bit short on cash lately. Handsome young man, didn't you take over 10,000 spirit stones from me last time? It's only been a few days, didn't you? Did you use them to feed your pretty junior sister? Xianniancy knew that Lin Tianyi was a disciple of the Hahuan sect, so she deliberately tried to get close to him and win him over. Chapter 32 Gu Yunqi auctions deer antlers and deer penis. Hee, I used all the spirit stones I had before to buy magical artifacts. Recently, I've had my eye on a new house on the mountain, Lin Tianyi said truthfully. The pills you made last time were of good quality. My customers gave them rave reviews after taking them. I didn't realize you were so skilled at making pills. Xianniancy said with a charming look in her eyes. The pills redeemed from the system are free of impurities, how could their quality be bad? Lin Tianyi took out a few pills from his pocket. There are qi refining pills, marrow cleansing pills, qi enhancing pills, and spirit cleansing pills, all of which are relatively low-level pills. Lin Tianyi did not want to take out valuable pills, lest he expose his identity. Can you help me see how many spirit stones I can exchange these pills for? Okay, please wait a moment. Xianniancy took the pills and placed them on a wooden tray, checking their variety and quality one by one. The quality of the pills is quite good. Qi refining pills and marrow cleansing pills are 30,000 each, qi enhancing pills are 60,000 each, and as for the spirit cleansing pill, I can give you 90,000 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi nodded in agreement. Anyway, it's a very profitable business for him, and the boss lady, Xianniancy, is a very nice person. He then took out 5 more marrow cleansing pills from the medicine bottle. There are 9 pills in total, you can count them. 210,000 plus 150,000. How about 360,000? Xianniancy calculated. It's a pleasure to work with you. So Xianniancy put the acquired pills in the display window and then handed over 360,000 spirit stones to Lin Tianyi. I sense you still have quite a few good pills on you, why don't you take them all out? Unlike you, I'm not a shrewd businessman. I can just exchange some spirit stones for myself. Lin Tianyi wasn't very interested in money. Spirit stones are useless if you have too many, but you can't have too few either. Just have a little, just in case. After the transaction was completed, Lin Tianyi was about to step out the door when, unexpectedly, a familiar figure passed by him. Such a unique fragrance. He turned his head and saw that it was Gu Yunqi from the Starry Sky sect. Strange, why is she here at the market? At this moment, Gu Yunqi was in a hurry. She did not see Lin Tianyi and walked straight to the west. Her graceful figure, swaying and elegant, seemed to have been cast in magic, drawing the attention of passers-by. This woman is really hot, and I'm incredibly familiar with her. Look at that waist, so supple it's intoxicating. They're disciples of the Hahuan sect, they're open to the public. I wonder how many spirit stones they charge for a night. Gu Yunqi ignored the men's malicious teasing and kept her eyes straight ahead. Before long, she arrived at an auction house. What is she going to do? Lin Tianyi followed closely behind, wanting to find out. Located in the heart of the market, Jiao Auction House boasts a long history and the most renowned reputation. It often contains high-level elixirs, magical artifacts, ancient texts, and even some special items and information. At this moment, the Jiao Auction House was bustling with activity and filled with noise. Purple Cloud Treasure Cauldron, 63,000 spirit stones, once, twice, 3 times, sold. In the center of the stage, a dignified old man with white hair slammed his hammer down heavily. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The atmosphere was electric. Gu Yunqi chose a seat in the middle, then put on a black face mask to cover half of her pretty face. Fellow Taoists, please be quiet. The last item to be auctioned is an absolutely rare item, and there is only one of its kind, the auctioneer said. The crowd began to stir. Lin Tianyi noticed that Gu Yunqi's eyes were bright as she stared at the stage, as if she had come prepared. Is she here to participate in the auction? At this moment, the auctioneer brought in a wooden box. Now, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. The wooden box was opened, and a beam of icy blue light shot out. The auctioneer chanted an incantation, and two objects, one resembling a tree branch and the other a whip, slowly floated out. A glint flashed in Gu Yunqi's eyes, and she couldn't help but look around. Fellow Taoists, you've been waiting long enough. The auction for the deer antlers and deer penis that you've all been eagerly anticipating is now officially beginning. A chorus of exclamations of amazement erupted from the audience. Many male fellow practitioners were overjoyed, their eyes revealing a longing look. It's just deer antlers and deer penis, what value could they possibly have? Why are so many people flocking to them? Lin Tianyi was completely baffled. The auctioneer waved his hand, signaling for silence in the room. These are not ordinary deer antlers and deer penises. These are the antlers and deer penises of the 9-colored divine deer, a divine deer that is 3,000 years old. They are extremely rare and hard to come by. Deer antler can nourish the kidneys and enhance male virility, strengthen muscles and bones, while deer penis can replenish essence and marrow, and become stronger over time. Fellow Taoist who understands will naturally understand. The auctioneer smiled crookedly. The fellow practitioners in the audience whispered among themselves. I've heard that deer antler and deer penis can bring a man back to life and restore him to his youthful, masculine state. This is a divine deer, its effects are self-evident. I bought a 300-year-old deer antler last time, and later married 4 wives and never had back pain. If young people take it, their yang energy is too strong, which is actually bad for them. The older and weaker the person is, the better the effect will be. Many fellow practitioners engaged in lively discussions, sharing their insightful opinions on aphrodisiacs. Lin Tianyi glanced at Gu Yunqi from time to time. Could it be that she's interested in deer antlers and deer penis? You say the 9-colored divine deer is a divine deer? What if it's fake? A fellow Taoist in the audience shouted. It is indeed difficult to distinguish the genuine from the fake in this kind of thing. At first glance, it doesn't look special at all, so why is it called a divine deer? Fellow Taoist, please be quiet. Our Jiao auction house never sells counterfeit goods. If there are any counterfeit goods, we will compensate you tenfold. Please welcome Elder Tai Xian of Dan Ding Palace to the stage. Soon, an elderly man with flowing white hair, handsome appearance, and vigorous spirit walked onto the stage. Dan Ding Palace is a righteous sect specializing in refining elixirs, and it holds a very high position in the fantasy world. It can be said that Dan Ding Palace is the authority in alchemy. This time, entrusted by Jiao Auction House, I represent Dan Ding Palace to authenticate the deer antlers and deer penis. Elder Tai Xian spoke slowly and clearly, so that everyone in the hall could hear him, which showed that he had profound internal strength. Look, this deer antler is plump and straight, with a natural oily sheen, fine and even hairs, and a very elastic feel. If you smell it, it has a faint fishy smell. Look at this deer whip. It is naturally curved, with a small ball of downy hair at the head. Its cracks are numerous and deep, giving it an amber-like transparency. Its cut surface has a clear chrysanthemum-like pattern. If it were bull whip or horse whip, it would be as smooth as chopsticks and wouldn't have such good patterns. Elder Tai Xian spared no effort in endorsing the deer antlers and deer penis at the auction. With his words, no one questioned whether it was true or false anymore. The elder of Dan Ding Palace, what he said must be true. They actually had Elder Tai Xian intervene. It seems this pair of deer antlers and deer penises is quite expensive. I do want to buy it. This stuff has an immediate effect. It can make you fight for 300 rounds. Unfortunately, I don't have that many spirit stones. The fellow cultivators in the audience were buzzing with discussion. Thank you, Elder Tai Xian, for appraising the antlers and deer penis of the 9-colored divine deer. Now, we will officially begin the auction, the auctioneer announced. Upon seeing this, Gu Yunqi immediately stood up. It's clear that her purpose in coming to the auction was for deer antlers and deer penis. But this is a male enhancement product, so why is she filming it? The antlers and deer penis of the 9-colored divine deer are unique in the world. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 3,000 years. I hereby announce that the starting bid is 180,000 spirit stones, and each time you raise your hand, the bid will increase by 2,000 spirit stones. The moment the auctioneer finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers. Chapter 33. It's a pity to leave barren fields uncultivated if Taoist partners cannot farm. 180,000 spirit stones? That's highway robbery. I couldn't afford it even if I didn't eat or drink for 20 years. In the end, it's just a plaything for the rich, and we can only look on with envy. Generally, lower quality deer antlers and deer penises are worth around 1,000 spirit stones, while higher quality ones won't exceed 10,000 spirit stones. The starting price of 180,000 yuan for the antlers and deer penis of the 9-colored divine deer is astonishing. However, scarcity increases value. Since this is a unique item with no comparable counterpart, the highest bidder wins. At this moment, a fellow Daoist quietly raised his hand. 180,000 spirit stones, someone has made a bid. The auctioneer was excited. It's like a calm lake being rippled when a stone is thrown in. 182,000 spirit stones, the female Daoist in the middle has made the bid. Lin Tianyi followed the sound and indeed saw Gu Yunxi raising her hand. He was stunned Gu Yunxi had actually made an offer for such a high price. Lin Tianyi suddenly realized that she might have borrowed 20,000 spirit stones from Mu Zhaoyao to participate in this auction. Since she borrowed spirit stones from Mu Zhaoyao, she may have borrowed spirit stones from other people as well. So that's why she borrowed the spirit stones to bid on the deer antlers and deer penis this time, Lin Tianyi suddenly realized. Are you keeping it for yourself? 186,000, 188,000. 196,000. At the auction, people kept bidding enthusiastically, and the price of the deer antlers and deer penises soared. 230,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, after more than 10 rounds of raising hands, the price had increased by a full 50,000 spirit stones compared to the selling price of 180,000 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi observed that the higher the price, the fewer people participated, and now the competition had reached a fever pitch. Gu Yunxi had previously quoted a price of 226,000, which was immediately snapped up by a middle-aged man. There was also a fellow Daoist with white hair who repeatedly made bids, looking determined to win the bid. 232,000 spirit stones, let's give them a round of applause, the auctioneer announced. Gu Yunxi quoted a high price once again. The atmosphere at the scene was lively, and many fellow practitioners noticed her. It's actually a woman, what is she filming? Wearing a mask, quite mysterious, could they be a plant by the auction house? She's so voluptuous, an absolute beauty, her husband must be ecstatic. The auction reached a stalemate, with each bid becoming more cautious. 234,000 spirit stones, someone has made a new bid. At this moment, Gu Yunxi's expression began to show panic. Such a high price exceeded her expectations. Lin Tianyi noticed that her price increase was no longer as decisive as before, but rather full of hesitation. After all, such a high price was beyond her means. 240,000 spirit stones. Could this be the highest price of the day? The auctioneer exclaimed. The white-haired Daoist stroked his long beard, looking determined to succeed. 240,000 spirit stones, is there anyone offering a higher bid? Gu Yunxi raised her hand again. 242,000 spirit stones, the auctioneer exclaimed. This price shocked all the fellow cultivators present. Spending 240,000 spirit stones to buy deer antlers and deer penis, that shows how much they need, how desperately they crave it, how intensely they desire it. Gu Yunxi turned a deaf ear to the doubts raised by some people and paid no attention to them. 244,000 spiritual stones. What? Then someone else offered a new price. Gu Yunxi panicked completely, her eyes were glazed over, revealing deep disappointment. This price is beyond what she can afford. 244,000 spirit stones, the second time. Lin Tianyi could tell that Gu Yunxi seemed to have given up. 244,000 spirit stones, third place. The auctioneer brought down the gavel. Lin Tianyi acted decisively. 250,000 spirit stones. He skipped the 2,000 spirit stone increment and directly quoted the highest price on site. He was also wearing a cloth that covered half of his face. Instantly, all the Daoists present focused their attention on him. Gu Yunxi also turned around and looked at Lin Tianyi with an incredulous gaze. He looks like a young man. He's willing to pay such a high price, he must be a rich kid. A starting offer of 250,000? That's incredibly impressive. She's so young and already needs supplements, she really knows how to take care of herself. The fellow practitioners had differing opinions. 250,000 spirit stones, second time, the auctioneer announced. The scene was completely silent. 250,000 spirit stones for the third time, congratulations to this fellow Daoist. The auctioneer seized the opportunity and brought down the gavel heavily. A thunderous applause erupted in the hall. I got the shot? Lin Tianyi was somewhat stunned. He was just trying it out, hoping to get a better price. To everyone's surprise, he quoted 250,000 spirit stones, and so quickly, the deal was finalized. Why would I want such good deer antlers and deer penis? However, the die was cast, and amidst the expectant gazes of many fellow cultivators, Lin Tianyi walked onto the stage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Gu Yunqi's gaze kept lingering on him, her face filled with shock. Lin Tianyi walked onto the stage and shook hands warmly with the auctioneer and elder Tai Xian of Danding Palace in turn. He took out his money bag and handed over 250,000 spirit stones, causing a sensation throughout the venue. The auctioneer then solemnly handed the deer antlers and deer penis to Lin Tianyi. The transaction was successfully completed in the presence of all fellow practitioners. Soon, Lin Tianyi left the auction house. 250,000 spirit stones for this thing? He was now somewhat regretful. Fortunately, he had exchanged these spirit stones for pills. If he had earned them himself, he would have been heartbroken. Without giving it much thought, he prepared to leave the market and return to Tiandang Mountain of Huanzhong. Young fellow Taoist, please wait. Lin Tianyi turned his head and saw that it was Gu Yunqi. However, he hadn't taken off his mask yet, so Gu Yunqi probably wouldn't recognize him. Did you need something from me? Lin Tianyi asked, feigning ignorance. Gu Yunqi's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, speaking somewhat hesitantly. You just took a picture of deer antler and deer penis? Yes, is there a problem? I'd like to ask, are you planning to eat it yourself or give it away? Gu Yunqi asked. Lin Tianyi was somewhat surprised. He bought the deer antlers and deer penis with his own spirit stones, and he can do whatever he wants with them. Isn't Gu Yunqi being too nosy? Oh, I plan to eat it myself. Recently, Lin Tianyi has been expending a lot of energy, and his reservoir is almost dry, so he needs to replenish it. There's something I'd like to discuss with you, Gu Yunqi said softly. What's up? You bid on deer antler and deer penis. Can you sell me this deer penis? I'll pay you half the spirit stones. Lin Tianyi understood now. He had just won the bid for deer antler and deer penis, while Gu Yunqi hadn't. However, Gu Yunqi still wanted deer penis, so she quickly caught up with Lin Tianyi after the auction ended. What do you want this deer penis for? Lin Tianyi asked. Gu Yunqi couldn't bring herself to speak. If you don't tell me, I'm in a difficult position too. To be honest, this is my Taoist partner. He's been having some health problems lately, so I bought it to help him recover. Just as Lin Tianyi had predicted. Therefore, I humbly request that you part with it, young fellow Taoist. Gu Yunqi blushed again, looking quite beautiful. It's clear that this deer antler velvet is very important to her, and she has been persistent in pursuing it. However, the more Gu Yunqi acted this way, the less Lin Tianyi could give it to her. Her Taoist partner, Wen Shu Xian, was incompetent, which meant that she couldn't cultivate together with him, which was a bad thing for her. But for Lin Tianyi, this was an opportunity. If this deer antler velvet really works and gives Wen Shu Xian the power to act, then Lin Tianyi will definitely regret it to the core. Therefore, this deer penis must never be given to Gu Yunqi. I understand what you mean, some things can't be forced. Lin Tianyi neither refused outright nor made any definitive statements. This is the deer penis of the divine deer. Please help me, young friend. Spirit stones are not a problem. I can give you an extra 20,000. It's not about how many spirit stones you have. This kind of thing depends on fate. Haste makes waste. I need to test you to see if you really need deer antler. Gu Yunqi blinked her big eyes, her gaze blank. Please enlighten me, young fellow Taoist. Lin Tianyi glanced at Gu Yunqi and thought, she's big where she should be big, and soft where she should be soft. Her Taoist partner is unable to cultivate the land, and he can only watch helplessly as the barren fields lie fallow, wasting such a beautiful woman. What a waste. Chapter 34 Killing the Robbers, Seeking Revenge, Xian Yanzi emerging from her bath. This deer antler velvet is too potent. I'll try it out at home first, and then we can trade again next time, Lin Tianyi said. But in this vast sea of people, when will we see you again, young friend? It's all right. I know you're from the Hahuan sect. I'll come find you once I've tested it out. Gu Yunqi previously mentioned Taoist partner, a term generally used only by members of the Hahuan sect to refer to their spouse. Hearing this, Gu Yunqi felt extremely disappointed. If her Taoist partner Wen Shu Xian cannot generate energy, then she will be unable to cultivate together. If she couldn't cultivate with a partner, her cultivation level would never improve, a secret she had kept hidden for the past 30 years. She and Wen Xuxian could not cultivate together, yet they were known as a couple envied by others, but in reality, they were already estranged. Gu Yunqi tried again and again, only to be disappointed time and time again. And this deer whip from the divine deer was her last hope. Unfortunately, it was taken by Lin Tianyi. Now the initiative is in his hands, and Gu Yunqi has no choice but to accept it. Please, young fellow Daoist. I have something to do, let's leave now and talk next time. Lin Tianyi thought to himself that no matter how many spirit stones Gu Yunqi offered, no matter how much she begged him, he absolutely could not hand over the deer whip to her. Not only should he not give it to her, but Lin Tianyi could also use this deer whip to make a big deal out of it. He can get a high amount of cashback points by increasing Gu Yunqi's favorability. He believes that one should not rush things and should play the long game. A short while later, Lin Tianyi left the market. He came to a secluded grove of trees, and seeing that no one was around, he took off his mask. Gu Yunqi is quite pitiful. She was willing to bid for deer antler for the sake of dual cultivation. It's a pity that her Taoist partner, Wen Xuxian, is too incompetent, Lin Tianyi mused. Oh dear, such a beautiful vase, for a full 30 years, yet not a single flower has been placed inside, it's completely empty. Kid, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a voice fell from mid-air, and two burly men blocked Lin Tianyi's path. A menacing face. The visitor is ill-intentioned. What do you want? Don't block my way. Kid, I see you're quite wealthy. Hand over all your spirit stones and pills, and I'll spare your life, the leader roared. They were robbers. Lin Tianyi wondered if he had flaunted his wealth in the market and been targeted by someone with ulterior motives. The world is truly a dangerous place. It's a pity they wanted to rob Lin Tianyi, they were truly blind. Where did you start tracking me? Stop your nonsense. You're just a useless qi cultivation failure. You should kneel down right now when you see the two of us. Both of them were at the late stage of the second grade foundation establishment realm, and they were unaware of Lin Tianyi's true cultivation level. Damn it, kneel down my ass. You've killed and robbed people, and you still think you're right? Lin Tianyi roared. The two were also ruthless people, and they exchanged a glance. One person took out a soul-chasing sword, and the other took out a phantom sword. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings, accompanied by eerie howls and wailing sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. The phantom sword was thrown into the air and spun continuously, as if there were countless swords. Rise! Two swords hurtled toward Lin Tianyi at lightning speed. A trivial skill. He slightly extended one hand, and the soul-chasing sword and the phantom sword immediately stopped in front of him. Go back! With a wave of his hand, he turned the two swords around and hurled them at the two villains. Two loud rumbling sounds. A large tree was cut in half, and a rock was shattered by lightning. Its power is immense and terrifying. The leader rolled his eyes and died on the spot, ending his hasty life. Upon seeing this, the other person turned ashen-faced and, dragging his injured leg, fled into the clouds. Trying to run? Not so easy. Lin Tianyi threw out the thunder rosary, which struck the man in the back like a cruise missile. Ah! He fell from mid-air and landed on the ground, spitting out bright red blood. Lin Tianyi picked up a phantom sword from the ground, walked over, and held it to his neck. You dare to steal my spirit stones and pills? I'll gouge your eyes out and see how much they weigh. Brother, spare my life. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please spare my life. The man's eyes were filled with terror as he kept begging for mercy. He never expected that Lin Tianyi's skills were so powerful. Tell me, who sent you? Lin Tianyi asked. He felt that these two might be henchmen, and there must be a mastermind behind them. No one instructed them. If you don't talk, I'll kill you. Lin Tianyi glared angrily. Yes, it's Manager Xie from the market. Thank you, Manager Xie. Thank you, Niancy? Lin Tianyi was startled. He sold pills to Xie Niancy, who knew he had a lot of spirit stones, so it made sense. It seems this proprietress is no pushover. With a snap, Lin Tianyi brandished his sword. This person must not be allowed to live. The man's head fell to the ground, and he died instantly. AI. Inside a charming little house, a wooden bathtub emits wisps of fragrant aroma. Xie Niancy immersed herself in the hot water, taking a bath and washing her body. Very pleasant. Suddenly, pop. A phantom sword swiftly pierced through the wooden window, flew into the room, and stuck into a wooden pillar. Xiannianzi frowned for a moment, but then immediately smiled broadly. Those two bastards, it seems they've completed their mission. Xiannianzi smiled slightly. She put on a thin bathrobe and flew out of the bathtub, the water on her body scattering like flowers from a fairy. In the blink of an eye, the moisture had all dried. Lin Tianyi pushed open the door and entered. Ah! Xiannianzi was terrified, never expecting that the person who entered was Lin Tianyi. Boss lady, I didn't expect we'd meet again. Lin Tianyi's face was full of anger. He kindly offered to exchange pills with Xiannianzi, but she was insatiable and wanted more. Who let you in? Xiannianzi turned around, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and wrapped herself tightly in a bath towel. She was extremely embarrassed when she saw Lin Tianyi barge in, but at the same time, she understood most of what was going on. What a waste! Two foundation establishment stage mid-stage assassins couldn't even handle a chi refining stage early stage cultivator? I'm doing business with you, but you want to rob me and kill me? How could you, an outer disciple of the Hahuan sect, possibly possess so many precious pills? I have mountains of elixirs, what's it to you? It seems I underestimated you. Xiannianzi turned her head. Unfortunately, you found out too late. With a wave of his hand, Lin Tianyi sent the phantom sword stuck in the pillar flying back into his hand. The sword is pointed at Xiannianzi. Xiannianzi waved her hand, raising an energy barrier. Lin Tianyi lightly flicked the barrier with the tip of his sword, and it crumbled into dust upon contact. Why is his strength so terrifying? Xiannianzi thought to herself in surprise. She was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, which was not a low level of cultivation, and no one had ever given her such a strong sense of pressure before. Suffocation and gasping for breath were completely unavoidable. I want to see what color your heart really is. Lin Tianyi remained expressionless as the tip of his sword reached Xiannianzi's smooth neck, about 3 inches below the semicircular bulge. At the crucial moment, the fragrant white bath towel began to sway precariously. Chapter 35 Deeper Gathering of Information, Xiannianzi gives in. Please, please, spare me. Faced with the threat of death, Xiannianzi begged for mercy. Why did you order those two people to kill me? I didn't order this. My boss, Yun Chenxiao, told me to kill you, Xiannianzi choked out. Boss Yun Chenxiao? Perhaps there is a big boss behind Xiannianzi. Who is Yun Chenxiao? Lin Tianyi asked. He is an elder of the Qianyuan sect. Another one from the Qianyuan sect? Lin Tianyi remembered that the person who injured Mu Zhaoyao last time was also from the Qianyuan sect. Meanwhile, Song Charan, the most beautiful woman in the Hahuan sect, is also the enemy of Xinyu from the Qianyuan sect. Now another one, Yun Chenxiao, has arrived. Has this stirred up a hornet's nest for Emperor Qian Yuanzong? You're talking nonsense. The Qianyuan sect is a reputable and righteous sect. How could they do something like murder and robbery? Lin Tianyi questioned. I didn't lie. Yun Chenxiao asked me where I got these pills, and I said they were exchanged with a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Then he said, from now on, anyone from the Hahuan sect will be killed without mercy. As Xiannianzi spoke, her heart was filled with emotion, like a fish on the shore. Why kill the people of the Hahuan sect? I don't know, maybe there was some grudge. He ordered the killing. I have no grudge against you, why would he kill you? Xiannianzi tried her best to defend herself. Lin Tianyi felt that Xiannianzi was unlikely to lie in a life or death situation. There's another question. Have you heard of Xinyu of the Qianyuan sect? Protector Xin? My boss, Yun Chenxiao, is his subordinate. It seems that Xinyu holds a rather high position in the Qianyuan sect. Where is Yun Chenxiao? Where is he now? Lin Tianyi pressed. He left a long time ago and doesn't come to the market often. You'd better not look for him. He's very powerful, and you're no match for him, Xiannianzi warned. Lin Tianyi smiled coldly. He has never been afraid of anyone. How could I believe you? I trusted you out of kindness, and you sent people to kill me. Today, I will make you perish. Lin Tianyi's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a beam of light shone on his phantom sword, his killing intent rising. Suddenly, Xiannianzi ripped off her bathrobe. A blinding white light appeared before Lin Tianyi's eyes. This was something he hadn't expected. What's going on here? I'm being completely honest with you now, without any pretense. Now you can believe me, right? Xiannianzi said. Knowing she was no match for Lin Tianyi, she had no choice but to reveal her true feelings to him. Lin Tianyi was stunned for a moment. Name, Xianyansi. Age, 48. Appearance, 86 points. Cultivation level, 2nd grade foundation establishment, level 4. Favorability, 30. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 1200x points return. She had just taken a shower and was very clean and tidy. Lin Tianyi thought for a moment and realized that Xianyansi had a 1200x points return, so she still had some value. Moreover, the real mastermind behind it all, Yun Shenxiao, has not yet appeared. Behind Yun Shenxiao is that damn Xingyu. Killing Xianyansi rashly now would definitely alert the enemy and sever this connection. From a long-term perspective, Xianyansi should be kept for the time being. I know you very well now. You'd better get dressed. 10 years ago, a fortune teller said that if someone looked at my body, I would be his woman. After saying that, Xianyansi gave a charming smile. Such a thing is true. I think you won't reject my sincerity, will you? Xianyansi gave him a charming look. Lin Tianyi tried hard to maintain his balance and not let himself get arrogant. Actually, we're not a good match. Whether it's suitable or not, it's useless to just say it, you'll only know after trying it. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianyansi smelled the masculine aura emanating from him and couldn't help but lean closer. Mamma mia. Half an hour later. Lin Tianyi lay on the ground, his hair disheveled, and the shadowless sword had long since disappeared. Xianyansi changed into a new outfit. The system detected Xianyansi's favorability at 60, plus 30 points, and return plus 36,000 points. Her affection for me has increased so much, how could this be? Lin Tianyi was both surprised and delighted. Effort and reward are always equal. The people of the Hahuan sect are indeed very capable, Xianyansi said. As is well known, the Hahuan sect emphasizes harmony between humanity and nature. Lin Tianyi sat up and began to circulate his energy. His true energy had just dissipated, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. Don't think that I'll let you off the hook just because you think this way. Lin Tianyi said. Xianyansi killed him one moment and gave him back the next. These are separate matters, and merits and demerits cannot be offset against each other. As long as you don't kill me, I will compensate you double. Double compensation? As Lin Tianyi hesitated, Xianyansi moved closer to him again. Half an hour later. Successfully redeemed one rejuvenation pill, 1200 points. After waking up, Lin Tianyi quickly swallowed a Guiyuan pill, otherwise he would have no strength left. Fine, I can spare your life today, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you in the future. Lin Tianyi was filled with resentment. The world was treacherous, and people's hearts were unpredictable. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, especially the heart of a beautiful woman. You can't believe a thing she says. I like men like you. Your murderous aura is too strong. Let me polish your greatsword for you. Well. Another half hour passed, and the sky darkened. Lin Tianyi stood up and barely managed to sit up straight. The system detected Xianyansi's favorability at 70, plus 10 points, and return plus 12,000 points. Stop, I give up. Xianyansi circulated her spiritual energy and felt it strengthen considerably. Lin Tianyi's masculine energy flowed into her dantian, and she felt her cultivation level improve. No wonder everyone wants to join the Hahuan sect. As an outsider, I've finally experienced it for myself today. Little did Xianyansi know that Lin Tianyi possessed an innate pure yang holy body, a dual cultivation physique that was 1 in 10,000. Cultivating with him is definitely worth the money. Don't try to fool me with sweet talk, I won't fall for it. Lin Tianyi remained vigilant. You've already won me over, you're my first man, what else do you have to worry about? Xianyansi said. She initially had some reservations, but after 3 confrontations, she completely gave in. In that case, I need you to do something for me, Lin Tianyi said seriously. I'm willing to do anything for you, whether I'm standing or lying down. I want you to help me find Yun Shenxiao. Yun Shenxiao is a member of the Qianyuan sect. As long as we find him, we can find Xinyu. His whereabouts are unpredictable, I can't guarantee anything, Xianyansi said with difficulty. Please keep an eye out for me, I'll be coming here often from now on. Upon hearing this, Xianyansi couldn't help but smile, her face flushing. Alright, I'll let you know as soon as I find out where boss Yun Shenxiao is. It was getting late, so Lin Tianyi put on his clothes. From then on, manager Xianyansi would become his spy planted in the market. With her as a lead, we can follow the clues and find Yun Chenxiao. Once we capture Yun Chenxiao, we can easily resolve Shen Yu's matter. Solving Shen Yu's problem will resolve Song Churen's worries. Once her worries are resolved, she will inevitably develop feelings for Lin Tianyi and be able to earn a high number of points for him. It's so late, don't leave tonight. Xia Niancy stepped forward to stop them. I'm already short of money. I'll come back to check on you in a few days. Upon hearing this, Xia Niancy took out a pill from her person. What's this? Don't forget, I sell pills. This pill is called the Rejuvenating Male Virility Pill. Lin Tianyi's brows furrowed. Why have I never heard of this elixir before? Absolutely not, absolutely not. Come on. He was then forcibly dragged into the house by Xia Niancy. Until the early hours of the morning, day after day, the number increased. Chapter 36 The Secret of Heaven is revealed, when Xushuan's fake beard is exposed. The Hahuan Sect, the Alchemy Building. A batch of rejuvenation pills has been refined, and Mu Xiaoyao went to the warehouse to seal them away. Lin Tianyi continued to process the raw materials and minerals for alchemy in the number 5 alchemy room. He is currently just an outer disciple, working odd jobs in the alchemy room to make ends meet. Come out here for a moment. A voice came from the doorway. Lin Tianyi turned his head and was somewhat surprised. Isn't this steward Wen Shuxian? Although both were in the Danyang sect, he belonged to a different school of spiritual healers, focusing on treatment. Normally, he and Lin Tianyi hardly interacted. Could it be that he found out about my encounter with his Taoist partner Gu Yunqi when I went down the mountain yesterday? Lin Tianyi wondered to himself. Okay, right away. The number 5 alchemy room is a restricted area, and apart from Mu Xiaoyao and Lin Tianyi, even Wen Shuxian is not allowed to enter without permission. Therefore, only Lin Tianyi could go out. Wen Shuxian looked at Lin Tianyi with a solemn expression, his face full of anger. Look what you've done, he scolded to his face. Lin Tianyi looked completely bewildered. Could it be that I angered Wen Shuxian after I bought the deer antler and deer penis yesterday? However, since he was covering his face, Gu Yunqi probably didn't recognize him. What did I do? A few days ago, you injured my apprentice Zhou Junling. He still can't get out of bed and he looks like a scrambled egg, Wen Shuxian said painfully. I thought it was about Gu Yunqi's auction, but I didn't expect it was about that brat Zhou Junling. Hearing him say, Zhou Junling has turned into egg drop soup, Lin Tianyi found it amusing. Serves you right. Oh, he was the one who harassed a female fellow Taoist first. I saw injustice and stepped in to help. He's still your fellow disciple, you went too far. Wen Shuxuan's face darkened. He was eager to protect his disciple, but Lin Tianyi was just an outer disciple with no status in the Hahuan sect. Zhou Junling is the one who made the false accusation first. He hit me first. I didn't lay a hand on him. He was injured by his own punch, Lin Tianyi replied. That's the truth. The more severely Zhou Junling beat him, the more seriously he was injured. As for his egg drop soup, it was Lin Tianyi's way of eliminating the threat and preventing him from harassing Nangongji. He brought this trouble upon himself. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong now. Zhou Junling was seriously injured by you, and this matter must be explained, said Deacon Wen Shuxian. Lin Tianyi got angry as soon as he heard this. You, Wen Shuxian, appear refined and cultured, yet you twist the truth. Zhou Junling harassed Nangongji, and he was the one who struck first. Lin Tianyi was merely acting in self-defense. He was simply outmatched, and now that he's injured, he's blaming Lin Tianyi instead? Wen Shuxian is truly blind. I've already kicked it, what more do you want in return? Lin Tianyi probed. I'll give you two choices. One is to report this to the enforcement hall. At best, you'll be confined for 3 months. At worst, you'll be expelled from the sect. Secondly, you shall compensate Zhou Junling for medical expenses, nursing expenses, and repair expenses, totaling 5,000 spirit stones. Wen Shuxian spoke with great conviction. Pooh. He still wants Lin Tianyi to pay him compensation? Even if he is expelled from the sect, he will never admit his mistake to Zhou Junling. What kind of repair is this? It's not a big deal, and I can still be a woman. Deacon 1, this whole affair is Zhou Junling's fault from beginning to end. I didn't lift a finger. Don't even mention paying him 5,000 spirit stones, I won't give him even 5 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi responded forcefully. Who does Zhou Junling think he is, just because he has his master Wen Shuxian backing him up? That's bullshit. Let alone Wen Shuxian, even if Wen Shuxuan's master came, Lin Tianyi wouldn't be afraid. Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's refusal, Wen Shuxian immediately became furious. What a disrespectful outer disciple! Not only did he injure an inner disciple, but he also ignored his words. He clenched his fists, thinking of beating Lin Tianyi up. But then he thought about it again and gave up. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the Hawan sect, especially in a quiet alchemy room. It would be improper. It seems you're going to refuse a polite offer and then suffer the consequences. I will report this to the elders of the enforcement hall, and you can expect to be punished. Wen Shuxian warned. At this point, Lin Tianyi's previous respect for Wen Shuxian had completely vanished. I used to think he was a gentleman and a role model for students, but now it seems he is narrow-minded and vindictive. He must be blind to have married the sexy Gu Yunqi as his Taoist partner. Whether you report to the enforcement hall or not is your business, it's entirely up to you. Lin Tianyi didn't care at all. Wen Shuxian was enraged. He aimed a palm strike at Lin Tianyi at close range, trying to intimidate him. Lin Tianyi was caught off guard and hastily responded with a palm strike. Their palms met, creating a sense of parallel progress. Lin Tianyi and Wen Shuxian secretly competed in internal energy, and the muscles on their faces began to tremble. Wen Shuxian exerted force, and Lin Tianyi increased his force. When Wen Shuxian exerted force again, Lin Tianyi continued to increase his force. The two faced off, gritting their teeth, neither willing to give in. How could someone with only the early stage of qi refining have such powerful internal energy? Wen Shuxian was secretly stunned. Lin Tianyi was not at a disadvantage at all when he competed with him in terms of internal strength. No matter how much he increased his power, Lin Tianyi became stronger and stronger. Wen Shuxian was extremely flustered. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his back was soaked with sweat. Why couldn't I defeat Lin Tianyi even though I used all my strength? In contrast, Lin Tianyi, when competing with Wen Shuxian in internal strength, did not have such a tense expression. On the contrary, he looked relaxed. He still has plenty of money left. Wen Shuxian is also in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, but his internal energy is also very strong. Lin Tianyi was also quite surprised. His actual cultivation level was at the great perfection of the Golden Core realm, comparable to Wen Shuxian, but he possessed the Diamond Body Protection Divine Skill, which enhanced his power. However, after a long period of confrontation, Wen Shuxian was also evenly matched. His strength should not be underestimated. Could it be that Wen Shuxuan's actual cultivation level is far greater than that of the late Golden Core stage? It has to be said that this is the strongest opponent Lin Tianyi has encountered in recent times. Wen Shuxian could not defeat Lin Tianyi, and similarly, Lin Tianyi could not defeat Wen Shuxian even with all his strength. The two remained locked in this stalemate, their inner strength continuing to grow. Suddenly, a wisp of spiritual energy escaped from Lin Tianyi's armpit, transforming into a stream of air that rushed straight towards Wen Shuxuan's face. Wen Shuxian had nowhere to avoid it, and his long hair started to flutter. Suddenly, his beard. Lin Tianyi's eyes widened as he saw that the left half of Wen Shuxuan's beard had actually flown off. Is this a fake beard? It turns out that Wen Shuxuan's beard was fake. He had it glued on. This is absolutely earth-shattering. Boom! Upon seeing this, Wen Shuxian unleashed a vortex of energy, forcibly separating himself from Lin Tianyi. He took 5 or 6 steps back, while Lin Tianyi only took 1 step back. Wen Shuxuan's face turned ashen, as if he had lost his soul, and he frantically searched for his beard on the ground. After finding half a fake beard on the ground, he hurriedly stuck it on his chin and pressed it down several times. It was clear that Wen Shuxian was in a state of panic. Ignoring the dumbfounded Lin Tianyi, he hastily turned and ran, as if pressing the fast-forward button. Chapter 37: A Gentle Breeze and Bright Moon, a night meeting with junior sister Yume-chan. This is... What just happened left Lin Tianyi completely dumbfounded. He discovered a secret about Wen Shuxian: his beard was fake. But why is he wearing a fake beard? Could he be Yu Buchuan? A hint of doubt flashed through Lin Tianyi's mind. Gu Yunqi and Wen Shuxian, an enviable couple, seem to have only a superficial relationship. These two are getting more and more interesting. Tianyi, is it your shift today? Oh, hello junior brother Meng. At this moment, a young man walked over. His name was Meng Xuanga, and he was an outer disciple of Furnace Number 2. Where is the landlord, Mu? I just saw her here. She went to the storeroom and will be back soon, Lin Tianyi replied. By the way, I have a few Ning grass plants. I'd like to ask senior brother Lin how to prepare them. Meng Shuenga asked. Yin Ning Chao is a medicinal guide that can enhance the medicinal properties, but it has a certain cold nature, which must be removed through processing and purification. Why don't you wait a bit, and after Master Mu returns, I'll go to pill room number 2 to teach you. The alchemy room is a forbidden place, especially during the alchemy process, it must be guarded. If no one is around at night, Mu Xiaoyao will use special magic to seal it, preventing anyone from entering. Now that Mu Xiaoyao has gone to the warehouse, Lin Tianyi must stay in alchemy room number 5. My landlord isn't here right now. If he comes back, he'll definitely scold me for being stupid. Please do me a favor. There's no one else here right now, so you can rest assured, Meng Shuenga urged. If Mu Xiaoyao finds out that I left the alchemy room without permission, I will be punished. At best, they'll have their spirit stones confiscated. At worst, they'll be dismissed from their posts. Generally speaking, nothing bad will happen. People who can enter the alchemy building have all had their identities verified. Forget it, what if something goes wrong while refining the pills? Lin Tianyi declined. It'll only be a moment. Room number 2 is very close to you. You just need to help me with the preparation and operation. As Meng Shuenga spoke, she pulled on Lin Tianyi's hand. Alright then. Preparing Yin Ning Chao was an easy task for Lin Tianyi. He had a good relationship with his junior brother Meng Shuenga, so he was just helping out with a small favor. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Tianyi closed the door to alchemy room number 5. Let's go, I'll be right back. After saying that, Lin Tianyi followed Meng Shuenga to the number 2 alchemy room next door. Time flew by, and in about 3 minutes, Lin Tianyi returned to alchemy room number 5. Everything was quiet, without anyone noticing, and Mu Xiaoyao didn't return. The refining spirit flame furnace was still burning pills. Lin Tianyi conducted a routine inspection along the outer perimeter and found nothing unusual. It seems his worries were unnecessary. Therefore, Lin Tianyi continued to organize and take stock of the raw materials for alchemy. I got home in the evening. Lin Tianyi consumed a high-grade golden pill and immediately began cultivating. Tonight's stage is extremely important, from the great perfection of the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm. After reaching the nascent soul stage, one can form primordial Dao Qi, which not only increases the conversion rate of spiritual energy but also refines various impurities into spiritual energy. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul realm, it is considered that they have achieved the initial success of the great Tao. Before long, Lin Tianyi felt heat gathering inside his body. A surge of air rushed violently upwards to the head, causing radiating pain at multiple acupoints. His body was surrounded by a misty haze, accompanied by red and green orbs of light. These are all signs of the spirit leaving the body. It feels so comfortable, like being in another dimension, where everything around me is irrelevant. Lin Tianyi closed his eyes and felt the world spinning. The feeling of reaching the nascent soul stage gave him a profound understanding of the ultimate simplicity. Another half-hour passed. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the first level of the 4th grade nascent soul stage. It's done. I've reached the nascent soul realm. Lin Tianyi opened his eyes and felt as if his body had been reborn. His body was full of vital energy, which flowed continuously. For ordinary cultivators, reaching the nascent soul realm is a long and arduous process that requires tremendous effort and perseverance. Lin Tianyi, on the other hand, simply took drugs and, with his innate pure young physique, reached the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. I can become even stronger. Lin Tianyi thought to himself. His consciousness and mental state also reached a higher level, and his heart became more peaceful and serene. After resting for a while, Lin Tianyi went out of the house and came to the western cliff of Tiandang Mountain. Is junior sister Yu home? After a while, footsteps were heard coming from inside the house. Who is it? Lin Tianyi, the person who came to buy your house yesterday. The door opened as soon as he finished speaking. It's senior brother Lin. It's so late. Come in quickly. Yumei-chan had already gone to bed, but when she heard Lin Tianyi knock on the door, she came out to greet him. She was wearing a rose-colored top, which was very short, revealing her slender waist and shimmering white skin. She wore a pleated mini-skirt with a dark silver belt around her waist, exuding an invincible youthful and beautiful vibe. Then I'll take my leave. Lin Tianyi walked straight in. The two entered the living room, which was large, but the tables, chairs, and furniture were scattered around. Yumei-chan is only 19 years old, in the prime of her youth, so it's understandable that she wouldn't know how to do housework. Senior brother Lin, please have a seat. Let me make you a cup of tea. Oh, no need, I'll just sit for a bit and then leave. Lin Tianyi stepped forward and took Yu Mei-chan's forearm. Her skin was warm and soft, like cotton. Yu Mei-chan's face flushed instantly. She was also at the age of budding romance, and seeing Lin Tianyi's handsome appearance, she had already developed feelings for him. She doesn't mind some physical contact. They even felt that Lin Tianyi could have gone a little deeper. Did I hurt you? It's all right. Yu Mei-chan said shyly as she broke free. In this private space, alone with a man, she found herself having some rather inappropriate thoughts. Lin Tianyi sat in a rattan chair. I've already raised the spirit stones for the house I told you about yesterday, Lin Tianyi said, placing the money pouch on the table. Really? Where did you get so many spirit stones? Yu Mei-chan blinked her beautiful, incredulous eyes. 30,000 spirit stones is no small sum. Generally speaking, even an inner disciple would need at least 20 years to save up that amount without eating or drinking. Could Lin Tianyi be a wealthy man who was keeping his wealth hidden? Look, if you don't believe me, you can count them. After saying that, Lin Tianyi opened his money pouch and generously showed it to Yu Mei-chan. She counted them, and a smile appeared on her face. Great! With the spirit stones, I can finally pay back the money I owed my 2 senior brothers from the Heavenly Fiend sect. This matter is something that is urgent for her right now. If you walk into the lion's den, the outcome will be one you never want to see again. Yes, with spirit stones, you can pay off your debts. However, even after you pay off your debts, you must remain vigilant in the future, Lin Tianyi said. In his view, one should always be wary of others. Because a leopard can't change its spots. Even if Yu Mei-chan pays off her debts, those 2 from the Tiansha sect will probably still have ill intentions towards her. I'm all alone, with no one to rely on. How can I possibly be a match for them? Yu Mei-chan frowned. Junior sister Yu, please rest assured, if I encounter this, I will definitely come to your rescue. With his current cultivation level, dealing with those 2 would be more than a piece of his mind. Chapter 38. The adulterer comes to the door. A scheme is devised using a honey trap. Thank you, senior brother Lin, I really don't know how to thank you. Yu Mei-chan said, bowing her head. The sect rules strictly prohibit forcing another person to engage in dual cultivation, but there are always some people who are greedy for momentary pleasure and take risks. If I encounter such a thing, I will beat them every time I see it. Lin Tianyi spoke with great righteousness. In Yu Mei-chan's eyes, Lin Tianyi was becoming more and more like a good man with a sense of justice and a kind heart. Lin Tianyi got up and looked around the room. He is about to become the new owner of this house. Unexpectedly, my life has not only become more comfortable, but has also gradually improved. This house is yours from now on. I'll feel at ease selling it to senior brother Lin. It's all right. After all, this is your home. You can come back to live here anytime you want, Lin Tianyi said. Buying this house comes with a beautiful woman as a bonus. It's definitely great value for money. Upon hearing this, Yu Mei-chan blushed as red as an apple. She wondered if Lin Tianyi was hinting at something. Will I be able to move back in the future? Could it be that I'm going to cultivate with him? Thinking of this, Yu Mei-chan couldn't help but feel her girlish heart flutter. Which young girl doesn't dream of love? Lin Tianyi's masculine aura deeply attracted Yu Mei-chan. Thank you, senior brother Lin. You haven't seen the house yet, have you? Let me show you my boudoir. Is this convenient? Everything here will be yours from now on, so of course it'll be convenient. Yu Mei-chan became even more charming. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you, junior sister Yu. Lin Tianyi followed her respectfully into the inner room. There was a large bed on the south side, with a quilt on it. The wardrobe, clothes rack, dressing table, and other everyday furniture were arranged neatly. The boudoir was spacious and beautiful in every way, but it was utterly devoid of life. Your room has a good orientation and is very spacious with large windows, so it must have great natural light during the day, Lin Tianyi praised. My father had a great eye back then. He spent a lot of money to buy it, Yu Mei-chan sighed. Unfortunately, things have changed, and she, a weak woman, is all alone and unable to protect this family fortune. If only I could have a handsome and wealthy male cultivator like Lin Tianyi to lean on. Yu Mei-chan drifted into reverie again. Oops. Suddenly, a large insect fell from the roof beam, and Yu Mei-chan screamed in fright. Lin Tianyi looked closely and realized it was a centipede. With lightning speed, he slashed out with his hand, creating a vortex of air. The centipede immediately foamed at the mouth and died on the spot. Junior sister Yu, don't be afraid, I'm here. Thank goodness you were here today. As Yume-chan drew closer to Lin Tianyi, she felt her heart flutter even more. An unusual feeling spread through the boudoir. Oh, it's getting late, I should go now. Lin Tianyi came tonight to let her know that he had raised the spirit stones, so she could rest assured. Now that his mission is complete, he's going back. Wait a moment. Just as Lin Tianyi reached the door, Yume-chan called out to him. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands wrapped around Lin Tianyi's waist. Junior sister Yu, what's wrong? I feel cold. Good night, senior brother Lin. Could you stay and keep me company? Lin Tianyi's heart started pounding. This is no longer a hint, but a direct statement. What aspect of accompanying are you referring to? I want to cultivate with senior brother Lin. Yume-chan said shyly. Love between men and women is a natural human emotion, especially in the Hahuan sect, where dual cultivation is a necessity for women in their cultivation. Yume-chan fell in love with Lin Tianyi. She was a beautiful and charming woman, and the two happened to be in the same room. With the right timing, location, and circumstances, it was a natural progression for their relationship to blossom. You really want to cultivate with me? Yume-chan remained silent, then unbuttoned her clothes, revealing a glimpse of her skin. You're still young, you can't let your emotions get the better of you. No way, I'm not small at all. Yume-chan twisted her body and said coquettishly. Lin Tianyi's mind was in turmoil. Faced with the charming and alluring Yume-chan, how could the physically and mentally sound Lin Tianyi possibly resist? In a daze, Yume-chan took his hand and led him to the bedside. This is my first time, so please be gentle with me, senior brother Lin. Don't worry, junior sister Yu, I'm a person who's rough around the edges but meticulous at heart, Lin Tianyi said. The two exchanged another glance, everything understood without a word. Knock knock knock. At this crucial moment, there was a knock on the door. Is junior sister Yu home? I'm here. Two loud, grating noises, incredibly disruptive and jarring. Judging from the voices, it's those two lecherous scoundrels from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Lin Tianyi roared in anger. This is outrageous. In the middle of the night, someone dared to break into someone else's room. What should we do? What should we do? Yume-chan asked in a panic. They must be up to no good by showing up so late. Lin Tianyi and Yume-chan were preparing to cultivate together, but their enjoyment was interrupted. How could Lin Tianyi not feel resentment? Junior sister Yu, open the door quickly. Your brother is itching to get out. Jiang Lingchen said. Brother will warm your bedding, and we'll cultivate together until dawn. Sure, Yu was even more unrestrained. Faced with the foul language outside the door, Yume-chan was too frightened to utter a sound. Junior sister Yu, open the door quickly. If you don't open it, we'll barge in. Don't blame us for showering you with tears and bruises. Jiang Lingchen and sure you are utterly despicable. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you, Lin Tianyi comforted him. Fortunately, he was here tonight to keep things in order, otherwise, the pure and beautiful Yume-chan would surely have been defiled. Senior brother Lin, there's a back door in the north room. Let's escape, Yume-chan said. She felt that Lin Tianyi's cultivation level was too low and he wouldn't be a match for the disciples of the Heavenly Fiend sect. Moreover, there are two opponents, and Lin Tianyi probably won't be able to handle them. Run away? You think that just because you escaped today, they'll let you go tomorrow? These two have always coveted Yume-chan and their lustful desires remain unchanged. They won't give up until they're taught a lesson. What should we do? Yume-chan asked anxiously. If they want to come in, then let them come in. Lin Tianyi said casually. What? Should we let them in? Yume-chan's pupils suddenly contracted. Are you kidding me? If we let them in, we're all doomed. We need to get them both involved in this matter so we can find something to hold against them. Lin Tianyi was confident. With his current strength, he could easily shut them out and drive them away without breaking a sweat. However, they will definitely turn around and bite you afterwards. They refuse to acknowledge their heinous crimes. Therefore, Lin Tianyi devised a plan to lure the snake out of its hole and catch it red-handed. He whispered a few words in Yume-chan's ear. Upon hearing the instructions given in person, Yume-chan couldn't help but smile. Junior sister Yu, open the door quickly. If you don't open the door, I'm going to kick it down. Jiang Lingchen shouted. We won't show any mercy to women, sure you said fiercely. At this moment, after much hesitation, Yume-chan, encouraged by Lin Tianyi, finally spoke. I've already rested. Please come again tomorrow, Yume-chan said in a deliberately coquettish voice. The two brothers outside the door felt their bones melt when they heard that voice. There's no time like the present. We're already here, so we're not leaving tonight. Dual cultivation is beneficial to both body and mind. I will impart my spiritual power to you without reservation. Yume-chan's words firmly held the two of them together. Chapter 39, Inviting Wolves into the House, a severe beating of two perverts. Continue. Lin Tianyi winked. Yume-chan bit her lip, hesitating several times as if she wanted to say something. I won't come out to open the door. The south-facing window is open. If you want to come in through the window. Came in through the window? Wouldn't that be even more exciting? Junior sister, you is mine. It smells so good. It's good for everyone that junior sister you thinks this way. Soon, with two loud thuds, a hole appeared in the south-facing window. The boudoir was quiet. It has two pairs of eyes that glow with a green fluorescence. Where is it? Jiang Lingchen asked. At that moment, the gauze curtain trembled slightly. Hee, they're waiting for us up there. The two were overjoyed and rushed to the bedside one after the other. Under the moonlight, a sexy person could be seen lying on the bed on their side. He wore a sheer, gauze-like garment, revealing a section of his back, with his buttocks sticking out and the clothes pulled down to his calves, making him exceptionally alluring. This is fucking awesome, baby, here I come. Jiang Lingchen couldn't wait any longer and reached out to touch her buttocks, even patting them. They were incredibly bouncy. Why are they all hard, stiff muscles? Sure, you followed closely behind and sniffed a large foot. Why does it taste bitter? Sure, you asked, somewhat surprised. At this moment, Lin Tianyi could no longer hold back and simply turned over. Stop it, it's so itchy. What? Jiang Lingchen and Shi Yu were suddenly struck by a deep voice, which made them realize something. Lin Tianyi turned around. You guys have nothing better to do. I haven't showered for 3 days. Lin Tianyi said with a guilty look on his face. It was you. The two were shocked when they saw that it was Lin Tianyi. So it was him all along. Sure, you even vomited, feeling utterly regretful. What are you doing here with junior sister Yu? Jiang Lingchen asked angrily. This was completely unexpected. Do you even need to ask? You're late. Lin Tianyi deliberately mocked. What? Did he and Yume-chan cultivate together? The two of them had worked so hard these past few days, only to have Lin Tianyi take the first bite. Who can stand this kind of humiliation? You dare to play us? Enraged, Shi Yu raised his hand and slashed at Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi extended his index and middle fingers and gently pinched his hand. How is that possible? He blocked it with just 2 fingers? Shi Yu's eyes instantly magnified into black holes, and even the whites of his eyes could not be seen. Before he could think it through, Lin Tianyi twisted his wrist slightly, and it immediately broke. Oops. Shi Yu screamed in pain. Go to hell. Jiang Lingchen flew into a rage and, without saying a word, raised his foot and kicked Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi remained calm and seized the opportunity to gently tap his calf. Click. With a heart-wrenching scream, Jiang Lingchen suffered a broken leg. Ouch, that hurts. I can't go on, I'm going to die. Lin Tianyi was still not satisfied, so he stomped on their faces with the soles of his feet, making them look like pig heads, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. The two were completely powerless to resist and were beaten to their knees, begging for mercy. At this moment, Yume-chan came out from behind the bed. Just now, when Lin Tianyi told her to bring the wolf into the house, she was worried. She believed that Lin Tianyi could not possibly be a match for the Tiansha sect. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Tianyi easily defeated them both, leaving them completely powerless to fight back. Yume-chan finally felt relieved. She increasingly felt that trusting Lin Tianyi back then was the right decision. Jiang Lingchen's thoughts were in complete disarray. How could someone with the Foundation Establishment realm cultivation be so easily defeated by a mere chi-refining outer disciple? Absolutely unbelievable. And she was completely powerless to fight back. Her face is still burning hot. Shi Yu is similar. He had fought Lin Tianyi once before and knew that the other party was highly skilled. Completely defeated by Lin Tianyi, he realized that he was no match for Lin Tianyi at all. Are you two still able to get up? Do you need me to help you? Junior brother Lin, spare my life. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please have mercy and let us go. Lin Tianyi didn't even glance at the two of them. Didn't you just say you were going to cultivate together with junior sister Yu? I won't dare again, I'll never dare again. I'm not human, I'm a pig. Junior sister Yu is your woman, I must have been blind. Yume-chan, who was listening nearby, covered her mouth and laughed. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianyi was quite capable, managing to subdue two disciples of the Heavenly Fiend sect in one go. Courageous and resourceful, I love it. The system detected that Yume-chan's favorability level is 50, plus 35 points, and returns plus 87,500 points. Also, what about junior sister Yu's father owing you 30,000 spirit stones? Lin Tianyi asked again. No, her father is dead, let's just forget about this debt, Jiang Lingchen replied. You said it yourselves. Yes, we are willing. Sure, you nodded repeatedly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this amount of money is highly inflated. They dared not accept it, nor did they dare to be ungrateful. If they displeased Lin Tianyi, they might lose their lives. Although their attitude in admitting their guilt was acceptable, Lin Tianyi was not willing to let them off so easily. What if he's no longer by Yume-chan's side, and those two have bad intentions? Who will protect Yume-chan? The promises they made were as light as a feather and not worth believing at all. To solve this problem at its root. Of course, they didn't succeed in the end. After all, he was a fellow disciple, and killing him would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups of the Hahuan sect. So Lin Tianyi got up, went to Jiang Lingchen's side, and kicked him hard in the lower body. Two ding-ding sounds. He did the same thing to Shiryu. Ding-ding, two more sounds. Lin Tianyi was quite pleased. Only by removing the root of the problem from them can he feel at ease. Even if they later harbor wicked thoughts, now that the hormones are removed, all they'll have left are fantasies. Even if one harbors ill intentions, one lacks the power to act. This solves the problem once and for all. No longer can it pose a threat to Yume-chan's forbidden land. What, does what I did make you unhappy? Lin Tianyi retorted. The two were terrified. Faced with Lin Tianyi's question, how could they dare to say no? He could only suppress his grief and continue kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Without these two possessions, I feel much more relaxed. They should be grateful to have escaped with their lives faced with overwhelming power, they had no choice but to back down. Alright, since you've come tonight, I should at least see you off. Otherwise, it would seem like I'm not hospitable, Lin Tianyi said slowly. Upon hearing the words, I'll give you a ride, the two were so frightened that they kept kowtowing. Please, senior brother Lin, don't kill us. Please spare our lives, we promise we'll never do it again. The two begged for mercy. Lin Tianyi raised both hands and shot out two unstoppable vortexes of energy. Ah! Jiang Lingchen and Shiryu were flung away like kites with broken strings. He fell into the pitch-black bottom of the mountain and coughed up blood until dawn. Chapter 40 Yume-chan's heart is blissful, and she meets Mu Xiaoyao again. Senior brother Lin, you look so handsome just now, Yume-chan said. From initial trepidation, she is now completely captivated by Lin Tianyi. Two direct disciples and inner disciples of the Heavenly Fiend sect were easily swept out by an outer disciple who was an alchemist. Yume-chan couldn't help but think more highly of Lin Tianyi. They just asked for trouble and ran right into my line of fire, Lin Tianyi said dismissively. Out of respect for the Hahuan sect, Lin Tianyi ruthlessly killed them. If it were outsiders, he would have struck them down with a single blow long ago, without giving them a chance to speak. After hearing this, Yume-chan leaned on his shoulder. Then what should I do? I've also run into your line of fire. Will you treat me the same way you treated them earlier? It's definitely different for you now, Lin Tianyi said, while putting his arm around Yume-chan. The two chatted and laughed. Half an hour later, everything settled down. The system detected that Yume-chan's favorability level is 70, plus 20 points, and plus 50,000 points will be returned. So many points again? Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. This wave of profits has been enormous, and now they can freely exchange for pills. Successfully redeemed one marrow cleansing pill, 200 points. Successfully redeemed one chi refining pill, 200 points. Junior sister Yu, I'll give you 2 pills. What kind of elixir is this? One pill is a marrow cleansing pill, just like taking a bath, but it cleanses the dirt inside your body. The other pill is a chi refining pill, which can increase your cultivation level and make your body stronger, Lin Tianyi explained. Thank you, brother Lin. Yume-chan held the pill in her hand, a smile spreading across her face, her heart filled with joy. She tried dual cultivation for the first time and clearly felt that her cultivation level had improved. You are still young and have a long road ahead of you. I will take care of you and teach you skills. I have learned a lot today. Welcome, Brother Lin. Please feel free to give me your guidance anytime in the future. Yume-chan was indeed a clever girl. Lin Tianyi understood her immediately. Of course, she is still young and it's her first time, so there's a lot of room for growth. Strengthening dual cultivation is very necessary. Junior sister Yu, I have many more pills here, would you like some? I want it, of course I want it. If you think of me even once, I'll give you one pill. I'll make sure you go bankrupt tonight. After Yume-chan finished speaking, she collapsed onto Lin Tianyi. 2 hours later. Lin Tianyi was physically exhausted. 7 pills is quite a lot. One shouldn't be too greedy. It's best to know when to stop. That's quite a lot. I never knew you were such a stingy person. Another half hour passed. Taking advantage of Yume-chan's inattention, Lin Tianyi packed his clothes and tiptoed away. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Yume-chan grabbed him. You're really strong, I underestimated you, please let me go. There are still 5 pills left. You are not allowed to leave until you finish. Yume-chan showed no mercy, forcing Lin Tianyi to stand up straight again. An hour later. I have no pills left. Pour it out one more time. It's really gone. Monks never lie. You're lying. You always say that. There must be more. Another half hour passed. Later, the two continued working on it until the next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, before reluctantly leaving. Lin Tianyi counted and found that he had exchanged a total of 12 pills from the system. If it weren't for this naturally pure yang body, which continuously supplies yang energy, it would probably have dried up long ago. Lin Tianyi left Yume-chan's house and returned to his own small, dilapidated house. He slept for another 2 hours before he recovered. The first thing I do when I wake up. Successfully redeemed 1 top-grade Zhengyang pill, 1200 points. Successfully redeemed 1 genuine golden crow pill, 1500 points. Lin Tianyi swallowed 2 pills in quick succession, and his dantian immediately felt warm, restoring his vitality to his tired body. In dual cultivation, I am the one who gives and the one who suffers, but fortunately there are pills to restore my health. No wonder those female cultivators kept bothering me and attacking me repeatedly. They had cultivation gains to gain. Upon realizing this, Lin Tianyi suddenly understood. Perhaps there is no real affection in the Hawan sect, everyone is just taking what they need. As long as there is still profit to be made from Lin Tianyi, he will not lack resources for dual cultivation. Once he loses his value in dual cultivation, no one will care about him. I must keep upgrading and breaking through, to make myself stronger, Lin Tianyi secretly resolved. After lunch, he took a short nap before going to work at the alchemy building. Alchemy room number 5. What's wrong with you lately? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Xiaoyao was organizing the pills when she noticed that Lin Tianyi looked unwell, with a haggard appearance, like a candle about to burn out. Oh, I caught a cold while sleeping last night. Lin Tianyi made up an excuse. He inwardly groaned, thinking to himself, it's all because of you women, time and time again, you have absolutely no empathy. They repeatedly squeezed out all the pills and supplies he had, until they were completely depleted. The water level drops to the bottom almost every day, and the plant is on the verge of drying up. It's really a case of the rich getting drowned in water. This new batch of pills is ready. You've been working very hard lately, I can tell you've put your heart into it, Mu Xiaoyao praised. Mu Xiaoyao had always given Lin Tianyi the impression of being rather serious. She rarely praised Lin Tianyi, and today was the first time she had ever done so. These are things that a disciple should do. I've discovered that you have quite a few special talents. Your abilities have been underestimated before. I dare not accept such praise, they are merely trivial skills. Lin Tianyi had a bad feeling. Mu Xiaoyao slowly walked towards him. Her starry eyes shone brightly, her bust rose and fell rhythmically, and a glimpse of white light occasionally peeked out from the slit in her skirt. Lin Tianyi's blood pressure spiked. Could it be? Mu Xiaoyao channeled her spiritual energy, flicked her finger, and with a bang, the door to the alchemy room slammed shut. Lin Tianyi's Adam's apple bobbed. He had no way out. Close your eyes now. Master Mu, what's wrong? Why are you closing your eyes? Lin Tianyi panicked. This matter concerns a secret of alchemy. Mu Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Oh well. After all, Mu Xiaoyao was the leader, and Lin Tianyi worked under her. Her words were orders. Lin Tianyi closed his eyes. The alchemy room number 5 was quiet. After a while, Lin Tianyi heard a rustling sound, as if clothes were falling to the ground. Landlord Mu, did you drop something? Is it all right? Without my order, you are not allowed to open your eyes. Only in this way can you be free from selfish thoughts. Mu Xiaoyao said mysteriously. Lin Tianyi was completely dumbfounded. If I don't let him see it, what's he up to? What if I get attacked and he won't even have time to react? Bo. Just what I feared most came to pass. Suddenly, Lin Tianyi was struck by a cotton-like, sponge-like substance and fell to the ground. Half an hour later. The temperature in the alchemy room rose sharply. Chapter 41. Adapting to the new rhythm of alchemy, the enforcement hall arrests people. Landlord Mu, cough cough cough, may I open my eyes now? Lin Tianyi was startled. However, he kept his promise and never opened his eyes. I will resolutely not watch anything that I shouldn't or shouldn't watch. Wait a little longer. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyao had already dressed. She circulated her energy and felt the spiritual energy beginning to gather. After dual cultivation, I actually gained so much spiritual energy? Mu Xiaoyao felt that she had made progress again and was secretly shocked. Could he be the pure young holy body? Mu Xiaoyao had once read a forbidden book without a cover, which said that there was a type of male physique called the pure yang body, which was as refined as steel. After practicing dual cultivation with one another, the other party will benefit greatly. The more times you do it, the more effective it will be. At that time, she was only 19 years old, still an innocent and naive girl. They don't understand the profound meaning behind it at all. However, she has grown rapidly recently, and through constant and repeated practice, she has suddenly gained a lot of insights. It even surpasses the sum of knowledge accumulated over the past 20 years. Lin Tianyi worked in the alchemy room for 3 years. I wasted 3 years of my life. Otherwise, I would definitely have been able to break through to the nascent soul realm. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoyao felt extremely remorseful. However, she was also gratified because, by some stroke of luck, she discovered Lin Tianyi's special talent. It seems we need to continue to explore his potential. To use for one's own benefit. Alright, you can open your eyes now. Mu Xiaoyao said. Lin Tianyi opened his eyes, feeling a little dizzy. He had been in complete darkness for a long time and couldn't even tell which way was which. Mu Xiaoyao stood gracefully in front of him, as if nothing had happened. You did a great job just now. You are very capable of this alchemy work. But I haven't done anything yet. Whether you do a good job or not, I can tell in my heart. At this point, Mu Xiaoyao took a breath to feel the newly added spiritual energy. Mu Xiaoyao spoke with such certainty that Lin Tianyi could not say anything more. After that, I will check on you periodically during breaks from alchemy, based on my actual situation and needs. You need to adapt to this new rhythm of alchemy as soon as possible, Mu Xiaoyao said seriously. A new rhythm for alchemy? She spoke in a mysterious and enigmatic way, as if she were speaking in a fog. Okay, but Lin Tianyi was in a completely passive situation. He sensed Mu Xiaoyao's strong desire for control. Alright, that's enough. The third batch of pills is about to begin, so don't slack off. Lin Tianyi had no chance to refute. Fortunately, I can quickly make up for my losses and recover my strength. It's just a bit more tiring. After all, in the alchemy room, the owner, Mu Xiaoyao, was the most powerful, and everything had to be done according to her wishes. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. With a wave of her hand, Mu Xiaoyao opened the door wide. 3 strangers stood solemnly at the entrance. Mu Xiaoyao, how have you been? Master Zhou. Mu Xiaoyao bowed slightly, her eyes filled with respect. The man in the lead is no ordinary person. He is Zhou Zhanping, the head of the enforcement hall and the second in command. The enforcement hall holds a high position within the Hahuan sect, responsible for disciplining disciples, upholding sect rules, and punishing those who violate regulations. It was equivalent to the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review in ancient times. Therefore, Mu Xiaoyao treated the hall master Zhou Zhanping with utmost respect. Generally speaking, every time the enforcement hall is dispatched, it's not a good thing. It means that someone has committed a crime within the sect. You are Lin Tianyi, an outer disciple of Danyang sect? Zhou Zhanping glanced at him. Yes. Lin Tianyi had no idea what had happened. I am the head of the enforcement hall. Do you know that you have committed an unforgivable crime? A heinous crime? Lin Tianyi and Mu Xiaoyao were both taken aback upon hearing this. Especially Mu Xiaoyao. Lin Tianyi was just an outer disciple of the qi refining stage, insignificant within the Hahuan sect. Even if he were to commit a crime, it wouldn't amount to a heinous offense. Master Zhou, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Tianyi has been refining pills in the alchemy room the whole time. What could possibly be wrong with him? Mu Xiaoyao asked. The hall master, Zhou Zhanping, had a livid face. The atmosphere inside alchemy room number 5 was heavy. A few days ago, he injured Qin Liyue, a deacon of the Starry Sky sect. Her cultivation has been destroyed, and she is barely clinging to life, Zhou Zhanping said. What? Mu Xiaoyao looked at Lin Tianyi with disbelief. She knew Qin Liyue, but their relationship was so-so. Qin Liyue's nickname is Old Monster, and she has a very bad reputation within the Hahuan sect. She punishes disciples arbitrarily, deceives her superiors, and has an extremely poor public image. However, she was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and her cultivation was not low. Compared to her, Lin Tianyi was like a tiny firefly fighting against a huge hen. It's simply impossible to win. Lin Tianyi, what exactly happened? How did you get involved with Qin Liyue? Mu Xiaoyao asked. Once, you asked me to deliver pills to her. When I arrived, I happened to see her punishing her disciples, but I didn't intervene. She struck first, Lin Tianyi explained. He has already maintained considerable restraint. If he had actually made a move, Qin Liyue would probably have been reduced to ashes long ago. You have committed treason by interfering in the affairs of the Starry Constellation sect and even crippling someone, thus crossing the sect's bottom line, said Hallmaster Zhou Zhanping solemnly. It's Qin Liyue who's injured now. If it were Lin Tianyi who was injured, the enforcement hall probably wouldn't have made such a fuss. Lin Tianyi was an outer disciple, insignificant and easily bullied. Master Zhou, there is something fishy about this. You can't just believe one side of the story, Mu Xiaoyao said. Recently, she has had several heart-to-heart talks with Lin Tianyi, and it's clear that she's on his side. Of course, our enforcement hall will not be unethical, so I came here this time to ask Lin Tianyi to have a face-to-face confrontation with the relevant parties. Even if the enforcement hall wants to punish someone, there must be a reason for it. Currently, it is still in the investigation stage, and Lin Tianyi needs to be interrogated. Okay, I'll go with you guys then. Lin Tianyi, are you really alright? Mu Xiaoyao asked worriedly. Don't worry, Master Mu, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm going to the enforcement hall with the hall master and will be back soon, Lin Tianyi reassured him. Faced with the intervention of the enforcement hall, Mu Xiaoyao was powerless to do anything. She hoped Lin Tianyi would return safely soon, so the two could fight each other again. Two disciples from the enforcement hall stepped forward, took out the immortal binding rope, and tied Lin Tianyi's hands together. Take him back. Hallmaster Zhou Zhanping walked at the front, Lin Tianyi in the middle, and two disciples behind him. Let's go. The four of them walked out of the alchemy building and climbed the mountain. After about 5 incense sticks worth of time, they arrived at the law enforcement hall. The Hall of Enforcement has a main hall called the Hall of Majesty, which is used specifically for interrogating offending disciples. At this time, there were quite a few people in the Hall of Enforcement. Most of them were female disciples of the Starry Sky sect, including Fu Mingxu. As the parties involved that day, they were all witnesses. Lin Tianyi also saw a familiar figure. It was Gu Yunxi. Chapter 42 at best, expulsion from the sect to win over Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi is also a steward of the Starry Constellation sect, but she and Qin Liyue are not from the same faction. On the day of the incident, Gu Yunxi also tried to intervene and mediate, but unfortunately, she failed in the end. Her senior sister, Qin Liyue, suffered severe injuries, resulting in abnormal cardiopulmonary function, and is still in critical condition. Gu Yunxi was also one of the witnesses and was summoned by the enforcement hall to serve as a witness. Zhou Zhanping sat high in the hall, looking down at Lin Tianyi. Everyone, please be quiet. Today, on behalf of the enforcement hall, I will be handling the case of Qin Liyue being beaten. Outer disciple Lin Tianyi, witness Gu Yunxi, and relevant personnel from the Starry Constellation sect are all present. 5 days ago, Lin Tianyi delivered pills to the Starry Constellation sect. He got into a heated argument with Deacon Qin Liyue in front of the hall, and Lin Tianyi used offensive language. He not only damaged her magical artifact, but also attacked her, severely injuring her. The Hahuan sect strictly forbids any fellow disciples from fighting or causing trouble within the sect. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Lin Tianyi, do you have anything to say about this? Asked Zhou Zhanping, the hall master. Such an air of superiority, you're prejudiced from the very first word you speak. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi realized that his words were clearly biased. His words clearly showed his bias towards Qin Li Yue. The enforcement hall has always claimed to uphold justice, but in Lin Tianyi's view, it's nothing but an empty name. I have something to say. Qin Li Yue and I did have a verbal argument, but she struck first. She was hit by her own netherworld palm. I don't know such vicious tricks. Lin Tianyi tried his best to distance himself from the situation. Arguing and swearing are minor things, insignificant. If Qin Li Yue makes the first move and accidentally injures herself, then it has nothing to do with Lin Tianyi. It was entirely her own fault. You have no proof. I would like to ask the female disciples of the Starry Sky sect who were present that day if this is true? Hallmaster Zhou Zhanping inquired. I can attest that senior brother Lin is right. At the critical moment, Fu Mingxiu stepped forward. Qin Li Yue first insulted him, and then attacked him. Senior brother Lin stood still and did not make a move. Lin Tianyi glanced at her, feeling gratified. The two lovers, having cultivated together for so long, indeed developed feelings for each other. One's own people always help one's own. On ordinary days, I didn't give her the pills for nothing, and I didn't spoil her for nothing. Fu Mingxiu, I heard that steward Qin Li Yue punished you before? Hallmaster Zhou Zhanping asked again. Yes. She punished you before, so you hold a grudge and slander her? No, I didn't. Fu Mingxiu tried her best to defend herself, but she sensed distrust in the eyes of the Hallmaster, Zhou Zhanping. You and Deacon Qin have a past conflict, so your words are not accepted. Is there anyone else here who saw who made the first move? As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so female disciples in the Weizheng Hall looked at each other in bewilderment. The tone of the enforcement hall is now very clear. Hallmaster Zhou's claim that Fu Mingxiu's words are unreliable is clearly just an excuse. None of the female disciples stepped forward to tell the truth. After all, Qin Li Yue was very powerful and had protection, so they were careful to protect themselves and didn't dare to say a word. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Zhanping's face. Deacon Gu, you were also at the scene on the day of the incident. What did you see? All eyes were focused on Gu Yunqi's face. Gu Yunqi glanced at Lin Tianyi, as if she had something on her mind. Emotionally, she should stand on the side of her senior sister, Qin Li Yue. The two had a good relationship and often looked after each other. But logically, she should stand on Lin Tianyi's side. She repeatedly tried to persuade her senior sister about what happened that day, but Qin Li Yue had too volatile a temper. She thought she had victory in the bag, but unexpectedly, she was defeated by Lin Tianyi. There is always a reason why someone is pitiful. Actually, it was already late when I arrived that day. I don't know how Qin Li Yue and this Danyang sect disciple started arguing, Gu Yunqi said calmly. She chose to decline. So, during their fight, who struck first? Did you see Lin Tianyi injure Deacon Qin? Zhou Zhanping pressed. Lin Tianyi saw that Gu Yunqi had her head down, clearly hesitant. Her testimony is very important and will, to a certain extent, determine Lin Tianyi's punishment. I didn't expect the two of them to start fighting. As for who made the first move, I didn't see it clearly. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Yunqi finally decided not to go against her conscience. She couldn't offend Qin Li Yue, nor could she wrong Lin Tianyi. After much thought, she decided to remain neutral. Alright, in that case, it's up to our enforcement hall to make the judgment, Zhou Zhanping said. In his view, the matter was already clear. Deacon Qin Li Yue was seriously injured, she was the victim, while Lin Tianyi was unharmed, he must be the perpetrator. Who is right and who is wrong is not important. Besides, Steward Qin Li Yue has a relatively high status in the sect, so she deserves more sympathy. As for Lin Tianyi, he was merely an outer disciple, and to the Hahuan sect, he was dispensable. Master Zhou, I really didn't hurt Deacon Qin. Please uphold justice for me, Lin Tianyi said. The facts are right in front of you, you don't need to argue. I'll discuss it with the deacons of the enforcement hall, and we'll have a result tomorrow, Zhou Zhanping replied. Everyone was somewhat taken aback by these words. It's a bit hasty to release the results tomorrow. Senior brother Lin, what are you going to do? If the enforcement hall judges you to have injured Steward Qin, you will be expelled from the Hahuan sect. Fu Mingxiu walked over, her expression worried. She didn't understand why, even though Qin Li Yue was clearly in the wrong that day, no one was willing to speak a word of justice for Lin Tianyi. Oh? I guessed this would be the result. Lin Tianyi smiled, not taking it seriously at all. This enforcement hall is nothing special, he's learned his lesson today. Fu Mingxu's words were of no help, and the female disciples of the Starry Sky sect could not be relied upon either. As for Gu Yunqi, Lin Tianyi understood her position. She didn't kick him when he was down, that's already a great help. Lin Tianyi wasn't worried about what the enforcement hall would do to him, he was only worried about being expelled from the Hahuan sect. He left the Hahuan sect, so where should he go next? How can he take care of so many senior and junior sisters who are so kind and loyal to him? At this moment, he glanced at Gu Yunqi again. He hasn't completely lost yet, there's still a weak point hidden within Gu Yunqi. He still has hope as long as he can win over Gu Yunqi. Since the enforcement hall did not have conclusive evidence today, Lin Tianyi was released and will be dealt with tomorrow. Senior Sister Gu. After leaving the Hall of Law Enforcement, Lin Tianyi caught up with Gu Yunqi on a secluded mountain road. It's you. What do you want? Gu Yunqi hesitated for a moment. Why didn't you tell the truth in the courtroom just now? You know I'm innocent. Some things are not as simple as you think. In any case, Steward Qin Liyue was injured because of you, and you should be punished. Gu Yunqi's compassionate heart naturally leans towards the weak. You saw it yourself that day. Deacon Qin attacked so hard. If I didn't have any skill, I would have been killed by her long ago. Do you think I was wrong for acting in self-defense? Qin Liyue was ruthless first, and her current injury cannot be used to cover up her wickedness. Lin Tianyi did not go too far, it was merely self-defense, an eye for an eye. What's the point of saying all this now? Why didn't you say it in front of Hall Master Zhou earlier? Gu Yunqi frowned. Because even if I told him, Master Zhou wouldn't believe me. It's good that you understand. You can only blame yourself for this misfortune, Gu Yunqi said. Lin Tianyi smiled. Master Zhou doesn't believe me, but he believes you. My words? Why should I help you? Gu Yunqi gave Lin Tianyi a cold look. I have no relation to him, no interaction with him, and I would offend the enforcement hall anyway, so why should I help him? I'm not going to say any more to you. I'm going down the mountain. Good luck to you. After saying that, Gu Yunqi turned and left. Senior Sister Gu, are you aware of the deer antler and deer penis auction a few days ago? What? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunqi was shocked. She turned around and looked at Lin Tianyi in disbelief. Chapter 43 Senior Sister Gu should still be a virgin. What did you just say? You haven't forgotten about the deer antler and deer penis incident at Jiao auction house in the market, have you? Lin Tianyi asked, leaning closer. Gu Yunqi's heart raced. She kept her trip to the auction house low-key, not even telling her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian. Moreover, Gu Yunqi wore a mask to conceal her appearance, so no one knew her whereabouts. Who exactly are you? Who told you that? Oh, what a coincidence, I happened to be in the market that day too. After speaking, Lin Tianyi covered the lower half of his face with his hand, his gaze cold and stern. You are, young fellow Taoist? Gu Yunqi's pupils dilated in shock, and she unconsciously covered her mouth with her hand. I spent 250,000 spirit stones to bid on deer antler and deer penis. Lin Tianyi stopped hiding his identity from Gu Yunqi and revealed his true identity. He needed Gu Yunqi to help him out of this predicament. So you were the one who took those photos that day. Why did you do that? To everyone's surprise, the person who was so glamorous at Jiao auction house that day was actually Lin Tianyi. Gu Yunqi's heart was filled with turmoil, as if all her privacy and secrets had been exposed to him. Didn't I say that we would meet again at the Hahuan sect if fate allowed? Am I right? Lin Tianyi smiled. So, what's your goal now? My request is simple, I hope you will put in a good word for me with Master Zhou, and then I can sell you the deer antler velvet you want. Gu Yunqi understood this was a deal. It seems that you arranged all of this beforehand. Gu Yunqi had previously asked Lin Tianyi to buy deer antler velvet, but he politely declined. Now that Lin Tianyi needs her help, she takes out deer antler velvet to lure him. You're overthinking it. I'm a simple person. I know you really need this deer antler velvet, and you're practically desperate for it. Gu Yunqi borrowed spirit stones from Mu Xiaoyao, then auctioned them off at a high price, and finally chased after Lin Tianyi to buy them. All signs indicate that Gu Yunqi is very anxious. I don't understand what you're saying. Gu Yunqi avoided Lin Tianyi's gaze, there were some things she was ashamed to say. Deer penis is an aphrodisiac, especially the penis of the 9-colored divine deer. Even a man who is hundreds of years old can regain his vigor and become erect. Deacon Wen is in his prime. Could it be that you have another man outside? Lin Tianyi deliberately used a provocation tactic. You're talking nonsense. I'm just buying a deer penis, you're overthinking it. Although Gu Yunqi tried her best to deny it, Lin Tianyi could see her anxiety and unease in her flustered eyes. I know that you and Deacon Wen have a deep relationship and are a well-known couple in the Halwan sect. Have you ever thought about this? Even if you give this deer whip to Deacon Wen, he will be powerless to help you. Your words are ridiculous. Steward Wen just needs to take some supplements. He is a brave and diligent man. Gu Yunqi continued to protect her Taoist partner, flattering him. Excuse my bluntness, but I'm afraid senior sister Gu is still a virgin, isn't she? Lin Tianyi went straight to the point, breaking down her psychological defenses. Gu Yunqi stood frozen in place, every nerve ending in her body taut to the extreme. Lin Tianyi has already discovered all of her trump cards. What nonsense are you talking about? I said that you and Deacon Wen have been Taoist partners for 30 years, but you have never experienced the pleasure of dual cultivation. Another bolt from the blue struck Gu Yunqi's heart. Her carefully cultivated secret of 30 years was shattered by Lin Tianyi. In order to break through their cultivation level, disciples of the Halwan sect will adopt the dual cultivation mode sooner or later. This will greatly increase the speed of cultivation. However, after Gu Yunqi and Wen Shuxian became Taoist partners, she never expected that he would be such an incompetent man. He simply cannot practice dual cultivation. Gu Yunqi tried many methods to solve the problem, but none of them worked. He was like an earthworm without a spine. 30 years have passed, and Gu Yunqi has only broken through one minor realm. Her cultivation level is still in the late foundation establishment stage. If she could reach the golden core realm, her status within the starry constellation sect would be at least higher. She is in the prime of her life now. A woman's bloom is short. Some things, once missed, will never come again. Who are you? How do you know about me? Gu Yunqi looked at Lin Tianyi in surprise. How does he know everything? They even know the secrets between Taoist couples? Although he was only an outer disciple, his skill was so profound that he defeated the arrogant Qin Liyue. Suddenly, Gu Yunqi felt that Lin Tianyi was terrifyingly strong, so strong that she couldn't fathom the extent of his power. His every word was woven into an unbreakable spiderweb, revealing everything, leaving Gu Yunqi powerless to resist. When Shuxian has deceived you for 30 years, and you have been kept in the dark all this time, while I only had a brief contact with him, and I already knew what kind of person he was, Lin Tianyi said. The hypocritical Wen Shuxian has monopolized Gu Yunqi for 30 years, leaving the land uncultivated and unfertilized, which is unfair to Gu Yunqi. Deception? Why is it that I understand less and less of what you're saying? She and Wen Shuxian had been together for 30 years, maintaining a superficial relationship as Taoist partners, but there was no strong bond between them. This kind of relationship is unstable. If Gu Yunqi cannot engage in dual cultivation, she will be unable to improve her cultivation level, which will widen the gap between her and other female cultivators of the same age. To be honest, I've fought with Wen Shuxian and discovered two secrets about him. The first secret is that his cultivation level is at the late golden core stage, but based on my feeling, he is at least at the mid to late nascent soul stage. What? Gu Yunqi was shocked again. Impossible. Wen Shuxian cannot practice dual cultivation, so his cultivation level cannot be that high. Gu Yunqi could not improve her cultivation through dual cultivation, and neither could Wen Shuxian. However, Lin Tianyi is at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and with the system's support, his strength is at least at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Wen Shuxian was on par with him, which shows his profound skill. Since even Gu Yunqi doesn't know his true cultivation level, it seems that Wen Shuxian must be deliberately hiding it. The second secret I discovered was that his beard was fake. Gu Yunqi was shocked once again. Is his beard fake? How is that possible? Gu Yunqi frantically recalled some details. In her memory, her Taoist partner Wen Shuxian's beard always seemed to be the same shape. She never thought about it, nor did she ever doubt it. That's impossible, you're making this up again. Gu Yunqi shook her head. Although she had had doubts over the past 30 years, they were always fleeting and she never thought about them in detail. Where there is root, there is yang. Where there is yang, there is nourishment. Your Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian, may very well lack root. Lin Tianyi's words pierced Gu Yunqi's heart. Had she lived with a man who had no roots for 30 years? She even bought him deer antler velvet to revitalize him. In the end, it's like water without a source or a tree without roots. Gu Yunqi almost broke down when she heard this. Chapter 44. Mu Xiaoyao reaches a state of selflessness. Because you are his closest person, he has always been wary of you, so he has kept it very well hidden. I, on the other hand, have only met him once, and he is very wary of me. That time, when Lin Tianyi and Wen Shushan exchanged blows, he did not expect Lin Tianyi's true cultivation level and inadvertently exposed his cultivation level and fake beard. I still don't believe it. Perhaps Wen Shushan has his own unspeakable difficulties. What if he deceived you from the very beginning, deceiving your feelings? Lin Tianyi's gaze was sharp, his words cutting straight to the point. He felt that Wen Shushan was not a simple person, far from what he appeared to be. He was hiding his true nature very well. Not only his Taoist partner Gu Yunqi, but probably most people in the Hahuan sect were deceived by his gentle and refined appearance. That's impossible. Wen Shushan loves me. If he couldn't cultivate together, why did he become my Taoist partner in the first place? Love and hate are always powerless in the face of self-interest. I suspect that Wen Shushan deliberately became your Taoist partner to cover his tracks while he was cultivating other techniques. Lin Tianyi's words repeatedly overturned Gu Yunqi's understanding. Was it all a carefully orchestrated deception from beginning to end? She couldn't be completely sure of Lin Tianyi's words, but she also felt that his words weren't entirely unfounded. Wen Shushan was indeed a bit mysterious, but she was always quite naive and never thought of it that way. So, why are you telling me so much? Wen Shushan is a dangerous man. You're sleeping with a tiger. Leave him as soon as possible, Lin Tianyi said. He had a gut feeling that something was about to happen at the Hahuan sect. Wen Shushan is definitely not a simple person. In addition to deceiving Gu Yunqi, he also has ties with Xinyu, the protector of the Chen Yuan sect. Even Song Charan, the most beautiful woman in the Hahuan sect, who was pure and innocent, was deceived by him. He has many sins on his body. He is a cancer on the Hahuan sect. If Lin Tianyi wants to uncover Wen Shushan's conspiracy, then going through Gu Yunqi is definitely a shortcut. Your reasoning is brilliant, but it also has many flaws. Even if I were stupid, I couldn't have been fooled by him for 30 years. Gu Yunqi said with some doubt. I understand how you feel. It's indeed hard to understand these things in a short time. If you pay attention, you'll definitely be able to find clues. Are you concerned about me? Gu Yunqi asked. Many things require planning ahead to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. After saying that, Lin Tianyi turned and left. It's understandable that Gu Yunqi couldn't accept this fact. However, Lin Tianyi's words today had an indelible impact on her heart. Wen Shushan, with whom she had shared a bed for 30 years, suddenly felt that her Taoist partner was such a stranger. Alchemy Building, Alchemy Room Number 5. You're back? Did Hall Master Zhou give you any trouble? Mu Xiaoyao asked. He said I injured Deacon Qin and that if possible, he would expel me from the sect tomorrow. Expelled from the sect? Mu Xiaoyao frowned. She felt a little disappointed. She had only been able to eat meat for a few days, and now the supply was going to be cut off? The feeling of separation is unpleasant. Did you hurt her? She hit me first with a move called the Netherworld Palm, but I deflected it back, and she got the short end of the stick, Lin Tianyi said gloatingly. Since you didn't do anything, then everything should be fine. Do you think those people in the enforcement hall will enforce the law impartially? They pick and choose who to target. Why would they believe what I, an outer disciple, say? Upon reflection, Mu Xiaoyao realized that Lin Tianyi's words made sense. This matter is also somewhat related to her. If I had personally delivered the pills to Qin Liyue, this wouldn't have happened. Don't worry, Mr. Mu. What's meant to happen will happen, and what's coming will come sooner or later. As his cultivation level improved, he inevitably became involved in the karma of others in order to maintain and seize resources. The strong never shy away from trouble. I do have some connections with Deacon Su of the Enforcement Hall, but unfortunately I lent all my spirit stones to Gu Yunqi, otherwise I could have used money to avoid trouble. Mu Xiaoyao said thoughtfully. Spirit stones? I have spirit stones. Lin Tianyi took out his money pouch. Is 30,000 spirit stones enough? Where did you get so many spirit stones? Mu Xiaoyao was stunned. How could an outer disciple, whose monthly salary is less than 100 spirit stones, have 30,000 spirit stones? How can he be so arrogant? I had some savings at home, for emergencies. Could you please pass them on to that Deacon Su for me? He couldn't place all his hopes on Gu Yunqi. Using spirit stones to smooth things over is also necessary. Okay, I'll do my best. Mu Xiaoyao took the money pouch. Ostensibly, she was helping Lin Tianyi, but in reality, she was also helping herself. After all, Lin Tianyi staying by her side would greatly benefit her cultivation. Alright, this batch of pills is almost ready. Go and add some fuel to the fire, Mu Xiaoyao instructed. Lin Tianyi took off his shirt, added the prepared medicinal ingredients and minerals to the furnace, and began the final refining process. Half an hour later, Lin Tianyi felt somewhat drowsy. Mu Xiaoyao wore a thin beige outer garment, with nothing underneath. I lit some Lingxi incense, does it smell good? Lingxi fragrance? Lin Tianyi inwardly groaned, for this spice had a hypnotic effect. Is Mu Xiaoyao plotting something against him again? I'm still refining pills, you need to keep your personal and professional matters separate, Lin Tianyi said softly. Under the influence of the medicinal properties, one can reach a state of complete absorption during alchemy. How come I've never heard of this before? This is the secret technique I'm passing on to you. You just need to close your eyes and listen. Lin Tianyi felt a warm sensation on his back, and then he fainted. 1 hour later, Mu Xiaoyao put on her clothes and began to circulate her spiritual energy. As expected, I've made another breakthrough. I've reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. The spiritual energy within her flowed from a trickle into a torrent, surging forth one after another. After improving her cultivation, Mu Xiaoyao looked radiant, her skin became firmer, and she felt as refreshed as if she were taking a shower under a waterfall. Dual cultivation makes me progress, dual cultivation makes me happy. Mu Xiaoyao chanted an incantation, and her body suddenly floated up. She fully experienced the cleansing sensation that the spiritual energy brought her. Layer upon layer, endlessly. When Lin Tianyi, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes, he looked like a parched tree trunk. In matters of dual cultivation, one must never let the woman take the initiative. My body feels like a floating duckweed, my center of gravity is unstable. Successfully redeemed 2 golden crow pills, 3,000 points. Lin Tianyi swallowed 2 golden crow pills in a row, and his body recovered immediately. In addition, he possesses a naturally pure yang body, making him physically strong and resilient. Landlord Mu, I'm awake. Lin Tianyi sprang to his feet with a quick movement, acting as if nothing had happened. Mu Xiaoyao flew to his side. It's clear that you're a formidable fighter. So, third in the world. Don't be too proud. Pride makes people weak and reduces their resilience. You should rest well. In a few days, I will teach you the secrets of alchemy. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Mu. Mu Xiaoyao has left. She needs to go to the enforcement hall to smooth things over for Lin Tianyi. The system detected that Mu Xiaoyao's favorability is 85, plus 10 points, and plus 10,000 points will be awarded back. Lin Tianyi's efforts weren't in vain. Mu Xiaoyao's favorability increased, and he gained many more points. Chapter 45. My younger sister, Xu Yuruan, please take good care of her. Name, Lin Tianyi. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 4th grade nascent soul, level 1. Constitution, innate pure yang sacred body. Points, 98,000. Techniques, Vajra body protection divine skill, mysterious void shift, or a concealment technique. Space, 5 marrow cleansing pills, 1 yang boosting pill, 2 spirit gathering pills, 1 mystic ice pill. Lin Tianyi has been cultivating to the nascent soul realm for 3 days, and his power has reached a new stage. Especially in terms of speed, whether flying or escaping, it's all fleeting. Successfully redeemed 1 basic nascent soul pill, 8,000 points. Successfully redeemed 1 Yuanshan pill, 10,000 points. The Yuanshan Dan is equivalent to a higher level Zhu Ling Dan, and it is crucial for stabilizing the Yuanshan, so it is indispensable. In the system, the exchange points for mid to high level pills are getting higher and higher. Lin Tianyi estimated that he would need at least 300,000 points to reach the 5th grade nascent soul realm. I need to step up my game. After taking the drug, he began to cultivate again, practicing breathing exercises to preserve his true energy. Tranquility leads to far-reaching vision and understanding of all things. After concentrating, Lin Tianyi seemed to smell the fragrance of flowers and feel the coolness of dew. The truth often lies hidden in the details. The valley is lush and green, filled with the sounds of birds and insects. Cleanse your mind and remove impurities. Purify your soul. An hour later. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the 2nd level of the 4th grade nascent soul stage. The heart's intention is understood without words. Lin Tianyi smiled slightly, and heard rustling whispers in his ear. All the changes had arrived as expected. The higher one's understanding of a higher realm, the more open-minded one becomes. A knock came at the door. Who is it? It is I, Chu Yuhong. So it's junior sister Chu, come in. Lin Tianyi was halfway through his cultivation when he had to squeeze in some time for practice again. He opened the door and saw not only the beautiful and charming Chu Yuhong, but also a young girl who was a little shorter than her. She is my younger sister, Chu Yuruan, and this is the kind and generous senior brother Lin. Chu Yuhong introduced. Greetings, senior brother Lin. Chu Yuruan clutched the hem of her clothes with her small hands, rubbing them incessantly, looking rather shy. She was wearing a white short-sleeved dress with a deep V-neck that was tightly fitted. Especially the two babies, every breath they took revealed their strength. Compared to Chu Yuhong's graceful figure, her younger sister Chu Yuruan could be described as plump and round. Name, Chu Yuruan. Age, 19. Appearance, 89 points. Cultivation level, first grade Qi refining, level 1. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 1500x points return. So young, I never expected her to have such an incredible figure. It's cold outside, be careful not to catch a cold, come in quickly. Lin Tianyi quickly invited his two junior sisters into the house. I hope we haven't disturbed senior brother Lin, Chu Yuhong said. This isn't just a bother, it's practically a free gift. Upon hearing this, the two Chu sisters lowered their heads and smiled, feeling sweetness in their hearts. The two girls sat down, and Lin Tianyi, looking refreshed, busied himself making tea and pouring hot water. Sister, how come this great philanthropist you mentioned lives in such a shabby place? Chu Yuruan frowned. Don't judge a book by its cover. Senior brother Lin has a lot of pills, which are valuable cultivation resources. Just make him happy later, and I guarantee your cultivation will soar. Before meeting Lin Tianyi, Chu Yuhong's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of qi refining, and it had stagnated for many years. However, since she threw herself into Lin Tianyi's arms, she has been taking pills and practicing dual cultivation, making rapid progress in both internal and external aspects. She is now close to the late stage of qi refining. You run, don't worry, your sister has been through this before. I brought you here so you can take a shortcut. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuruan, the younger sister, nodded in agreement. Here comes the hot tea. You two were chatting and laughing just now, what were you talking about? Lin Tianyi walked over carrying 2 cups of tea. I was saying that I want to thank senior brother Lin for his care and concern for me these past few days, Chu Yuhong said. You're being too polite. You just said I'm charitable. I'm not that great. I'm just sharing what I know. Lin Tianyi said modestly. Admittedly, Chu Yuhong obtained a lot of high-quality cultivation resources from him, but he also gained her favor and a lot of points. Lin Tianyi then used his points to exchange for pills, reaping even greater benefits. Therefore, he felt that these were all mutually beneficial interactions where both sides got what they needed and gained something. Chu Yuhong glanced at his younger sister. Senior brother Lin, do you think my sister is pretty? She's unbelievably beautiful, especially her big, expressive eyes. The key is her youth, which is her greatest asset. She's incredibly youthful in every way. Lin Tianyi was generous with his praise, using up all his vocabulary. Seeing that he was satisfied, Chu Yuhong was also very happy. My younger sister, Yuran, is only 19 years old this year. She just arrived at the Hahuan sect yesterday, and I'm bringing her here with me today. Lin Tianyi and Chu Yuruan exchanged a glance, then immediately separated. My sister is timid and hasn't seen much of the world. I hope senior brother Lin will take good care of her and give her more resources in the future, Chu Yuhong said with a smile. Don't worry about that. They're all disciples of the Hahuan sect, so I'll definitely help her. My younger sister, Chu Yuruan, has a return rate of 1500, so I'm going to take full advantage of her. The three of them drank tea, chatted and laughed, and time flew by. When Chu Yuruan first arrived, he was a little reserved and didn't quite open up. With her older sister Chu Yuhong's constant matchmaking efforts, she has opened her heart and is ready to accept the valuable resources offered by Lin Tianyi. The system detected that Chu Yuruan's favorability rating is 15, plus 15 points, plus 22,500 points will be returned. Look, as we've been talking, it's getting late, and I should head back, Chu Yuhong said. Yes, I always feel like there's not enough time to chat with you all. The three of them tacitly understood each other. Senior brother Lin, I have something to attend to and must leave now. I'd like to leave my sister here to help you tidy up the blankets and do some chores. We'll have to ask her if she's willing. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuruan, the younger sister, touched her cheek. Some things require sincerity and willingness from both parties. Lin Tianyi never forces anyone. I'll listen to my sister, I'm willing to be worked, Chu Yuruan said softly. She was still a little shy as the important event was about to take place. Chu Yuhong understood her sister's feelings and was happy for her, as her sister was quite perceptive. The earlier a person achieves enlightenment, the more they understand, and the faster they grow. Then I, this superfluous person, should leave too. Chu Yuhong got up and left, and Lin Tianyi saw her to the door. Senior brother Lin, my sister is a blank slate, inexperienced in worldly affairs. You must not be too hasty. Gently guide her, and she will understand quickly, Chu Yuhong advised. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Lin Tianyi took out a crystal clear pill from the medicine bottle. This is a foundation establishment pill? I know that junior sister Chu is already in the late stage of qi refining. With a little more effort, she can expect to reach foundation establishment. Since Chu Yuhong gave him such a generous gift tonight, Lin Tianyi certainly couldn't treat her unfairly. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Chu Yuhong picked up the pills with a beaming smile. The pill resources were too precious, and she had gained something from this trip. We know each other inside and out, so why be so polite? The pills are only one aspect. I also intend to personally instruct senior brother Lin. For the sake of her younger sister, Chu Yuruan, she reluctantly gave up her own resources. I understand, I won't treat you unfairly. Come again tomorrow night, and I'll give you special treatment. I hope senior brother Lin will take good care of his health and put in extra effort tomorrow. Don't worry, my reservoir is always full. Lin Tianyi can take drugs, and he has a naturally pure yang body, so he's not afraid of consuming too much energy. After chatting for a few more minutes, Chu Yuhong reluctantly left. Pop. Lin Tianyi closed the door. At this moment, Chu Yuruan sat upright in the chair, like a flower bud about to bloom, ripe inside and out. Chapter 46 Half-Hearted Confession, Chu Yuruan's feelings heat up. Yuruan, pure and smooth, your name is wonderful. It was my grandma who named it. Your grandmother is a very thoughtful person, she took good care of you. Chu Yuruan rubbed her small hands together and placed them on her lap. Her older sister, Chu Yuhong, embarked on a path of cultivation, and her stories about the Hahuan sect filled her with endless longing. Boundless magical power, immortality, eternal youth. Isn't this the meaning of life? In the Hahuan sect, I only know my sister. You are the second person. You run, it's not about quantity, but quality. I can give you something that no one else can, Lin Tianyi said. His pill system is incredibly diverse. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for an inexhaustible supply of pills. Lin Tianyi added some hot water to her cup to enhance their relationship and promote future communication. So this time, I am very grateful to my sister for giving me this opportunity to improve. Your sister is really good to you. She gave you her chance. You should cherish this hard-won opportunity. Yes. Chu Yuruan took a sip of hot tea, her heart pounding like a hammer. She was both excited and worried about what was about to happen. Your joining the Joyful Union sect is definitely the right choice. Not only can you cultivate diligently on your own, but you can also learn from others through dual cultivation. Compared to other sects, this gives you a significant advantage, Lin Tianyi said. Many people can't see through it and say that the Hahuan sect is a demonic sect. In Lin Tianyi's view, these are all prejudices those who have never experienced dual cultivation will not understand. If there is a shortcut to cultivating immortality, then the Hahuan sect is the one to choose. I understand all of this. My sister has told me all of this. I'm relieved that you understand. I was just worried that you're still too young. I'm not small at all. I'm bigger than my sisters. Chu Yuruan pouted. Lin Tianyi quickly took a sip of tea to calm his nerves. It seems that Chu Yuruan is fully prepared and only needs to take the final step. Successfully redeemed 1 marrow cleansing pill, 200 points. Successfully redeemed 1 qi refining pill, 200 points. Sister Yuruan, I have a pill here, would you like to try it? Lin Tianyi took out a marrow cleansing pill. What kind of elixir is this? Have you heard of the marrow cleansing pill? After taking it, it washes away the impurities in your body, leaving you feeling refreshed and invigorated. Don't lie to me, give me some shady pills. Don't worry. If you're still worried, I'll eat first. After Lin Tianyi finished speaking, he put the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth, but Chu Yuruan stopped him. Delicate hands, like a gentle breeze, nourish the heart. Brother Lin, I believe you. Chu Yuruan swallowed the marrow cleansing pill whole in one gulp. No rush. First, circulate your qi. After the marrow cleansing pill opens your yang energy in your body, you will feel something different. Chu Yuruan closed her eyes and began to take deep breaths. As the marrow cleansing pill dissolved, she felt her true energy flowing backward, and some heavy impurities sinking down. The clear rises, the turbid sinks. Is this the joy of cultivating immortality? Chu Yuruan had never felt this way before. It was novel, peculiar, and very enjoyable. About half an incense stick's time passed. At this moment, Chu Yuruan was getting into the swing of things. During the time she closed her eyes to cleanse her marrow, Lin Tianyi was not idle either. He carefully observed Chu Yuruan from every angle. During this process, Chu Yuruan's hair would sometimes flutter, the veins on her face would sometimes pulsate, and beads of sweat would sometimes appear on her neck. Moreover, in some places, the amplitude of the vibrations was visible to the naked eye, exceeding the amplitude of normal running. It can be said that the marrow cleansing pill brought her a comprehensive, inside-out change and renewal. Brother Lin, I'm clean now. Chu Yuruan opened her eyes, her pupils becoming even clearer and brighter. She felt light as a feather, her skin was firm, and her ailments had healed. Your first time taking the marrow cleansing pill is the most effective. Take a few more pills in the future, and you will become cleaner and cleaner. Lin Tianyi clapped his hands. My sister has always praised your pills as miraculous. I just tried them and I can confirm that what she said is true. Chu Yuruan was overjoyed. She felt that she had taken the first step in cultivating immortality. Here, I have some qi refining pills here, have some more. Lin Tianyi handed over another pill. Although formal training has not yet begun, we should first improve our physical condition and be in high spirits. Tonight is a first for Chu Yuruan. This includes the first time taking the elixir, the first time cleansing the body and mind, and there will be even more important firsts later. It will definitely be an unforgettable experience. Then I'll eat it. Chu Yuruan put the pill into her mouth without hesitation. She trusted Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi led her into a new world. Eat up, it'll make you feel great. She was still a blank slate, and the qi refining pill always worked best for her the first time. Lin Tianyi also looked forward to some changes in her cultivation level. Before long, Chu Yuruan's breathing became heavier, and spiritual energy began to sprout within his body. Her body temperature began to rise, and her hands and feet became warm. This was the clash between her internal energy and spiritual energy, which opened up her spiritual meridians, and for her, it had the significance of creating something from nothing. Chu Yuruan trembled all over. Hang in there, you have to get through this first hurdle. Lin Tianyi stayed by her side, encouraging her. Chu Yuruan gritted her teeth and took her first step in cultivation. Her aura began to emanate, her clothes fluttered, and glimpses of her radiance appeared and disappeared. Don't stop. She couldn't worry about that now. Cultivation was the priority. If she stopped, she might suffer a qi deviation. Anyway, she'll be his woman sooner or later tonight, so what's wrong with letting him see a few more things? After some time, the storm gradually subsided. Here, wipe your sweat. Lin Tianyi handed over a dry towel with concern. Chu Yuruan wiped the sweat from his face. It took me more than 5 years to reach the first level of qi refining. With the qi refining pill and your natural talent, I believe you will break through soon. If I can break through this barrier, I will be eternally grateful and will be willing to serve Brother Lin for the rest of my life. On her second day after entering the Hahuan sect, Chu Yuruan encountered an incredible opportunity, which made her extremely happy. After taking 2 pills, she felt a distinct difference and became even more convinced of her sister Chu Yuhuang's words. Chu Yuruan was also filled with emotion when it came to Lin Tianyi. From the initial hesitation and trepidation upon entering the door, to the emptiness and loss after her sister left. As her relationship with Lin Tianyi deepened, her gentle heart drew closer to him and embraced him. She increasingly felt an indescribable urge to die together with Lin Tianyi. Alright, we can't take any more pills now, our bodies can't take it. Yes, I am a little tired. Cultivation is important, but your body is your own, so you must cherish it. Now relax a bit and remember to balance work and rest, Lin Tianyi said. Chu Yuruan lowered her head and remained silent. I am willing to follow Brother Lin's arrangements. After Chu Yuruan finished speaking, he shut his mouth tightly and said no more. Come on, let's go inside and talk in detail. Lin Tianyi walked in front, with Chu Yuruan following behind him. You don't need to do anything, you just need to rest. You say stop, and then you stop? This step is indispensable for your cultivation improvement. 1 hour later. Shu Yuruan woke up. I have changed. She felt her face become longer, her fingers grow longer, and her calves become stronger. The dantian became deep. Congratulations, junior sister Chu, on reaching the first level of qi refining. Lin Tianyi could already sense the spiritual energy emanating from her, and her cultivation level had increased from 0 to 1. Why didn't I break through when I took the pill, but I did now? Because I helped you clear the last mile. Lin Tianyi said with a smile. He went to great lengths to improve Chu Yuruan's cultivation. Chu Yuhong entrusted his younger sister to him, asking him to take good care of her. He couldn't just do a sloppy job and betray the trust of others. The system detected that Chu Yuruan's favorability rating is 60, plus 45 points, and returns plus 67,500 points. Brother Lin, I feel it's not enough. Let's do it again. Half an hour passed. Chapter 47. Senior Brother Lin's talent is profound and boundless. How do you feel now? I have a lot of spiritual energy around me, and I feel like I'm making progress. Chu Yuruan got up, went to the table, and took a sip of tea. Under Lin Tianyi's combined gentle persuasion and meticulous care, her cultivation level improved significantly. Her previous misunderstandings and doubts about the Hahuan sect vanished. This time, I owe it all to my sister and brother Lin. One led me into this world, and the other gave me everything he had. Shu Yuruan thought to himself. She has now reached the first level of qi refining, and at such a young age, her future is promising. At the age of 19, he surpassed 99% of monks. Junior sister Chu, you need to rest more. Once you've entered the sect, you can't be too impatient. Haste makes waste, Lin Tianyi advised. Many people are too eager for quick results when cultivating, not realizing that an unstable foundation can damage their vital energy. Chu Yuruan was eager to improve, but if she did it too frequently, the absorption of nutrients would be delayed. Therefore, it is essential to proceed step by step, learning from each other's strengths and compensating for each other's weaknesses. But I always feel like I have inexhaustible energy. Perhaps it was because he had taken the elixir, or perhaps it was because Chu Yuruan had a better aptitude. She still looked radiant and was in excellent condition. Is that so? Come here, let me try again. Half an hour later. Lin Tianyi stood up, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, his back aching and his brows furrowed. Where are you going? I'll open the window to let some fresh air in and take a short walk. Look, it's almost dawn, let's hurry up. Chu Yuruan showed no pity whatsoever and kept urging them on. Okay. Lin Tianyi was exhausted. 2 hours later. The sun rises in the east. Chu Yuruan put on her clothes, feeling satisfied. She then took out a small white medicine bottle. Lin Tianyi took out the pills and put them into the container. 1 pill, 2 pills. 11 pills, 12 pills. Is there any more? They're all gone, not a single grain left. Lin Tianyi thought to himself, I really underestimated Chu Yuruan. From beginning to end, from top to bottom, she actually has such great strength. They simply couldn't withstand it. I'm only 28 years old, I don't look that old, do I? We must take control of this in the future. If this continues, with each night's resources being depleted, it will eventually lead to a severe drought. Thank you for the pills, Brother Lin. It's alright, this is the reward for your hard work, you deserve it. Let me help you up. No, I may be weak, but my legs aren't. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi waved his hands repeatedly. I can't let Chu Yuruan get any closer to me. If he accidentally triggers the trap again, I'll suffer again. The feeling of being left helpless and frustrated is not pleasant. Brother Lin, what have you been busy with during the day? I'll focus on cultivation, and there's also some work on alchemy, there's quite a bit to do. Lin Tianyi complained bitterly. In the past, when we were practicing alchemy, it really was just about alchemy. Recently, Mu Xiaoyao has given him a lot of extra work, which is much more tiring than alchemy. Then how about I stay home during the day while you're refining pills, and help you with chores and cleaning? Chu Yuruan said. No, please don't. I know you're very ambitious and have tasted some of the sweetness of cultivation, but you can't have a bath heater. But everything must follow the principle of slow and steady progress. Always leave room for maneuver in everything, and never go all the way down or exhaust all resources. Lin Tianyi knew, of course, Shu Yuruan's motive for staying here. It was all for the pills in his pocket. She doesn't have a naturally pure yin constitution, so she can't take pills every day. Eating too much of it will become boring, even tasteless. It's best to stop when you've had enough. Eat for a few days, then rest for a few days. Okay, I get it. Maybe I was too impatient. I was too eager to improve. Now that we have this relationship, I will take your situation into full consideration in the future. After you go back, you should cultivate more, meditate, and comprehend the Taoist methods of cultivation, Lin Tianyi explained patiently. I didn't know before, but now I realize that Brother Lin's talent is endless. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. It's better not to mention them. He remembered his first time with Nangongji. It was a moment that could only be described as the great river flowing eastward, its waves sweeping away all traces of the past. Now, it has become a tributary. Of course, Lin Tianyi is much older than Shu Yuruan, so it's only right that he takes extra care of her. By this time, the sky had brightened, the grass was growing tall and birds were singing, and all things were coming back to life. Why don't you go home first? I want to rest by myself for a while. Shu Yuruan showed no intention of leaving, so Lin Tianyi had no choice but to issue the order to leave. Then I won't disturb your rest. There's plenty of time, come again next time. Shu Yuhong straightened his clothes, put the medicine bottle in his bag, and walked towards the door. Brother Lin. What's wrong? I want to do it again. What? No. Lin Tianyi shook his head like a rattledrum. If this continues, we'll have to cut off our lifeline. This is the last time. I promise I won't bother you again today. Shu Yuruan had a pair of large, pitiful eyes, their surface glistening with clear, bright water. Okay, this is really the last time. Lin Tianyi supported his waist with one hand, trying to straighten his body, which was about to fall apart. Another hour has passed. In the afternoon, Lin Tianyi received a summons from the enforcement hall. The matter of him injuring Qin Li Yue last time should have a result today. Hawan Sect, Law Enforcement Hall, Jiangwei Hall. What, you want to change your testimony? Hallmaster Zhou Zhanping looked surprised. Inside the main hall, Zhou Zhanping, Steward Su, Gu Yunqi, and Lin Tianyi were confronting each other. Qin Li Yue first used her magic weapon, and then unleashed the netherworld divine palm. This junior brother Lin has been on the defensive the whole time. Gu Yunqi reported to the two leaders of the enforcement hall. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. But you didn't say that yesterday? After I got home and thought about it, I remembered. Gu Yunqi changed her testimony. She was trying to clear Lin Tianyi's name. Lin Tianyi feigned composure, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. It seems that his words yesterday had an effect, and the proud and arrogant Gu Yunqi stood on his side. I said before that I didn't hurt Qin Li Yue. Now that senior sister Gu from Xingqiu sect has said so, Hall Master Zhou should believe me, right? Lin Tianyi further fueled the flames. Now it was Zhou Zhantong's turn to be dumbfounded. He originally intended to expel Lin Tianyi from the Hawan sect to avenge Qin Li Yue. Now he has witnesses, and Gu Yunqi is also a steward of the Starry Sky sect, known for her morality, so her words are highly credible. Deacon Su, what is your opinion on this matter? At that moment, an elderly man with half-gray hair blinked. Yesterday, Mu Zhaoyao took 30,000 spirit stones to bribe Deacon Su, and the relationship should be settled. I examined Qin Li Yue's injuries. Apart from the netherworld palm, she indeed had no other external injuries. The netherworld palm is a unique technique of the Starry Constellation sect. Lin Tianyi is an outer disciple of the Danyang sect. He only knows how to refine pills and does not know any techniques. I believe that junior sister Gu Yunqi's statement has some credibility. This old fox, Steward Su, dared not offend Hallmaster Zhou openly, but having secretly accepted the spirit stones, he couldn't refuse to do his job. Therefore, he used Gu Yunqi's words as an excuse to shirk responsibility. Chapter 48. Gu Yunqi's restraint must mean she hasn't seduced enough. With Gu Yunqi as a witness and the injury report from Deacon Su of the enforcement hall, there is no evidence to prove that Lin Tianyi harmed Qin Li Yue. Therefore, even the head of the hall, Zhou Zhanping, could not interfere in this matter on his own. After investigation and evidence collection by the enforcement hall, there is insufficient evidence to prove that Lin Tianyi injured Qin Li Yue, and no action will be taken against him, Hall Master Zhou Zhanping stated firmly. Very good. Lin Tianyi was triumphant. Gu Yunqi glanced at him, then immediately looked away. One should avoid suspicion and conceal one's identity in public. Thank you, Hallmaster Joe and Steward Sue, for upholding justice and investigating every detail, Lin Tianyi said in thanks. We must put on a good show. He narrowly escaped this calamity, but it's not hard to guarantee that he'll bother the enforcement hall again with something else. Although Steward Qin Liyue's injury is unrelated to you, this matter was caused by you. You are hereby sentenced to a 6-month salary suspension as a lesson to prevent future offenses. From the perspective of the sect leader Zhou Zhanping, he had to maintain the unity of the Hawan sect and treat everyone equally. Qin Liyue was seriously injured after all, and in the eyes of those who did not know the truth, she was the weak one. Now, by deducting half a year's salary from Lin Tianyi as a symbolic punishment, Zhou Zhantong can also explain himself to his disciple. Fortunately, Lin Tianyi doesn't rely on his salary to make a living. Consider it giving Zhou Zhanping a way out. Aside from Lin Tianyi, the happiest person at the scene was none other than Deacon Su. He can now pocket his 30,000 spirit stones. Tiandang Mountain, on the south side of the mountainside. Senior Sister Gu, please wait. Lin Tianyi seized the opportunity and, seeing that no one was around, stepped forward and called out to Gu Yunqi. She turned her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly, like a startled butterfly. Gu Yunqi's top was very thin and tight, making her chest and waist appear even more prominent. It's hard to imagine that a woman with a 30-year-long Taoist partner could still exude the scent of a virgin. It is spotless, and no one comes to smell it. I've already done your favor, what more do you want? Oh, you've already helped me out of that predicament, but your own inner conflict hasn't been resolved yet, Lin Tianyi said. My inner conflict? Gu Yunqi pursed her lips. You don't want to be a Taoist couple with Wen Shuxian in name only, do you? Gu Yunqi blushed upon hearing this. Within the Hahuan sect, dual cultivation is a topic that can be discussed freely. Even the female cultivators were more enthusiastic about it and did not shy away from it. However, Gu Yunqi was still quite conservative at heart, and always felt that the matter of dual cultivation was too private. In particular, her 30-year relationship with Wen Shuxian, a model Taoist couple, was bound by morality, making her cautious in her words and actions. Another point is that Lin Tianyi discovered that she and her Taoist partner could not cultivate together, which made her even more ashamed. I have a lot of things to do every day, so dual cultivation is optional for me. At your age, how many more years of your prime are left? If you didn't want to cultivate together, why did you join the Joyful Union sect in the first place? And why did you seek a Taoist partner in the first place? Lin Tianyi cut to the chase. He sensed that Gu Yunqi, despite her seemingly deep and composed demeanor, was actually quite restless inside. If she's not tempted yet, it must be because you haven't seduced her enough. Gu Yunqi has 4,000 times the points to exchange for, so even if there are countless difficulties and obstacles, Lin Tianyi must win her over. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and points are very important. Why are you meddling in my affairs? This matter is not just about you and Wen Shuxian, I am also implicated. Gu Yunqi was even more puzzled. A mere outer disciple in the early stages of qi refining possesses quite a bit of energy. The secrets surrounding Lin Tianyi were unfathomable to her, which fueled her curiosity. Does Wen Shuxian have a grudge against you? No, not at all. That day, when I came down the mountain and returned from the market, I was robbed by people from the Qianyuan sect. I heard that Steward Wen had a grudge against Elder Xinyu of the Qianyuan sect before, so I asked a female shopkeeper to investigate the Qianyuan sect. Shan Yu? There is such a person. He and Wen Shuxian used to be good brothers. Later, they went their separate ways and could no longer work together, Gu Yunqi replied. I see. Previously, the most beautiful woman, Song Charan, wanted Wen Shuxian to kill Xinyu, but now it seems she entrusted the wrong person. Lin Tianyi was determined to sort out the complicated relationships and grudges within the Qianyuan sect. He is no longer an ordinary early-stage qi refining cultivator, nor is he an ordinary outer disciple. He will get whatever he wants. Alright, I'll investigate Wen Shuxian's matter. It's important not only to me, but also to you. Gu Yunqi and he were Taoist partners, their interests intertwined. Lin Tianyi must break down their seemingly unbreakable bond before he can bring Gu Yunqi onto his ship. Lin Tianyi turned and left. Please wait a moment, I want to show you two things. Gu Yunqi called out to him. After saying that, she took out a small tuft of hair from her bosom. Where did you find it? Lin Tianyi asked. This morning, while he was at Danyang Gate, I found it in a hidden compartment in his study drawer. Yesterday, Lin Tianyi told her a lot about the secrets of his Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian. Gu Yunqi was shocked when she first heard this and didn't believe him. However, a woman's heart is always very sensitive. For the past 30 years, she has tried every possible method, but she has been unable to cultivate with Wen Shuxian. Moreover, he was inconsistent and evasive in his attitude towards the matter of dual cultivation, and made excuses to avoid it. Gu Yunqi was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Therefore, after listening to Lin Tiany's words, she consciously tried to find some clues. That's his fake beard, Lin Tiany asserted. Gu Yunqi felt somewhat disappointed her most trusted Taoist partner had deceived and concealed the truth from her. As far as I know, some men have very little beard. It varies from person to person, Gu Yunqi said, trying to appear calm. You're right, but you should know that only those who are guilty will try to cover it up. Cover up? Gu Yunqi seemed to have realized something. For a normal man, having less facial hair isn't a big deal. However, when Shuxian deliberately tried to cover up the matter, which is called trying to conceal the truth only to make it more obvious, like trying to hide something that doesn't exist. I also found a pill under the corner of his table, Gu Yunqi said. Lin Tiany accepted the pill. He looked at it, then sniffed it. I don't know the name and ingredients of this pill. Could you give it to me? I'll go ask Master Mu. The process of refining elixirs involves using anywhere from a few to dozens of ingredients, and the formulas and preparations vary from person to person. It is difficult to discern the ingredients just by looking at the appearance. Take it. As soon as Gu Yunqi finished speaking, she felt a little regretful. She actually betrayed her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian, in front of Lin Tiany? Which of these two men should we believe? The scales in her heart seemed to begin to tip, and the soil around her began to soften. I will let you know as soon as I have any news about the elixir. Gu Yunqi nodded, and the two parted ways. Lin Tiany hurried home along the path. It's not dark yet, and his junior sisters haven't gotten restless. He needs to seize this time to cultivate. Junior sister Chu, what brings you here? Lin Tiany was surprised to see Chu Yuhong standing at the door before he even got home. What's wrong? I've been thinking about you all day. Chu Yuhong was wearing a thick coat that wrapped his body up tightly, making it completely airtight. It's not even dark yet, you're way too early. Lin Tiany looked troubled. The reservoir was only half full. Look, how about this? Go back and have a meal first, then take a walk around the mountain. Come back here 2 hours later, Lin Tiany advised. A man should prioritize his career over romantic relationships. Chu Yuhong didn't answer, but walked directly to Lin Tiany and opened his coat. Lin Tiany glanced at it and his heart immediately pounded. Inside the coat was a hidden world. All the fabric combined was no bigger than his palm. Senior brother Lin, can you see my sincerity? A few seconds passed. It's windy outside, you'll catch a cold standing here. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Tiany opened the door, and Chu Yuhong smiled knowingly and followed him inside. Chapter 49 Nangongji's alluring charm, absence makes the heart blossom again. Half an hour later, the room was filled with steaming heat. This is the warmth and vitality of the dual cultivation process, reaching its ultimate moment. Lin Tiany lay there, his eyes fixed on the roof beams. I miss my sister, Chu Yuhong fiddled with the ends of her hair. Lin Tiany's army was exhausted, while hers was well rested and ready to fight. They were not comparable at all. You're both great in every way. This is a life or death question. Praising Chu Yuruan means betraying Chu Yuhong, and praising Chu Yuhong means betraying Chu Yuruan. Both sisters are very nice and have a great talent for interpersonal relationships. Senior brother Lin, tell me quickly, there's definitely a difference between me and her. Chu Yuhong persisted. Women, are always a little petty and have to compare themselves. Progress comes from comparison. If you're asking me, there is definitely a difference. Tell me about it, I want to hear it. I tried several different words, but they kept getting rejected, so I'm giving up. You dare talk back to me, senior brother Lin? I'll make you pay. Please be gentle. Half an hour later. Successfully redeemed 1 golden crow pill, 1500 points. Sister Chu, could you please get me a cup of tea from the table across the street? Happiness that comes too quickly can also bring suffering. Lin Tiany conserved his last bit of strength. Chu Yuhong smiled, stood up, poured a cup of tea, and brought it over. Senior brother Lin, I can tell you're holding back from me. I'm going to be unhappy. A woman's feelings are not necessarily correct. You can't judge by quantity, you have to judge by quality. I know you wouldn't dare. Chu Yuhong handed over a teacup, and Lin Tiany sat up, swallowed the pill, and a surge of vital energy slowly gathered. I felt the warmth of the sun within my body, and my blood and energy surged upwards. If I weren't born with a pure yang body, I'd probably be ashen-faced by now, he thought inwardly. Looking at the lovely Chu Yuhong in front of him, Lin Tianyi felt powerless. Chu Yuhong kept winking and gesturing at him, changing her posture to flirt with him. As a disciple of the Thousand Illusions sect, she was skilled in seductive arts. An ordinary man with low cultivation levels simply couldn't resist her. How do you feel about how I treat you? Senior brother Lin is the best. He not only gave me pills, but also practiced dual cultivation with me to help me cultivate. He did so without reservation and even sacrificed his true essence, Chu Yuhong said. Okay, I'm glad you understand. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Dual cultivation is nominally a relationship of mutual benefit, where each party gets what they need. However, over time, feelings inevitably develop. Only when both parties are of one mind can Lin Tianyi be completely open and purposeful. Chu Yuhong was quite obedient and won his heart. By the way, the Inner Disciple Advancement Competition is the day after tomorrow. Have you registered? Chu Yuhong asked. The Hawan sect holds a competition every year for outer disciples to advance to inner disciples. The top 15 to 20 performers will be selected and will be given a formal mentor after advancing to the next round. Only by becoming an inner disciple can one feel a sense of belonging within the Hawan sect. I've already registered, but my cultivation level is too low, Lin Tianyi said modestly. He was already at the 4th grade nascent soul realm, with strength comparable to that of the sect's hall masters, but not on the same level as the outer disciples. I can see you've taken quite a few drugs and practiced dual cultivation quite a bit. You should at least be at the foundation establishment stage, right? How come you're still only at the early qi refining stage? This also surprised Chu Yuhong. Logically speaking, Lin Tianyi should have a decent cultivation level with so many pills, but why does he seem to have so little spiritual energy? Perhaps everyone's constitution is different. I can't digest what I eat. Besides, I have extremely poor talent and am a good for nothing. No matter how many pills I take, it won't help. Lin Tianyi made up an excuse to get away with it. In fact, his cultivation level was concealed, which was probably done intentionally by the system. No matter how many drugs he takes, no matter how much he practices dual cultivation, no matter how much he cultivates, in other people's eyes he is always at the early stage of qi refining. I also signed up for the qualifying rounds. If we make it to the secret realm adventure stage, we can team up. Aren't you afraid that I'll implicate you? To advance from an outer disciple to an inner disciple, one must undergo 4 rounds of competition. One of the segments is Secret Realm Exploration, where 4 outer disciples form a team to complete a competition together. Senior brother Lin is good to me, let's improve together. Junior sister, I'm feeling it again. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Lin Tianyi closed his eyes. Half an hour later. This is for you, 1 qi refining pill and 2 spirit gathering pills. It will definitely help you recover before the competition. Chu Yuhong was overjoyed when he saw the pill. Thank you for your help, senior brother Lin. Let's call it a day. Remember to go back and practice qi to transform essence. Okay, I won't bother you any longer, senior brother. Chu Yuhong thought to himself, after these 3 moves today, Lin Tianyi should be done for. Lingering here any longer would be a waste of time. Then I won't see you off. Be careful on your way home. Lin Tianyi did not get up. Chu Yuhong put on his coat, tightened his belt, and said goodbye to Lin Tianyi. Now, Lin Tianyi couldn't wait for her to leave so he could have some peace and quiet. She had just reached the door, opened it, and saw a familiar figure. Sister Nangong, what brings you here? I've come to see junior brother Lin and learn from him, Nangong Ji said with a smile. Journey to the west? Chu Yuhong smiled knowingly, understanding most of what was going on. Senior brother Lin, it should still be able to gain momentum, but don't have too high hopes. I'll be going now, I'm going back to cultivate and digest it. If you're so ruthless, junior brother Lin will eventually burn out. The two laughed and smiled sweetly. Looking at the radiant Chu Yuhong, Nangong Ji couldn't be more envious. She knew that this junior sister had always wanted to improve, and after getting a little taste of success, she couldn't resist the urge to eat meat at every meal. In fact, we need to have a long-term perspective on many things. While dual cultivation is important, it must be done gradually and steadily. Nangong Ji pushed open the door and entered. When Lin Tianyi saw that it was her, his heart skipped a beat. This is pushing him into a fire pit. However, it's been a long time since I've seen her, and senior sister Nangong seems to have become even more beautiful. Tonight she wore a strapless silk dress. The soft fabric clung to her chest, revealing large, prominent breasts that created a striking visual impact. Her arms were long and slender, white and radiant, smooth and delicate. Especially her beautiful legs, which swayed gently with every step, exuding endless charm. Senior sister Nangong, what brings you here today? With so many junior sisters accompanying you, have you forgotten about me? Nangong Ji feigned a coquettish tone. No, I will never forget senior sister Nangong, no matter who I forget. Stop being so glib. Newcomers are always better than old ones. Nangong Ji entered the inner room and sat down next to Lin Tianyi. You look great, senior sister. Your skin is even more radiant. It's all thanks to your youth-preserving pill. Look at my face, it's so smooth and delicate. Nangong Ji was naturally beautiful. After taking the beauty pill, she became like a peeled hard-boiled egg, white and translucent. Seeing how haggard you look, I'm afraid I've returned empty-handed this time, Nangong Ji frowned. If it were anyone else, I would definitely send them packing. But as for senior sister Nangong, as long as I have a breath left, I will never fall. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Nangong Ji was mature and voluptuous, and time passed quickly when they cultivated together. Never mind, lest I get my hopes up for nothing. Sure, you'll get it. The two exchanged a glance, their minds in perfect harmony. Before you know it, half an hour has passed. Chapter 50. Mu Xiaoyao removes her armor, opening her eyes. Nangong Ji got up, straightened her clothes, and put her beautiful long hair up. You've really had a hard time today, she said, looking ashamed. Although Lin Tianyi didn't put in much effort, she could feel his sincerity in giving it his all. More or less, the result is not important. Overall, this dual cultivation was quite successful. I'll give you a little more next time. I hope you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation in the future, Lin Tianyi encouraged. By the way, I heard you went to the Hall of Law Enforcement. Has the matter been resolved? Oh, it's about Qin Li Yue from the Starry Sky sect. The sect leader said she's fine now, and her injuries have nothing to do with me. You, an outer disciple, actually challenged a sect deacon? You're too strong. Nangong Ji had heard about Lin Tianyi's affairs. Last time, Lin Tianyi chased away Zhou Junling who was harassing her, and this time it's Qin Li Yue again. He's only at the early stage of qi refining, yet his skills are so remarkable? Nangong Ji was amazed and looked at him with new respect. I'm a good for nothing. Although I've consumed a lot of pills, my spiritual meridians are often disordered. I become stronger when facing strong opponents and weaker when facing weak ones, Lin Tianyi explained. This is the first time I've encountered such skill. By the way, the inner disciple promotion competition is coming up soon, you should rest well and prepare actively. Nangong Ji was a few years older than Chu Yuhong, Fu Mingxiu, Yu Meichan, and others. She was more considerate and wouldn't just keep taking from people. Senior sister Nangong still cares about me. Don't forget the reward you promised back then. What reward? Nangong Ji blinked her beautiful big eyes. You said there would be no limit to the number of times within 3 days. Go away, you're aiming too high, are you even capable of it? Lin Tianyi took out the spirit gathering pill and the foundation establishment pill and handed them to Nangong Ji. It is used to strengthen the relationship between the two people. Lin Tianyi plans to develop her into a long-term, stable dual cultivation relationship. Give her a little medicine from time to time, but don't feed her too much at once. Whenever she needed him, Nangong Ji would naturally seek him out. Good things should be given little by little. That's about enough for today. I think you're at your limit. Don't push yourself too hard. Save some energy for yourself. I know, I'll definitely take good care of you next time. Lin Tianyi nodded. Once too much of the body's vital energy is lost, recovery will be slow. It's not worth the risk. Faced with the beautiful and charismatic Nangong Ji, Lin Tianyi could only resort to military force another time. Nangong Ji wisely left. Now he doesn't want to do anything, he just wants to get a good night's sleep. The next day, at the Alchemy Building. Lin Tianyi arrived at Alchemy Room number 5, where, in addition to Mu Xiaoyao, Steward Wen Shuxian was also present. Senior Brother Wen, I'll leave this batch of refined pills to you. Mu Xiaoyao handed the medicine box in her hand to Wen Shuxian. In the past 2 weeks, a total of 49 pills of rejuvenation pill, qi condensation pill, and spirit restoration pill have been refined. Thank you for your trouble, junior sister Mu. When Xuxian chanted an incantation, and a seal appeared at his fingertips, like a cover, encasing the medicine box. He noticed Lin Tianyi, his face tense. The two had fought before, and although they were evenly matched in the end, when Xuxian narrowly lost, he realized that Lin Tianyi was no ordinary person. He looked like he was only at the early stage of qi refining, but he was probably at least at the late stage of golden core. Lin Tianyi's cultivation level, like his, was hidden. This indicates that they practiced other unorthodox martial arts techniques. However, what Wen Xuxian was afraid of was not that, but that Lin Tianyi knew about his fake beard. For decades, he used Gu Yunxi as a cover to form a Taoist partnership, thus concealing his true intentions from others. In fact, he cultivated a secret technique within the Hahuan sect. This secret was known only to him, even Gu Yunxi was kept in the dark. Compared to the mutual assistance of dual cultivation, the technique that Wen Xuxian secretly cultivated was more radical and faster, and could be said to be an outright evil cultivation method. However, he also made great sacrifices for this heretical cultivator. When will senior brother Wen set off? The Holy Maiden and the elders are urging me, so I will set off for Sanlong Peak immediately. Sanlong Peak is a branch peak of the Hahuan sect, located in the eastern part of the mainland. In the past month, there have been several conflicts between the Hahuan sect disciples and the Qianyuan sect and Tianjian sect disciples. Several disciples of the Hahuan sect suffered severe injuries. When Xuxian, a spiritual healer, brought the refined pills to help his disciples. I heard that the people from the Qianyuan sect and the Tianjian sect are fighting over a gold mine? Mu Xiaoyao asked. 1 gold stone is equal to 10,000 spirit stones, making it a scarce resource. That's one reason. Some people say it's related to the disappearance of the Holy Sun. The righteous path and the demonic path have always been irreconcilable. If things continue to escalate, a full-scale war is inevitable, Wen Xuxian said. The sect leader of the Hahuan sect has been in seclusion for 20 years. The sect's specific affairs are mainly decided by the two protectors and the Holy Maiden. However, the Holy Sun, who is to serve as the Holy Maiden's furnace, has disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown. The power struggles and upheavals among the high-ranking members of the Hahuan sect are a testament to this. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyao's heart fluttered. She had heard that the last great war between the righteous and demonic paths took place 1,200 years ago. In the end, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Hahuan sect used the Hahuan twin swords and joined forces with the Yuling sect, Yuming sect, and other demonic sects to crush the righteous cultivators and make them run for their lives. This single act solidified the reputation of the Hahuan sect as the leader of the demonic path. The most powerful weapon of the Hahuan sect is the Hahuan twin swords. It requires the perfect combination of the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son. If either one is missing, the power will be greatly reduced. Senior brother Wen, please be careful on your journey. As for Gu Yunxi, I will take care of her if anything happens. Thank you for your trouble. After saying that, Steward Wen Xuxian picked up the medicine box and left alchemy room number 5. As he was leaving, he and Lin Tianyi exchanged a glance. Lin Tianyi sensed a murderous aura and a strange atmosphere, as if it were a thorn in his side. I've emptied the pills from the alchemy furnace. You can wash it later. Okay, I just overheard your conversation with Steward Wen. Something happened at Sanlong Peak? Lin Tianyi became curious when he heard about the Qianyuan sect, the sect's Holy Maiden, and the Hahuan twin swords. Mu Xiaoyao did not answer. In her view, these things had nothing to do with Lin Tianyi, and even if he knew, it wouldn't do him any good. Don't meddle in other people's business. Have you finished dealing with your affairs with the enforcement hall? Yes, thank you, Master Mu. This time, Steward Su secretly helped us. Otherwise, Hall Master Zhou would not have dispelled his doubts. In order to rescue Lin Tianyi, Mu Xiaoyao bribed Steward Su with spirit stones. Let Lin Tianyi stay in the Hahuan sect and stay by her side. The previous batch of pills was produced yesterday, and the number 5 refining spirit flame furnace was deserted. As a handyman in the alchemy room, Lin Tianyi's daily tasks included cleaning, preparing, and processing medicinal materials. It seems you're blessed with good fortune. Shall you go clean the alchemy furnace now, or should we celebrate first? Mu Xiaoyao's tone became more serious. Should we celebrate? Lin Tianyi was completely bewildered, trying to gauge Mu Xiaoyao's true intentions. Cleaning the alchemy furnace was too much work. I think we should celebrate. This was Lin Tianyi's choice based on instinct. Mu Xiaoyao turned her back and waved her hand, immediately closing the door to the alchemy room. Lin Tianyi's Adam's apple moved up and down slightly. This time, could you not close your eyes? Whatever. Lin Tianyi was overjoyed upon hearing this. On several previous occasions, Mu Xiaoyao had asked him to close his eyes, and he had missed many breathtaking views. Today, he's going to broaden his horizons. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Mu Xiaoyao waved her hand again, and all 30 candles in the alchemy room were extinguished. It was pitch black. How can this be? I still can't see. Lin Tianyi realized he had been tricked. Even with his eyes open, he couldn't see anything. After a while, the alchemy room became eerily quiet. Landlord Mu, are you there? Where are you? In the pitch black alchemy room. Suddenly, Lin Tianyi saw a bright light before his eyes, laden with fruit, slowly approaching. Chapter 51. The more abundant the yang energy, the more female cultivators can benefit from it. Half an hour later, the alchemy room fell silent. Lin Tianyi lay stiffly on the floor like a fish that had just come ashore. The beautiful and graceful Mu Xiaoyao flashed past him in an instant. He seemed to have seen everything, yet he also seemed to have seen nothing at all. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyao put on her clothes, waved her finger, and more than 30 candles were rekindled, and the room began to light up again. She calmed herself down. This is when her spiritual energy is at its peak. After dual cultivation, yin and yang are harmonized, and essence is refined into qi. The accumulation of spiritual energy can enhance one's cultivation level. The advancement in her cultivation brought her a feeling of exhilaration. Moreover, this feeling becomes stronger and more uncontrollable after each dual cultivation session. This made Mu Xiaoyao want to do it again. No, I can't let him think I'm a promiscuous woman. Mu Xiaoyao thought to herself. In the dual cultivation process of the Hahuan sect, the woman benefits greatly, but the initiative is often not in her hands. Therefore, it can happen that the woman tries hard to please the man. Mu Xiaoyao has always been traditional. She became a disciple of the alchemy room in order to resist her desires, preferring to have none rather than find a suitable partner. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianyi's unintentional act of redemption opened the floodgates of her heart. So this is what dual cultivation is like. A woman's will is irresistible. Her faith, which had lasted for over 30 years, collapsed. Faced with desire, she was completely unable to control herself. If that's the case, why not open your heart? She took a deep breath, savoring the blissful, melancholic feeling. Landlord Mu, are you all right? Lin Tianyi had already woken up, and with a push of his feet, he stood up. He and Mu Xiaoyao had been working together on alchemy for almost 3 years. He had always thought Mu Xiaoyao was a conservative woman, but he never expected her to be so proactive and domineering during their dual cultivation. Compared to the other female cultivators, Lin Tianyi felt as if he were walking on thin ice. It seems that even the strongest-looking woman has needs. This is also the essential reason why the Hahuan sect has thrived for so long. It aligns with human nature. Everything in the world needs the interaction of yin and yang. Without this interaction, no living thing can have a next generation. Whether it is the way of heaven, the way of law, or the way of humanity, they are all inseparable from the way of yin and yang. Those who haven't tried it won't understand. You recovered so quickly? Mu Xiaoyao was secretly surprised. This must be a huge drain on Lin Tianyi. His physique was indeed extraordinary. I'll be fine after a short rest, it'll be full soon. Although it consumes energy quickly, it also replenishes it quickly, which is Lin Tianyi's greatest source of confidence. It was precisely because of this innate pure yang constitution that he was able to thrive in the Hahuan sect and in every track he entered, and to do everything he could to take care of his junior sister. Your performance in alchemy is excellent. You have exceeded my expectations every time. I am very pleased with that. It's just work, of course. The more you do it, the more energetic you get. Lin Tianyi grinned mischievously. He and Mu Xiaoyao revealed the truth about their relationship, and their feelings for each other became even closer. The system detected that Mu Xiaoyao's favorability is 90, plus 5 points, and plus 5,000 points will be awarded back. After winning over Mu Xiaoyao, her favorability towards him also increased rapidly. Mu Xiaoyao glanced at Lin Tianyi. His handsome appearance and strong physique captivated her. I never imagined I was such a sucker for good looks. Landlord Mu, I'd like to ask you for a favor. What is it? I have a pill here, could you help me identify it? After saying that, Lin Tianyi handed her the pill in his hand. This pill was given to him by Gu Yunqi, who is also in Shuxian. Mu Xiaoyao took the pill and examined it carefully. This pill has a faint fragrance. It's the scent of heavenly star grass. Tiang Cinco has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, reducing swelling, and relieving pain. Then do you know what kind of pill this is? You can't tell unless you crush it. Can. So, Mu Xiaoyao rubbed the pill in her hand and brought it close to her eyes. The finished pills contain a mixture of various ingredients, making them impossible to identify. Mu Xiaoyao is an alchemist, but she only speculated on the medicinal properties based on her experience. Golden Yangji, dragon bone powder, spirit candle fruit, red essence grass, crane vine. Mu Xiaoyao murmured to herself. You noticed? Mu Xiaoyao shook her head. I know it contains several ingredients, or similar ingredients. The refining process of this pill is very advanced. Ordinary alchemy furnaces simply cannot handle it. Therefore, I believe this is a pill from the Pill Cauldron Palace. Dan Ding Palace is the only orthodox alchemy sect, and its pills are of the highest quality. Even Mu Xiaoyao couldn't tell, which disappointed Lin Tianyi. However, in my opinion, I recall a divine pill called Yin Yuan Dan, which also contains these ingredients. Yin Yuan Dan? This name sounds a bit strange. What kind of pill is this, and what are its effects? The Yin Yuan pill is a kind of pill specifically for virgin women. It can ward off evil spirits, not only help them break through their cultivation level, but also stimulate their Yin energy. As far as I know, even the holy maiden of a sect has this Yin Yuan pill. Women have to eat it, and it has to be from virgins? What if men ate it? How can men eat this? If men eat it, it will have serious side effects. It will deplete their yang energy, and they will become neither male nor female, Mu Xiaoyao said. Lin Tianyi seemed to have realized something. When Shushuan's elixirs were indeed problematic. He needed to tell Gu Yunxi the truth as soon as possible. By the way, how did you get this pill? Oh, a friend of mine from the foot of the mountain brought this up. He found it too. You're also an alchemist, so you can't just take pills of unknown origin, Mu Xiaoyao warned. Lin Tianyi was both amused and exasperated. What normal man would take such a pill? No. 2 hours later, Lin Tianyi left the alchemy building. It was already dark by then. Thinking of Gu Yunxi, he headed towards the Starry Sky Gate. Before long, a group of female disciples from the Starry Sky sect filed out, and Lin Tianyi caught a glimpse of Gu Yunxi's beautiful figure. Senior Sister Gu, I'm here. Lin Tianyi hid behind a big tree. Gu Yunxi heard the sound and, to avoid being seen, she walked around the crowd. Did you need something from me? I had the owner of the house, Ms. Mu, examine that pill. She said it was a Yin Yuan pill, a pill for women. Gu Yunxi frowned. She had heard from an elder that the sect's holy maiden was a virgin and also consumed this Yin essence pill. There was no problem with the woman taking the Yin Yuan pill, but there was a problem with her Taoist partner, Wen Shushen, taking it. He's a man, and he's taking this kind of medicine. Gu Yunxi was somewhat angry. Yin Yuan Dan is a yang suppressing elixir, and for dual cultivation, the more yang energy the man has, the better, so that the woman can benefit from it. If Wen Shushen really consumed this Yin Yuan pill, then he also harmed Gu Yunxi's interests. She now deeply regrets why she became a Taoist couple with Wen Shushen in the first place. Excuse my bluntness, but your Taoist partner is a bit too selfish. Even if he doesn't think about himself, he should think about Gu Yunxi. A woman has been with him for 30 years, yet they can't cultivate together. Oh, right, I also made a discovery in his study. There's a wall that seems to be a hidden door, Gu Yunxi said. The secret door? You went in? When Shushen did not take drugs or engage in dual cultivation, yet his cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds. There must be some secret he has kept hidden. I tried, but I'm too weak to open it at all, Gu Yunxi sighed. Can't open it? Lin Tianyi was taken aback when Shushen must have been on guard. I saw him in the alchemy room this afternoon. It seems he went to Sanlong Peak to deliver medicine. Yes, he'll be gone for 10 days and won't be back for a while. Gu Yunxi blushed as soon as she spoke. How could I say such a thing? Won't it seem like I'm trying to seduce you? He.s. not home. This is an opportunity. Perhaps once we open the secret door, the truth will come out, Lin Tianyi said. But... Gu Yunxi hesitated, a blush rising to her cheeks. Chapter 52 Gu Yunxi's late-night invitation, a second visit to Yumei-chan. With her skill level, she simply couldn't open the hidden door in Gu Yunxi's house. She wanted to rely on Lin Tianyi's power. However, it seems inappropriate to let just any man go to her house. It is very dangerous for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together. Moreover, if Wen Shushen found out that she brought a man home, he would definitely be furious. However, her intense curiosity compelled her to uncover the truth behind the scenes. When Xu Xian isn't home right now, so this is an opportunity. I can help you open the secret door in your house. Lin Tianyi is already at the nascent soul stage, and his power is stronger than Wen Shuxuan's. Since Wen Shuxian can open the hidden door, Lin Tianyi can certainly do the same. I'm scared. Only Gu Yunqi and Lin Tianyi know about Wen Shuxian right now, and he is indeed the best candidate. Gu Yunqi was filled with concerns. Would this be a betrayal of her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian? What are you still hesitating for? He deceived you. Do you really want to live a life without dual cultivation? These words pierced Gu Yunqi's heart. Why did I join the Hahuan sect? Wasn't it all for the sake of dual cultivation? Although she is rather traditional, deep down she also longs for romance and the pleasure of being explored. This need becomes stronger as one gets older. I'm helping you. I'm helping you redeem yourself, Lin Tianyi said firmly. He wasn't only after Gu Yunqi, but also because of the Qian Yuan sect behind the scenes, and Song Charon's enemies, all of which were related to Wen Shuxian. Let's talk about it next time, Gu Yunqi said, biting her lip. Bringing a man home is incredibly bold. Okay, the decision is yours. Lin Tianyi knew Gu Yunqi was worried. He was anxious, but he couldn't force her. Gu Yunqi is not a promiscuous woman, she is a respectable wife and deserves respect. Then I'm leaving. Lin Tianyi turned and left. He had walked about 10 steps when Gu Yunqi called out to him. Is there anything else? Gu Yunqi unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes with her fingertips, and her ears glowed with a coral-colored light. If you're free, come over tonight. After saying that, Gu Yunqi quickly turned around and ran away. After weighing her options, she decided to resolve her inner conflict. She would be restless and unable to eat or sleep if she didn't do this. After leaving Gu Yunqi, Lin Tianyi did not go straight home. Instead, he went to Xia. He thought of his junior sister, Yu Meichan. Many days had passed since their last parting. Is junior sister Yu home? He called softly from the doorway. Shortly after, Yu Meichan came out to open the door. She had just finished showering, her hair was still wet, and there were some glistening water stains on her neck. Senior brother Lin, what brings you here? I'm coming back from Xingqiu Gate, and I'm passing by here, so I thought I'd drop by and see you. Yu Meichan wore a pale yellow open front blouse, her cleavage subtly visible. She wore a floral print mini skirt, revealing a section of her milky white thighs, exuding youthful energy. Yu Meichan smiled without realizing it. Last time, Lin Tianyi helped her out of a predicament, and the two became intimate again. She had a good impression of Lin Tianyi. Having lost her father, Lin Tianyi became her protector within the Hahuan sect. Lin Tianyi walked into the house, with Yu Meichan following behind him. Have you been cultivating since taking the pill? Yes, I practice for 2 hours every day and I feel I've made great progress. You are still young. As long as you pass the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to gain a foothold in the Joyful Union sect. For cultivators, the second grade foundation establishment realm is a threshold. Many people reach their 70s or 80s and still cannot break through to the foundation establishment stage, leading a life of melancholy and sorrow. Once you reach the foundation establishment realm, it signifies a certain level of talent and the status of an inner disciple, allowing you to receive a generous salary and resources from the Hahuan sect. In a situation like Yu Meichan's, where she has no one to rely on, the only way to elevate her status is through rapid cultivation. Yes, but I hope senior brother Lin can give me more guidance in cultivation. In the Hahuan sect, rapid progress is achieved through 2 methods, taking drugs and dual cultivation. Excluding a very few highly talented cultivators, most people lack opportunities and cannot possibly rise to prominence in the sect through hard work and diligence alone. In Yu Meichan's eyes, Lin Tianyi was a perfect man because he possessed both elixirs and the ability to cultivate with his pure yang body, bringing her pleasure. Successfully redeemed 1 marrow cleansing pill, 200 points. Successfully redeemed 3 qi refining pills, 600 points. Take these pills. Actually, your talent isn't low, you just lack the right kind of training. As long as you trust me, I guarantee you'll reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible, Lin Tianyi said. Yu Meichan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, senior brother Lin. The system detected that Yu Meichan's favorability level is 80, plus 10 points, return plus 25,000 points. Lin Tianyi was also very happy. He had only said a few words casually, but he had gained a lot of points. Senior brother Lin, would you be willing to offer me some guidance? Okay, I'll help you with that. Lin Tianyi picked up Yu Meichan in one swift motion. She was as soft as a boneless tree. A man and a woman, sharing a room, their mutual affection and desire, make their intimate moment a natural progression. Is Xiao Yu there? Suddenly, a man's voice came from outside the door. Who is it? It should be my uncle. Uncle? Lin Tianyi put Yu Mei-chan down and found a place in the house to take shelter for a while. They're here. Yu Mei-chan put on an outer garment and then went to the door to open it. An old man stood at the doorway, holding a dried fish in his hand and smiling. Xiao Yu, I came here especially to see you and brought you some food. A pair of small, focused eyes kept scrutinizing Yu Mei-chan. His name is Wei Ziji, and he is Yu Mei-chan's uncle. Thank you, uncle. Yu Mei-chan accepted the dried fish. What's wrong? Won't you invite me in for a seat? Yu Mei-chan looked down on him a little, but he was also considered a relative. Then come in. Wei Ziji swaggered in, looking around as if he had taken over the role of the guest. Oh, your father passed away early. It must have been so hard for you, a young girl. As family, it's only right that we help you out, Wei Ziji said, offering his ingratiating words. Thank you for your trouble, uncle. Long time no see, Xiao Yu. You've become more and more beautiful. Wei Ziji's eyes gleamed. Yu Mei-chan avoided his gaze. What do you want to do? Can't you see what I'm thinking? You've lost your father, and I've lost your aunt. Our two families are now one. After saying that, Uncle Wei Ziji pounced on Yu Mei-chan like a tiger descending the mountain. Yu Mei-chan panicked, and he tore off a piece of her skirt. How could you treat me like this? You're a piece of trash. Go ahead and yell. Who else is here besides me? You can yell until you're hoarse, but no one will listen to you. Wei Ziji bared his teeth and brandished his claws. He had long coveted Yu Mei-chan and had come here intending to force himself on her. Suddenly, a powerful vortex flew out from the inner room. Caught off guard, Wei Ziji was struck on the head, his eyes rolled back, and he died on the spot. That old bastard, at his age, still has no change in his lustful desires. Lin Tianyi quietly emerged. Chapter 53. Fu Mingxiu treats him with heartfelt affection. Wei Ziji lay stiffly on the ground, blood flowing from both nostrils, and was no longer breathing. Lin Tianyi realized he had been careless. The opponent was only at the qi refining realm, while he was already at the second level of the nascent soul realm. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was dead. Senior brother Lin, you killed him, what are we going to do now? Yu Mei-chan was flustered and at a loss. He harassed you, so he deserved it. But it's better that he's dead, so he won't harm you again. This old lecher, he's over 60 years old, and he still preys on his niece. He's disrespectful to his elders. Yu Mei-chan nestled in Lin Tianyi's arms like a frightened rabbit. I will follow senior brother Lin's arrangements. Now that her uncle-in-law Wei Ziji is dead, the most pressing issue is how to handle the situation. It's difficult to bury properly, and it's impossible to throw it away. Do you have any thick logs at home? Yes, there are a few in the back room, they used to belong to my father. Lin Tianyi arrived at the back room and indeed saw several round logs, some as long as 2 zhang and some as short as 1 zhang. He used a thick rope to firmly tie Wei Ziji to the log. I've come to see him off. This is called an empty sacrifice. Yu Mei-chan stared with her big, puzzled eyes. Lin Tianyi rubbed his fingertips together to create a flame, which he then injected into the wood core. He closed his eyes, and a vast and boundless divine consciousness flashed before him. With a wave of his right hand, the entire log floated in the air. What kind of magic is this? You're so powerful. Yu Mei-chan exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Tianyi waved his hands, creating a whirlwind in mid-air, causing the log to spin rapidly. Then, an even more powerful energy wave blasted out from his palms. The thick log shot into the sky at a 45-degree angle, like arrows released from a bow. Yu Mei-chan could no longer see, but Lin Tianyi could still see the remaining light in the darkness. Wei Ziji burned along with the log, eventually turning into dust in the sky and disappearing without a trace. Okay, he won't bother you anymore. With his current nascent soul level strength, he can manipulate the life and death of low-level cultivators at will. Dealing with someone like Wei Ziji is like swatting an ant with your palm. It's so windy outside, let's go inside. Yu Mei-chan smiled, and Lin Tianyi picked her up and carried her into the house. Warm and fragrant, soft and delicate, intoxicating and decadent. Embracing a beautiful woman, how could I possibly miss such a blissful and enchanting moment? I was frightened just now. I hope Brother Lin will be gentle with me. I have a basic understanding of military strategy, and I am adept at using stillness to control movement. Half an hour later. Yume-chan brushed aside her long hair and tidied her makeup. Brother Lin's cultivation level is much higher than last time. Don't let my carefree attitude fool you, I work harder than anyone else. Yume-chan has already reached the third level of chi refining, and is about to reach the intermediate level of chi refining. In addition to pills, dual cultivation has also played a crucial role. It can be said that Lin Tianyi has supported her every step of her growth. Lin Tianyi was worried about her situation. Since Yume-chan's father died, first the Tiansha sect came to harass her, and today her uncle is also eyeing her. Without Lin Tianyi's help, Yume-chan would have been humiliated long ago. He then thought of this plot of land. Previously, the Tiansha sect disciple had already waived her father's debts, saving Lin Tianyi 30,000 spirit stones. I don't know how much debt your father had before. I'm afraid that you, a young girl, might be harassed by bad people. I sleep in constant fear. I told you last time that I wanted to move to another house with you so you could avoid this situation for a while. Yume-chan nodded after hearing this. If it weren't for Lin Tianyi, she and her property would probably have been seized by someone else. Everything she has now is thanks to Lin Tianyi's protection. She was a weak woman, powerless to protect this mansion. It would be better to hand it over to Lin Tianyi. I'm already yours now, so you can do whatever you want with the house. That's great that you think that way. You can come back to stay anytime after a while. Lin Tianyi gained a large mansion and a beautiful woman for free. Come on, let me help you improve a bit more. It'll be enough for you for 3 days. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lin. Half an hour later. Lin Tianyi left Xia, ending the matter hastily. He returned home, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. It's not yet midnight, so we need to be discreet when we go to Gu Yunqi's house and avoid being discovered. There's still some time, so I can continue taking drugs and improve my cultivation. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Senior Brother Lin, it's me, Fu Mingshu. A sweet voice rang out from outside the door. At every crucial moment, there are always women who disturb one's resolve. Come in. Fu Mingshu entered the room. Today she was wearing a light yellow silk dress with a very tight waist, making her look incredibly slender. The two large steamed buns were squeezed together, inseparable. The skirt was very narrow, and the fabric tightly hugged her round, plump buttocks. Did Senior Brother Lin just return, or is he about to go out? I just got back. We can't tell her the truth, it would be bad if it leaked. I've missed you a bit, Senior Brother. Do you miss your senior brother, or do you miss my pills? I want both external and internal use. Fu Mingshu murmured. Lin Tianyi likes girls who are straightforward and don't beat around the bush. Relationships based on mutual interests are far more solid than those based on emotions. In the Hahuan sect, elixirs and dual cultivation are both considered resources. Since it is a resource, it can be traded and exchanged. Lin Tianyi was just having some fun, but for these female cultivators, it was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. I really like your clothes today, they really show off your best features. You're so annoying. You can't judge a person by their appearance alone. You have to look at their inner qualities, Fu Mingshu said. Well. The two smiled and walked into the inner room. Half an hour later. After I injured that steward Qin Liyue, no one bullied you anymore, right? Yeah, things are much better now, nobody cares about us. I've done you a huge favor, how are you going to thank me? My senior brother and I are together day and night, and will never be separated. Lin Tianyi smiled and gave her 2 qi refining pills. He stroked Fu Mingshu's long hair, indulging in the silky smooth feel. You can't always think about dual cultivation. You need to work harder on your cultivation and strive to make some achievements in the starry constellation sect. I'm not qualified enough, unless I can reach the foundation establishment stage in one step. If only Gu Yunqi could be my steward. Sister Gu? You mean she'll take Qin Liyue's place? Maybe, but I think the chances are slim. There are several stewards under Shinjuku. Although Gu Yunqi is also a steward, she is ranked last and cannot compare to Qin Liyue's previous position as a steward who passed on her skills. With Qin Liyue's fall, her position became vacant. Gu Yunqi and her fellow disciple, Deacon Su, are competing for the position of transmission deacon. Oh, I think Sister Gu is quite popular. This has nothing to do with popularity. Sister Gu's cultivation level is too low, only at the late foundation establishment stage, while that Deacon Su is at the second level of the golden core stage, Fu Mingshu said. Lin Tianyi understood that Gu Yunqi was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. If anyone is to blame for this, it's her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian. That incompetent Taoist partner dragged Gu Yunqi down. Brother Lin, I feel a little cold right now. Oh, it's okay, I'll heat it up for you. Another half hour passed. Chapter 54 First Intimate Contact with Gu Yunqi. Lin Tianyi quickly and decisively dealt with Fu Mingxiu, like a tiger descending the mountain. It is now midnight, and the Tiandang mountain of the Hahuan sect is deserted. He's going to Gu Yunqi's house tonight to uncover Wen Shuxuan's secret. To the east lies a secluded plot of land, with winding paths leading to a quiet and tranquil place. Is senior sister Gu here? Lin Tianyi didn't dare to knock on the door, so he went to the south-facing window. Not long after, a voice came from inside the house. Is that junior brother Lin? Right. Come to the back door. Lin Tianyi then went around to the back door. The door opened a crack, and Lin Tianyi rushed in without hesitation. Gu Yunqi was wearing a pink sleeveless V-neck dress, revealing her entire body. She looked flustered and didn't dare to look Lin Tianyi in the eye. This was, after all, her home. She was a woman with a spiritual partner, and letting a strange man into her home was something she had never dared to imagine before. Her normal life was disrupted by her Taoist partner Wen Shuxuan's various abnormal behaviors and her ever-increasing need for dual cultivation. 30 years of mutual support turned out to be a complete deception. Gu Yunqi was unwilling to accept it. She couldn't understand why Wen Shuxian would be so heartless. My precious youth was wasted on the wrong person. Don't worry, senior sister Gu, no one saw us on the way, Lin Tianyi said. Why don't you have some tea first? No need, take me to the hidden door. Lin Tianyi was there to work, so he got straight to the point. Led by Gu Yunqi, the two passed through the living room and entered a study. Here it is. The study was spacious and tidy, with a bed and many wooden cabinets. There were many scrolls and books on the cabinet, as well as some small ritual implements of various shapes. A wooden sword was hanging on the wall. There was a purple crystal by a window, emitting a faint black light. Look, it's right here on this wall. Gu Yunqi pointed to the wall behind a landscape painting. Lin Tianyi tapped the hole with his finger. The sound was muffled on both sides, with a clear echo in the middle. There is definitely something wrong with the middle wall. There might be a secret room behind it. I can't open it, you try. Lin Tianyi placed his palms against the wall and used his Dantian energy to exert force. He dared not use too much force, lest the stone wall collapse and he make things worse. They could only probe little by little around the stone wall. White smoke billowed from his palm as Lin Tianyi used his spiritual energy to sense the mystery of the stone wall. Bo! A turning sound came from the stone door, and a small crack appeared in the wall. It's done, this is the spot. The secret of the stone wall is that it's light at the top and heavy at the bottom. Pushing the top won't work, but pushing the bottom is the only way to move a great weight with minimal effort. Gu Yunqi was filled with fear. She wanted to know the truth, but she was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to accept it once she found out. Lin Tianyi continued to push the stone door, and sure enough, it was a hidden door. Below, in the darkness, there were many steps leading to a basement. Shall we go down? This time, Gu Yunqi was determined to uncover the secrets hidden by her Taoist partner. The steps were narrow and steep, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Lin Tianyi walked in front, with Gu Yunqi following behind him. The two of them walked cautiously, step by step. Oops! Suddenly, Gu Yunqi slipped and lost her balance. Lin Tianyi reached out and caught her around the waist. The two stood face to face, stuck in the passageway, completely motionless. Gu Yunqi's exquisite curves fit Lin Tianyi perfectly, with almost no gaps between them. How could this happen? I can't move. Me too. The two were trapped in a small, dark room, tightly stuck together. Gu Yunqi had never felt so shy being face to face with a man at such close range. Every time Lin Tianyi tried to move, she felt a chill run down her spine. Don't do this, don't move, I can't take it. Gu Yunqi had a strange feeling. Her heart felt like it was overgrown with weeds, and her whole body felt like it was made of cotton, utterly powerless. Okay, I won't move. But staying still wasn't an option, so the two turned their heads away, avoiding each other's gaze, yet their feelings only intensified. Lin Tianyi felt the smoothness of the delicate fabric of her clothes. With each breath Gu Yunqi took, it was like two telegraph machines beeping, constantly transmitting messages. She pressed her lips tightly together, her heart pounding like a drum. No, I can't do this. If my Taoist partner Wen Shushan finds out that I'm so intimate with other men, he definitely won't be able to accept it. Gu Yunxi was filled with deep self-blame. However, these were all unavoidable circumstances and did not cross any moral boundaries. This is not betrayal, I did not betray you, please forgive me. Gu Yunxi kept thinking. Can we move now? Lin Tianyi asked. As soon as Lin Tianyi moved, the two pressed even closer together, and Gu Yunxi couldn't help but stand on tiptoe. Stop, stop. She hurriedly called out. You can't do this, she can't take it anymore. Then I'll go back again. Lin Tianyi moved a little further. Gu Yunxi shook her head, her face contorted in pain, as if she were enduring a silent torment. How did my collar come ripped open? Does that mean he saw everything? Gu Yunxi noticed this detail only then. She regretted it. She shouldn't have let Lin Tianyi come to her house, and she especially shouldn't have let him in. Now the two are in a difficult situation. Gu Yunxi's defenses have been breached, and Spring's beauty cannot be contained. Look, let's both stay still, calm down, and breathe steadily. That way we can separate. Lin Tianyi felt that it was due to breathing, rising and falling, repeating endlessly. In addition, Gu Yunxi's figure is too voluptuous. Okay, we'll do as you say. We won't move. Gu Yunxi dared not look at Lin Tianyi and stop thinking about those things that made her heart race, trying to calm her emotions. A short while later, Gu Yunxi increasingly felt that Lin Tianyi was a man who was self-reliant and persevering. Her territory was disturbed from a specific direction. It's all right. Even so, my heart still belongs to Wen Shushan. There's no way this man and I can take anything further. Gu Yunxi kept reassuring herself, trying to dispel her doubts. Her former dignified, aloof, and refined image was completely destroyed. Does he think he's a slut? Are you ready? Can I go left and you go right? Lin Tianyi asked. This stagnant situation isn't a solution. Remaining inactive isn't a viable option either. The air in the basement is thin. If this continues, both of them will suffer. You move to the right first. Lin Tianyi moved slightly, and Gu Yunxi, looking distressed, could only endure it. May I? Go ahead and move. Lin Tianyi tightened his dantian, held his breath, and finally slowly separated from Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi's clothes were somewhat disheveled, but fortunately, nothing important was revealed. The moment she moved it away, she felt a sense of loss. How are you? Are you all right? If you're not feeling well, go back and rest. I'll take care of things down here, Lin Tianyi said. This kind of dark room is relatively small and suitable for one person. It's inevitable that two people will feel uncomfortable together. I'm fine, I'll go down with you. Gu Yunxi wanted to know Wen Shushuan's secret, and now that she had gone this far, there was no turning back. She straightened her clothes, but when her gaze fell on Lin Tianyi, she immediately looked away. What happened just now was so embarrassing. She felt that, in some way, she had unleashed her feminine nature. This is wrong, and absolutely unacceptable. After all, apart from her Taoist partner Wen Shushan, she had never been so intimate with any other man. The two continued down the narrow steps, one by one. Chapter 55: A shocking event, the 9 evil cultivators' primordial harmony. Senior Sister Gu, watch your step, these steps are a bit slippery. I will be careful. Gu Yunxi walked cautiously, clinging to the stone wall, each step filled with trepidation, her breasts heaving. The air was thin in the dark room, making deep, rapid, and heavy breathing inevitable. In the quiet, secluded room, the sound of her breathing was particularly noticeable. How could I be like this, making such a hoarse sound in front of a man? Even Gu Yunxi herself felt embarrassed. She looked down and noticed a small clump of fabric from her skirt that was unknowingly tucked between her legs. There was a shadow shape under the skirt. Luckily it's dark here, so he probably didn't see us. But his hand was up there the whole time. Does he have a third hand? Gu Yunxi didn't dare to think too much and quickly pulled out some fabric to cover herself. I've reached the bottom. It's very deep down, and the ground is a bit damp. Lin Tianyi walked down the steps and stood on a flat area in the basement. Damp? Gu Yunxi's heart pounded. What she feared most had come to pass. I really shouldn't have come to a place like this with him. He knows all my secrets now. Gu Yunxi hesitated. That place has been sealed off for 30 years, remaining undisturbed. What happened today? Silk threads. What was that sound? In a confined space, even the slightest sound will be amplified, triggering heightened alertness. Junior brother Lin, it's nothing, I didn't hear anything. Gu Yunqi quickened her pace, trying to hide her inner unease. Lin Tianyi extended his right palm and used his divine sense to catalyze a ball of orange light, which faintly illuminated the dark room. How are you? I am fine. In this cold, damp basement, Gu Yunqi felt a sense of fear and apprehension. The ball of light in Lin Tianyi's hand and the masculine aura emanating from him captivated Gu Yunqi. I want to get close to him, warm him, and envelop him. Whenever she had such an unrealistic thought, she immediately stopped herself. I am a woman with a Taoist partner, I cannot do that, nor can I have wild thoughts. Gu Yunqi struggled with her thoughts. Lin Tianyi walked forward and, where the ball of light shone from his palm, he discovered a hidden world inside. There is a red table directly in front of you, and on the table is a cauldron. A piece of animal skin was hanging on the wall. Look, doesn't the fur on this piece of fur resemble Wen Shushuan's beard? Lin Tianyi touched the fur on the gray animal hide. It was neither too long nor too short, and had a soft texture. Gu Yunqi stepped forward and touched it as well. They really do look alike. She crouched down and saw some scattered animal hides on the ground, which must have fallen off after being selected. Gu Yunqi dared not think too much about it, a pang of pain welling up in her heart. Who exactly is the person she spends every day with? Could it be that the seemingly harmonious relationship they've maintained over the years was all a lie? How many more things is he hiding from me? Senior sister Gu, look, there's something on the cabinet. Lin Tianyi noticed a book casually placed on the wooden cabinet. The 9-yin manual? He opened the first page and his heart pounded with fear. 9-yin is the ultimate yin. Women who wish to refine it must first sever their menstrual blood, while men who wish to refine it must destroy their genitals. Yin blood transforms into yang energy, and yang blood transforms into yin energy. The primordial harmony and union of the two bodies are achieved. Han Yuan Hahuan? Good heavens, what kind of heretical cultivator is this? Gu Yunqi took the 9-yin manual and was greatly surprised. This 9-yin manual is a forbidden technique of the Hahuan sect, how come it's with him? The Hahuan school follows the principles of yin and yang, emphasizing harmony between humanity and nature. Dual cultivation allows for the mutual supplementation of yin and yang, which aligns with human nature. However, the 9-yin manual violates the principles of yin and yang, allowing one person to simultaneously possess both yin and yang, with yin and yang interacting within the body. Compared to dual cultivation, the 9-yang manual is more radical and efficient, enabling one to quickly reach extremely high levels of cultivation. However, this is a risky approach, which not only causes great harm to the body, but also makes it easier to go astray and become possessed by evil spirits. The Hahuan sect has listed this technique as taboo and forbade its disciples from practicing it. It seems that Wen Shuxian has been secretly practicing unorthodox martial arts all along. Now, Gu Yunqi was utterly disappointed in her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian. No wonder he kept making excuses to avoid dual cultivation. So it turns out he was secretly practicing the 9-yin manual all by himself, leveling up all by himself? Wen Shuxian was too selfish. In his eyes, Gu Yunqi was nominally his Taoist partner, but in reality, she was just someone who was dispensable. I never imagined that Deacon Wen would also go astray, Lin Tianyi sighed softly. Once he chooses to practice heretical cultivation, it means he has embarked on a path of no return. They cannot have a normal life, nor can they engage in normal dual cultivation. They live forever beneath a false facade. He has been lying to me all these years. I even bought him deer antlers and deer penises from all over the place. He has been lying to me from beginning to end. Gu Yunqi was heartbroken. A woman's 30 years of youthful beauty, wasted like this. She is currently only at the late foundation establishment stage. If she were to engage in normal dual cultivation and absorb yang energy, she could at least reach the mid-golden core stage. The vase I carefully tended received no nourishment whatsoever. Senior sister Gu, are you all right? Seeing that she looked somewhat haggard, Lin Tianyi helped her up. Bathed in the soft, dim light, Gu Yunqi looked exceptionally pitiful. A perfectly oval face with skin as smooth as cream. Her long, disheveled hair fell over her shoulders, exuding a mature beauty that also carried a touch of girlish innocence. Fortunately, when Shuxian cultivated the 9-yin manual and was unable to get close to women, which allowed Gu Yunqi, such a beautiful woman, to remain intact and untouched. This is a golden opportunity. I'm fine, Gu Yunqi said weakly. After learning the truth about Wen Shuxian, her world collapsed. It's laughable that I was kept in the dark. I've been a member of the Hahuan sect for over 30 years and I've never experienced dual cultivation. Despite her seemingly refined and elegant demeanor, which gives off an impression of being unapproachable and untouchable to outsiders, she may appear knowledgeable and courteous. Deep down, she also longs to be cared for, suppressed, and forced. The vast sea of my heart, spanning over 30 years, has not diminished but has only accumulated more and more. It's good that you're alright. I'll go check over there again. Lin Tianyi withdrew his hand, opened his palm, and reached to the other side. Gu Yunqi was in a daze. She didn't feel anything when Lin Tianyi's hand was on her body. Once his hand left, Gu Yunqi felt a sense of loss. Watching his back as he moved before her eyes, Gu Yunqi suddenly felt an urge to open her heart and press herself against him. A release from the depths of one's heart. The most basic and lowest level driver. No, I can't do this. I'm his senior sister, I'm a teacher, I have high moral character. Gu Yunqi murmured to herself. Senior sister Gu, come and see, there's a piece of porcelain here, Lin Tianyi called out. Okay, I'm coming. Gu Yunqi calmed herself down and walked over. Because of the poor lighting in the dark room, Lin Tianyi kept fidgeting. Gu Yunqi was about to approach him when Lin Tianyi, unaware of her presence, inadvertently took a step back. The two collided heavily, one from behind and the other from chest to chest. Caught off guard, Gu Yunqi, already frail, was thrown off balance and the fruit shook violently. Lin Tianyi quickly turned around and supported her plump back. From the neck down, everything is in sight. Gu Yunqi hurriedly pulled her collar up, but the thin clothes only made her stand out more. This place isn't suitable for you. Go rest over there for a while. After saying that, Lin Tianyi used his other hand to lift her calf and picked her up in one go. As her skirt slid back, Gu Yunqi felt a chill, her bottom line almost exposed. She pressed down on the hem of her skirt with her hand, but the collar, oblivious to her charm, kept flaring out and swaying. How could I do this? Gu Yunqi was both ashamed and annoyed. One cannot attend to those above while neglecting those below. One cannot safeguard those below while neglecting those above. After a flurry of activity, Gu Yunqi was completely overwhelmed. Chapter 56. Gu Yunqi breaks down her defenses and wants to be a bad woman. Senior sister Gu, what's wrong? There's a chair over there, go sit down. Lin Tianyi carried her to a chair next to him. The dark room was filled with an overwhelming sense of yin energy, and it was gloomy and damp. Not to mention Gu Yunqi, even he felt a sense of suffocation. The animal hides on the wall and the Nining manual further confirm Wen Shushuan's hypocrisy. In particular, his practice of forbidden evil arts of the Hahuan sect was enough to expel him from the sect. He practiced the Nining manual and injured himself with his sword, suffering great losses. Wen Shushuan must have had some ulterior motive, otherwise who would become neither male nor female? Senior sister Gu, from now on you must be careful of Wen Shushuan. I suspect he might be an ambitious schemer, Lin Tianyi asserted. This person has now become Lin Tianyi's enemy. Gu Yunqi covered her heaving chest with her hand. She was, after all, a woman, and unlike Lin Tianyi, she didn't think things through as deeply. Whether they are ambitious or scheming, these are not the point. Gu Yunqi sighed, lamenting that these past 30 years, her relationship with Wen Shushuan as Taoist partners had been a waste of time, and in the end, it had all come to nothing. In the eyes of other Hahuan sect disciples, she and Wen Shushuan were an enviable loving couple, but in reality, Wen Shushuan had never stepped into her home. All that was left for her was emptiness and regret. He hid too many things from me. I'm very disappointed in him. I misjudged him, Gu Yunqi said. Now she has come to her senses and realized her mistake. You can't blame yourself. He's a scheming person. You're so pure and kind, you were just used by him. Purity and kindness? Gu Yunqi suddenly realized that this junior brother in front of her actually understood her heart. Actually, she didn't want to be pure either. She had even thought about being a bad woman on some boring nights. Watching the pairs of men and women in the Hahuan sect practicing dual cultivation day and night. In just a few years, his cultivation level soared, leaving her far behind. How could she not be anxious? How could she not be worried? Gu Yunqi suddenly had a thought. She wanted to take revenge on Wen Shushuan for his deception and indifference. She unbuttoned one button. Unleash a woman's charm. Anyway, this dark room is pitch black, so even if you show it to him, he might not be able to see it. You get some rest. I'll go over there and see if there's any other evidence. After saying that, Lin Tianyi walked to the right. I'm fine, I've caught my breath now, I'll stay with you. Gu Yunxi stood up, and she could clearly feel that her clothes were drafty. Strange, how did this ceramic container end up here? A round-bottomed blue and white porcelain piece seemed out of place with the surrounding decorations. Could there be something hidden inside? Gu Yunxi asked. Lin Tianyi carefully lifted the lid. There was half a bottle of brown liquid inside, and something that looked like a snake's tail was soaking in it. Is this medicinal wine? Gu Yunxi took a sniff, and indeed there was a faint smell of alcohol. Lin Tianyi rubbed a spot of light with his fingertips and threw it into the porcelain. Suddenly, everything before him became clear. Forget it, let's not look. Lin Tianyi picked up the veil. What exactly is this thing? Gu Yunxi felt that he was being deliberately mysterious, or that he was hiding something from her. You wouldn't understand this even if I explained it to you, so it's better if you don't know. Is it a snake's tail or a pig's tail? Do you remember that deer penis at the auction that day? Unable to resist Lin Tianyi's insistence, he had no choice but to tell the whole story. Gu Yunxi's eyes widened instantly, and she was completely stunned. It's hard to believe this actually belongs to Wen Shuxian. Now everything is clear. The reason she couldn't cultivate together was right here. The last vestige of hope in Gu Yunxi's heart was completely shattered. Only with deep roots can a tree flourish. Wen Shuxian cannot be considered a man at all. Can you tell its age? Gu Yunxi asked. This question stumped Lin Tianyi. What is this? How do I interpret it? He's not an expert in identification. I want to know whether this happened before or after he and I became Taoist partners. That's not important. Some things are gone and that's it. He's a selfish person and didn't care about your feelings at all. With Gu Yunxi being such a beautiful and charming Taoist partner, which man wouldn't be envious? Unfortunately, Wen Shuxian was an incompetent man who failed to appreciate the beauty of flowers in full bloom. Gu Yunxi was stunned. The truth was already clear: she had wasted the last 30 years of her life. She felt that she was very silly and naive. Time and again, they were deceived by Wen Shuxian's sweet words. Forget it, I have no hope for him anymore. Gu Yunxi's face showed despair. Wen Shuxian cultivates the Nining manual, so it's impossible for him to cultivate with Gu Yunxi. Their relationship as Taoist partners exists in name only. You should think carefully about your future with Deacon 1. You've made a huge sacrifice for him. Lin Tianyi glanced at Gu Yunxi and inadvertently noticed the tear in her clothes, revealing nothing underneath. Almost 9/10 of its size is on full display. His heart raced. Such a dangerous thing would surely throw a man's mind into disarray as long as he was still alive. Lin Tianyi reached the nascent soul realm through drug use, and his divine sense and consciousness were stabilized. Otherwise, one will inevitably lose one's rationality. He turned his head away, pretending not to see it. But the image of something resembling an inflatable fish bladder lingers in my mind. Gu Yunxi keenly caught Lin Tianyi's fleeting glance. She felt somewhat smug and happy. In fact, Gu Yunxi was not flirting or seducing Lin Tianyi. She did this entirely out of revenge against Wen Shuxian. Faced with his deception and manipulation, Gu Yunxi chose to betray him. This is a form of psychological balance. Gu Yunxi deliberately let Lin Tianyi feast his eyes and take advantage of her. Taking advantage of her is taking advantage of Taoist Wen Shuxian. If he knew that his Taoist partner, Gu Yunxi, allowed other men to see her beauty and arrogance without restraint, will he be so angry that he vomits blood? Just thinking about his furious expression gave Gu Yunxi a sense of relief. Of course, she also knew the limits and boundaries, and that Lin Tianyi's involvement was limited to this. Look, there are some pills here, which he probably took during his cultivation. He said he was reading in his study every night, but it turns out he was practicing cultivation. I trusted him too much before. From this moment on, Gu Yunxi has finally seen through Wen Shuxian's true character. Let's go. It seems like there's not much air in here. If we stay any longer, we'll faint. She is the foundation of life, maintaining its function. Lin Tianyi felt a tightness in his chest, not to mention Gu Yunxi. So the two decided to leave the dark room. When the two of them came down from up there, they went down the steps without realizing how high they were. If you want to go back now, there's a step that's about knee-high. Moreover, the dark room is too small to use spiritual power. Lin Tianyi leaped up a step, but Gu Yunxi behind him failed him. Having been in the dark room for too long, she was already feeling dizzy and weak all over. I can't get up there. She tried a few times, but her movements were shaky and she couldn't even climb one step. Give me your hand, I'll pull you up. Lin Tianyi stretched out a hand. Gu Yunqi stepped onto the stairs with her left foot and grabbed Lin Tianyi's hand with her right, using all her strength. 1, 2, 3, go. Lin Tianyi suddenly pulled, and Gu Yunqi was forcibly dragged up, but due to the excessive force, she bounced heavily onto his chest. It hurts. Where does it hurt? Are you asking a question you already know the answer to? Gu Yunqi rubbed her head, unsure whether Lin Tianyi was genuinely stupid or just pretending to be innocent after getting a good deal. I didn't mean to. Never mind, never mind. Gu Yunqi swallowed her anger. Sometimes, bigger isn't always better. Then let me carry you up. Carry me on your back? Gu Yunqi was currently weak and didn't want to exert herself, so she let Lin Tianyi carry her, which would save her some effort. Lin Tianyi squatted down, and Gu Yunqi's soft body clung to his back like a snail. Actually, I'm not light. Gu Yunqi said apologetically. 2 steamed buns were instantly flattened into a large pancake. Chapter 57, sealed for 30 years, is on the verge of collapse. Lin Tianyi was panting. The dark room was small and the air was thin. Now, with Gu Yunqi's weight added, the path to the next level was becoming increasingly difficult. Although he was at the nascent soul stage, he had reached a high level through drug use and forced advancement within a few hours, so his foundation was not as solid as that of a true cultivator. When the spiritual energy in the body becomes thin, it will instead consume true essence to replenish it. The steps were barely wide enough for one person, and Lin Tianyi couldn't even lift his arm. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let Gu Yunqi come down. Women will only be a burden and slow things down. If you can't manage, you can put me down and leave me alone. That won't do. I'll take responsibility for you. I'll definitely carry you out. Lin Tianyi said. A warm feeling welled up in Gu Yunqi's heart. During the most desperate and disappointed time of her life, she never expected that Lin Tianyi would be there for her all the time. Lying on his broad back, Gu Yunqi felt completely at ease. I wish it could stay like this forever. Her long, black hair fell from her cheeks like a dream, revealing her tender, feminine side. Especially the way her back and Lin Tianyi's backs rubbed together repeatedly created an indescribable beauty. She hated that incompetent Taoist partner who couldn't cultivate with her and couldn't make her a woman. That land longs for the soil to be loosened and for the leaves to sprout. Taoist Wen Shuxian cultivated unorthodox techniques, achieving the yin-yang Tao of Hunyuan alone, but she was reduced to a mere dream, ending up with nothing. My body feels empty. To whom can I confide my feelings? Thinking of this, Gu Yunqi turned her face to the side and pressed it against Lin Tianyi's strong back. In any case, it's something to rely on now. Lin Tianyi carried her up the steps. With each step, Gu Yunqi's body would tilt, and she would instinctively wrap her arms tightly around Lin Tianyi's neck. Sweat beaded on the surface where the two were touching. Adding to this, Gu Yunqi's subtle fragrance was like a flower after the rain, exuding a captivating aroma. Without saying a word, Gu Yunqi released some subtle messages that were beyond her control. How could I have this feeling? I can't think like this. I'm a woman with a Taoist partner. Gu Yunqi was consumed by self-blame. Just now in the underground chamber, she was secretly flirting with Lin Tianyi, harboring a desire for revenge against her Taoist partner. They vent their inner dissatisfaction by allowing themselves to be taken advantage of. She wanted to prove her feminine charm. After being tested, Gu Yunqi discovered that Lin Tianyi was a gentleman, with a straight eye and unwavering composure, and would not take advantage of others in distress. He had such a good opportunity just now. He could have done whatever he wanted to me. I really had no way out. But Lin Tianyi didn't do that. He was a man who followed the rules. Gu Yunqi's affection for him increased even more. The more a man is like this, the more she wants Lin Tianyi to see her charm and her unknown side. The system detected that Gu Yunqi's favorability rating is 25, plus 15 points, and a refund of plus 60,000 points will be given. Upon hearing the system notification of the change in points, Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. Carrying Gu Yunqi on his back, does that really increase his favorability? She must have been deceived too badly by Wen Shuxian, and she desperately needed comfort, both emotionally and spiritually. Lin Tianyi made up his mind to take good care of her from now on. It made her life more fulfilling. Senior sister Gu, just hang in there a little longer, there are only 5 more steps to go. Lin Tianyi lifted her up a little, and suddenly, he felt a surge of electric current run through him. On his back, it felt as if Gu Yunqi had pressed a pair of acupoints. Thank you for your hard work. I don't know how to thank you this time. Gu Yunqi's face was flushed. No need. Actually, I should thank you for letting me know many of Wen Shuxuan's secrets. We should both be wary of him from now on. Wen Shuxian is definitely a dangerous figure in the Hahuan sect. Now, his image in Gu Yunqi's eyes has plummeted. Lin Tianyi felt he should seize this opportunity to improve her favorability and offer her a high cashback rate. Don't mention this person in front of me again, Gu Yunqi said resolutely. She suddenly realized the truth and woke up from her dream. To place one's future on a partner with no connection to the Tao is a grave mistake from the very beginning. What good is a peach, no matter how beautiful it is? Only when it is picked and eaten does it become truly sweet. Who will be the one to pick the peaches for me? Gu Yunqi opened her sleepy eyes, her bright, clear eyes sparkling like a pool of autumn water. Deep down, she couldn't help but think about how good Lin Tianyi had been to her. As long as one's body adheres to the bottom line, then a betrayal of the spirit cannot be considered a betrayal. Gu Yunqi comforted herself. Her arms tightened around Lin Tianyi's neck. Get a little closer and feel the powerful and ethereal yang energy emanating from him. It's too tight, I can't breathe, Lin Tianyi said. Don't let me fall. As soon as Gu Yunqi said it, she began to regret it. How could I say something like that to him? Doesn't he think I'm a flirtatious woman? Gu Yunqi buried her head in Lin Tianyi's back, burning his back in the process. Her heart was burning even hotter than her face. At this moment, she really wanted to go somewhere where no one was around, and be kissed, hugged, and lifted up high by someone. Let go of all taboos and concerns, and tear off the seal that has been closed for 30 years. Come and have a wonderful and unforgettable encounter. Transform yourself from a mature woman into a naive and innocent young girl. The more Gu Yunqi tried to suppress these crazy thoughts, the more they grew wildly in her heart like weeds. As Lin Tianyi swayed, she felt as if she were on a boat, her heart pounding wildly. The door to the darkroom was now just inches away, and Lin Tianyi saw a glimmer of light. Let me wipe your sweat. Gu Yunqi stretched out her soft sleeve and wiped the sweat from Lin Tianyi's forehead. It's okay, it's quite stuffy here, we'll be fine once we go outside. Do my hands smell bad? Gu Yunqi's cheeks seemed to flush slightly, and her eyes blinked, revealing unfathomable thoughts. Oh, how could that be? Your hands smell wonderful. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted from Gu Yunqi's hairline, refreshing and delightful. This is a natural reaction of hers at certain special moments, she secretes a fragrant body oil. Those who smell it will experience dizziness and fascination. Before long, Lin Tianyi stepped onto the last step and successfully exited the secret room. A breath of fresh air rushed in, and he took a deep breath, instantly regrouping his spiritual energy. Senior Sister Gu, we've arrived. But I don't want to get down. What? Don't want to get down? Lin Tianyi was shocked. Are you a little scared? When Shuxian isn't home, I can restore his study to its original state, and he won't know that someone went in. You saw everything just now, did you remember it? Gu Yunqi asked shyly. Lin Tianyi then remembered that he had indeed seen a place full of spring. Please forgive me if I have offended Senior Sister Gu in any way. I'm very angry right now. Angry? Lin Tianyi realized that Gu Yunqi had a Taoist partner and was quite traditional, so her actions just now were very impolite. However, these were all unintentional actions. Senior Sister Gu is so beautiful, gentle and refined, as pure and clear as snow water, breathtakingly beautiful. Since you've seen it, just admit it. Denying it would only make Lin Tianyi seem hypocritical. You lecherous scoundrel, you deserve to be punished. Gu Yunqi punched his back. How should I punish her, Senior Sister? You're punished by having to carry me to the bathtub. I need to take a bath. Gu Yunqi smiled secretly. Chapter 58 Gu Yunqi uses extreme methods to retaliate against her Taoist partner. Since Gu Yunqi had spoken, Lin Tianyi had no choice but to obediently accept the punishment. So, Lin Tianyi carried her out of the study and into her bedroom. Wait a minute. Gu Yunqi lightly flicked her fingertips, and a wisp of spiritual energy overflowed. From a small well beside her, water flowed back into the bathtub. Before long, wisps of steam rose up. Now you can put me down. Lin Tianyi was instantly stunned, completely unsure of what to do or not to do. Gu Yunqi slowly slid off his back. Lin Tianyi clearly felt that the coefficient of friction was very high in some uneven areas. Gu Yunqi turned her back to him and walked towards the bathtub. She was feeling too stressed tonight and needed to relax her tense mind and body by taking a bath. Senior sister Gu, should I excuse myself? It's alright, I'll let you go in a bit, Gu Yunshi said coldly. She took off her clothes, leaving nothing behind, like a peeled hard-boiled egg. Gu Yunshi looked around the bedroom. Every piece of furniture looked exactly the same as it had 30 years ago. This room was her wedding room with her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian. Wen Shuxian, you never expected this, did you? 30 years later, your beautiful Taoist partner allowed a strange man to enter this bedroom and let him feast his eyes on the mountains and rivers. Thinking of this, Gu Yunshi felt a surge of righteous indignation and decided to launch the most ruthless counterattack against her Taoist partner. She didn't feel ashamed. Instead, she felt a sense of vengeful joy. The more unconventional and rebellious she became, the closer she got to her bottom line, the more she felt that this kind of revenge was thorough enough. Gu Yunshi used Lin Tianyi to gain a sense of satisfaction and emotional satisfaction from revenge. She deliberately did things that would infuriate and drive her Taoist partner, Wen Shuxian, crazy. Red flower petals floated on the surface of the bathwater, filling the air with fragrance. Gu Yunshi removed all her clothes and stepped into the bathtub, splashing playfully in the water, which then disappeared and reappeared. Her body gradually sank into the tub, the hot water rising over her chest, perfectly concealing the reef beneath the surface. It outlines a captivating curve. She stretched out her arms and lazily yawned, splashing water that slid wetly down the sides of the tub. At this moment, she felt relieved. Lin Tianyi's gaze was drawn to him as if by a magnet. The once dignified and reserved senior sister Gu has transformed into a charming and beautiful young woman. Gu Yunshi glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his bewildered expression made me especially happy. It's just letting him see it. I haven't lost anything. It's not betrayal, it's just venting. Gu Yunshi felt a sense of satisfaction. Lin Tianyi appeared by her side at the right time, becoming a tool for him to take revenge on Wen Shuxian. Senior sister Gu, I think. Don't speak, just watch. Gu Yunshi interrupted him. Lin Tianyi was completely bewildered, having no idea what Gu Yunshi was thinking. Thump. A small splash of water rose from the bathtub. Junior brother Lin, can you do me a favor? You say. My hairpin accidentally fell into the bucket, could you help me pick it up? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi's eyes lit up instantly. My heart rate jumped to 200 beats per minute. My neck was sweating profusely. Do we really have to do this? I'm taking a shower, so it's inconvenient for me to pick it up. After saying that, Gu Yunshi hugged the back of her head with both hands, her whole body swaying in the water. Oh well. Lin Tianyi walked over, his face flushed red. Retrieving hairpins from the bottom of a bottomless bucket is a difficult task. At this moment, he was very close to Gu Yunshi, his gaze sweeping over her, stimulating every nerve. You can begin. Okay. Lin Tianyi rolled up his sleeves and put his hand into the bucket. He couldn't look down, he could only look up. The hand in the water moved back and forth as if catching a fish. Gu Yunshi moved slightly. That should be it. Giggle. Gu Yunshi smiled again. Beneath the surface of the water, where fragrant mist swirls, undercurrents surge intermittently. The hairpin sank to the bottom of the bucket, but its position was not fixed, it was constantly being impacted by the water flow. Like a naughty child. Lin Tianyi touched this and that, like a lone soldier. Suddenly, bubbles appeared in the water. You bastard, how could you? Gu Yunshi's expression changed drastically. Oh no, I've stepped on a landmine. I didn't mean it, senior sister, I'm so sorry. Lin Tianyi hurriedly apologized. Snort. Gu Yunshi activated several streams of air, and immediately more than a dozen bath towels of various sizes and lengths fell from the sky. Like a shower of flowers from a celestial maiden, they rained down on Lin Tianyi's head. What happened? When Lin Tianyi pulled off the bath towels, he found that Gu Yunshi had already flown out of the bathtub and was wearing a bathrobe. It's getting late, junior brother Lin should head back now. Let me explain. I am a man with a Taoist partner, please show some respect, junior brother. Moreover, a solitary man should abstain from worldly desires, so that we may not be able to share a room with other disciples and cause gossip. Gu Yunshi seemed to have changed her expression, completely different from her previous charming and lovely appearance. Lin Tianyi thought there would be a second half of the fierce battle, and he would have a chance to get close to her. It seems that I made one careless move and everything came to naught. Senior sister Gu is right. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Gu Yunshi turned her back to him and remained silent. Senior Sister Gu's behavior today was too unusual. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Lin Tianyi couldn't figure it out. He didn't want to say more, so he left the house. The system detected that Gu Yunqi's favorability rating is 50, plus 25 points, and returns plus 100,000 points. After confirming that Lin Tianyi had left, Gu Yunqi opened a small window and watched his departing figure. That was so exciting. Gu Yunqi unbuttoned her robe, her heart pounding with excitement, her chest practically leaping out of her chest. She had never felt this way before. A current of electricity surged through my heart and bones. The barrier that had been suppressed for 30 years was broken through, and everything suddenly became clear. Lin Tianyi had to leave, otherwise Gu Yunqi felt she might not be able to hold on for long. She returned to the bathtub, fiddling with the hairpins in the water, bobbing up and down. This feeling of breaking the vow is both real and illusory. At this moment, the sky gradually turned a pale white. Lin Tianyi and Gu Yunqi spent the whole night trying, but they were just one step away from success when they failed. However, it wasn't all for naught. He had already discovered Wen Shishuan's trump cards. When he comes back from Sanglong Peak, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. As he approached his doorstep, he saw a figure standing in front of it. This is Sister Yuruan? Brother Lin, where have you been? I've been waiting for you all night, Shu Yuruan said coquettishly. Oh, I'm going out to run some errands. I won't be home, so don't wait up for me. I never imagined there could be such a devoted girl. Beneath Chu Yuruan's long, dark eyelashes were a pair of beautiful, bright eyes, like clear autumn water. Beneath the tight-fitting top, her curves were exquisite, revealing a large expanse of crystal clear, white skin on her chest. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come inside to warm up. What was lost on one front was gained on another. What was not obtained from Gu Yunqi could be made up for from Chu Yuruan. Brother Lin, I would like some more pills. Don't worry, you've come at the perfect time. I have plenty of goods. Chu Yuruan smiled gently. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Tianyi swept her up in his arms. Her eyes were already glazed over, like a flower bud waiting to be picked. Chapter 59. Chu Yuruan wanted to lie down and refused to leave. Half an hour later, the first round of battle ended. Chu Yuruan, with a charming expression, got up and put on a light garment. She adjusted the yang energy within her body and found it increasing day by day. Dual cultivation was indeed much more interesting than cultivating alone. Moreover, Lin Tianyi is an interesting person. Each time, he would strike unexpectedly, catching her off guard and making her feel his pain. Sister Yuruan, this is a qi refining pill for you. Brother Lin has already given us too much. That's that one, and this is this one. Only by working on both aspects simultaneously can the cultivation effect be the best, Lin Tianyi said confidently. He has always been a generous person, and the women he has practiced dual cultivation with will all be completely exhausted. They won't call it quits until they're at their last gasp. Chu Yuruan took the qi refining pill and swallowed it, causing his internal spiritual meridians to rapidly expand and be nourished. The accumulated lumps gradually melted away, and each joint moved flexibly, as if it had been coated with lubricant. Comfortable. Chu Yuruan murmured, and spiritual energy began to accumulate, while her dantian also began to become full. Lin Tianyi looked at her and nodded repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuruan was very talented and had a strong ability to absorb knowledge. Coming to the Hawan sect was the wisest decision she ever made. Close your eyes and calm your mind, breathe evenly, spread your fingers, palms down, and clear your mind of all thoughts. Chu Yuruan calmed her mind and gradually reached a state of selflessness. The mountains rose even higher, and the waves surged even more. Before long, beads of sweat appeared on her oval face, and her complexion became even more rosy. I'm so shy. When I'm cultivating, I should be alone. I shouldn't let Brother Lin see me. Chu Yuruan opened her eyes and saw Lin Tianyi staring at her intently, which made her feel a little embarrassed. I like you because you are genuine and not pretentious. Chu Yuruan was still a naive young girl, and she would clearly express whatever feelings she had. Pure and delicate. Lin Tianyi stood up and walked to her side. Looking at Chu Yuruan's delicate nose, her beautiful and smooth cheeks, and her flawless face, she was a spitting image of a charming and demure young lady. I'm sorry to have made Brother Lin laugh again. How did your cultivation go? Did you gain any new insights? I find your method very helpful. Every time I take the pill, I can feel myself improving in every aspect. The next step is the inspection process. Lin Tianyi picked up Chu Yuruan in his arms, her body soft and fragrant. Half an hour later, Chu Yuruan sat cross-legged, and Lin Tianyi took a comb and helped her comb her hair. Her long, jet-black hair was incredibly smooth and radiated youthful luster. The system detected that Chu Yuruan's favorability rating is 70, plus 10 points, plus 15,000 points will be awarded. Just now, your Dao heart was a bit unstable, and there were some significant fluctuations in certain areas. Could it be that I was too eager for quick results when I was cultivating? I always feel like I'm missing that final push, that I'm not quite in control. When practicing dual cultivation, it is important to pay attention to the timing and intensity. Only at the right time can the best results be achieved. Please give me your guidance, Brother Lin. This is mainly due to your lack of experience. Practice a few more times, and you will definitely master it. No woman achieves success overnight. It's all about taking it one step at a time and putting it into practice. Chu Yuruan is still young, and she has a lot of room for growth in the future. Lin Tianyi gave her another marrow cleansing pill. He always followed this rule: give only one pill at a time, never too many at once. Once they've eaten their fill, they won't come looking for him anymore. Brother Lin is so good to me. You have so many pills, but I've never seen you take any yourself? Chu Yuruan blinked her big eyes. Oh, I've been taking drugs too, but I'm a natural-born useless person. I can't absorb the pills no matter how many I take, I just poop them out. Lin Tianyi's true cultivation level was hidden by the system, so he could only use the excuse that he was a good-for-nothing to get by. So that's how it is. Brother Lin, you gave me the pills you saved. You're so kind to me, Chu Yuruan said coquettishly. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll have something to eat. Lin Tianyi wouldn't even glance at a mere low-grade pill, but in Chu Yuruan's eyes, it was like a priceless treasure. Besides your pills, I want everything else too. Have you absorbed most of it? Let me give you a little more. Half an hour later, it was already dawn. Several emerald green birds chirped incessantly on the branches. Chu Yuruan stood up, shook himself off, and felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. If you feel tired, go home early and don't push yourself. No, I want to stay with Brother Lin a little longer, Chu Yuruan said with a grin. She walked around the room. Although it wasn't big, it was fairly clean. It's truly remarkable that a grown man can work so hard day and night and still manage to keep things organized. Especially his unique and warm-hearted nature. This made Chu Yuruan unable to use the bathroom heater. Brother Lin, I want to ask you a question. Oh? Would you like to have someone take care of you in the future? Like cleaning for you, mending your clothes, or warming your bed? Chu Yuruan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Isn't this what a long-term relationship is all about? I appreciate you Run's kindness, but I prefer to be alone and not be constrained. Besides, my house is so small that I can't afford to support you. Lin Tianyi couldn't possibly put all his eggs in one basket. With such excellent elixirs and pure yang resources, he should be like a bee, seeking fragrance and gathering nectar among a profusion of flowers. But I really want to do something for you, to serve you every day. Chu Yuruan pouted, gazing at Lin Tianyi with deep affection. Don't keep thinking about sweets after eating them. There's a saying that distance makes the heart grow fonder. If you're together every day, there's no sense of novelty. But I don't want to work hard anymore, I just want to lie down here with you. Lin Tianyi was both annoyed and amused, and shook his head at her. Chu Yuruan persisted relentlessly. Please, I'm easy to feed, I don't cost much, just give me some grass to eat, you can feed me grass every day. Chu Yuruan felt that cultivation was too arduous, but after consuming Lin Tianyi's pills, he could quickly improve his skills. She wanted to take a shortcut and refused to leave. Pills are just an aid. The important thing for you to improve your cultivation is perseverance and the insights you gain in the process. You need to establish correct values and concentrate on your cultivation. Chu Yuruan blinked her eyes, which seemed to understand but not quite. I always felt that Lin Tianyi's words were very profound and mysterious. I understand. Just like you said, my Dao heart is unstable, and I haven't mastered the timing properly. Good to know. Let's try it again. After saying that, the two smiled knowingly. An hour later, the two woke up one after the other. Brother Lin, you look so tired, shall I cook you something to eat? With you here, how could I not be tired? Hee, the capable should do more work. I should get up too. I have to go to the alchemy room to work this afternoon. Although his relationship with Mu Xiaoyao was already very deep, alchemy was a rigorous job that could not be taken lightly. Okay, I'll be going now, I'll come again next time. After getting dressed, Chu Yuruan hugged Lin Tianyi before leaving, and then departed contentedly. Lin Tianyi didn't waste any time either. He changed into a clean set of clothes and headed straight for the alchemy building. Mu Xiaoyao was still waiting for him. Chapter 60. Give me another chance. Mu Xiaoyao undergoes a bewitching incense. In the alchemy building, alchemy room number 5, the divine flame refining furnace was ablaze with orange flames. A new batch of pills has begun to be refined. Today, Mu Xiaoyao wore a wide, off-white robe with trim, revealing a begonia-colored bodice, and her chest was broad. She wore a pale yellow gauze skirt that went past her knees, and her delicate, silky legs were like finely sculpted jade. Her clothing choices always give off a unique sense of elegance and poise. Just like refining elixir, it requires perfection and cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Landlord Mu, I've arrived. Lin Tianyi entered the alchemy room, walked to the workbench next to him, and tidied up the star-dew flowers and purple spirit fruits on the table. Star-dew flower can enhance perception, while purple spirit fruit can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption. These pills, once refined, were intended for the high-ranking elders of the Hahuan sect to enjoy. Before long, the alchemy room was filled with the aroma of immortal herbs. I thought you weren't coming today? Mu Xiaoyao asked. What's wrong? I don't think I asked for leave. Tomorrow is the inner disciple promotion competition. You should conserve your energy and get your body into the best condition. So that's what it was about. For the other outer disciples, tomorrow's advancement match is a matter of life and death. Those who successfully advance are like carp leaping over the dragon gate. It's not just about identity. The shift from outside to inside will elevate one's status and bring more sect resources. Of course, there's also a hidden perk. Tomorrow's qualifying rounds will be attended by many beautiful female cultivators, all heavily made up and dressed in their finest attire, who will come to watch. Even the daughters of some high-ranking elders and hall masters of the Hahuan sect would be coy and veiled. Of the 15 to 20 outer disciples who advance, about 10 will be male. Even if they are only 1.5 meters tall, have a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and are over 50 years old, they will definitely have female cultivators throwing themselves into their arms. The top 3 finishers in the qualifying rounds are the cream of the crop and are considered top candidates for future promotion to personal disciples. The daughters of those high-ranking elders naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass them by, secretly eyeing their favorite targets for illicit pleasure. In short, the winner takes all, picks and chooses, and enjoys the best of both worlds. The loser, on the other hand, can only fight with both hands. It's okay, I'm in a good mood, I don't need to rest. His cultivation level was far superior to that of the outer disciples, so he wasn't worried at all. You're not getting any younger, you can't stay an outer disciple forever. What's wrong with refining pills here? Plus, I'm being taken care of by Master Mu. I'm actually quite happy here. You. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyao's face turned bright red. She felt a pang of regret. She wondered if Lin Tianyi would become addicted to this and fall into a state of moral decay. Lin Tianyi is at the prime of his life, and this will hinder his future. You don't need to refine pills today. Go back and rest. I'll take care of what you're doing. Really, it's not necessary. It's just one game. Mu Xiaoyao knew that Lin Tianyi's skills had improved considerably during this period. But why has his cultivation level remained at the 3rd level of qi refining? The yang energy within him was vigorous and powerful, which Mu Xiaoyao could feel directly. Through dual cultivation, she has advanced 2 minor realms, while Lin Tianyi, the instigator, has made no progress whatsoever. Perhaps it was because of the severe internal depletion caused by our dual cultivation that his spiritual energy dissipated, Mu Xiaoyao thought to herself. Male cultivators have vastly different physical constitutions. Some have less yang, some lack yang, but a pure yang body like Lin Tianyi is a rare cultivation resource for female cultivators. Mu Xiaoyao also understood the principles of raising fish. To raise fish, you must first raise the water. Only with sufficient water can all things be nourished. Listen to me, don't be greedy for momentary pleasure and jeopardize important matters. Okay, I'll finish preparing this fodder and go home early today. Lin Tianyi really wanted to go home and cultivate. These past few days, he's been busy with this and that, leaving his mark everywhere, neglecting his actual work and his drug-taking in cultivation. The spiritual energy is now jumping around and is chaotic. Tonight, no matter what, we must close the doors to all visitors. After consolidating my cultivation, I will strive to continue improving it. Inside the alchemy room, Mu Xiaoyao and Lin Tianyi each performed their duties meticulously. Lin Tianyi placed a pinch of bewitching incense and avocado flowers into a jar, mashed them, and then lit a small fire at the bottom of the jar. These are the raw materials for making elixirs. Before long, a captivating and subtle fragrance wafted out. Oh no, this is hallucinogenic spice. By the time Mu Xiaoyao realized it, it was already too late. Her cheeks flushed, her heart pounded, and she felt a surge of heat throughout her body. This incense is a kind of spice used in alchemy, and it has a calming and analgesic effect. However, it contains hallucinogenic ingredients that can confuse the mind and cause confusion and infatuation. They couldn't even control themselves. Take off the sleeping potion, I can't take it anymore. Good. Lin Tianyi hadn't expected this situation. He had concocted bewitching incense before, but the landlord of the house didn't seem to have reacted this strongly. After turning off the engine, he walked to Mu Xiaoyao's side. Don't come any closer. Mu Xiaoyao felt dizzy and lightheaded, and a wave of nausea washed over her. Oh no, this immortal herb is too powerful, it's dazzling me. Mu Xiaoyao thought in alarm. She closed her eyes slightly, experiencing double vision and hallucinations. Before him stood Lin Tianyi, his figure even more imposing, his eyes deep and profound. His face was sculpted, exuding irresistible charm from every angle, and his handsomeness was breathtaking. I longed to be with him, a perfect match. Landlord Mu, are you all right? Are you feeling dizzy? Come sit over there for a while. Lin Tianyi stepped forward and took her hand with concern. Mu Xiaoyao's heart pounded even harder. She tried to push Lin Tianyi away, but her strength gave out. A springtime scene unfolds in my eyes, and my blood boils with passion. No, I can't do this. She gently loosened her belt, anticipating a cathartic release. Tianyi, would you like to refine pills with me? But I just said I wanted to go home early. From now on, you are not allowed to go home without my order. More than 30 candles in the alchemy room went out at the same time. Mu Xiaoyao approached him with lightning speed. Half an hour later. Master Mu, are you all right? How about I give you some medicine? I'm fine now, just a little dizzy. Mu Xiaoyao stood up, still swaying slightly, but she had regained consciousness. I had no choice but to do it just now, it was an emergency. She felt somewhat sorry for Lin Tianyi, having let him down. Your qualifying round is just around the corner, you won't blame me for doing this, will you? It's okay, as long as you're happy. Lin Tianyi was already at the nascent soul stage and didn't take the qualifying round seriously at all. He was quite happy to help Mu Xiaoyao with this favor. From now on, when you're preparing the bewitching incense in the alchemy room, do it when I'm not around. No. Mu Xiaoyao thought to herself that she must prevent such things from happening again in the future. She is a woman with principles, not a promiscuous woman. We cannot keep giving money away, lest it create a misunderstanding for Lin Tianyi. Mr. Mu. What's wrong? Do you think we'll be refining pills today? I'll be participating in the advancement competition in the next few days, so I'm afraid I won't have time to come here. Well, then, just this once. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Xiaoyao pounced on her without hesitation. Inside the alchemy room, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, and the two of them kept rolling snowballs on the floor. Chapter 61. In the hunting grounds for women, everyone prefers big and round ones. Successfully redeemed 1 basic nascent soul pill, 8,000 points. Successfully redeemed 1 advanced bone refining pill, 12,000 points. Cultivation begins with strengthening the muscles and bones to withstand the gathering of spiritual energy. An hour later. The spiritual energy within Lin Tianyi surged in like a tidal wave, accompanied by a tearing pain. After a brief moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. His pores opened one by one, and light-colored lines appeared on his skin. It's as if the sun, moon, and stars are rotating. Lin Tianyi was secretly surprised. Is this the terrifying power of the nascent soul realm? With the force of a single palm strike, one can overturn mountains and seas. Before long, an auspicious cloud appeared above Lin Tianyi's head. 4 rays of light red, orange, yellow, and blue shot upwards, forming a long ribbon that pierced the silent, vast night sky. Some disciples of Tiandang Mountain witnessed the strange phenomenon in the sky from different locations and were amazed. Which elders secretly broke through again? The spiritual energy is so strong, is it the nascent soul stage or the deity transformation stage? So powerful, I'm so envious. Wow, if I could cultivate with someone like that even once, I'd consider myself to have had a truly good meal in this lifetime. After some time, Lin Tianyi calmed his breathing and slowly stepped on the brakes. The path of cultivation is not about relentless, courageous advancement. On the contrary, breakthroughs often occur through moments of sudden enlightenment in stillness. Only with a calm mind can one comprehend the great principles. Only then can one truly appreciate the essence of the unity of man and nature. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the third level of the nascent soul stage. It's done again. I've attained enlightenment. The difficulty of advancing to the nascent soul stage is more than 10 times greater than that of the golden core stage. Each breakthrough in his minor cultivation level brought Lin Tianyi a different feeling. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. From the moment he started taking the drugs until he achieved a complete breakthrough, it took about 4 hours. Lin Tianyi opened the window and looked up at the deep starry sky. The beauty in his heart was like a scroll slowly unfolding. My tense nerves relaxed, a gentle breeze caressed my cheeks, and my mood was like a rippling lake. Every bit of progress, however small, will eventually converge into a dazzling galaxy. The next morning, the sky was clear and the clouds drifted by. At Tiandang Mountain in Hahuan Sect, Zhongshan Square is filled with colorful flags and bustling crowds. The annual Inner Disciple Advancement Selection Competition is about to begin. Hundreds of handsome men and beautiful women from the main peak and its 12 sub-peaks competed in the same arena. After 4 days of competition, 15 to 20 outstanding outer disciples will officially become inner disciples of the Hahuan sect. The opportunity for countless outer disciples to change their fate is right before their eyes. Today, Lin Tianyi got up early, carefully combed his long hair, and even applied some Yishou Wu oil. He took out a blue robe he had kept at the bottom of his trunk, with an old piece of white jade hanging from his waist as an embellishment. Senior sisters and junior sisters, I've arrived. He locked the door, feeling relaxed, put on his clean boots, and gracefully stepped out the door. At this moment, in the southwest corner of Zhongshan Square, more than 200 outer disciples had gathered. Besides the participants, some came to accompany others, some to observe, and some to take this opportunity to find resources for dual cultivation. Whether it's a wealthy socialite, a promiscuous mature woman, or a quiet and demure lady, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. This is a competition arena, and also a hunting ground for romance. Oh dear, junior brother Lin, you're late today. I'm already number 118 in line. When his fellow disciple Lu Wenyuan saw Lin Tianyi arrive, he waved and greeted him. No rush, I've arrived just in time. Along the way, Lin Tianyi saw many female cultivators with great figures, dressed provocatively and showing off their impressive breasts. At this moment, a tall female cultivator passed by, her eyes haughty. Name, Ding Shuiwei. Age, 26. Appearance, 87 points. Cultivation level, first grade Qi refining level 7. Favorability, 0. Rechargeable, 7 times. Multiplier, 10x points return. It looks alright, but unfortunately the cashback rate is too low. Junior brother Lin, that woman was pretty good. She had a big butt and a strong thrusting motion. It's nothing special, just ordinary makeup. Lin Tianyi showed no interest. Lu Wenyuan kept showing off. I remember you found a Taoist partner last time, didn't she come to keep you company today? Lin Tianyi asked. A month ago, Lu Wenyuan was desperate and, at the last minute, chose a 51-year-old third-hand woman for his wedding flight ceremony. Don't even mention it. Women are so easily tempted. My Taoist partner hooked up with an inner disciple of the Heavenly Fiend sect last week and hasn't been home for days. Then you're at a huge loss? It cost me over 2,000 spirit stones, and I even got her a top-grade marrow cleansing pill, but so what? I still couldn't keep her. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect are indeed a bit snobbish. However, this is understandable, as good dual cultivation resources are limited and must be actively sought. This has caused female disciples of the Hahuan sect to become restless and fickle. Forget it, this kind of woman isn't worth cherishing. The next one will be better, Lin Tianyi comforted his friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyuan burst into laughter instead of tears. Actually, I didn't lose money. To be honest, I peddled hard for more than 20 days and at least made back my initial investment. Previously, Lu Wenyuan was at the 5th level of Qi refining, but now he has advanced to the 6th level of Qi refining. To advance a minor realm in just 20 days, Lu Wenyuan was absolutely risking his life. I wonder what brother Lu's highest record is. Seeing how confidently he spoke, Lin Tianyi guessed that he was very capable. Lu Wenyuan proudly spread out his palms. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, even if I did it 5 times. Puff. I thought he was so brave. Lin Tianyi chuckled inwardly. This quantity was less than half of his own. Amazing, amazing, you're the tough guy I admire. Lin Tianyi didn't want to discourage him, so he casually offered a few words of flattery. Of course you don't know. Practice makes perfect, there are many tricks to it. I'll teach you the techniques and methods next time. Lu Wenyuan spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he were someone who had been through it all. Just then, another female cultivator flashed by, drawing his attention. A young and beautiful nun, wearing a green tank top, with fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and half of her breasts exposed. Lu Wenyuan almost drooled while looking at it. Name, Bai Xiangyi. Age, 31. Appearance, 86 points. Cultivation level, first grade Qi refining level 6. Favorability, 0. Rechargeable, 12 times. Multiplier, 5x points return. No, you shouldn't even think about a woman like that, Lin Tianyi advised. They've seen it all, practiced with all sorts of weapons, so their standards are definitely high. Lu Wenyuan is decent looking, but unfortunately his cultivation level is too low, making him unqualified to be a sycophant. That figure was absolutely stunning, wouldn't you say it was amazing? It's good, but by the time it's your turn, it'll all be like that again. Do you want to be the one left holding the bag? You can't have the grapes, so you say they're sour. Then pick a good one and show it to me. Lu Wenyuan was unconvinced. Lin Tianyi looked around. Indeed, there aren't many women who can catch his eye. The Hawan sect has no concept of chastity. Women who are chaste probably make up less than 5%, even fewer than giant pandas. Not far away, there was a woman of ordinary build. Name, Li Yuyu. Age, 22. Appearance, 78 points. Cultivation level, first grade Qi refining level 4. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 0x points return. This woman is clean and tidy, but her appearance score is below 85, which does not meet the system's points return criteria. Actually, that woman was quite nice. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. The key thing was that she hadn't been unpacked. Am I seeing things? With a figure like that, I can't even tell the front from the back. Lu Wenyuan scoffed. You can't blame him for that. Most men's aesthetic sense is superficial. They like big and round shapes. Lin Tianyi had also been fooled once, having met the wrong person. But now, his goal is clear. It's not just big, nor is it round, it's both big and round. At this moment, a large crowd suddenly surged toward the testing spirit steel. The first test for outer disciples is a test of their cultivation level. Outer disciples with higher cultivation levels have a significant advantage in the advancement competition and also have priority in choosing their opponents. I'll talk to you later, I'm going to line up. I'll be tested for spiritual energy later. After Lu Wenyuan finished speaking, he quickly returned to the group. Today, there are more than 300 outer disciples participating in the competition, and the number stretches as far as the eye can see. Zhou Taixian, Red Spiritual Energy, Foundation Establishment Level 1. A steward from the transmission hall handed him the red token. Among the outer disciples, those who can reach the first level of foundation establishment are extremely rare. Zhou Taixian waved his strong arms, extremely excited. Wow, your cultivation level is so high. Your legs are so long. They must be really powerful when you kick them. He is undoubtedly the top 3 outer disciples this time. His nose is very handsome. The rest of his features must be very good looking too. The moment Zhou Taixian's cultivation data was released, it aroused the interest of many female cultivators, who, instead of flirting, became restless and eager to make their move. That's it? Is Foundation Establishment Level 1 really that sought after? Lin Tianyi looked at Zhou Taixian with disdain. Chapter 62. The first beauty is as graceful as a swan, Gu Yunxi seduces. Zhao Min, with a yellow aura, is at the 5th level of Qi refining. Xin Yanxi, orange spiritual energy, level 8 of Qi refining. Lu Wenyuan, yellow spiritual energy, Qi refining level 6. One by one, the outer disciples placed their palms on the spirit testing steel to test their cultivation. There is a scale bar on the testing spirit steel. Each time spiritual energy is infused, it causes a color difference. The highest level is foundation establishment and above, indicated by the color red. The colors below are orange, yellow, and white. The steward of the transmission hall held a pen and recorded the cultivation level of each outer disciple. Senior Brother Lin, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to be so far down the line. Shu Yuhong walked over. She was also here today to participate in the qualifying rounds. She wore 2 small braids and a light pink suit, which made her look particularly graceful with her straight and smooth legs. You finished the test, what token? It's orange. Shu Yuhong was very happy. Not bad. I'll head over there now, see you later. Shu Yuhong waved goodbye. Lin Tianyi was absent-minded, looking around. Suddenly, many male cultivators gathered around the spirit testing steel, forming layers upon layers. She's so beautiful, she's my dream girl. His skin is so tender it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. My wife, with her sallow complexion, suddenly doesn't want to kick the door anymore. Beautiful lady, how much? Name your price in spirit stones? For a time, all sorts of foul language and noise filled the air. Lin Tianyi looked closely and realized that this was Song Charan, the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the Hahuan sect. No wonder she drove the male cultivators of the sect crazy for her. Song Charan had long, jet black hair that draped over her shoulders, long, curly eyelashes, and particularly bright, expressive eyes. Her cheeks were fair with a rosy glow, and she had cherry-like lips. She wore a tight-fitting, round-neck mini dress, concealing most of her strength beneath a thin layer of icebergs, yet it was all too obvious. Beneath the narrow hem of the skirt, a pair of beautiful legs were revealed, smooth and even, so smooth that even a fly couldn't find a place to land. And those smooth, white ankles are captivating. Name, Song Charan. Age, 26. Appearance, 98 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 6. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 3000 X points return. Lin Tianyi's eyes suddenly lit up. This rare and exquisite jade exudes a captivating fragrance. There's always this urge to pin her to the ground and do morning exercises with her. Opportunities are fleeting, act first to seize them. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Song Charan walked towards the spirit testing steel and placed her jade hand on it. The male cultivators craned their necks, their eyes fixed on her, as if trying to discern something from her. Song Charan, Spirit Energy Yellow, Qi Refining Level 6, the steward of the transmission hall announced. She was somewhat disappointed when she heard the result. She thought she could reach the 7th level of Qi Refining and get an orange token. Cultivate with me, I can help you level up. The wind was so strong today, it almost blew me into your arms, onto your soft little bed. Hey, there's a meteor shower on the mountaintop tomorrow night, wanna hang out? Song Charan ignored these provocative words. She stepped over the threshold and followed the outer disciples up the steps toward the first competition venue. Only the male cultivators were left with bewildered and overlapping gazes. Half an hour later, there were not many people left lingering in front of the testing spirit steel. Lin Tianyi's turn will be coming up soon. Hey, isn't this your good-for-nothing ex-partner? At this moment, Su Qingyun and Xia Linzhou, a pair of adulterous people, walked over. Lin Tianyi didn't even glance at them, not wanting to acknowledge them. With such a low level of cultivation, he actually dares to participate in the advancement competition? Xia Linzhou sneered. He was promoted to winner disciple last year, and he's here today to accompany Su Qingyun to the competition. Su Qingyun wore heavy, glamorous makeup and an apron, revealing her shoulders and collarbone. Although she was wearing a long skirt, the slit was very high, revealing glimpses of her underwear. Lin Tianyi couldn't help but glance at her. Name, Su Qingyun. Age, 29. Appearance, 85 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi Refining Level 7. Favorability, 35. Rechargeable, 41 times. Multiplier, 0.3x points return. Compared to a month ago, Su Qingyun has improved her cultivation level by 1 level, but her previous privacy data was 38. This means that in just 1 month, she has already cheated on Xia Linzhou 3 times. Xia Linzhou was still completely unaware of the situation. I see that your forehead is dark and you have red rashes and patches under your ears. These are signs of external infection by evil toxins. Why don't you come to my Danyang sect and see Physician Ling? Lin Tianyi retorted sarcastically. Su Qingyun has no bottom line or moral principles, this has gone completely awry, and Xia Linzhou is actually enjoying it? Bullshit. I'm perfectly fine, as strong as an ox, stop trying to disgust me. After saying that, Xia Linzhou hugged Su Qingyun, deliberately showing off in an attempt to make Lin Tianyi feel bad. Lin Tianyi ignored him. He was overjoyed. The further away from such trash you are, the better. Next, you come up. Lin Tianyi walked to the spirit testing steel and placed his palm in it. The scale bar didn't budge at all. "You, do it again." The steward of the transmission hall was dumbfounded. How low must this person's spiritual energy be? Even the spirit testing steel couldn't detect it? Lin Tianyi used all his strength, feeling as if there was a vast universe within him, with power flowing endlessly. However, it cannot be displayed on the spirit testing steel. Finally, a tiny bud appeared on the scale. Lin Tianyi, white spiritual energy, Qi refining level 3. The steward of the transmission hall shook his head at him and handed him a white token. "You are the weakest in cultivation among this year's outer disciples. It's alright, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed." Lin Tianyi smiled faintly. The spirit testing steel is merely a testing step before the official competition to assess cultivation level. There are 4 more stages to go, and those are the important ones. Lin Tianyi's cultivation level was merely concealed. He possessed the overwhelming strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator. It's not too late to see who prevails in the competition later. A coward is a coward after all. He's not even as good as one of my little fingers. Xia Linzhou laughed heartily. With his small frame, aren't you afraid he'll get beaten to a pulp in a competition? Su Qingyun laughed so hard she almost fell over. Despite the 2 grasshoppers jumping around in front of Lin Tianyi, his mood remained unaffected. Be a good person and stay away from bad women. He climbed the steps to the home stadium for the match. At this moment, the square was divided into 4 groups according to color: red, orange, yellow, and white. Red indicates the highest spiritual power in the test, giving priority in the competition and making it easier to receive special attention from elders and hall masters. White represents the worst spiritual power test result judging from previous years. They are all cannon fodder without exception. Its sole purpose is to accumulate valuable experience for next year's qualifying rounds. Although I am only at the 4th level of Qi refining, I am still young and will strive for the orange level next year. This is so unfair. I'm at the 6th level of Qi refining, but just because I'm 98 years old and can't exert any strength, they put me in the white formation. I thought I was the worst, but I didn't expect there was another Qi refining level 3 person who lowered the bar for our white formation. Lin Tianyi was both amused and exasperated. The white square formation had already been looked down upon, but who would have thought that the people in the white square formation could look down on him even more? Prejudice in people's hearts is truly a mountain. The first round of the strength competition is about to begin, the steward of the transmission hall shouted from the podium. Lin Tianyi looked up and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Gu Yunqi, why is she here to watch the competition too? Today, she wore a blouse with large lace trim, which bulged out of her chest. She wore a dark pencil skirt, revealing her charming and sexy fair legs. Full-figured yet not fleshy, she possesses a mature, radiant charm. With her Taoist partner when Xuxian not home, she's suddenly become quite flirtatious? Gu Yunqi also saw Lin Tianyi, and their eyes met. One gaze was cold and stern, the other fiery and passionate. Gu Yunqi stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, and inadvertently lifted her skirt. She was like a delicate flower bud, opening hidden doors and passages to welcome the bees to gather her essence. Chapter 63 Targeting another's beautiful unmarried Taoist partner. Good things must be snatched. The Hahuan sect's inner disciple advancement competition has always been organized by the transmission hall. Because it concerned the future development of the sect, many elders and hall masters showed up. Seated on the stage were Cui Shenwei, elder of the transmission hall Jinishan, hall master of the Danyang sect Zhaobin, hall master of the scripture pavilion Zhou Zhanpun, hall master of the law enforcement hall He Jingguan, hall master of the weapon refining hall, and others. In addition, there are the hall masters and deacons of the 4 major sects of the Hahuan sect, Qianhuan sect, Xingqiu sect, Tiansha sect, and Anying sect. The disciples who advance to the final round of the competition will be selected by the sect leaders and recruited into their ranks. Therefore, these 300-plus outer disciples will not only compete in strength, but will also have to showcase themselves in front of the high-level leaders of the Hahuan sect. For the first round of the competition, please start with the outer disciples of the red formation. There is a pavilion on the east side of the square. Inside the pavilion, there are 4 huge rocks. The weights are 500 jin, 1000 jin, 2000 jin, and 5000 jin respectively. Contestants must use their spiritual energy to lift the boulder. At this moment, a robust male disciple stood 10 feet away, his cultivation level being the 9th level of Qi refining. He stretched out his arms and shot out 2 beams of light. Before long, a 2,000-pound boulder was barely lifted off the ground. You're too kind. He looked pleased and was very satisfied with the result. Next, more than 20 outer disciples in the red formation attempted to lift the boulder. Most of them weigh around 1,000 or 2,000 gene 500, 1000 caddies, but no one can lift a 5,000 gene 2,500 3,500 caddies boulder. Now it was Zhou Taixian's turn to compete, and he was the favorite to win the championship. There were only 2 outer sect disciples present today, and he was one of them, having reached the foundation establishment realm after the cultivation test. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, and clenched his fists. 2 beams of blue light shot rapidly toward the largest boulder, weighing 5,000 kilograms. Everyone present was amazed. Today, no outer disciple has attempted to lift the largest boulder. Rise! Zhou Taixian gritted his teeth, his face turning bright red. The boulder swayed precariously, its spiritual energy unstable, and it seemed somewhat powerless. Zhou Taixian exerted all his strength, his eyes were bloodshot, his will to survive was strong, and the muscles in his hands were trembling violently. All the disciples present were on tenterhooks for him. Get up, get up! Finally, the 5,000-pound boulder was slowly lifted up. The elders and hall masters on the platform all nodded in agreement. Among the outer disciples of this generation, Zhou Taixian stands out from the crowd in both cultivation and skill. He is also a rare cultivation prodigy in the past 5 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly be among the top 3 in this qualifying round. Lucky! Zhou Taixian bowed to the elders and hall masters on the platform. He returned to the rest area, and it was clear that he had pushed his strength to its limit. Don't force yourself. Why did you choose such a big rock? I was really worried you wouldn't be able to catch your breath. At this moment, a petite and beautiful woman stood beside him, holding a handkerchief, wiping away his sweat. Lin Tianyi glanced at her from the side. She wasn't very tall, probably around 155 centimeters, but she had a cute, petite appearance, with 7 parts charm and 3 parts liveliness. Her smile has a sweet and refreshing quality. Her neck was very white, like the flesh of a peeled lychee, crystal clear, making one want to take a gentle bite. Especially the steep curves, with their steep slopes, are impossible to grasp with one hand. This figure is simply incredible. Her name is Zhu Yang, and she is Zhou Taixian's fiancée. The two plan to officially become a couple after this competition. What do you know about men's affairs? I'm putting on such a show so that the elders and hall masters can see it, Zhou Taixian said. I'm worried about your health. Don't forget, once you're done, we'll cultivate together. Zhu Yang was shy and graceful, her eyes filled with deep affection and anticipation for the unknown. After this competition, I'll definitely treat you to a feast. Zhou Taixian also greatly admires unmarried Taoist partners. He abstained from sex to conserve his strength for this outer disciple advancement competition. Otherwise, Zhou Taixian would have been indiscriminately pursuing a delicate and voluptuous beauty like Zhu Yang long ago. Lin Tianyi took a step closer and glanced at Zhu Yang again. Name, Zhu Yang. Age, 21. Appearance, 91 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 3. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 2500 X points return. Lin Tianyi spent most of the day wandering around Zhongshan Square. Apart from Song Charan, Zhu Yang had the highest return rate. In the Hawan sect, clean-cut girls are rare, and those with a beauty score of 85 or higher are even rarer. Therefore, none of them should be missed. Zhou Taixian is only at the foundation establishment stage, so why does he have such a beautiful Taoist partner with him? Lin Tianyi was unconvinced. Shu Yuhong, the 2000 gene stone has been successfully removed, shouted the steward of the transmission hall. A round of applause broke out in the room. That's no small feat, she's truly a heroine. Senior brother Lin, I just lifted a 2000 gene stone. I didn't expect my cultivation to increase so quickly. After the competition, Zhu Yuhong came to Lin Tianyi's side, half scolding and half coquettish. You reap what you sow. I have to thank senior brother Lin this time. He gave me pills before the competition and also provided me with targeted guidance. The amount he gave me was also much more than usual. After speaking, Zhu Yuhong's face flushed. If I don't give it to you, who else would I give it to? I have no use for it myself. Lin Tianyi smiled. After this competition, I will definitely come to your home to express my gratitude and take you sightseeing. Alright, I'm content with your filial piety. I'll definitely wait patiently for your arrival. Zhu Yuhong left, and she and several senior sisters from the Thousand Illusions sect ran towards the next arena. she is truly a kind and loyal girl. Lin Tianyi's care for her hadn't been in vain. Song Charan, you've successfully sank 1,000 gene of stone. As soon as the steward of the transmission hall finished speaking, Song Charan withdrew her spiritual energy and rubbed her sore arms. She is already 26 years old and has been a member of the Hahuan sect for 3 years, but her cultivation level has only increased by one small realm. Seeing her sisters making progress made her anxious. Song Charan was naturally beautiful and charming, and wherever she went, men would seek her favor. Among the men pursuing her were some elders, hall masters, and deacons with ulterior motives, all of whom wanted to take advantage of her. Song Charan deliberately kept her distance, not giving them any opportunity to take advantage of her. Because she had sworn a solemn oath to avenge her deceased parents and brother. She needs to find a powerful individual who can kill Xinyu of the Qianyuan sect for her. Song Charan was a weak woman with no resources to exchange. She possessed only a beautiful face, a soft bosom, and her precious virginity. Once Xinyu of the Qianyuan sect dies, she will dedicate everything she has to the powerful figure who can avenge her. Currently, she is placing her hopes on Wen Shuxian. After all, Wen Shuxian was once her brother's good friend. But Wen Shuxian kept making excuses, and Song Charan had no idea what the future held. Actually, your spiritual energy strength is not bad, but you are not skilled enough in using it. Seeing Song Charan pass by, Lin Tianyi went up to strike up a conversation. Thanks. Song Charan glanced at it. She thought to herself, another lecherous playboy who's after her. Song Charan wouldn't even glance at those with lower cultivation levels who couldn't complete her revenge mission. I must find a powerful man. Song Charan thought to herself. She moved with the grace of a startled swan, disappearing from the scene with the crowd. The system detected that Song Charan's favorability rating is 5 points, 0 points will be returned. Hey, talking to her actually lowered my favorability rating? Doesn't she like my dashing, debonair type? Isn't she too aloof? However, Song Charan offers a 3000 X points return, and Lin Tianyi doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Even if there is no opportunity, you can create one. Chapter 64 Song Charan's favorability rating rises, shocking the sect elders. Before long, the first round of the strength competition for the outer disciples in the red, orange, and yellow formations had all ended. On the platform, most of the elders and hall masters had already left their seats and were heading to the next venue. The remaining disciples in the white team formation were all just filling in, no one took them seriously. At this time, the white formation had more than 30 people, most of whom were old, weak, sick, or disabled, including Lin Tianyi. Niao Hong, 500 gene failed. Ren Wenbin, failed at 500 gene. Ma Linlin, failed at 500 gene. The steward of the transmission hall shook his head upon seeing this. The outer disciples couldn't even lift the lightest 500-pound stone. At this moment, Su Qingyun and Xia Linzhou walked over again. Let's go, what's so interesting about this good-for-nothing? His participation in the competition is a joke. Lin Tianyi ignored the two adulterers and walked 10 feet away from the pavilion, preparing for the first test of strength. Unlike his other disciples, who did some warm-up exercises, he stretched and yawned. Young man, you've wasted your time at the Hahuan sect these past few years. You might as well go home and farm. I saw him last year, and I didn't expect that his cultivation would have regressed after only a year. Without connections or money, the only way, if you don't mind the strong smell, is to find an old woman to help you make up for it. The disciples in the white formation, along with some onlookers, were all making comments from the sidelines. Look at him, a grown man, what kind of work does he do all day? How can you be so unambitious? Lin Tianyi was in a good mood. He stretched out his right hand and waved it casually in the direction of the boulder. A few seconds later. He's truly a complete waste. He didn't move a single one of the 4 stones. His spiritual power isn't even as strong as the wind outside. Xia Linzhou laughed so hard he bent over. Let's go, there's still meat to eat if we follow Brother Xia. Su Qingyun, with her arm linked with Xia Linzhou's, looked smug. She was secretly pleased that she hadn't cultivated with Lin Tianyi back then. Oh. Seeing that the 4 stones remained motionless, even the steward of the transmission hall couldn't help but laugh out loud. The disciples in the white formation burst into laughter. I've seen weak outer disciples before, but I've never seen one as weak as Lin Tianyi. He lowered the bar for the Hahuan sect. However, the next second, these people stopped laughing. The 4 giant rocks remained still, but the pavilion itself began to move. Rub. The soil began to loosen, and the enormous creature, 5 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, had already detached itself from the ground. Countless grains of sand and gravel rolled down, causing the earth to tremble. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. It's unbelievable, he actually uprooted the pavilion. The 4 giant rocks flew up along with the pavilion. In other words, Lin Tianyi single-handedly lifted 4 giant stones weighing 500 jin, 1000 jin, 2000 jin, and 5000 jin, along with a pavilion. Absolutely terrifying. How could this be? This pavilion alone weighs several thousand kilograms. The outer disciples in the white formation were terrified. The pavilion and the 4 giant rocks are still rising at a visible speed. It flies higher than a kite. Lin Tianyi didn't think it was that powerful. He felt that only 20% of his power had been used. Look, the pavilion has gone up into the sky. Those outer disciples in red, orange, and yellow formations who were halfway there all raised their heads, held their breath, and gazed at this spectacular sight in the sky. Song Churan was also stunned by the scene before her. Her eyelashes trembled wildly, her eyes darted back and forth, and she seemed frozen in place. Such abundant spiritual energy. Is there such an extraordinary person within the white formation? When Song Churan saw Lin Tianyi, she felt even more terrified. It was him? The guy I looked down on earlier, the guy who struck up a conversation with me, he's really hiding his true abilities. Song Churan's impression of Lin Tianyi changed drastically. He shouldn't be the kind of vulgar lecher, but rather a cultured and refined gentleman. Thinking of this, Song Churan's face flushed. The system detected that Song Churan's favorability rating is 5, plus 10 points, 30,000 points will be returned. At this moment, Zhou Taixian and his unmarried Taoist partner Zhu Yang also witnessed the scene. Among the outer disciples today, there's actually someone more powerful than me? Zhou Taixian's eyes were filled with panic. He felt afraid. He always thought he was the strongest outer disciple, and in the strength competition just now, he was the only one who lifted a 5,000 gene boulder. But to everyone's surprise, a group of people in white not only lifted the 5,000-pound boulder, but also lifted 3 other boulders at the same time. Even worse, he lifted up the completely unrelated pavilion as well. Such terrifying power could only be achieved by those at the nascent soul realm or above. Wow, the pavilion is still flying, it's almost out of sight. Xu Yang pressed her heaving chest, so shocked she almost dislocated her jaw. Su Qingyun and Xia Linzhou were equally shocked at the scene. Is this Lin Tianyi? He actually moved the pavilion away? Su Qingyun staggered back 3 steps, her face deathly pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Impossible, he couldn't possibly have such power. The elder of the Chuan Gong Hall stood there blankly. 1 second he was mocking Lin Tianyi, the next he was proven wrong. He was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Even he couldn't possibly send the pavilion flying into the sky. This demonstrates just how terrifying Lin Tianyi's skill level was. By this time, the pavilion had risen thousands of meters high and disappeared into the sky. Okay, that's enough playing. Feeling bored, Lin Tianyi withdrew his spiritual energy. The pavilion in the sky began to plummet rapidly. Like a meteorite from outer space. A loud boom. The pavilion completely fell apart, falling into pieces. The impact created a huge crater in the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Many outer disciples were once again deeply shocked by this scene. This force is so great that it far exceeds the force of 1,000 pounds. In an instant, they all felt a sense of awe towards Lin Tianyi. At this moment, a slender-looking old man flew over. Elder Cui Shenwei of the transmission hall had already set off to oversee the second pass, 1000 Machine Cliff. To my surprise, the pavilion had been torn down. So he flew back to investigate. Who lifted the pavilion up? Cui Shenwei asked. The other outer disciples all lowered their heads and remained silent. I think I didn't name properly and missed. I hope it didn't cause any trouble. Lin Tianyi shrugged. A hint of surprise flashed through Cui Shenwei's mind. How could an outer disciple lift the pavilion so high and still look so nonchalant? This person's skill level is probably above the foundation establishment stage. However, today is a public occasion, and there are important qualifying matches to come, so let's keep this matter small for now. This disciple disrupted the normal competition order and broke the pavilion. He is to be fined 1,000 spirit stones. Elder Cui Shenwei said. What? They want to fine us spirit stones too? Lin Tianyi hadn't expected this outcome. However, this time he really went too far. He did not hold back. Elder Cui Shenwei of the Chuan Gong Hall was highly respected and his words were obeyed. Disciple Lin Tianyi is willing to accept punishment. The second test of knowledge is about to begin. You should go and compete first.
Cui Shenwei may seem to be punishing Lin Tianyi, but he is actually protecting him. The fine of 1,000 spirit stones was merely a matter of the boot being raised high and then gently lowered. He also valued talent and did not intend to hold Lin Tianyi accountable. After saying that, Elder Cui Shenwei flew away. I need to be more careful in the next round, or I won't have enough spirit stones to cover the penalties, Lin Tianyi warned himself. He looked up and saw that Gu Yunqi had not left the platform. She was also looking at Lin Tianyi. Just now, Gu Yunqi saw the whole process of him pulling up the pavilion.
Only one word came to mind: awe. He's only at the qi refining stage, yet he's so powerful. That nonchalant look in his eyes is incredibly dangerous.
No wonder, my body went weak involuntarily when I was near him that day.
That kind of impact, if used in the right place, would definitely be even more destructive.
As Gu Yunqi pondered, her soul began to drift, and she felt an invisible force pulling her along. She stroked her smooth, snow-white neck, feeling waves of unease wash over her.
I am a dignified and pure woman, I shouldn't have such wild thoughts. With a poof sound, a tightly fastened button on her chest was snapped off.
Her delicate face flushed red, her presence a subtle fragrance and sparse shadows. Gu Yunqi took off the hairpin from her head, put it in her thin lips, and gently bit it with her pearly teeth.
Lin Tianyi looked at Gu Yunqi, teasingly playing with the hairpin in his hand, a very obvious physical courtship signal. Chapter 65. The Hall Master's beautiful daughter appears. Hundreds of disciples compete in the same arena. Hawan Sect, Tiandang Mountain, Jianji Cliff. More than 300 outer disciples gathered in the square to prepare for the second stage of the Dao-seeking competition. The red, orange, yellow, and white formations stood in their respective areas, clearly separated. Most of the female disciples of the Hahuan sect turned their gazes toward the red formation. That junior brother on the far left of the first row is pretty good. He's at the 8th level of qi refining. I really want to absorb his young energy. It's a pity that Zhou Taixian already has a fiancé, otherwise I would have asked him out tonight. Sisters, leave me a good bite. Faced with high-quality male cultivators, the female disciples naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass them by, and were eager to make their move. After a burst of noisy gongs and drums, Elder Cui Shenwei, who was in charge of transmitting skills, took out a piece of paper and began to read. Respected sect leaders, female disciples, and male disciples, today the weather is fine and the autumn breeze is refreshing. I am Elder Cui Shenwei, the transmission of skills. Welcome disciples from all peaks to participate in today's advancement competition. The transmission elder is in charge of all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Hahuan sect, holding a high position and great power. Cui Shenwei is also in charge of the scripture pavilion. The first round of the competition has ended. Those who have achieved good results should not be complacent, while those who have lagged behind should not belittle themselves. There are still 3 rounds to go, and the outcome is still uncertain. As a cultivator, the strength of one's physique is ultimately limited, but the breadth of one's mind and spirit is boundless. Every breakthrough is inseparable from enlightenment, a mind as clear as a mirror, like the vast emptiness of 10,000 miles. The calmer the mind, the more peaceful the spirit. I wish all disciples will soon understand the meaning of a calm mind leads to emptiness. The second test, Hearing the Way, will be a contest of tranquility and far-reaching vision. At a distance of several kilometers, the disciples of Chuan Gongtang performed one by one the 8 musical instruments, namely metal, stone, earth, leather, silk, wood, gourd, and bamboo. The outer disciples on the mountain need to memorize the number of times each musical instrument is played. It may seem like a test of listening skills, but it actually tests one's mental fortitude. Only those with a clear mind and a tranquil heart can clearly hear the sounds of musical instruments striking the ground below. Finally, on behalf of the Transmission Hall, I would like to thank the Hall Masters of Danyang Sect, Law Enforcement Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, as well as the Hall Masters of Qianhuan Sect, Xingqiu Sect, Tiansha Sect, and Anying Sect for their presence. As soon as Elder Cui Shenwei finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Lin Tianyi raised his head and looked at Genie Shan, the Hall Master of Danyang Sect, who was dressed in a black robe on the platform. He had seen Master Jin a few times at the Alchemy Building. This time, he also brought his family, including a charming young woman by his side. The young beauty had a delicate, smooth, and elegant face, and her small, red lips were always pursed in a half-smile. Her jet-black, glossy hair was adorned with various gorgeous jewels, adding a touch of soft and charming beauty. What's captivating is that she's wearing a purple embroidered silk dress, and as the breeze gently blows, her graceful, youthful figure is faintly visible.
Especially the tiny lotus tips, like plum blossoms standing proudly on branches, complement the patterns on the clothes, forming a perfect whole and becoming two finishing touches. Her name is Jean Jiasin, and she is the apple of Jeannie Shan's eye.
Name, Jean Jiasin. Age, 20. Appearance, 96 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 7. Favorability, 0. Charging time, 0 times. Multiplier, 5000 X points return. What? A 5000 X points return?
Lin Tianyi rubbed his eyes and took another look. He has never seen such a high return rate before.
Jean Jiasin is the daughter of the top leader of Danyangmen.
She is a pampered and privileged girl.
She must have very high standards. Gaining her favor will not be an easy task.
Disciples of all formations, please prepare yourselves. The second round of the Dao seeking competition is about to begin, shouted the steward of the transmission hall. More than 300 outer disciples sat on the ground, a truly magnificent sight. They closed their eyes, held their breath, clasped their hands together or placed them on their laps, allowing themselves to quiet down for a short time. Lin Tianyi stood in the white formation, legs crossed, chin resting on one hand. At this moment, Zhou Taixian and a dozen disciples floated in mid-air within the red formation, their clothes fluttering, looking quite impressive. This attracted the attention of a group of female disciples present.
Wow, those guys can float. So cool. This pose is good. I'll try it with my partner when I get home. I want all 3 junior brothers on the right.
Lin Tianyi pursed his lips.
Aren't they just showing off?
Floating around like that has absolutely nothing to do with the Dao enlightening competition.
They're just trying to get the attention of the women in the room. This competition is about calmness of mind.
With all those beautiful women around, it will disturb your Taoist mind.
How can you compete properly?
Lin Tianyi disdained to steal the limelight from those outstanding male disciples. The competition began, and senior students Lu Wenyuan, junior students Chu Yuhong, Song Charan, and others all pricked up their ears and listened intently. The disciples, standing thousands of meters up the mountainside, heard the faint sounds of musical instruments playing below. One can imagine the difficulty of that.
Ding ding, dang dang, chirp chirp, goo goo.
Various musical instruments played repeatedly, mixed together, some long, some short, some soft, some loud, without any discernible pattern. After an incense stick had burned, many disciples looked bewildered. A person whose mind is not clear cannot hear the complete sound of an instrument. Another incense stick's time has passed. The competition is over, the steward of the transmission hall ordered. Upon receiving the telepathic message, the disciples of the transmission hall immediately stopped playing music. Please all disciples rise and stand in the middle. Upon hearing this, the 4 outer disciples gathered towards the center.
Junior brother Lin, what did you just hear? Lu Wenyuan asked anxiously.
He was just pretending to be an amateur, and ended up listening to nothing.
It's all right, just follow me.
Lin Tianyi said mysteriously. Just now, he activated his divine sense, and he could hear not only the sound of musical instruments, but even the sound of an ant scratching itself.
I don't believe you.
Lu Wenyuan did not believe Lin Tianyi's words at all. At this point, the steward of the transmission hall began to pose questions.
How many times did the Shang bell ring? More than 10 times, stand to the left. Less than 10 times, stand to the right.
The outer disciples caused a commotion, with many scratching their heads in frustration.
Most people were standing on the left, and more than 20 people were standing on the right.
Please, disciple on the right, leave this place, said the steward of the transmission hall. More than 20 disciples left the scene dejectedly. Some of the remaining outer disciples were secretly relieved, while others gloated, since the fewer opponents they had, the better.
Second question, how many times did the drum sound? If it sounded 12 times, stand to the left. If it sounded 13 times, stand to the right. There is a huge disagreement about this question. Many outer disciples hesitated, wavering back and forth.
Ultimately, more than 100 disciples chose the left side, while the remaining 200 plus disciples chose the right side. Disciples on the left, please leave this place, the steward of the transmission hall said coldly. With a whoosh, a large group of outer disciples left the scene in defeat.
Brother Lin, you're quite lucky.
Lu Wenyuan came closer, assuming that Lin Tianyi was like him, always guessing and muddling through.
Likewise.
Lin Tianyi looked calm and composed, as if everything was under his control.
Let me tell you a trick. First, follow the people in the red formation. Second, follow the majority. You must trust the wisdom of the collective. It seems that Lu Wanyuan is an opportunist. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lu. Lin Tianyi smiled. For the third question, did the panpipes play more long notes or short notes? If it played long notes, stand on the left. If it played short notes, stand on the right. This question caused an uproar. Zhou Taixian thought for a moment, then resolutely stood on the left.
As a disciple of the Red Formation and a strong favorite to win the championship, he has a great guiding influence on those disciples who are undecided. Upon seeing this, a large group of disciples followed Zhou Taixian and chose the left side. Lin Tianyi stood casually on the right. Hi. Standing on the left, Lu Wanyuan kept winking at Lin Tianyi, gesturing for him to move over. Lin Tianyi waved his hand. I kindly reminded him, but he didn't appreciate it. Oh well, he took my good intentions for granted. Lu Wanyuan thought to himself. Chu Yuhan also chose the left side, while Song Churan thought it over carefully and ultimately stood on the right side, just like Lin Tianyi. All the outer disciples held their breath. Chapter 66, Encountering Plus-Size Woman Hua Zhifei, winning the second match. Disciples on the left, please leave this area, said the steward of the transmission hall. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 150 disciples standing on the left were stunned. So many people are standing on the left, and it's wrong? How did Zhou Taixian choose this guy? I must have been blind to go with him, and now I've lost. I followed him because I trusted him. How could someone with foundation establishment cultivation be wrong? I must have had the worst luck imaginable. If I had known, I would have just gone with my gut feeling. Zhou Taixian is in a terrible situation now. He's been verbally abused so badly that he can't even lift his head, looking like a coward hiding in the sand. They were once riding high, but now they've become the target of public criticism. Everyone vented their anger on him. This time, Lin Tianyi's team won on the right, leaving only more than 50 people on the field. This Zhou Taixian, he was just doing some fancy levitation tricks, all that fancy stuff, but I told you it was useless, wasn't it? Lin Tianyi found it funny he had overdone it and was now being cursed to death. People who love to show off will never have a good ending. At this moment, Lin Tianyi and Song Churan inadvertently exchanged a glance. After witnessing the terrifying strength Lin Tianyi displayed in the first round, Song Churan's impression of Lin Tianyi changed drastically. She wasn't opposed to it, on the contrary, she felt a little curious. This guy is carefree and absent-minded, but he seems to do his job very well. Song Churan felt that there was a sense of contrast and a touch of mystery about him. My heart fluttered a little. Lu Wanyuan left in frustration, feeling ashamed and keeping his head down, not daring to look at Lin Tianyi. I was just laughing at him, saying he was standing on the wrong side, but I never imagined the clown would be me. His follow-the-crowd strategy failed, and his second match ended prematurely. Chu Yuhong also glanced at it. She never expected that Lin Tianyi would still be on the field after that round of intense competition. It's all my fault for being too hasty. If only I had stood with him. Chu Yuhong regretted it now, but it was too late. He had no choice but to leave in dejection. Question 4. How many times did you pluck the strings of the gourd? If you chose 68 times, stand on the left. If you chose 69 times, stand on the right. The remaining 50+ disciples on the field were completely dumbfounded. A few seconds later, the crowd began to line up on either side. The first few people all chose the left side, and the disciples behind them had a herd mentality. Lin Tianyi stood firmly on the right. I tried so hard to hear this gourd sound, and I only heard it 42 times. He probably didn't hear it all either, right? But judging from his confident look, should I believe him? Song Churan thought to herself. To Lin Tianyi's right was another minority group, with only 9 people. Song Churan glanced at Lin Tianyi again. Unexpectedly, he winked at Song Churan. This is. Song Churan's heart suddenly raced, and her face flushed. Under the watchful eyes of so many elders, hall masters, and disciples, Song Churan and Lin Tianyi exchanged private messages. Song Churan felt a stimulating, aroused sensation, accompanied by a tingling and weak feeling. Forget it, it's all just guessing anyway, might as well trust him this once. Song Churan accepted the olive branch Lin Tianyi offered her, quietly walked over, and stood beside him. She prayed silently in her heart. Disciples on the left, please leave this area, said the steward of the transmission hall. What? The disciple on the left leaving, doesn't that mean the right side has won? Song Churan clutched her chest, her heart pounding wildly. The other 8 outer disciples all looked excited, as if they had survived a calamity. The elders and hall masters present, as well as the more than 300 outer disciples, all focused their attention on the last 10 people on the field. Song Charan stole a glance at Lin Tianyi, feeling very happy and glad that she had made the right bet. The system detected that Song Charan's favorability rating is 10, plus 5 points, 15,000 points will be returned.
The second game entered a crucial moment. Question 5. Was the drumbeat from the front or the back?
If you chose the front, stand on the left. If you chose the back, stand on the right. One drum has a main instrument on the front and a secondary instrument on the back, with slight differences in the drum head and tuning.
Song Charan looked at Lin Tianyi, wondering what choice to make this time. There were 3 people standing on the left and 4 people standing on the right. Song Charan, Lin Tianyi, and a burly man stood in the middle, hesitant to make a choice.
Time is almost up, disciples, please line up as soon as possible, urged the steward of the transmission hall. The outer disciples below the stage looked on in astonishment.
What's wrong with those 3? Are they going to forfeit the match?
It must be because their cultivation level is not high enough. They don't know which side to choose.
A person can't go very far by relying solely on luck. With time running out, Song Charan hesitated. Why hasn't he taken sides yet? Which side should I stand on?
The steward of the transmission hall raised his hand, and Song Charan stood on the left at the last moment.
The match is over.
There were 4 people standing on the left side of the field, 2 people standing in the middle, and 4 people standing on the right side. A strange situation has arisen. Why don't you two make a choice? The steward of the transmission hall asked.
Actually, I didn't hear the drumming sound just now.
It turned out that Lin Tianyi was unable to make a choice for so long because he hadn't heard any drum beats at all. These words caused an uproar among the crowd.
Lin Tianyi's answer overturned the understanding of all the outer disciples. I didn't hear it, I just couldn't hear it. What kind of cultivation level could someone at the 3rd level of qi refining have? Exactly, and they're still standing there talking big. The questions from the transmission hall are not wrong, he's clearly talking nonsense.
The outer disciples collectively scoffed, no one believing that someone with only early-stage qi refining cultivation would dare to question the questions from the transmission hall.
Lin Tianyi must be wrong.
This junior brother said he didn't hear the drum, but actually I didn't hear the drum either. The burly man standing side by side with Lin Tianyi in the middle spoke calmly. The situation on the field became chaotic.
2 people actually questioned the topic of Chuan Gongtang.
Lin Tianyi turned around and glanced at the burly man, and was immediately stunned.
Name, Hua Zhifei. Age, 33. Appearance, 86 points. Cultivation level, 2nd rank foundation establishment level 1. Favorability, 0.
Charging time, 0 times.
Multiplier, 3500 X points return. The big man next to me is actually a woman? Hua Zhifei is 180 centimeters tall and has a robust build.
She has medium-length hair and wears a long robe like a man. Among the outer disciples present today, 2 have reached the foundation establishment realm, Zhou Taixian and Hua Zhifei.
Lin Tianyi stood next to her.
Although he was a little taller than her, he was not as muscular. Hua Zhifei has a strong facial structure, distinct brow bones, and a straight nose, giving her a unique and dashing charm.
This is a type of female with masculine features. Unlike the typical gentle and graceful woman, she exudes a confident and capable aura. Hua Zhifei's return rate was also very high.
This was the first time Lin Tianyi had encountered such an exceptional plus-size woman.
You didn't hear the drums either? It seems we're thinking the same thing. So I don't know which side to take? Hua Zhifei complained helplessly.
At this moment, the elders on the platform, including Cui Xinwei, Ji Nishan, and Zhou Zhanpun, all smiled in unison.
There was indeed no drumbeat just now. It seems that only Lin Tianyi and Hua Zhifei have truly grasped the Tao. Elder Cui Xinwei praised. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire audience was stunned.
Song Charan, Chu Yuhon, Lu Wanyuan, and the others all looked at Lin Tianyi with incredulous expressions. Among more than 300 outer disciples, the one who successfully stood out was actually Lin Tianyi, who was in the early stage of qi refining. They actually saw through the deception set up by the elder who was passing on his skills.
That's unbelievable.
At this moment, Jean Jussin, who was sitting in the back seat of the dais, also noticed Lin Tianyi. She raised her eyebrows slightly and suddenly opened her pair of beautiful, watery eyes. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, like a flower bud about to bloom.
This Lin Tianyi is quite interesting. I'll find a chance to have some fun with him.
Jean Jussin rubbed her smooth thigh.
Chapter 67 Precise Hunting, Luring Zhu Yang into the Trap.
In the last question, all the disciples standing on either side got it wrong, while Lin Tianyi and Hua Zhifei, who didn't make any choices, won. The person who regretted it the most at the scene was none other than Song Charan.
If only I hadn't hesitated and had stood next to Lin Tianyi.
Song Charan glanced at Lin Tianyi again, her cheeks flushed as if painted with rouge, and suddenly felt that he was radiating light from head to toe. His cultivation level was the least impressive, yet it made all the outer disciples pale in comparison.
Song Charan was somewhat captivated by his unique charm. Her aloof heart began to melt.
I hereby declare that Lin Tianyi and Hua Zhifei have won the second match, the steward of the Chuangong Hall shouted.
The remaining 8 disciples left the scene amidst thunderous drumbeats and a chorus of music. That loser actually won?
Xia Linzhou, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, showed a look of shock and fear. His cultivation is so weak, but his inner strength and understanding of the Tao are so profound.
There is only one possibility: he must be a pure yang body. Su Qingyun stared at Lin Tianyi in shock. People with a pure yang body are full of energy.
When needed, their abundant yang energy is transformed into continuous spiritual energy through true essence. For the recipient in dual cultivation, the more, stronger, and longer lasting the yang energy they receive, the more comfortable they feel than if they had consumed nectar.
This Xia Linzhou always finishes things hastily and leaves empty-handed, never satisfying me at all. Su Qingyun glanced at Xia Linzhou beside her and instantly felt disgusted.
Looking at Lin Tianyi in the middle of the square, with his sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, straight nose, and prominent Adam's apple, I became more and more pleased with him. I left him because I thought he was poor and his cultivation was low. If I had known he had a pure yang body, I would have at least tried to have a taste of him. Thinking of this, Su Qingyun felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Over the past year, she has had sexual relations with more than 40 men. Although the number is large, the quality is not high, and she can't even get half full each time. After going around in circles, Su Qingyun finally realized today that Lin Tianyi was the one with the most suitable physique for her dual cultivation.
He's riding high right now.
He'll definitely be promoted to inner disciple in this competition, and then the gap between us will widen even further.
Perhaps I can try again?
Thinking of this, Su Qingyun puffed out her chest, her breasts proudly erect, and her eyes revealed a seductive and alluring look.
Oh, are you in heat? Xia Linzhou looked at Su Qingyun with envy.
Little did she know, she was thinking of Lin Tianyi, which was why she started to act coquettishly.
Let's go. I know what you're thinking.
You'd better be more careful and not break down like you did the last few times.
Su Qingyun snorted coldly. Since distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, Su Qingyun could only treat Xia Linzhou as an appetizer for now. No. Xia Linzhou followed Su Qingyun eagerly.
He still treated Su Qingyun like a treasure, unaware that she was already severely worn out. If Xia Linzhou knew that he had always been the one who came from behind and surpassed others, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. At this time, the sun began to set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened.
The first day of competition is over.
Disciples, rest and recharge for tomorrow's Secret Realm Exploration competition, said the steward of the transmission hall. The elders and hall masters on the platform all left their seats. More than 300 outer disciples, some happy, some disappointed, all left helplessly. I never imagined that someone at the early stage of qi refining could be so accomplished in understanding the Tao, Hua Zhifei praised. I admit it, Lin Tianyi replied.
I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you in the later matches. You're welcome.
After saying that, Hua Zhifei left. She felt a sense of mutual respect and kinship towards Lin Tianyi.
Lin Tianyi raised his head and looked for a target on the platform. Sure enough, Gu Yunqi was also looking at him.
Lin Tianyi's performance just now stunned everyone present, and Gu Yunqi was filled with lust, her mind filled with unrealistic fantasies about him. He is younger and more energetic than when Xu Shen, and most importantly, he is a man with roots. Gu Yunqi's heart fluttered. An aura of sensuality permeated her entire being. Gu Yunqi looked at Lin Tianyi from afar, then reached into her clothes and rummaged around for a while. Then, he took out a hair bun. Lin Tianyi's eyes lit up instantly, and his blood surged through his body. Gu Yunqi stood up, pulled down her skirt, and her ample bosom trembled, revealing her voluptuous figure. She hid the hairpin under her seat, her large, lustful eyes gleaming, before gracefully departing.
Lin Tianyi witnessed this entire scene. Brother Lin, what are you looking at? Aren't you leaving? Lu Wenyuan walked over. I'm thinking about tomorrow's game. You played exceptionally well today. How come you've been so good lately? Have you been eating some good meat? Lu Yuan probed.
No, I was just lucky, Lin Tianyi said calmly.
I'm going now.
I'm going to get some sleep and prepare to turn things around tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Yuan left on his own. The square was almost deserted, with hardly anyone left. Lin Tianyi stepped onto the steps leading to the chairman's seat and slowly walked to Gu Yunqi's seat. He bent down and felt around with his hands. Her hair bun is still there. Lin Tianyi took out an exquisite hair bun, which he recognized at a glance as the same hair bun that Gu Yunqi had found in the bathtub that day.
Strange, why did she keep that hairstyle?
Lin Tianyi held the hair bun in his hand. It still felt warm from Gu Yunqi.
And her faint, pure body fragrance.
Lin Tianyi left the competition square, passed through the rest area, felt a little thirsty, picked up a bamboo ladle, scooped up a bowl of water and drank it. There are dozens of small rooms in the rest area, specifically for the students to rest during the competition. You can change your clothes, drink water and tea, and sleep overnight inside. At that moment, Lin Tianyi heard a familiar voice coming from the next room.
You shameless bastard! How dare you steal my spirit gathering pill? Are you even human?
This mid-grade spirit gathering pill was originally a gift from me to you.
Now that I've taken it, I'll return it to you later. It turns out that Zhou Taixian and his fiancée Zhu Yang were arguing.
In an effort to please Zhu Yang, Zhou Taixian spent nearly 40,000 spirit stones at the market to buy a mid-grade spirit gathering pill and gave it to her.
Unexpectedly, just now, Zhou Taixian secretly opened Zhu Yang's jade box and stole the spirit gathering pill. This angered Zhu Yang. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?
I trusted you so much, yet you plotted against me behind my back.
Zhu Yang rebuked angrily.
You saw today's match. There are quite a few experts among the outer disciples. I can't afford to lose the matches to come. Before the competition, Zhou Taixian boasted that his cultivation had reached the foundation stage and had a very high opinion of himself. However, his performance today was disappointing, and he was even eliminated midway through the second round of the Wendao competition. He panicked and decided to take drugs to quickly boost his spiritual energy so he could try again in tomorrow's Secret Realm adventure.
Zhou Taixian is selfish. He only cares about winning or losing and completely disregards Zhu Yang's feelings. Don't be angry.
I'll buy you spirit gathering pills after I become an inner disciple, Zhou Taixian coaxed.
Zhu Yang felt a mix of emotions. This spirit gathering pill was indeed given to her by Zhou Taixian.
She had always been reluctant to eat it, but unexpectedly, he still stole it in the end. A mid-grade spirit gathering pill costs more than 40,000 spirit stones.
How many years would it take Zhou Taixian to save up for it? What else can Zhu Yang do?
Now that things have come to this, she can't make Zhou Taixian spit out the spirit gathering pill, so she can only suffer in silence.
Zhu Yang opened the door. Where are you going? Mind your own business.
I need to pee, I'm going to relieve myself.
Zhu Yang said angrily, slamming the door as she left. She walked in a hurry.
She had only taken a few steps when she looked down and saw a pill rolling toward her. Zhu Yang squatted down and picked up the pill, which was still covered in dust.
It's a top-grade spirit gathering pill.
Zhu Yang sniffed the pill and looked at it in disbelief.
Oh, so it was here.
At this moment, Lin Tianyi walked over and looked at Zhu Yang with tender eyes.
The spirit gathering pill, is it yours? Zhu Yang stood up and looked at Lin Tianyi with envy.
I put it in my pocket just now, but the bag tore and it accidentally spilled out. As Lin Tianyi spoke, he extended his thumb and forefinger to pick up the spirit gathering pill from Zhu Yang's hand. When he extracted the spirit gathering pill, he could clearly feel that Zhu Yang was clenching her legs tightly, as if she was not very willing. Zhu Yang knew that her previous mid-grade spirit gathering pill was priced at 40,000 spirit stones in the market, while this top-grade spirit gathering pill was worth at least 60,000 spirit stones.
Lin Tianyi seems unassuming, yet he possesses such a high-quality spirit gathering pill? Juju, giggle. Lin Tianyi whistled.
Soon, a kingfisher with yellow and white feathers flew over. Lin Tianyi crushed the spirit gathering pill in his hand, then opened his palm to feed the kingfisher.
This scene stunned Zhu Yang. A top-grade spirit gathering pill, and you actually fed it to a bird? Oh, didn't it just fall on the ground? It's dirty now, it's a shame to throw it away, why not feed it to the birds? Lin Tianyi glanced at Zhu Yang. Her chest contracted sharply, its elasticity surpassing that of a spring. Such a beautiful and delicate woman, and you, Zhou Taixian, don't know how to cherish her?
Don't blame me, Lin Tianyi, for taking action.
Chapter 68. Would junior sister Zhu be willing to share a love affair with me? But if a spirit gathering pill falls on the ground, can't you just wipe it clean? Zhu Yang was completely baffled. The spirit gathering pill is quite expensive. Even if it gets dirty, can't you just wipe it or wash it? But Lin Tianyi actually fed it to the kingfisher? This is a top-grade spirit gathering pill. It will boost your spiritual energy after consumption, and it's worth over 60,000 spirit stones. Lin Tianyi ignored Zhu Yang's words and leisurely fed the kingfisher. Slow down, it's all yours. The kingfisher ate half of the spirit gathering pill, then, with the other half in its beak, flapped its wings, creating a whooshing sound, and soared away like a giant rock. Wouldn't it be better if he ate it himself? Zhu Yang felt sorry for Lin Tianyi. She thought to herself, how can there be such a stupid person in the world? He probably doesn't know what's good for him. She wouldn't mind that the spirit gathering pill was on the ground, she'd rather give it to her. At this moment, Lin Tianyi took out a jade bottle from his pocket. He removed the cork, opened his palm, and poured out 7 or 8 pills in one go. What? These are all top-grade spirit gathering pills? Zhu Yang was completely shocked by what she saw. She had just seen Lin Tianyi feed the kingfisher with the spirit gathering pill and thought he was a fool. I never expected him to be so arrogant. He actually has so many spirit gathering pills? Zhu Yang looked at Lin Tianyi again, her gaze lingering on his face for a long time. I thought he was stupid, but it turns out I'm the stupid one. What does 8 top-grade spirit gathering pills mean? They are worth 500,000 spirit stones. It's no exaggeration to say that even the head of the Halwan sect couldn't produce that many spirit gathering pills. It's nothing, I'm just hungry, I'll have some pills to tide me over. This spirit gathering pill only costs 800 points, making it the lowest grade pill in Lin Tianyi's exchange system. Lin Tianyi lightly took 2 spirit gathering pills and swallowed them in one gulp. You ate 2 spirit gathering pills in one go? Zhu Yang could no longer hold back. If it were an expensive spirit gathering pill, she might eat half of it first, and then eat the other half a few days later. But Lin Tianyi, he actually used top-grade spirit gathering pills to stave off hunger, and even ate 2 at once? Zhu Yang was overwhelmed by Lin Tianyi's shock, which drove her crazy. After Lin Tianyi finished eating 2 spirit gathering pills, he put another one into his mouth. Zhu Yang stood there blankly, staring at him as he kept taking drugs, his mouth practically watering. Lin Tianyi was already somewhat tempted by Zhu Yang. The groundwork had been laid, and it was time to close the net. Junior sister Zhu, would you like to take one? What? Zhu Yang's eyes lit up. Can I? Her body suddenly became excited. This is a top-grade spirit gathering pill. If I were to take just one, wouldn't I feel like I was dying and going to heaven? It's just a spirit gathering pill. I eat a few when I'm hungry each day, so I have some extra on hand. If senior brother Lin is willing to give it to me, I will be eternally grateful. Zhu Yang was extremely respectful, with a sincere expression on her face. No need for thanks, do you have a pen? A pen? Zhu Yang was puzzled. I need to give you a written test. If you pass the test, I will give you the spirit gathering pill. What? Zhu Yang's face flushed red instantly. Even if she was slow-witted, she understood what Lin Tianyi meant. Why would he give away such a precious and top-grade spirit gathering pill for free when he has no relation to him? This was a transaction, which Zhu Yang understood, and she didn't object to it. However, the key issue is that she is Zhou Taixian's fiancé. The two plan to begin dual cultivation only after this qualifying round. If she gives herself to Lin Tianyi first, how will she explain it to Zhou Taixian? Think about it yourself, there's no rush. Lin Tianyi remained calm and ate another spirit gathering pill. Zhu Yang was getting impatient. She realized that Zhou Taixian had just stolen her mid-grade spirit gathering pill without any regard for her feelings. Zhou Taixian said he would replenish my spirit gathering pills, but he was definitely lying to me. Now Lin Tianyi can give me better stock, which is a good opportunity. Since he has wronged me, I can betray him too. Zhu Yang's mind was filled with thoughts. She was very disappointed that Zhou Taixian had stolen the pills, but at the same time she felt that Lin Tianyi was rich and powerful and had a much broader perspective than Zhou Taixian. Top-grade spirit gathering pills are extremely rare, so his requirement for a written test is not unreasonable. He is handsome and much more dashing than the rugged Zhou Taixian. If I cultivate with him, even without the spirit gathering pill, I will still have young energy to gain. Zhu Yang was hesitant. Which is more important, Zhou Taixian's unmarried Taoist partner or Lin Tianyi's written test?
At this moment, Lin Tianyi looked relaxed, waiting with great interest for his prey to come to him. He put another spirit-gathering pill into his mouth, and now only one spirit-gathering pill remained in his palm.
Upon seeing this, Zhu Yang's inner balance was completely disrupted. He's eating so deliciously, he's really enjoying himself. Why can he be so extravagant? He's almost finished using up the spirit-gathering pills. What should I do?
Well, even if you do something with him, as long as you don't say anything, Zhou Taixian, that blockhead, won't be able to tell it all.
Zhu Yang is making the final decision.
Lin Tianyi picked up the last spirit-gathering pill and placed it on his lips. The system detected that Zhu Yang's favorability rating is 15, plus 15 points, plus 37,500 points will be returned.
There's hope.
Lin Tianyi was overjoyed that her favorability rating had increased. He turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, the blush spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Her heart was pounding with excitement, a mixture of anticipation and uncertain fantasies.
Junior sister Zhu, would you be willing to share a love affair with me? It's getting dark.
Zhu Yang traced lines on the ground with her toes, lowering her head even further.
Lin Tianyi knew that Zhu Yang was ready to be picked at any time. He looked around. This rest area was bustling with people, and Zhou Taixian was right there.
This was definitely not going to work. There is a small grove of trees ahead. Not far away, there was a dense forest. I have no sense of direction, please go first, senior brother Lin. Zhu Yang felt a pang of tenderness in her heart.
Lin Tianyi strode towards the grove.
Zhu Yang looked around to make sure no one was there, then followed him unsteadily.
Soon, the two arrived at the grove.
After all, it was a desolate wilderness, with rocks, dead trees, weeds, and other harsh conditions. Lin Tianyi and Zhu Yang looked for two places, but both felt that there wasn't enough space for them to work out. At that moment, faint sounds of warbling birds and chirping birds could be heard from the dense forest.
Good brother, you're awesome. Don't show me any mercy just because I'm a delicate flower. Use your weapons to ravage me. Lin Tianyi and Zhu Yang felt extremely embarrassed after hearing this.
It turns out that on Tiandang Mountain of the Hahuan sect, there are often some disciples who achieve oneness with nature in the wild. There's no need to worry. Today's inner disciple advancement competition has attracted hundreds of men and women.
With such a large social event, social interaction is inevitable. The Hahuan sect emphasizes the unity of man and nature.
As long as it does not violate the principles of nature and follows the principle of mutual consent between men and women, everything is permissible. Look, this is such a big forest, and all the good spots have been taken by others.
Aren't we a little late? Zhu Yang asked shyly.
Lin Tianyi took her along as they continued searching for a suitable occasion. Suddenly, a roar came from the rest area.
Zhu Yang, didn't you go to relieve yourself? You've been gone for so long, where are you?
Oops. It turns out that Zhou Taixian discovered his fiancée was missing and began searching for her everywhere. Zhu Yang heard Zhou Taixian's voice and hid behind a big tree, looking flustered.
No, I have to go back. I can't let him find out. If he sees me with another man, he'll kill me.
She was so frightened that her legs trembled.
Lin Tianyi stared intently at Zhu Yang.
Opportunities come only once and are fleeting. The die is cast, and there's no turning back.
Lin Tianyi grabbed Zhu Yang's shoulders. What do you want to do? I can do whatever I want with you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianyi slammed the petite Zhu Yang against the tree.
No, he'll come after us. 2 minutes and 38 seconds later. Zhu Yang, where are you? Tell me, where are you? Zhou Taixian was extremely anxious and almost went crazy because he couldn't find a suitable partner. Baby, where are you?
He searched everywhere, his heart sinking, and finally ran into the grove of trees. Chapter 69. Zhou Taixian was still unaware that his own Taoist partner had been ambushed.
He's coming after us. Zhu Yang looked flustered and quickly put on her clothes.
Lin Tianyi slowly fastened his belt.
Zhu Yang, are you in the woods? Are you here? Zhou Taixian's voice was hoarse and he sounded very frustrated.
He was conflicted. He wanted Zhu Yang to be here, yet he also wanted her not to be here.
What are you doing? He's going to find us.
Zhu Yang was about to rush out when Lin Tianyi stopped her.
If you go out now, he will be even more suspicious.
Zhou Taixian was very close, and the two of them could be discovered by him at any moment.
You stay here and don't move. I'll go out and distract him. If he sees us together, we're in big trouble.
Zhu Yang was terrified and her mind was in complete turmoil.
After all, Zhou Taixian is her fiancé, and the consequences would be unimaginable if he found out.
Hey, senior brother Zhou, your Zhu Yang is here.
Lin Tianyi jumped out of the bushes and waved to Zhou Taixian. Zhu Yang was completely dumbfounded. She was trying to hide, but Lin Tianyi actually jumped out and showed himself? This is it, Zhou Taixian will kill them both.
When Zhou Taixian saw Lin Tianyi, he was first taken aback, then his face turned angry and he strode over. Zhu Yang's heart pounded, her face filled with shame, and she felt like she was about to die. Lin Tianyi smiled slightly and casually removed her earring.
Yang, what are you doing here?
Zhou Taixian saw Zhu Yang leaning against a tree trunk, her hair disheveled, with a few green leaves on her back.
Upon closer inspection, her skirt was also slightly askew.
In an instant, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. He glanced at Lin Tianyi again and instantly had a bad feeling, as if his sky had fallen.
Why are you with him? What are you two doing? Zhou Taixian clenched his fists, his eyes fierce. Let me explain, it's not what you see.
Zhu Yang was so frightened that fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. If the truth comes out, Zhou Taixian will definitely not let her off the hook.
Senior brother Zhou, don't worry. Your partner just lost an earring. I happened to be passing by and helped her look for it. Looking for earrings? Upon hearing this, Zhou Taixian looked on incredulously.
However, Lin Tianyi spoke with a calm and natural expression, as if he were really recounting what had just happened.
There are some weeds here, and junior sister Zhu's hair is a bit messy because she was looking down.
There are some leaves on her clothes, which were stuck on when she was looking for her earring, Lin Tianyi explained again.
Zhou Taixian was skeptical. Yang, is what he said true? Are you two really looking for the earring?
Yes, thank goodness for his help. Since things had come to this point, Zhu Yang had no choice but to go along with Lin Tianyi's words.
And what about your earrings? It's in my hands. Lin Tianyi opened his palm, revealing a small, silver earring.
All the statements and evidence in this matter were interconnected, and Zhou Taixian could not find any clues.
However, this alone was not enough to dispel his doubts.
His unmarried Taoist partner was actually acting suspiciously with a stranger he had only known for a day.
Could there be an affair between the two? Zhou Taixian was still worried, so he walked over to Zhu Yang's side.
He brought his nose close and sniffed Zhu Yang from head to toe, front to back.
What are you doing?
Zhu Yang felt that Zhou Taixian's behavior was like that of a dog, extremely sleazy. Lin Tianyi smiled to himself.
He knew perfectly well what Zhou Taixian was sniffing out.
He had obviously planned to eat this kind of fast food long ago. He had already thoroughly removed that smell, making sure there wasn't a trace of it. Even if Zhou Taixian had a nose as sharp as a celestial dog, he wouldn't be able to detect any strange smell on Zhu Yang.
No other off taste? Zhou Taixian could only smell a faint, familiar scent emanating from Zhu Yang.
At this point, he felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. The anxiety that had been hanging over him finally subsided.
I don't know what's going on in your head all day. I just picked up an earring, why are you yelling at me? Zhu Yang knew that she had successfully deceived everyone. Zhou Taixian was indeed all brawn and no brains. She quickly turned the tables and took the initiative. Baby, it was my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. I was so worried when I couldn't find you. Zhou Taixian forced a stiff smile.
He was actually a victim, but now he's turning around and apologizing to Zhu Yang. I can let you talk nonsense about me, but senior brother Lin went to great lengths to help me find my earring.
He's a true gentleman. After saying that, Zhu Yang secretly glanced at Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi's earring plan just now gave her a fright.
Now that Zhu Yang has weathered the crisis, she has handed Lin Tianyi a burden.
What kind of upright gentleman?
Zhou Taixian was stupid, and Lin Tianyi naturally realized that Zhu Yang was being sarcastic. Junior brother Lin, I'm sorry for what I said earlier.
I was a bit harsh. I hope you won't take offense. You helped my Taoist partner find the earring. Thank you so much this time. Zhou Taixian looked sincere.
Firstly, he didn't smell any unusual odor on Zhu Yang, which dispelled his previous concerns. Secondly, Lin Tianyi displayed great strength during the competition today, which made Zhou Taixian feel a sense of awe towards him.
Oh, you weren't here just now, but I happened to be here, so I did it for you. Thank you, well done.
Zhou Taixian grabbed Lin Tianyi's hand to express his gratitude, making Lin Tianyi a little embarrassed.
Zhu Yang, who was standing to the side, smiled knowingly.
She increasingly felt that Zhou Taixian was adorably silly, even dumber than a pig. Your backyard was attacked by senior brother Lin, and your house was occupied.
And you keep thanking him? Honey, let's go home. Zhou Taixian tried to grab Zhu Yang's arm, but she broke free.
It was my fault about the pills earlier. I promise I'll buy you more spirit-gathering pills next time, Zhou Taixian coaxed. I don't care about what's given afterward, I only feel comfortable when it's given on the spot.
Zhu Yang gave Lin Tianyi a flirtatious look. Zhou Taixian listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Why can't I understand what you're saying today? Let's go back to the room.
I have to abstain from sex these few days because I'm playing a competition.
I'll definitely cultivate with you after the competition is over. Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yang left the grove one after the other and headed towards the rest area.
Zhu Yang walked very slowly, her sexy buttocks swaying back and forth from time to time.
Hurry up and walk. Zhou Taixian, of course, couldn't see anything and was kept in the dark.
Lin Tianyi smiled to himself, having tasted the deliciousness of being the first to get his hands on it. The system detected Zhu Yang's favorability at 55, plus 40 points, and awarded plus 100,000 points. Zhu Yang's favorability rating skyrocketed, reaching a full 100,000 points.
Lin Tianyi was overjoyed.
Although the time was short, it was all concentrated essence.
Lin Tianyi turned around and went home, satisfied.
Successfully redeemed 2 intermediate nascent soul pills, 3,000 points.
Successfully redeemed 1 Vidra pill, 18,000 points.
Lin Tianyi crossed his legs, swallowed the pill, and then held his breath and concentrated.
For ordinary cultivators, the nascent soul realm is already an unattainable ceiling. Lin Tianyi possesses an innate pure yang holy body and can continue to break through.
His cultivation level continued to improve, making him feel refreshed and invigorated. 2 hours later, his breathing gradually stabilized, and it was time for him to rest. He walked to the window, preparing to look up at the night sky, when he suddenly noticed the hairpin on the windowsill. That hairpin was placed under the chair by Gu Yunxi.
What does she mean? The night was deep, and the darkness was like an endless black ribbon, enveloping everything. Lin Tianyi quietly arrived at Gu Yunxi's door.
When Xu Xian has been at Sanglong Peak for 3 days and will not be back for another 7 days, leaving Gu Yunxi alone in her empty room.
After much hesitation, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while.
Who is it? A soft, melodious voice came from inside.
It's me, Lin Tianyi. What are you doing here so late?
I need to talk to you about something, Lin Tianyi said.
Deacon Wen is not home, and it's so late now. Let's talk about it tomorrow during the day. Gu Yunxi refused in an icy tone. I'm here to return the hairpin. Lin Tianyi whispered.
Time passed by, second by second, feeling like 10,000 years had gone by, an eternity.
With a creak,
the door suddenly opened a crack, and Lin Tianyi's eyes shot out 2 beams of light.
Chapter 70. I can be flirtatious, but you can't harass me. Lin Tianyi walked to Gu Yunxi's house, tiptoed, and pushed open the door.
The room was pitch black, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He rubbed a shiny ball of ink in his palm, not daring to make a sound, feeling guilty like a thief in someone else's house.
Gasping sounds could be heard intermittently in the darkness. Senior Sister Gu, are you there?
You lost your hairpin, I've brought it to you.
Lin Tianyi dared not move and stood still.
Before long, Gu Yunxi walked over, her face full of charm, her sexy figure gradually becoming clear. She wore a silk slip dress that clung to her large, wavy curves, and her 2 full thighs beneath the short skirt were dazzling even in the dark. The 2 locked eyes, the air thick with the tension of an impending conflict. Lin Tianyi placed the hair bun in his hand in front of her. Gu Yunxi smiled shyly, her face as charming as a lotus flower after the rain. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she slowly raised her hand and pinched the other end of her hair bun.
You're quite thoughtful. The happiest thing in the world is that 2 people can understand each other without saying a word.
Gu Yunxi tried to take back her hair bun, but found she couldn't lift it. She tried harder, but still couldn't lift it. No matter how hard she tried, the hair bun remained firmly in Lin Tianyi's hands, as steady as a mountain.
Oops. Warning signs of an impending flash flood. Gu Yunxi's heart began to pound.
She dared not look up at those burning, fiery eyes. Suddenly, Lin Tianyi grabbed her wrist with great force and pushed her backward. Gu Yunqi stumbled backward uncontrollably, her long hair flowing loosely and obscuring half of her beautiful face.
Finally, her back reached the wall. Let me go. You're insane. Gu Yunqi was terrified. She was so excited that her most prominent parts were jumping around wildly, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. A feeling of shyness and helplessness enveloped her. She turned her head to the side, avoiding those piercing, unrestrained gazes. I can make you a real woman.
Gu Yunqi was shocked and her body trembled violently.
No, absolutely not, I am a woman with a Taoist partner. But he can't bring you joy.
If Gu Yunqi yields even slightly, Lin Tianyi will tear off her practically useless pajamas, lead his troops forward, and wage war in the Central Plains. I cannot betray Steward 1, I cannot do it. Gu Yunqi shook her head, her heart filled with intense struggle.
You're lying. Today, in the stands, you were winking at me, fiddling with your clothes, and even hiding your hair under the seat. You're a slut.
At the critical moment, it was about to erupt, burning with desire, capable of destroying the world. With just a spark of starlight, she could ignite the raging fire deep within her heart. At this moment, Gu Yunqi's heart was like a feather floating in the air, uncertain and uncertain. During the day, she thought about her past and how she was bound by tradition, so she wanted to show her purest self in front of Lin Tianyi. However, she only dabbled in it and dared not cross the line. No matter how much Wen Shuxian wronged her, she was still his nominal Taoist partner. She found it difficult to cross this threshold. You're talking nonsense, you've misunderstood, Gu Yunqi retorted.
Wake up. You live for yourself, not for him. Be with me, and you'll completely forget about him.
Gu Yunqi's heart was filled with confusion and betrayal. She also longed for the lost soil, parched for 30 years, to finally receive some protection. However, the consequences of doing so are unpredictable.
Gu Yunqi felt like a butterfly trapped in a glass bottle.
It both looks forward to the new world outside and fears that once it flies out, it will never be able to return to the bottle.
No, I'm not the slut you imagine, I'm a respectable woman. You are lying, you are saying one thing and meaning another. What you say and what you do are completely different. How many beautiful scenes in this world we pass by without ever intersecting, leaving us with lifelong regrets.
I can be flirtatious, but you can't harass me. Gu Yunqi stammered, her whole body trembling. Tears dampened her long eyelashes. Lin Tianyi released his grip.
Gu Yunqi's nightgown dress slowly slid down from above her navel.
At the last moment of his impulsive act, Lin Tianyi acted out of emotion but stopped himself by the rules of propriety. He wouldn't make things difficult for Gu Yunqi, his woman had to be willing.
After breaking free of her restraints, Gu Yunqi was as uneasy as a frightened rabbit. I'll leave the hair bun on the table now, I'm leaving. Lin Tianyi didn't say anything more.
After letting down his hair, he opened the door. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky. Large raindrops fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere.
Lin Tianyi stopped under the eaves. How about we wait until the rain stops before we leave? Gu Yunqi tidied her hair and leaned against the doorframe.
Two people, one outside the door and one inside, quietly watched the rain. The rain curtain in the air weaves together to create a hazy scene. The cool night air gradually seeped into the two burning, hot bodies. Gu Yunqi waited for a while, then turned around, went into the inner room, and slammed the door shut. The rain kept falling, and it was pouring down. Lin Tianyi stood outside for a while before going inside. He wandered around the house, bored out of his mind, when he inadvertently noticed a few umbrellas in the bamboo basket.
He realized what he was hoping for.
Lin Tianyi slowly walked towards the innermost bedroom. He placed his hand on the doorknob, and the door moved slightly. The door wasn't locked.
Lin Tianyi peered inside through the narrow crack in the door.
Gu Yunqi sat in front of the dressing table, her upper body stripped of its clothes, revealing her porcelain white back. She held a wooden comb in her hand, combing her long hair again and again, revealing a nonchalant tranquility and elegant temperament. It is dazzling and mesmerizing.
Every move she makes is a captivating sight.
Lin Tianyi could only piece together in his mind the indescribable, vibrant beauty of her.
So slutty to the core, they're already ripe and ready, and you won't let anyone pick them? Keep pretending, I don't believe you can hold out for long. You can't escape, you'll be my woman sooner or later. At this moment, Gu Yunqi's heart was still being torn apart by two different forces.
Lin Tianyi knew that it was not yet possible to unveil her most mysterious veil.
The rain outside has lessened, I'm leaving. Lin Tianyi said something, then turned and left.
The rain outside had lessened considerably, and he wouldn't be soaked when he walked home.
Junior brother Lin.
Suddenly, Gu Yunxi rushed out as if possessed and hugged his waist tightly.
On Lin Tiany's back was a soft, warm spot nestled between two mountains. The two stood like clay sculptures, relying solely on the two mountain peaks, conveying Gu Yunxi's faint, restless heartbeat. I'm not ready yet, are you willing to wait for me? Gu Yunxi said. Lin Tiany dared not look back, he could only gaze up at the starry sky. Don't wait until you're hungry to think of me. Lin Tiany resolutely withdrew. Without looking back, he walked away into the twilight under the light rain. Chapter 71. Chu Yuhang and Song Churin, two beauties, joined the team. The next morning, at Tiandang Mountain in Zhongshan Square, flags fluttered and drums resounded. More than 300 outer disciples stood in neat rows, arranged in 4 color formations: red, orange, yellow, and white. Today's third secret realm exploration will test the disciples' teamwork skills. 5 outer disciples formed a small team and entered the Xianhuang Cave Heaven in the back mountain. The Xianhuang Cave Heaven region is home to countless spiritual flowers and herbs, rare treasures, and ferocious monsters. Outer disciples form teams, and the team that seizes the most treasures and kills the most monsters wins the competition. The third challenge, Secret Realm Adventure, lasts 2 days and 1 night. Remind all disciples that while teams may engage in reasonable combat within the exploration area, killing is strictly prohibited. Violators will be severely punished. The steward of the transmission hall admonished everyone. In previous years' competitions, teams often fought each other to seize spiritual treasures, resulting in disciples suffering serious injuries every year. Although the competition does not allow for direct combat, under the survival rule of might makes right, and the strong own everything, undercurrents still run deep. In the past, the winning team was not only highly skilled, but also ruthless. Now it's time for free team formation. The more than 300 disciples were divided into more than 60 teams of 5. At this moment, the disciples in the orange, yellow, and white formations all rush towards the red formation. The red formation disciples have the strongest overall strength, and disciples from other formations all want to join. Everyone hopes to associate with the strong and hitch a ride on their coattails. Let's go to the red formation and see if anyone is willing to take me in, senior brother Lu Wenyuan called to Lin Tiany. With so many people in line, when will it be our turn? Let's try our luck. The monsters in Xianhuang Cave are incredibly powerful. I need to find a good partner, Lu Wenyuan replied. He rushed to the red formation to ask for refuge, and if that didn't work, he would settle for teaming up with people from the orange formation. People always strive to reach higher goals. Why should Lin Tiany bother trying to get his way in someone else's cold shoulder? He doesn't need to rely on any powerful figure, because he himself is powerful. Senior brother Lin, have you found someone to share a meal with? Shu Yuhong walked over. No, even dogs shake their heads at the sight of us in the white formation. By the way, have you found your team yet? It's so annoying, it's not that easy. The men in the orange formation don't want me, and the men in the yellow formation look down on me too. Shu Yuhong looked anxious, his brows furrowed in worry. Lin Tiany remembered that Chu Yuhong was in the orange squad, belonging to the second echelon. Even if the people in the red formation don't want her, how could she not even be able to get into the orange and yellow formations? In fact, the female disciples' disadvantages became apparent in the third level, Secret Realm Adventure. Women are naturally less strong and explosive than men. When exploring caves for treasure or fighting monsters, women often become a hindrance and a burden to the entire team. Oh no! Junior sister has fallen into a pit. Senior sister has been scratched by a demonic beast, carry her out. I can't find my 2 junior sisters, they seem to have gotten lost in the mountains. In short, women have more problems than men. Without exception, all the strongest teams are composed of 5 pure men. What about the female disciple? They can usually only team up with other women. You beauties, you're always so arrogant, but you never thought you'd be disliked by men now, did you? Lin Tiany teased. Senior brother Lin, stop mocking me, I'm so anxious. If 5 women team up, we're bound to lose. Why don't you team up with me? A tenderness floated in Shu Yuhong's eyes. Lin Tiany always gave her the impression of being courageous and patient. They always unleash a series of powerful moves at the last moment, unexpectedly. Furthermore, Lin Tiany's performance on the first day was dazzling. Although his cultivation level was low, his explosive power was strong. Sure, I'm a lonely old man anyway. As long as you don't mind, let's form a team. Shu Yuhong is his woman, and Lin Tiany is happy to provide her with protection.
This will also increase her favorability towards you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuhong jumped up with joy, his whole body throbbing with energy.
Yay! Thank you for taking me in, senior brother Lin. Please protect me. Ha, you're the most quirky and clever one. Lin Tianyi gladly accepted the pretty and obedient Chu Yuhong.
The team is now taking shape, but it is still missing 3 people. Lin Tianyi came from the lowest ranking white formation, and with a woman named Chu Yuhong also present, he simply couldn't recruit any high-level disciples. He can only recruit from the white formation or from among the female disciples. 2 incense sticks worth of time passed. Nearly half of the disciples have already joined the team. What remains in Zhongshan Square are mostly white-clad formations and unwanted female disciples. The female disciples had no choice but to form teams among women. Women in the red and orange formations, come here and join my team. We won't lose to those men. Hua Zhifei raised his arms and shouted, I'm recruiting team members. She was tall and strong, with a physique comparable to a man, and she was at the foundation establishment stage. However, despite the favorable conditions, Hua Zhifei managed to recruit only 2 female team members after much effort. Lin Tianyi, accompanied by Chu Yuhong, wandered through the square, searching for suitable team members. At this moment, Song Churan, dressed in a white dress, stood in the crowd, her eyes blank and lost.
She hasn't found a team yet.
Once adored by millions, she was ignored during this secret adventure. Men are wary of women, and even a woman as beautiful as her is not popular in this round.
Song Churan has always been aloof and cold. She is unwilling to lower herself to beg for help.
So, she was all alone and felt a little anxious. Song Churan is beautiful and pleasing to the eye, but the troop leader won't let me recruit women.
It's just a showpiece, you can only look at it. If you encounter any monsters inside, you'd probably be too busy running away to even think about it.
Women will only slow me down the speed at which I draw my sword. Many male disciples passed by Song Churan, and although they coveted her, no one invited her to join the battle.
Sister Song, are you still single? Chu Yuhong walked over. Sigh, it's so hard being a woman.
This third hurdle is so unfair to us women, Song Churan complained.
Fighting and plundering, battling and fighting against monsters, are not women's forte. Men are all snobs. When it comes to dual cultivation, they run faster than leopards.
But if you ask them to help us, they cower like turtles, Chu Yuhong complained.
Song Churan chuckled. And you, have you found a team yet? Yes, I've teamed up with senior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin? Song Churan turned her head and glanced at Lin Tianyi beside her.
Lin Tianyi had a handsome face, starry eyes, and an elegant demeanor, exuding an indescribable air of nonchalance and confidence.
Song Churan dared not look at him too much. If she did, she would be unable to look away.
Senior brother Lin, senior sister Song is so pitiful, she's all alone now, Chu Yuhong said.
She felt a pang of pity. Lin Tianyi glanced at Song Churan.
She was aloof, like an iceberg snow lotus, her cold aura capable of freezing everything around her. A pair of enormous lanterns stretched the clothes tightly, creating an extremely dangerous scene.
I'm afraid junior sister Song wouldn't think much of us, Lin Tianyi said deliberately to Chu Yuhong.
If he invites Song Churan, he will appear to be a sycophant, making himself seem too subservient.
If Song Churan were to volunteer to join, Lin Tianyi would be able to take the initiative. Senior sister Song, would you like to join senior brother Lin's team? If you'd like, just let him know. Chu Yuhong walked over to Song Churan for her opinion. Song Churan pursed her lips.
She considered herself superior and always expected men to fawn over her. She had never asked a man for anything. She wanted to join Lin Tianyi's team, but she couldn't bring herself to say it.
Alright, let's go. Junior sister Song should have other options, right? Lin Tianyi turned around, not even glancing at Song Churan, appearing even more aloof than her.
He was very strong in the first 2 rounds of the competition, and teaming up with him would be a good choice, but I can't bring myself to do it.
Song Churan was unwilling to lower her proud head. Let's go.
Lin Tianyi beckoned Chu Yuhong to leave and go somewhere else.
Song Churan was now completely panicked.
Lin Tianyi is now her only chance, her savior. Once she missed him, Song Churan would have no choice but to join another woman's group.
Wait a minute, I want to.
After struggling with her thoughts, Song Churan caught up with Lin Tianyi.
What did you say? You were too soft just now, I didn't hear you clearly? Lin Tianyi turned around. I'm willing to be with you.
Song Churan spoke with a sweet, trembling voice, her cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms.
Chapter 72, Holding hands tightly with Song Churin, they were the envy of all the male disciples. Song Churin stood in front of Lin Tianyi, her face flushed with shyness. I saw something strange today. It's the first time I've ever seen Song Churin actually talking to a man. Wasn't she always cold and aloof? Turns out she was just putting on an act all along.
Wow, junior sister Song's blushing is even more beautiful than a flower. The male disciples swarmed around, looking at Song Churin with astonishment and Lin Tianyi with envy. He is a man who can make Song Churin take the initiative. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Song Churin blushed, the blush spreading all the way down her neck, like a large patch of crimson clouds. She pretended to tidy her sideburns, revealing her bright red earlobes that looked as if they had been dipped in wine.
Lin Tianyi's eyes gleamed with smugness.
In front of numerous disciples, the proud Song Churin had no choice but to lower his head before him.
Even the once unapproachable goddess has her moments of melting icebergs. Lin Tianyi had to peel away Song Churin's seemingly indestructible ice skin coat layer by layer, circle by circle. All right.
Lin Tianyi, with a relaxed expression, extended a hand to Song Churin in a friendly manner.
What are they trying to do? Song Churin and all the male disciples present were once again shocked.
This guy is delusional. Song Churin will not hold hands with him. It's already a blessing he earned in his past life that he took the initiative to talk to me, and he still wants to push his luck? Goddesses can only be fawned over, not worshipped. The male disciples present were all mocking Lin Tianyi and scoffing at him. They thought that Lin Tianyi's desire to hold hands with Song Churin was simply wishful thinking.
Song Churin is the #1 beauty among the younger generation of the Hahuan sect.
She was cold and aloof to all men, keeping them at arm's length.
Who is Lin Tianyi? He was just an outer disciple in the white formation. The noble and pure Song Churin is now only joining Lin Tianyi's team out of necessity.
The male disciples all believed that she would never have any intimate interactions with Lin Tianyi. At this moment, Song Churin was filled with emotion. Previously, she hadn't paid any attention to Lin Tianyi, but after the 2 matches yesterday, she saw Lin Tianyi's outstanding performance and his superior skills. She was exceptionally beautiful, so if she had to choose a man, she would naturally choose the most handsome and the most muscular one, because that would give her a sense of security. Lin Tianyi was undoubtedly the only choice in her heart. In particular, the vibrant masculine energy emanating from him dazzled Song Churin.
So what if she's an ice queen?
Song Churin also experiences the youthful flutters of a normal girl. After much deliberation, Song Churin also extended her delicate hand. All the male disciples present were shocked.
Song Churin, the most beautiful woman in the Hahuan sect, is actually going to hold hands with a man.
They felt fear, anxiety, irritability, and anger. The instant Song Churin's jade-like hand touched Lin Tianyi's, Lin Tianyi spread his 5 fingers, quickly slipped them through her slender fingers, and then gripped them firmly. This sudden scene made Song Churin's beautiful eyes widen as if they were about to burst.
Good heavens, the 2 of them were holding hands.
All the male disciples gasped in shock upon seeing this. Song Churin's heart pounded wildly, and her face instantly turned into a ripe little tomato. Before she could react, Lin Tianyi made a pulling motion with his hand. Her delicate body suddenly leaned forward, her legs involuntarily coming together and twisting.
How could he do this? Song Churin's heart was pounding like a deer. Welcome to my team. Lin Tianyi smiled knowingly. He let go of her hand. Song Churin hurriedly withdrew her hand and timidly hid it behind her back. This is a ceremony to join the team and enhance the teamwork among members. You don't mind, do you? Lin Tianyi asked. Song Churin bit her lower lip lightly, her mind in turmoil. What induction ceremony? He just made up an excuse to take advantage of me. Song Churin became more and more embarrassed as she thought about it.
However, after this intimate contact, she felt a warm sensation, as if an electric current had passed through her heart. The system detected that Song Churin's favorability rating is 20, plus 10 points, 30,000 points will be returned. No, my noble goddess, she actually held hands openly with a man with such low cultivation level.
I was heartbroken.
It turns out she was only cold to me, but had no bottom line with other men. Song Churin, I'll never fantasize about you again, rubbing myself in bed. The male disciples were driven mad with jealousy when they saw Song Churin and Lin Tianyi holding hands.
Song Churin's aloof and pure image has completely collapsed.
Many male disciples were heartbroken and even drew their swords, ready to fight Lin Tianyi to the death. However, when they looked at Lin Tianyi's intimidating gaze, which was like that of a lion, they were all frightened by his imposing presence. They could only watch helplessly as the pristine goddess in their eyes was wantonly defiled by Lin Tianyi. "Hey, junior brother Lin, come here and let's talk." His senior brother, Lu Yuan, who was standing to the side, waved to him.
Lin Tianyi walked over. "No, you can't have women in your team. What's wrong?"
The competition rules allow mixed gender teams. A few years ago, there were also teams with men and women together.
They spent the night in caves. It's indescribable.
The next morning, the women were carried down the mountain, and the men's legs were so weak they couldn't even lift their swords.
How were they supposed to seize treasures and kill monsters? Lu Yuan gave him earnest advice.
After hearing this, Lin Tianyi understood what he meant. It turns out that women can severely deplete a man's fighting ability. No wonder all male teams don't accept women. There's a precedent for this.
It's okay, I'm just participating anyway, I'm not thinking about winning.
What are others' disadvantages are Lin Tianyi's advantages.
Lu Yuan's well-intentioned advice was like a wake-up call for him. His team only wants women, not men. If you don't want to win, then so be it. But you can't mess with Song Churin.
I've heard that many men have been turned away by her, senior brother Lu Yuan warned again.
Brother Lu, what are you thinking?
I only let Song Churin join my team because I felt sorry for her.
I'm a gentleman.
Lin Tianyi smiled slightly.
I'm off then. I've joined a yellow team. See you at Xianhuang Cave later. After saying that, Lu Yuan left in a hurry.
When Lin Tianyi returned to Chu Yuhong and Song Churin's side, suddenly, more than 50 female disciples surrounded him.
Handsome guy, please take me in and let me join your team. I'm hardworking and skilled, I can do anything, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Take me in.
I'm only good at treasure hunting and monster slaying, I can do anything else.
It turns out that Lin Tianyi's acceptance of Song Churin had set a precedent.
Many female outer disciples who had no teams to take them and rushed over. They humbled themselves and tried every means to please Lin Tianyi, hoping he would take pity on them. Faced with so many beautiful flowers and water lilies, Lin Tianyi was overwhelmed and his eyes were dazzled. My team is still short of 2 members, so please don't worry. Upon hearing this, the female disciples became even more eager, fearing they would fall behind, and their desire to be taken in was intense. Once selected by Lin Tianyi, one's fate can be changed, and one can achieve good results in the third challenge, Secret Realm Adventure. Lin Tianyi roused himself and selected his favorite team members.
Name, Dong Luojing. Age, 29. Appearance, 88 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 8. Favorability, 0. Rechargeable, 5 times. Multiplier, 10x points return. This looks alright, but the return rate is too low.
It has no taste.
Name, Zhao Silei. Age, 22. Appearance, 87 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 6. Favorability, 0.
Rechargeable, 13 times.
Multiplier, 0.8x points return. Surprisingly, Zhao Silei is quite experienced despite her young age. No, let's move on to the next one.
Lin Tianyi continued to select his favorite female team members from among his female disciples who were good-looking and had great figures.
Name, Yuan Muqing. Age, 19. Appearance, 85 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 4. Favorability, 0.
Charging time, 0 times.
Multiplier, 1800x points return.
I've searched for her 1,000 times in my dreams. Her skin was so tender and moist. Lin Tianyi caught a whiff of her uniquely alluring virgin fragrance.
Chapter 73, A Keen Eye for Talent, Accepting 2 Clean and Pure Beauties. Please choose me, give me a chance. Brother Lin is so kind and virtuous. Good people are rewarded. I will repay you.
He is so charming, with such a straight nose, like a celestial being. The female disciples were like open clams, screaming and clamoring for food. They stared with pleading eyes, hoping to gain Lin Tianyi's favor. Lin Tianyi pointed to the right for a while, then to the left, and finally to the middle back row.
You're the one. It's me?
Yuan Muqing pointed to herself, her eyes wide with disbelief. She wore a long, round neck dress with a wide opening, which hugged her curvaceous figure and couldn't hide her beautiful, full breasts.
The female disciples turned around and looked at her with surprise. Why choose her? Mine isn't small either. Did she get her eyebrows done today?
I feel like her eyebrows are different from ours. I think her yellow dress is too eye-catching. If I had known this would happen, I would have worn a strapless top today.
No one knew why Lin Tianyi had suddenly chosen her. Come up here.
Yuan Muqing smiled broadly as she pushed through the crowd to stand before Lin Tianyi, basking in joy.
Hello, senior brother Lin. Hello, what's your name? How old are you? Yuan Muqing is 19 years old and currently works in the Xingxiamen warehouse. Would you like to join my team? I'm willing. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely do my best. Yuan Muqing was as happy as a child.
The remaining female disciples cast envious glances at her, all wondering when such a good thing would happen to them.
Yuan Muqing greeted Chu Yuhong and Song Churin, then stood tall and proud beside them. Just one more.
As soon as Lin Tianyi finished speaking, the female disciples on the scene launched a swarm to surround him, like bees and butterflies, and completely encircled him.
Don't rush, I'll look at them one by one, everyone has a chance.
Lin Tianyi pushed away the pairs of hands that were tightly gripping him, feeling that he had never been so popular in his life.
Name, Su Zairu. Age, 31. Appearance, 78 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 7. Favorability, 0.
Charging time, 0 times.
Multiplier, 0x points return. Unfortunately, her looks don't meet the requirements, so there's no return bonus and there's nothing to gain from her.
These 50-plus female outer disciples may seem like a large number, but it's estimated that less than 5% of them meet the requirements.
After all, this is the Hahuan sect, and the female cultivators tend to absorb yin energy to replenish yang energy, thus helping them break through their cultivation levels. Therefore, in the case of dual cultivation, as long as the male has a certain level of cultivation and is pleasing to the eye, the female cultivator will not maintain her reserve. This has led to a scarcity of high-quality, pure female cultivators. Yuan Muqing was one of them just now.
Upon discovering this, Lin Tianyi quickly recruited them into his ranks, determined to gain the upper hand before anyone else. With eager anticipation, Lin Tianyi continued his search for his ideal target.
Name, Kong Wanyi. Age, 20. Appearance, 89 points. Cultivation level, 1st grade Qi refining level 4. Favorability, 0.
Charging time, 0 times.
Multiplier, 1900x points return. It's here. Persistence pays off.
Just when Lin Tianyi was about to despair, he spotted a beautiful woman on the far right. She is young, above average in looks, has a beautiful figure, and most importantly, is clean and odorless.
Women are definitely better when they are young.
If you can choose a 19-year-old, don't choose a 20-year-old. If you can choose a 20-year-old, don't choose a 21-year-old.
The one on the far right, with 2 braids and wearing a blue shawl.
Lin Tianyi had just finished speaking. Kong Wanyi glanced at her shawl, her heart pounding wildly.
Is it really me? Did they really choose me? She felt that all of this was too unexpected.
This caused a stir among the female disciples.
Everyone stared in disbelief as Lin Tianyi's magical finger strike produced yet another lucky winner. Come out now. Upon hearing this, Kong Wanyi walked towards Lin Tianyi with a heart full of joy.
Today she was wearing a sleeveless, tight-fitting pearl white gauze dress, with a blue shawl over it. Where her arms and chest meet, there is always a sense of wild and unrestrained charm, as if she is about to break free from boundaries.
Amidst the envious glances of the female disciples, Kong Wanyi walked straight to Lin Tianyi's side. What's your name? How old are you?
Kong Wanyi is 20 years old this year and has been in the Thousand Illusions sect for over a year. I hope senior brother Lin will give her more guidance. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and repeatedly flirted with Lin Tianyi, exuding charm. You can tell at a glance that she's a shrewd and capable young woman.
My team is 1 player short. Would you like to join us? Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Lin.
There are countless talented horses in the world, but discerning mentors are as rare as phoenix feathers.
Senior brother Lin is my mentor.
Having received training at the Thousand Illusions sect and possessing knowledge of seductive arts, Kong Wanyi's soft and sweet voice resonated deeply with Lin Tianyi.
The metaphors of Bo Lu and the thoroughbred horse are particularly vivid. If a horse connoisseur hasn't ridden it, how can he know it's a thoroughbred?
Congratulations, senior brother Lin, on gaining another trusted lieutenant.
Now, all 5 of us are together. Chu Yuhong said.
Chu Yuhong, Song Churin, Yuan Muqing, and Kong Wanyi stood in a row, looking like a beautiful and vibrant group of flowers.
Ahem, my team has assembled.
Senior sisters and junior sisters, Please make the most of this last bit of time and head elsewhere.
Lin Tianyi politely declined the offers of other female disciples.
The female disciples who were not chosen by him could not hide their disappointment, and some even harbored resentment.
I don't know what kind of taste he has.
The two women he chose aren't even as thick as me.
They're just pretty faces. That's right, those two women are both unwanted chi refining level 4 cultivators, while senior brother Lin is just a garbage collector.
Sisters, we can't rely on men, let's form our own team. One family rejoiced while others grieved. The female disciples gradually dispersed. Lin Tianyi ignored him, a wry smile playing on his lips.
You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish?
On the other side of the square.
Press harder, tighten the belt around my waist. Zhou Taixian said anxiously.
Today he was wearing a soft armor with a dragon pattern in gold, which shimmered in the sunlight.
Zhu Yang gripped the two belts tightly and tied them around his body.
To prepare for the third challenge, Secret Realm Adventure, Zhou Taixian assembled the strongest team, vowing to win the competition.
I must show the sect elders and hall masters my power. Zhou Taixian showed off his well-developed biceps.
Zhu Yang went to great lengths to fasten the soft armor on him.
Bring me the cloud-piercing boots. Zhu Yang glanced at Zhou Taixian.
This man only had eyes for the sect's elders and hall masters and had no consideration for her at all. Zhu Yang initially wanted to become his Taoist partner because she admired his unparalleled bravery.
But who knew that his mind was 100 times dumber than a pig's? At this moment, Lin Tianyi's gaze also fell upon the gleaming armor on Zhou Taixian's body. Shouldn't this soft armor be worn inside? Zhou Taixian is wearing it on the outside just to show off.
Lin Tianyi found it funny. It was like wearing underwear on the outside. It was eye-catching, but incredibly vulgar.
Here, you can wear it yourself. Zhu Yang threw the cloud-piercing boots on the ground. Could you help me put it on?
I'm wearing soft armor, so it's inconvenient for me to bend over.
Go away, I don't have time to serve you, I need to go relieve myself. Zhu Yang glared at Zhou Taixian.
She had been busy for him all morning, working herself to the bone, and he hadn't even said a word of thanks.
Honey, then hurry back. Zhu Yang moved away.
She brushed past Lin Tianyi, their eyes met, and she immediately slowed down. Lin Tianyi watched her swaying back as she walked towards the rest area. Junior Sister Chu, take them to the transmission hall to collect the materials first, then wait for me at the entrance of Xianhuang Cave. I have something to do and will be right back, Lin Tianyi said.
Alright then, let's meet at the main gate later.
So, Chu Yuhan led Song Charan, Yuan Muqing, and Kong Wani towards the south square. Lin Tianyi followed closely behind Zhu Yang, the two maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far.
Zhu Yang walked to the rest area.
Since more than 300 outer disciples were all forming teams in Zhongshan Square, this rest area was completely empty. Soon, Lin Tianyi also caught up. He followed her like a shadow, clinging to her back.
Zhu Yang quickly sensed a familiar yang scent behind her.
She glanced back at Lin Tianyi, her almond-shaped eyes glazed over, and her bones felt weak.
Why did you follow me here? Junior Sister Zhu is too charming. I've been longing for her ever since we parted yesterday. Chapter 74. Zhu Yang breaks through defenses, Spring Breeze returns to Yumen Pass.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Yang felt both shy and coquettish. She took a few steps forward to calm her agitated emotions. Lin Tianyi followed closely behind her, pressing her step by step.
Aren't you afraid of being seen?
If I could rekindle my romance with Junior Sister Zhu in this lifetime, I would die without regret. Zhu Yang was overjoyed, and every pore on her body seemed to open up.
Compared to her own blockhead Zhou Taixian, the gentlemanly Lin Tianyi was like a ray of strong sunshine shining into her heart.
She knew that the man's words, "I will die without regrets," were just lies to deceive her. Faced with the utterly uninteresting reality of her relationship with Zhou Taixian, Zhu Yang would rather immerse herself in sweet words.
So what if it's all in vain?
Women are naturally drawn to sweet talk, and Zhu Yang is no exception. The fool Zhou Taixian had no idea about women's charm until she met Lin Tianyi, after which she experienced true happiness and satisfaction.
Compared to Zhou Taixian, Lin Tianyi was like a dog, the difference between them was even greater.
Zhou Taixian and I are about to become Taoist partners, so please respect yourself, senior brother Lin.
Clear.
What happened yesterday, only heaven, earth, you, and I know.
I will treat it as a memory we will always cherish.
Zhu Yang turned her face away.
Lin Tianyi remained silent, gazing at her intently.
Zhu Yang paced back and forth a few times, fiddling with her long hair, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping herself.
Do you know what? Yesterday was the first time I received a man's yang energy. Zhu Yang mustered her courage. I know, I have a deep understanding of it. Lin Tianyi nodded. He truly had a deep understanding of this matter. I couldn't sleep at all last night, I was so excited. My body accepted your yang energy. Women always have a deep and unforgettable first time.
After returning to her room yesterday, Zhu Yang immediately felt her body filled with spiritual energy, and a power lingered in her dantian.
I've never felt this way before.
Previously, she had always longed for the dual cultivation techniques of the Hahuan sect, which involved absorbing yang energy to replenish yin energy. She never expected that her first time would bring her such a big surprise. Zhu Yang was unaware that Lin Tianyi possessed an innate pure yang holy body and was at the nascent soul stage, with boundless yang energy.
She received only 1/10,000th of the yang energy from Lin Tianyi.
However, even this 1 in 10,000 was enough to give Zhu Yang an extraordinary feeling. She tossed and turned all night until this morning, when she finally managed to slowly dissipate the lingering yang energy of Lin Tianyi. His body has permanently retained the scent of his yang energy.
Dual cultivation is truly amazing. My cultivation level has broken through. It's simpler than cultivation and very pleasant. Zhu Yang couldn't help but exclaim.
For the first time, she experienced the happiness of being a woman.
The feeling was subtle and indescribable. Like the gentle breeze of sandalwood, it touches a tender heart. I'm honored to be able to help you.
I'm not a stingy person, Lin Tianyi said with a resolute expression.
Hee, you're not stingy at all, you're quite generous. Zhu Yang was overjoyed.
Her gains yesterday far exceeded her expectations. Looking back now, even risking being discovered by Zhou Taixian was worth it.
Although her fame was fleeting, it left an indelible mark on her. You invited me here just to talk about this?
Yes, I thank you.
Zhu Yang said respectfully.
After her brief moment of pleasure with Lin Tianyi yesterday, she felt a sense of guilt towards Zhou Taixian. Despite Zhou Taixian's selfishness and unrealistic ambitions, Zhu Yang was, after all, his fiancée. Before the relationship is dissolved, Zhu Yang's decision to let loose is undoubtedly like dancing on a knife's edge. She lamented the unfairness of fate, thinking that if she had met Lin Tianyi sooner, everything would be completely different now. The fog will dissipate, the dream will end, and once she wakes up, she should return to her original life.
Zhu Yang deliberately kept a certain distance from Lin Tianyi.
She was now someone else's fiancée and had no right to have an affair with him.
I understand, and I respect your decision. In my eyes, you are a rational woman.
Things in this world arise and cease due to causes and conditions. They come quickly and often go quickly as well.
Thank you for your understanding. We can still be ordinary fellow Taoists in the future.
After speaking, Zhu Yang looked at Zhongshan Square in the distance and vaguely saw Zhou Taixian's figure.
I've been out for too long, he's still waiting for me over there, I should go.
Zhu Yang looked at Lin Tianyi with a desolate and melancholy expression, her gaze carrying a profound meaning. After today, the two went their separate ways, as if nothing had ever happened.
Junior sister Zhu. Is there anything else? You just said you've been breaking through recently.
I have a qi refining pill here, which should be able to help you, Lin Tianyi said sincerely. A top-grade qi refining pill, glossy and translucent, flashed before Zhu Yang's eyes, causing her eyebrows to twitch.
You still have qi refining pills?
I refine pills at Danyang sect, and I have some illicit products on hand.
Zhu Yang was about to reach out to take it when she immediately hesitated. She knew that once she accepted Lin Tianyi's gift, she was very clear about what she should give in return. That kind of thing can't be done in the light of day.
If you do it too often, Zhou Taixian will find out sooner or later. Lin Tianyi glanced at her, his expression calm and composed. According to Zhu Yang's life trajectory, after the qualifying competition ends in 3 days, she will officially become a Taoist couple with Zhou Taixian. However, for at least the next 3 days, Zhu Yang will remain the purest and cleanest woman in Lin Tianyi's heart. He not only had to get ahead of other people's partners, but he also had to kick them hard until he couldn't kick them anymore.
In these 3 days, Lin Tianyi must seize every second and not miss any opportunity. He wanted to do everything he could to increase Zhu Yang's favorability and earn a high amount of points as a return. Besides the qi refining pill, I also have one excellent blood qi pill. Lin Tianyi increased the weight in his hand. Blood qi pill?
This pill is used by women to regulate their spiritual meridians and restore blood.
I heard it costs 100,000 spirit stones?
Zhu Yang was speechless, her mouth agape for a long time.
The allure of precious elixirs is simply too great.
With chi refining pills and blood chi pills, she could shorten her cultivation time by at least 10 years. Time continues to pass, and this is a difficult decision for Zhu Yang. Lin Tianyi held the 2 pills in his palm.
I won't force you.
You can take my pills, or you can go back to Zhou Taixian's side. Lin Tianyi had his back to her, gazing at the distant square. A gentle breeze blew by, causing a few strands of Zhu Yang's hair to flutter at her temples. A short while later, he heard rustling footsteps behind him. Zhu Yang, with a seductive look on her face, leaned her back against the wall and slowly raised one of her thighs.
My choice is excitement. 2 minutes and 26 seconds later.
The two walked out of the rest area in 2 separate groups, one in front of the other.
It was 8 seconds shorter than last time.
The system detected Zhu Yang's favorability at 65, plus 10 points, and awarded plus 25,000 points.
Chapter 75. Song Charan's face was flushed as Zhu Yang watched her depart for the expedition. Where have you been? Why have you been gone for so long?
Zhou Taixian had been eagerly anticipating Zhu Yang's return, and only then did a huge weight lift from his heart.
Didn't I tell you I'm going to the bathroom? It won't take long, will it? Why do you care so much about our women's affairs? Zhu Yang glanced at him.
Ever since absorbing Lin Tianyi's young energy, Zhu Yang has become increasingly disgusted with her unmarried Taoist partner, Zhou Taixian.
I used to think he was a bit stupid, but now I see he's utterly stupid.
Honey, just bear with me for a couple more days, and I'll let you live a life where you can eat meat every meal. Zhou Taixian leered at his incredibly delicate unmarried Taoist partner, his mind filled with all sorts of fantasies. If it weren't for this damn qualifying round, he would have already been practicing dual cultivation with Zhu Yang, as he had been abstaining from sex for the sake of his results. Forget it, you should win the Secret Realm Adventure level first, so you don't end up like last time, getting cursed to death.
Last time, Zhou Taixian did a floating thing to show off.
This time it's even more outrageous, with an inner armor on the outside look, making him look like a turtle.
I've already enjoyed senior brother Lin's delicious meat, who would want your rotten piece of meat?
Zhu Yang thought of this, and a blush involuntarily appeared on her face.
Help me put on the other boot. I'll wear it myself, I have other things to do. Zhou Taixian was startled, not expecting Zhu Yang to be so angry with him.
He could only sheepishly put on his boots himself.
South gate of Zhongshan Square.
The outer disciples of the Hahuan sect have formed more than 60 competition teams, which are about to embark on the Secret Realm Exploration Challenge.
Senior brother Lin, where did you go just now? Song Charan asked.
Oh, I'm going to check out the surrounding teams and gather intelligence.
Did you find anything? Yes, I had a great time. Lin Tianyi was happy just thinking about it. Did you enjoy it? Song Charan looked at him, completely bewildered, wondering what had happened to Lin Tianyi that made him so happy. Senior brother Lin, I'm here.
At this moment, Chu Yuhuang received some pastries, a kettle, a compass, antidote pills, and a storage ring from the supply section of the transmission hall. She was also holding a white banner in her hand.
Lin Tianyi was dumbfounded. The competition hadn't even started yet, and they were already hanging white banners? I arrived late, and only white banners were left. Let's make do with these. Chu Yuhong said with a grin. Lin Tianyi didn't blame her. In the face of absolute strength, it didn't matter what color the banner was. The supplies department has free magical artifacts, we've all got some. Do you want to go get some?
Chu Yuhang wears the Ziwei sword, Song Charan wields the Biyun sword, Yuan Muqing uses the Guan Yue jade belt, and Kong Wani wields the red lotus whip. Lin Tianyi only had one magic weapon, the thunder prayer beads, and he was afraid that taking it out would be too lethal. I won't use any magical artifacts, I can do it with my bare hands. What good items could be found in the free magical artifacts offered by the Chuan Gongtang? Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani looked horrified. In the Xianuan cave heaven, whether you're seizing treasures or slaying demonic beasts, you'll need magical artifacts. With their limited chi refining realm cultivation, they were simply no match for the potential danger.
Hee, don't be afraid.
If you encounter any danger, just shout, Senior brother Lin, save me, and I will come to your aid. Lin Tianyi spoke casually. The four beauties looked on with suspicion, their eyes filled with doubt. They knew that Lin Tianyi was highly skilled, but killing the great demon beast inside would be no easy task. Disciples, the secret realm exploration is about to open its doors. Please take your positions. The steward of the transmission hall spoke in a booming voice. Upon hearing this, all the disciples formed a long line, ready to attempt the challenge.
Come on, let's cheer ourselves on, let's go.
Lin Tianyi gathered the four beauties together for a pre-battle oath-taking ceremony. He reached out a hand, grabbed Xu Yuhong, and intertwined his fingers with hers tightly. Xu Yuhong had long been infatuated with Lin Tianyi. He was willing to hold hands with him anywhere, let alone just hold his hand.
Then, Xu Yuhong interlocked his fingers with Yuan Muqing's with his other hand. Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani and Song Churan hold hands. When she finally got to Song Churan, she was dumbfounded. If she wanted to close the loop, she could only hold Lin Tianyi's hand. How could he do this? Last time he forced us to hold hands, but this time, I absolutely cannot agree to it. Song Churan remained aloof. Hey, hurry up. We need to leave as soon as the oath-taking ceremony is over, Kong Wani urged from the side. Yuan Muqing and Xu Yuhong were also urging her. Encouraged by the three men, Song Churan lost face. If she were to act aloof, she would definitely be torn to shreds by them. Left with no other choice, Song Churan reached out and slowly moved her hand toward Lin Tianyi. Her soft, jade-like hand slipped into Lin Tianyi's palm, making her heart pound and her cheeks flush. Her small hand, meandering and graceful, kept caressing his palm. Song Churan's face was flushed, and even the tips of her ears turned pink. Senior brother Lin. What's wrong, junior sister Song? Your hand. Song Churan blushed instantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi opened his fingers to welcome Song Churan's soft and fragrant little hand. Song Churan was completely bewildered. She and Lin Tianyi held hands, their fingers glistening with sweat. We will win! Xu Yuhong shouted, raising his arms. Lin Tianyi and the four beauties exchanged encouraging glances. Ha, with just a few of them? They'd be cannon fodder if they went to Xianhuan Cave Heaven. So many women, all nagging and fussing, even a small monster could wipe them out. How about we give up trying, find a cave inside, lie down, and play a few rounds with the older brothers? Zhou Taixian and his team members mocked and ridiculed Lin Tianyi's wife's team. The other disciples also made shameless and sarcastic remarks about Lin Tianyi's one-man four combination. Look at other battle groups, they're either all men or all women. Even at its worst, it's still 4 men and 1 woman. Lin Tianyi, on the other hand, chose a group of beautiful women to lead into battle, which is a major taboo in military strategy. In contrast, Zhou Taixian was wearing a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt and had well-developed muscles. He held a sky-piercing hammer in his hand, covered by a soft armor with golden dragon patterns, which gleamed in the sunlight, making him look particularly majestic. Looking at his 4 teammates, they all came from the strongest red team. Each of them is over 180 centimeters tall, strong, burly, and thick-skinned. The gate to the secret realm is now open. At this moment, the steward of the transmission hall gave an order, and a south gate about 10 zhang wide slowly opened. All the outer disciples' eyes lit up, and their spirits were lifted. Strive for the highest peak, undaunted by difficulties. Zhou Taixian raised his head, held up a red banner, and ran towards the south gate, with 4 team members following closely behind. The women's army is invincible. Hua Zhifei raised the blue banner, held the moon sweeping spear, and led his 4 female disciples toward the Xianhuan cave realm. Strive for progress. Never forget our original aspiration. The spirit of the wolf. Teams, one after another, surged toward the south gate like mercury spilling onto the ground. Xu Yuhong held up a white banner and waved for his teammates to follow. Our motto is, suffocate for your dreams. Ha, I feel like I'm not as good as others. Who cares, let's charge. Xu Yuhong took the lead, followed by Song Churan, Yuan Muqing, and Kong Wani. An aerial view of Namdimun. More than 60 disciples, like 9 dragons spouting water, crossed the gate and quickly dispersed in all directions. Flags of various colors fluttered in the wind. 1,000 sails raced and 100 boats competed, creating a magnificent sight. Before them stretched an endless mountain range. Countless dense forests, countless fantastical caves, and countless perilous landscapes await their challenge. Junior sister, wait for me. Once all the disciples had left, Lin Tianyi slowly entered the Xianhuan Cave Heaven region. In Zhongshan Square, amidst the lingering crowd, Zhu Yang blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at Lin Tianyi's retreating figure. A surge of vibrant young energy was still coursing through Zhu Yang's body. In the distance, towering trees and lush aquatic plants abound. Those moments spent among the flowers were enough for her to slowly absorb over the next couple of days. Chapter 76. Burning the affair tree causes Song Churan's favorability to soar. Senior brother Lin, hurry up. You're dawdling, and all the good treasures have been snatched up. Xu Yuhong muttered. Don't worry, it's coming.
Half an hour later, the five of them arrived at the foot of Tianyu Peak, where a vast and boundless primeval forest stretched out before them. From a distance, the forest was dimly lit and shrouded in a thin mist, which was quite eerie.
I'm so scared, should we go somewhere else? Yuan Muqing started to back out.
Immortal plants and spiritual herbs often grow in such strange and mysterious places, Song Charan said confidently. The four women had differing opinions and hesitated, afraid to step into the misty forest.
Since we're here, let's go in and have a look.
Junior sister Song is right, if it weren't difficult, all the good treasures inside would have been snatched up long ago. Knowing full well that there are tigers in the mountains, yet still venturing into the tiger's den.
So Lin Tianyi led his four junior sisters and happily entered the forest.
Visibility was very low in the forest, and all sorts of eerie flowers and ghostly grasses, along with old vines entwined around tree trunks, emitted a stench of decay that sent chills down one's spine. Shu Yuhong drew his Ziwei sword, and Song Charan also used her sword to protect herself.
In the hazy atmosphere, there seemed to be an invisible, murderous aura. Look, there's something shining in the tree. It's Jin Chanzi.
Song Charan, with her sharp eyes, exclaimed.
Everyone was thrilled. Song Charan drew her azure cloud sword and struck the golden cicada down from the tree with a clang.
Shu Yuhong used his storage ring to scan it and put it into his pocket.
Sisters, come quick. There's a red ginseng here. Yuan Muqing had made a new discovery on the ground.
There stood a ginseng plant, its entire body a vibrant red, as bright as a heart, with a robust main root and fine, clearly visible ginseng roots and rhizome. This is a 1,000-year-old Dragon Emperor blood ginseng, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Yuan Muqing cut down the blood ginseng, and Shu Yuhong put it into his storage ring. They work as a team, and the achievements of each member are included in the team's overall score.
Ha, so this is how easy it is to snatch treasures. It's so effortless.
The four beauties were overjoyed, and the air was filled with laughter. They had just opened their business and had already acquired two treasures, the golden cicada and the 1,000-year Dragon Emperor blood ginseng.
Suddenly, the forest was filled with tiny, flickering lights, like fireflies, swaying eerily.
Like leaves, or petals, up close they resemble stardust, gently dancing in the air, shimmering with fluorescence, and faintly tinged with pink. Lin Tianyi became more vigilant, a sense of foreboding washing over him. More and more sparkling stardust appeared, closing in on them. So small, so soft, like cotton wool.
Well! Kong Wani screamed.
A speck of stardust brushed across her jade-like arm, stinging like a poisonous bee sting, and her mind went into a brief daze.
Stardust is poisonous, stay away. Lin Tianyi warned.
Shu Yuhong, Song Charan, and Yuan Muqing took out their magical artifacts for defense. Lin Tianyi unleashed several vortexes of energy from his palm, causing large amounts of stardust to fall to the ground. But there were so many stardust particles, seemingly endless, blotting out the sky and becoming increasingly terrifying.
Ah!
Shu Yuhong fought hard to kill, but was still scratched by the floating stardust, and felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The other three also sustained injuries of varying degrees. I can't go on, retreat immediately. Song Charan suffered multiple stings to her head, neck, and chest, causing not only pain but also blurred vision.
These strange stardust fragments are increasing. Where is the source?
Lin Tianyi used his divine sense to condense a barrier to resist the attack of stardust.
Countless stardust fragments, like moths drawn to a flame, crashed against the barrier with increasing ferocity. The four beautiful women were completely flustered and trembling with fear. I'll be right back.
Lin Tianyi took off, passing through the exploding stars and cutting through layers of demonic barriers before finally breaking through the encirclement and arriving at the edge of the forest.
A silver tree?
Lin Tianyi walked out of the forest and saw a large, silver tree covered with pink petals. A strong wind blew, and the petals scattered and drifted into the forest.
So the culprit was this silver tree. Why are all these petals incomplete? Could this be the love-hate flower tree?
Legend has it that the love-hate tree is a demonic tree that transformed from a beautiful girl after her death. The young girl was heartbroken, and these flower petals were her tears of despair. You're being pretentious and only have yourself to blame.
Who told you to be so blind as to fall for a scumbag? Lin Tianyi chanted the incantation, and a fireball formed in his chest, which he used to bombard the ominous tree with immense energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The raging fire instantly engulfed the fiery tree of love, turning it into a cloud of gray smoke that swept across the sky.
All the stardust vanished in an instant.
Senior brother Lin, the stardust is all gone in an instant, Yuan Muqing said. I have destroyed the source of the scourge, so don't be afraid. Lin Tianyi returned to the forest. Senior brother Lin is amazing. Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani looked at Lin Tianyi with admiration and their eyes sparkled. They truly admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Of the four, apart from Song Churan, the other three sustained minor injuries.
Bring me the plaster.
Chu Yuhan lifted Song Churan up, and Lin Tianyi tore open a section of her clothes at the chest, revealing a patch of snow-white skin.
Song Churan's face flushed red.
Without saying a word, Lin Tianyi dipped his hand in the ointment and applied it to her fair skin below her collarbone.
Let her rest for a bit. It's safe here now.
You can continue your treasure hunt.
Let's go treasure hunting.
Chu Yuhong, Yuan Muqing, and Kong Wani happily went off separately to search for spiritual herbs and immortal plants.
Thanks. Song Churan pulled up her collar. Lin Tianyi had been too direct. She hadn't been prepared at all.
But considering that he did it for my treatment, even if he saw a little bit of redness, I'll forgive him for now. Song Churan sat cross-legged, activating the spiritual energy within her body to accelerate the healing of her wounds.
Look, there's a treasure trove here, let's try our luck.
At this moment, a team of 5 also arrived in this forest.
You're too late. All the treasures here are mine. Lin Tianyi stood up and warned loudly. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone who finds it gets a share. Why can't we dig for treasure here?
One of them made a provocative remark.
Lin Tianyi glanced at them with a disdainful look. What's so great about a group of people in white? This territory is ours, all of you get out. One of them became arrogant, with an overbearing and domineering expression. The 5 ignored Lin Tianyi's words and marched forward together, ready to seize the treasures in the forest. Boom!
Lin Tianyi brought his 5 fingers together and unleashed a rotating orange beam of light, like a cleaver, which blasted a ravine half a zhang deep and half a zhang wide into the ground. The pupils of all 5 people contracted in shock, and they took more than 10 steps back. The entire mountainside beneath our feet had been forcibly cut in half.
Absolutely terrifying.
The sheer pressure emanating from Lin Tianyi's simple wave of his hand terrified them.
We seem to have gotten lost. Sorry to bother you.
The 5 men were so frightened that they fled in panic. They witnessed Lin Tianyi's terrifying strength. Even if they combined their abilities, they wouldn't be as powerful as a single finger of Lin Tianyi. The system detected that Song Churan's favorability rating is 25, plus 5 points, 15,000 points will be returned.
He's so strong. I feel so safe with him around. Song Churan's heart fluttered.
Lin Tianyi averted an imminent crisis.
We're back.
After an incense stick had burned, Chu Yuhong and his 2 companions returned from their treasure hunt, laughing and joking. 3 Dragon Emperor Blood Ginseng, 2 Golden Sun Ganoderma, 5 life-sustaining fruits, 6 Dragon Vine grasses, and we even caught 1 Golden Cicada. Chu Yuhong happily stored all these treasures in his storage ring.
A treasure hunt in the forest, a fruitful return. Let's go, next stop. How badly are you injured? Can you walk?
After resting for a while, Song Churan felt better. She stood up shakily, but her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground again.
Oh dear, senior sister Song is injured. Senior brother Lin, why don't you carry her out? Chu Yuhong said. Song Churan's eyes were filled with tenderness.
Lin Tianyi squatted down, slipped one hand under Song Churan's armpit, and touched about a quarter of her softness. With his other hand, he lifted her thigh and pulled her into his arms. Because Song Churan's clothes were wrinkled, the other 3 people didn't notice. Only Song Churan endured the agony of being caught. Let's go. Lin Tianyi carried Song Churan, and together with Chu Yuhong, Yuan Muqing, and Kong Wani, they left the forest. He firmly controlled the turbulent global situation. 15 minutes later, the 5 people successfully emerged from the forest, saw the light of day again, and breathed in the fresh air. Put me down. After landing, Song Churan quickly turned around, her back to Lin Tianyi. She suddenly realized that she was different sizes. Chapter 77. 4 junior sisters hung upside down and all came into my arms. How could he have controlled me for so long? Song Churan was both ashamed and angry. It's just that my body is too weak, it becomes feeble and powerless when touched. However, she didn't find this feeling repulsive, on the contrary, she found it quite comfortable. Senior sister Song, what's wrong? Your face is so hot. Are you sick? Chu Yuhong touched her forehead. It might be due to a hallucinogenic drug just now. Psychedelic? Song Churan's face suddenly darkened. Could it be that the feeling I just had was all just a figment of my imagination? She couldn't be 100% sure whether Lin Tianyi had done anything inappropriate to her.
Oh well, I didn't lose anything anyway, so I'll just treat it as a pleasant dream, Song Churan comforted herself. Let's go, let's catch up with them and not fall behind. Chu Yuhong, holding Song Churan's hand, chased after the other teammates. Ahead lies Starflower Valley.
The 5 people went down the slope, crossed a clear stream, and climbed over a small hill, where they saw a dark cave.
It looks like no one has been here before. We're the first to find it. Chu Yuhong checked the area around the cave entrance and erected a white banner. I smell a miasma inside.
I suspect there are monsters inside, Yuan Muqing said with a worried expression.
With senior brother Lin as our protector, what are we afraid of? Chu Yuhong pouted.
The greater the risk, the greater the reward.
Since we're all here, why not go in and take out some treasures?
After saying that, Lin Tianyi carved the words Lin Tianyi was here in a dashing manner at the entrance.
This cave now belongs to him.
The group of 5 people lined up in a single file and carefully entered the grotto. The cave is winding and twisting, and the mountain walls are covered with moss, making it very damp.
Such a warm and humid environment provides fertile ground for the growth of monsters.
Watch your step. On the ground, there were always hideous black ants carrying scraps, hurrying along.
Everyone held their breath and focused.
The 4 junior sisters stood back to back, took out their magical artifacts, and formed a defensive formation.
Hissing, squeaking.
Strange, piercing sounds came from inside the cave, and everyone's hearts jumped into their throats.
His gaze would occasionally drift towards the top of the cave. Ah!
Chu Yuhong suddenly screamed as a green vine tightly wrapped around her ankle, suspending her from the cave ceiling. The other 3 were also caught off guard and were lifted up by vines that suddenly sprouted from their feet, hanging upside down. Lin Tianyi was caught off guard, but he possessed the Diamond Body Protection Divine skill, which allowed him to passively defend himself when danger was detected. The vines swirled around his feet, unable to get close, and eventually had to gradually retreat.
Senior brother, please save us.
The 4 junior sisters were hanging upside down in mid-air with their feet dangling from the vines, their faces contorted in agony.
Ha, why do you guys always need me to save you?
The 4 of them stood back to back in defense, their 8 large eyes focused only on looking up and down, but none of them looked down. This time, we were ambushed from the ground by the vines and suffered a great loss. No wonder no one wanted to bring women to this secret realm adventure level. The junior sisters were not only incredibly weak, but they also caused a lot of trouble. Senior brother, please, let us down quickly.
Save us one more time. You're the best person ever, we all need you. A tingling sound echoed throughout the entire cave. Lin Tianyi looked up.
The junior female students were like grapevines hanging upside down, with bunches of large, firm grapes swaying back and forth. The weather is getting warmer, and the grapes are all ripe and plump. Lin Tianyi flicked his finger, striking a vine, and Chu Yuhong fell to the ground.
Thank you, senior brother. Lin Tianyi put the shy Chu Yuhong down from his arms.
He did the same thing again, and his 3 junior sisters fell into his arms one after another, his hands gently caressing their soft, fragrant bodies, which were as supple as if boneless.
Hee, my senior brother is so good to us.
The system detected that Chu Yuhong's favorability rating is 85, plus 5 points, and plus 2,000 points will be awarded back. The system detected that Song Churan's favorability rating is 30, plus 5 points, and plus 15,000 points will be awarded back. The system detected that Yuan Muqing's favorability rating is 10, plus 10 points, plus 18,000 points will be returned. The system detected that Kong Wani's favorability rating is 10, plus 10 points, plus 19,000 points will be returned.
Wow, 4 consecutive hits. The system is racking up points like crazy.
It seems that rescuing my junior sister and fighting off some minor monsters is a relaxing and enjoyable experience, and quite rewarding. The vines were repelled, spitting out a stream of foul liquid and a painting. These are Chaos Spirit Milk and the Mysterious Maiden Diagram, rare treasures indeed. The 4 junior sisters were overjoyed, and Chu Yuhong put the items into his storage ring. The junior sisters felt that they had finally found the right person to follow, thanks to Lin Tianyi, who helped them obtain the treasure.
Choice is far more important than effort. After a short rest, the 5 continued their journey deeper into the cave. The further you go in, the heavier the Yin energy becomes.
A thin, toxic haze loomed before my eyes, a bit pungent, giving me a nauseating feeling of losing my composure. A fluffy hair floated down from the air, and Song Churan caught it in her hand. It was as long as her palm and had barbs on it.
What kind of monster has such long fur?
Everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
With a loud bang, a terrifying aura swept over.
It has a hairy leg with 3 thick knuckles and is about the height of 2 people.
A giant monster.
The 4 junior sisters huddled together. Then, a hairy leg appeared, sharp as a sickle. 3, 4, 5. This behemoth had a total of 8 legs. A red wolf spider stared with angry scarlet eyes, green venom dripping continuously from its ugly mouthparts. The venom instantly corroded and blackened the rocks on the ground.
8 moth-like eyebrows, startled. Sisters, let's work together to kill this monster. Chu Yuhong threw out the Ziwei sword, Song Charan threw out the Biyun sword, and Yuan Muqing used the Guanyue jade belt to entangle the spider's legs. Kong Wani then brandished her red lotus whip to attract the attention of the red wolf spider.
In an instant, swords flashed and clashed, flying up and down, and the sounds of metal colliding and hissing filled the air. Before long, the junior sisters were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. They seemed to be launching a fierce attack, but after all that effort, they hadn't even managed to cut off a single hair on the red wolf spider.
It was all for naught. Senior brother, please save us. The junior female students sent out distress signals. Lin Tianyi watched coldly from the sidelines.
This poisonous spider has 8 legs, with stiff hairs and thick armor that cannot be pierced even by swords. It waited patiently for the enemy to tire itself out, and the 4 junior sisters who went up to kill it were merely tickling it.
Got it. Lin Tianyi's eyes suddenly lit up.
He conjured an orange ball of light, which bypassed the poisonous spider's thigh and reached its abdomen.
Its abdomen is its softest part, lacking thick armor for protection. Go to hell.
Lin Tianyi swiftly unleashed a ball of light that shot into the heart of the poisonous spider, then pierced through its armor plates from the inside, causing the entire cave to shake.
Oh whoa.
The red wolf spider was in excruciating pain. Its 8 legs crushed each other, and it collapsed with a crash, killed instantly. The most terrifying chapter has been turned.
The junior female students breathed a sigh of relief, their faces relaxing.
However, the real crisis has not been resolved. A fluorescent green light suddenly flashed inside the death-poisoned spider's body, and its abdomen swelled several times its original size.
Watch out! Lin Tianyi shouted. A loud boom resounded.
The venomous spider began to self-destruct, releasing countless streams of poisonous green liquid from its body, which rained down indiscriminately. The junior female students were so frightened that they retreated and dodged. Lin Tianyi quickly tried to salvage the situation by erecting a barrier, but he was still attacked by a small amount of venom. The dust has settled. Chu Yuhong, Yuan Muqing, and Kong Wani reacted quickly and narrowly escaped disaster. Song Charan had previously suffered minor injuries, which made her move slowly, and her left shoulder was corroded by venom.
Junior sister Song, are you alright?
Lin Tianyi rushed over and helped her up.
Song Charan's lips were deathly pale, and her whole body was trembling. Cold.
The venom on her shoulder must be removed immediately, the sooner the better.
Junior sister Chu, now that I've killed the poisonous spider, the 3 of you hurry up and go to the cave to search for treasure.
I'll stay here and take care of junior sister Song.
Senior brother's arrangement is excellent, so neither of these matters will be delayed, Chu Yuhong said.
Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani nodded in agreement, both agreeing that Lin Tianyi's idea was excellent, and then split up to carry it out.
So the 3 of them left.
Successfully redeemed 1 poison refining pill, 2,000 points. Junior sister Song, take this pill to detoxify yourself.
Thank you, you're so kind to me.
However, the poison in your shoulder will damage your tendons and bones, and it must be sucked out immediately.
Lin Tianyi looked at her with a sincere expression. Chapter 78, Detoxifying Song Charan, Good Sisters Share the Blessing.
Upon hearing Lin Tianyi say that he was going to suck out the toxins, Song Charan endured the pain and sat up.
Senior brother, do you have a special tool for absorbing magical energy? Have. Then I'll have to trouble you.
She took the poison-quenching pill from Lin Tianyi's hand, swallowed it in one gulp, and instantly felt a surge of heat as her true energy rose. The venom of the red wolf spider is a hemotoxic substance. If it is not extracted in time, it can be life-threatening. While poison-removing pills can cleanse residual toxins from the body, even the most expensive pills are ineffective against toxins embedded in the skin and soft tissues. Lin Tianyi tore open a piece of her clothing from her shoulder. There was an area about the size of a copper coin, with dark skin around it, forming a wound about the thickness of a finger. Junior sister Song, my magic weapon is quite special and cannot be exposed to light.
No matter what happens later, do not look back. Will it hurt? I'm afraid of pain.
I don't know how effective it will be, but it definitely won't hurt, Lin Tianyi assured him.
Song Churan thought to herself, if it doesn't hurt, I might as well give it a try. She nodded. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi lowered his head.
A strange sensation came from Song Churan's shoulder. She felt the toxins in her body rapidly flowing outwards. It really didn't hurt, in fact, it felt quite comfortable.
Senior brother, what kind of magical artifact is this?
It's amazing, and it's very effective at absorbing drugs.
Song Churan was surprised. Hang in there a little longer, it'll be over soon.
Lin Tianyi adjusted to a new posture.
Song Churan was filled with curiosity about this feeling.
She couldn't help but steal a glance out of the corner of her eye.
Oh my god, he's like this. Song Churan instantly understood, and she was both angry and annoyed.
If I had known he was like this from the beginning, I wouldn't have agreed to let him suck out the spider venom for me.
Senior brother, please don't.
Da! Lin Tianyi spat the green venom from his mouth onto the ground, his lips also becoming covered in green. He actually risked his own safety for me. Although he deceived me, his intentions were good.
Song Churan was deeply moved when she saw Lin Tianyi risking his life for her.
She was hesitant if the toxins in her skin weren't drained out, it could lead to mild aftereffects or even paralysis.
Junior sister Song, what did you just say you didn't want to? I mean, please don't stop. Lin Tianyi lowered his head again.
She closed her bright, moist eyes. A variety of different flavors, all at once, captivate her heart.
Forget your physical and mental exhaustion, forget your troubles, forget your worries. Alright, the toxins in your body are almost gone. Lin Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief.
This is a meticulous and time-consuming task, and Song Churan's experience is very important.
Lin Tianyi has already done everything he can.
Thank you, I feel much better, and my shoulders don't feel so heavy anymore.
Song Churan suddenly opened her eyes.
She can no longer use the bathroom heater.
Let me cover you with your clothes. Have junior sister Chu and the others returned? Not yet, but it should be soon. Lin Tianyi looked towards the cave entrance.
Then you use the same method as before to help me continue.
What? Want more? Lin Tianyi was dumbfounded.
The poison on Song Churan's shoulder was gone, so why did she still need to suck out the poison?
He lowered his head again.
Yes, that's the feeling. Song Churan's lips curled up. The system detected that Song Churan's favorability rating is 35, plus 5 points, and plus 15,000 points will be awarded back. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed.
Xu Yuhong and her two companions have returned from their treasure hunt. Lin Tianyi and Song Churan quickly separated. Senior sister Song, are you feeling better? Xu Yuhong asked.
I feel much better, thanks to senior brother Lin for helping me here. You'll see how incredibly powerful my senior brother is later.
He's also a very kind and compassionate person. Xu Yuhong praised.
Upon hearing this, Song Churan blushed deeply.
By the way, did you find any treasures here? Lin Tianyi asked. We found moon dewdrops and a 7-colored auspicious cloudstone in the ant nest.
There are also ambergris, golden bell incense burner and Xian Tian crystal.
Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani spoke one after the other.
Including the chaos spirit milk and the lady's portrait scroll from before, this time, venturing into the grottos yielded 7 treasures.
The junior female students were overjoyed. Following Lin Tianyi, they effortlessly obtained magical herbs and treasures. After a while, Lin Tianyi emerged from the cave as darkness began to fall.
The toxins in Song Churan's body were extracted, but her body was still relatively weak and not suitable for intense fighting.
We've had a long day, why don't we find a cave and rest for a bit? Lin Tianyi suggested.
The junior female students all nodded in agreement. The group of 5 headed south and finally found a suitable cave to rest in at the foot of Jade Emperor Peak. The junior sisters split up to find some dry branches and flowers to decorate the cave. Lin Tianyi went to the lake to catch grass carp, caught 2 rabbits and a pheasant, plucked their feathers, and roasted them over a fire.
Come on, let's have some barbecue. Everyone gets a share.
Everyone sat around the campfire, eating fragrant roasted meat and chatting about interesting anecdotes about the Hahuan sect. Time flies, and night falls quietly. You guys continue chatting, I'm going back to my cave to rest.
Song Churan stood up.
She had a bad day, getting injured twice and looking exhausted.
Yes, health is important.
As for the treasure hunt, there are several of us who can handle it, Xu Yuhong said.
Song Churan bid farewell to everyone.
Lin Tianyi scooped up a bowl of fish soup and handed it to Chu Yuhong beside him.
I'm worried about junior sister Song. I can't sleep at night. Go and keep her company. When did you become so attentive to her?
Chu Yuhong asked, her face full of jealousy. Senior brother Lin smiled and gave her one qi refining pill.
He, I knew it. Senior brother wouldn't forget me.
Chu Yuhong put the qi refining pill into his pocket, then took a bowl of hot fish soup and went to the cave to find Song Charan.
Night is approaching.
Lin Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of Chu Yuhong.
He turned around and looked at Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani meaningfully. What are your plans for tonight, you two?
Upon hearing this, Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani lowered their heads, their faces blushing shyly.
I will follow my senior's arrangements.
I'm just killing time tonight anyway, so I thought I'd do something. Lin Tianyi extinguished the campfire. We'll continue with the challenges tomorrow, so I'm going back to rest and recharge.
You two, go do what you need to do. Clear. After saying that, Lin Tianyi turned around and went back to the cave.
We owe our success in this treasure hunt entirely to our senior brother. He's the one who killed those nasty monsters, Yuan Muqing said. He is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also very handsome. He has taken good care of us along the way, Kong Wani replied. The two sisters looked at each other and laughed simultaneously.
It turns out we were thinking the same thing. Then what should we do? We have to decide who goes first, right? Yuan Muqing and Kong Wani rolled up their sleeves. Rock, paper, scissors. I won. Yuan Muqing was overjoyed.
Kong Wani pouted, looking displeased, and felt somewhat aggrieved.
Then I'll go first. Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? Yuan Muqing asked with surprise. Good sister, don't be too cruel, leave me a bite.
Kong Wani held her hand, her eyes pleading.
Yuan Muqing nodded and smiled knowingly. I know that we should share the good times together.
She turned around, bit her red lips, then held her head high and walked into the cave. Chapter 79 Yuan Muqing offers her tenderness, capturing her heart. Lin Tianyi laid out some soft grass in the cave, like a swallow building a nest, and set up a simple low couch.
Spending the night in the wild, the days pass by in the blink of an eye.
He lay on the couch, closing his eyes to rest.
Senior brother, I'm here.
After a cheerful tinkling of silver bells, a slender and beautiful woman gracefully entered the cave.
Yuan Muqing smiled sweetly, stood with her feet together in front of Lin Tianyi.
She was only 19 years old, a natural beauty with a youthful and flawless face and a mature body like a young woman. Her skin was snow-white, delicate, smooth, and soft, like it was covered with a layer of mutton fat jade.
Especially her curvaceous figure, which makes it impossible to look away.
Such a beauty, whose beauty could shame the moon and flowers. If I could hold her in my arms and kiss her sweet fragrance, I would have no regrets even if it cost me 10 years of my lifespan.
Junior sister Yuan, what are you doing? I'm worried that my senior brother's couch isn't soft enough. This kind of housework should be done by us women.
Yuan Muqing breathed softly, took a step forward, and her long dress trailed on the ground, drawing an elegant curve. She picked up a bundle of dry grass from the corner of the wall and walked to the bedside.
Please rise, senior brother Lin.
I'll prepare the mat for you. Yuan Muqing bent down and placed the withered grass in her hand on the couch.
Lin Tianyi stood up, looking down at her.
Through the neckline of her clothes, he could see right through her and get a glimpse of her alluring belly. It is a magnificent scene of the setting sun over a long river. Especially when laying dry grass, it swings back and forth like a swing, its existence a cycle of arising and ceasing.
Thank you, junior sister, could you please make the end of the tatami mat a bit softer for me?
Upon hearing this, Yuan Muqing turned around, bent down, and placed the withered grass in her hand on the end of the couch. Her arms were as white as lotus roots. It exudes a natural, beautiful glow, and the skin is so tender it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. Lin Tianyi glanced sideways and occasionally caught glimpses of her exquisitely beautiful youthful body amidst the vibrant spring scenery through the cuffs of her short-sleeved shirt. Viewed from the side, it forms a forest. Viewed from the front, it forms a peak. Each one is different, whether large or small.
Her body was slightly damp with fragrant sweat, as smooth and elegant as a beaded curtain. Senior brother, are you satisfied with the couch I made for you? Yuan Muqing asked with deep affection.
I am very pleased that you were able to maintain your balance in the turbulent waters and keep things organized.
Yuan Muqing's neck trembled slightly. Senior brother, could you help me pick that red flower from the top of the cave?
Following her finger, Lin Tianyi indeed saw a beautiful red flower growing on the top of the cave. He lifted Yuan Muqing's feet with both hands, allowing her to rise slowly.
Just a little bit higher.
Yuan Muqing stretched out her jade-like arm and touched the red flower. Lin Tianyi raised his head and, through the bottom of her clothes, from her lower abdomen all the way up, he could see her chin. Looking at the world from a different perspective reveals a whole new level of wonder. Compared to the previous, the setting sun over the long river and a mountain range seen from different angles, there is now a suffocating feeling of not bending over even when Mount Tai is pressing down.
Unreachable, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Tianyi put Yuan Muqing down.
She was holding the red flower, which complemented her rosy cheeks and added a touch of shyness. I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, already know how to please people. A man needs to do many things to rule the world, but we women only need to do one thing: conquer the man. Lin Tianyi stared at her, looking at her with newfound respect. You have a very clear understanding of how this world works.
I believe that you will become a pillar of society in the future.
Yuan Muqing had an arrogant look on her face, her cheeks were moist with powder, making her face even more radiant. She moved closer to Lin Tianyi and gently took his hand.
When feelings run deep, no words are needed. Senior brother. Hurry up and release my tenderness. Half an hour later. Senior brother, I think I've broken through.
Yuan Muqing sat up, regulated her meridians, and felt her body's spiritual energy becoming more abundant. She knew that dual cultivation could lead to rapid breakthroughs, and since it was her first time, it gave her a sense of awe. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will definitely be rewarded, Lin Tianyi encouraged.
Yuan Muqing was overjoyed.
She circulated her qi in her dantian and experienced the exhilaration of advancing to the 5th level of qi refining.
I think that choice is more important than effort.
The time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. Yuan Muqing calmed down, and the blush faded from her face.
She put on her clothes, got up, and got off the bed.
The system detected that Yuan Muqing's favorability rating is 40, plus 30 points, and a refund of plus 54,000 points will be given. Lin Tianyi straightened up and grabbed her wrist.
Good sister, stay with me tonight.
I'll fill the gas tank until it clicks shut off, so you can break through your cultivation level and reach a new level.
Senior brother, I know you're good to me, but I can't keep it all to myself. After speaking, Yuan Muqing looked at the cave entrance.
Lin Tianyi activated his divine sense and immediately sensed another pure and refreshing scent outside the cave entrance.
He let go of her hand.
After Yuan Muqing finished dressing and tidied her hair, her eyes revealed a deep sense of reluctance to part. Senior brother, after you've seen it all, don't forget me. Though you may be beautiful in 1,000 ways, the scenery here is the most beautiful. Lin Tianyi picked her up by the waist and threw her onto the couch.
The time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Senior brother, you can't. The older sister outside is probably getting impatient. One more time.
Another incense stick's time has passed.
Senior brother, you really can't go on like this.
You should at least take care of your health. Yuan Muqing struggled to get up, feeling extremely sorry for him. Lin Tianyi gave her too much, her body was full of yang energy. Yuan Muqing catalyzed the spiritual energy, allowing it to flow freely within her body, and she felt an unprecedented power. These remarkable changes in her were undoubtedly a gift from Lin Tianyi.
Senior brother Lin is such a good person. I'm afraid I won't be able to live without him from now on. Yuan Muqing felt a sweet warmth in her heart whenever she thought about it.
The system detected Yuan Muqing's favorability at 45, plus 5 points, and awarded plus 9,000 points.
These are invaluable nutrients. Keep them safe and learn how to use them during your cultivation.
Thank you for your wise words, senior brother.
I will keep them in mind.
With a grateful heart, Yuan Muqing left this place.
Successfully redeemed one high-grade golden crow pill, 5,000 points. Lin Tianyi took advantage of this break to replenish his nutrition. Little sister, you're finally out. Kong Wani was already waiting anxiously at the cave entrance.
There were sounds coming from inside the cave for a while, and then there was no sound at all, which made her very anxious. Don't worry, I said we'd share the good times together. I was worried you'd be anxious, so I wanted to come out as soon as possible, Yuan Muqing said with a smile.
How's the warehouse? Yuan Muqing has been released, but Kong Wani is worried about Lin Tianyi.
I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, sister, I'm already 70% complete.
Only 70%? Upon hearing this, Kong Wani's eyes rekindled with new hope.
My sister is so kind to me, I have no way to repay her.
Kong Wani presented a piece of white jade. Sister, you're too kind. Today I'm in the first year of junior high and you're in the second year.
Maybe tomorrow you'll be in the first year of junior high and I'll be in the second year.
Let's all keep our distance and look out for each other. Yuan Muqing declined the offer.
Your senior brother has rested enough, it's your turn to go on stage.
After saying that, Yuan Muqing tactfully walked away.
Kong Wani removed her hair bun and combed her long hair with her jade-like fingers. She will appear before Lin Tianyi in her most radiant and captivating form.
Chapter 80 Kong Wani unleashes her allure, a 1,000-mile horse's ambition. Is senior brother asleep? Is this junior sister Kong? I haven't rested yet. Lin Tianyi asked knowingly.
The moment Kong Wani stepped into the cave, he was so shocked that he almost stood up from his bed. At this moment, she took off the blue shawl she had worn during the day, revealing a short-sleeved pearl white gauze dress, her shoulders as delicate as jade.
With the central door wide open, it's divided in two, giving the impression that it might mischievously slip out at any moment.
Kong Wani's most charming feature is her naturally wavy long hair that falls over her shoulders. Her jet black hair was glossy and translucent, and her long hair flowed freely, exuding an unrestrained and wild charm that was off the charts.
If Yuan Muqing is youthful plus mature woman, then Kong Wani is undoubtedly youthful plus wild.
Holding a red lotus whip, she exudes a boundless and unrestrained spirit. Lin Tianyi sat on the stone bench, took out the kettle, and took a sip. The wild call emanating from Kong Wani is most likely to ignite the most primal impulses. Lin Tianyi remained silent, which made her feel somewhat flustered.
I didn't expect him to be so skilled at such a young age.
My senior brother is holding back, maybe my temptations weren't enough.
Kong Wani thought to herself.
She walked to the bedside, loosened her belt, and removed all her cumbersome belongings.
Kong Wani lay on the soft grass. Lin Tianyi glanced at it.
From the curve of the head and neck, to the smooth back, then over a rounded mountain, winding down to the calves, the final stop is the ankle. Even the world's most skilled painter could not have painted this perfectly natural, exquisitely crafted, and beautiful curve. If this warm and fragrant body were draped in a mink coat. She's an irresistible, seductive, and shameless woman.
Lin Tianyi's gaze remained fixed on her smooth, white marble-like back. Even the blink of an eye is an unforgivable sin. A magnificent and beautiful sight. What a magnificent work of art that will be remembered for generations to come. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Kong Wani asked in a soft, sweet voice. Based on my estimation, the probability of rain tomorrow is 0%. Tomorrow is too far away, I only want to enjoy myself tonight. Kong Wani's eyes were glazed over. Lin Tianyi took another sip of water. Master Bolo, why don't you come and test your thoroughbred horse? Half an hour later. Senior brother, I think I've broken through.
After waking up, Kong Wani felt that her body was full of spiritual energy and she had a new power. The cultivation bottleneck that had been difficult to break through before was miraculously resolved after practicing dual cultivation with Lin Tianyi.
Congratulations, junior sister Kong, on reaching a new level. Breaking through one's cultivation level is a major life event and has significant milestone significance.
My senior brother has been incredibly kind to me, and I will always remember it.
Kong Wani said excitedly. Her first experience of dual cultivation brought her an unexpected and wonderful feeling. Especially my senior brother, he's a good person and even better at his job.
The system detected that Kong Wani's favorability rating is 40, plus 30 points, and a refund of plus 57,000 points will be given.
Senior brother. Kong Wani murmured. What's wrong? I don't think it's enough.
Since you are new to sexual activity, you must avoid being greedy and hasty. If the yang energy cannot be absorbed in time, it will be a waste of resources. Lin Tianyi completely understood Kong Wani's psychology. It was like a child who, after eating candy for the first time, would be unable to resist it.
Dual cultivation is only an auxiliary method.
Lin Tianyi would deplete his true energy, but he would assess the situation and adjust the amount of energy as needed, depending on the individual.
Senior brother, I would like to try out the cultivation technique and circulate it. That's great.
Every breakthrough brings new insights, Lin Tianyi encouraged.
Kong Wani put on her clothes and jumped off the soft couch.
She picked up the red lotus whip, which was more than 10 feet long. Kong Wani gripped the whip handle with her right hand, twisted her slender waist, and the whip drew a graceful arc in the air.
If there is someone on the mountain slope, draped in ivy and adorned with maidenhair fern.
Kongwani swayed her waist, her movements light and fluid, like pear blossoms falling in the snow. Her slightly wavy long hair, intertwined with the whip, exuded a gentle, flowing charm.
Jump, spin, sweep.
With her youthful and beautiful body, she ignited the entire cave with the most passionate allure.
Lin Tianyi was single-minded. The darkness is so profound, it seems like daytime is gloomy, the east wind blows, and the gods bring rain.
Kongwani threw the red lotus whip into the air, her feet leaving the ground as she spun through the air. She was glistening with sweat and panting heavily. After the trial ended, Kongwani put away her red lotus whip and walked towards the soft couch.
Lin Tianyi took the whip from her hand, staring with puzzled eyes. Kongwani turned around, took 7 or 8 steps, and took off her clothes. Her body was like a peeled egg, pure white and flawless. She closed her eyes, her face filled with rapture. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, like a thunderclap. "Master Bolu, please mount your horse and give command." Half an hour passed. "Senior brother, I'm awake. I feel my cultivation has increased again." Kongwani was overjoyed.
This shows that during the dual cultivation just now, the yin and yang were highly compatible.
You are naturally intelligent and absorbed it very quickly.
For those who cultivate, talent, effort, choices, elixirs, and opportunities are all indispensable.
However, there is another hidden shortcut to cultivation, the dual cultivation method.
The balance of yin and yang is also subject to individual circumstances. Neither can achieve its full potential if yang is excessive and yin is deficient, nor vice versa. However, Lin Tianyi possesses an innate pure yang holy body, so regardless of whether yin is dominant or deficient, he can compensate for any deficiencies in the recipient.
"Senior brother, I can't live without you anymore. What am I going to do?" Kongwani said sweetly. "No matter where I am, you will always be in my heart.
If you won't give me sweet talk, I'll just pay for it myself." The system detected that Kongwani's favorability rating is 45, plus 5 points, and plus 95,000 points will be awarded back.
Half an hour later, Lin Tianyi walked to the entrance of the cave and stretched. The night was slightly cool, and the vast and boundless Shenhuang cave heaven was completely silent. He climbed up a small hill nearby and stretched his muscles. "Isn't this senior sister Hua? What are you doing here?" "Greetings, junior brother Lin."
Hua Jifei put away the sun-sweeping spear and walked over.
"Where is your junior sister? They're all resting in the cave, but you seem to be all alone too?" Lin Tianyi looked somewhat sullen when he saw her. "Let's not talk about those 4. Hua Jifei sighed. "The 5 of you are a team. You must work together to overcome all difficulties. I'll take you somewhere." Lin Tianyi was puzzled. He followed Hua Jifei and walked a few dozen steps to the west. "Look down from here and you'll see."
Lin Tianyi looked down and saw that on a hillside not far away, in the grass and bushes, disciples could be heard making rustling sounds. The starry night was dazzling and the air was cool as water, yet at the foot of the Tiandang Mountains of the Hahuan sect, spring was in full bloom.
The 4 members of Hua Jifei's group should be on the opposite hillside.
Lin Tianyi gazed into the distance and seemed to see the figure of his senior brother, Lu Wenyuan. He was shirtless, a cunning and sly smile playing on his face.
Chapter 81 Hua Jifei's Truth or Dare Game.
I never imagined there was such a blessed place here. Lin Tianyi's eyes were opened wide.
The evening breeze blew through the valley, and the scent of hormones that stirred the heart drifted all over the mountains and fields. "Humph, it's an eyesore."
Hua Jifei snorted coldly, turned around, picked up the sun-sweeping spear, and strode away. She came to a small tree, and with a gentle thrust, she shattered the trunk, sending tree debris falling like dust. The muscles on his arms were bulging, revealing extraordinary strength. "Senior sister Hua, you have excellent skills," Lin Tianyi praised. He felt that Hua Jifei's emotions were somewhat unstable tonight. "Our team only obtained 3 treasures during the day, so I told the 4 of them not to go out at night and to recuperate. Little did I expect that they would all be tricked into going out for dual cultivation by male disciples.
There's still 1 day left. What hope do I have for this 3rd hurdle?"
Hua Jifei planted the dongri spear on the ground and sighed to the heavens. As soon as she said that, Lin Tianyi understood. It turns out that Hua Jifei was worried that her 4 teammates would be overworked tonight, which would affect the team's performance in tomorrow's competition.
Senior sister Hua is overthinking it.
All disciples of the Hahuan sect pursue the path of dual cultivation, and they find joy and pleasure in love between men and women. They were indulging in momentary pleasure, which affected the team's performance.
I couldn't carry the team alone.
Lin Tianyi smiled slightly. This is human nature, something we are born with, something ingrained in our genes.
From birth to death, what we pursue throughout our lives is reproduction and the continuation of our race. Genes? What are genes? Hua Jifei looked blank. This thing is very complicated and hard to explain. Do you know what a marionette is?
Genes are like this string, and all our actions and thoughts are pulled by this string, which we can never resist. Hua Jifei sat on the grass, only vaguely understanding Lin Tianyi's words. They rely on dual cultivation to improve their cultivation level, which is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow faster. Look at me, I have no desires or wants, and I already entered the foundation establishment realm last year.
Hua Jifei possessed exceptional talent and a robust physique.
Through diligent daily cultivation, his strength far surpassed that of other outer disciples at the same stage. She had the confidence to scoff at the idea of dual cultivation.
Can I ask you a question? Speaking. We joined the Joyful Union sect to explore the methods of dual cultivation and the mysteries of yin and yang transformation. Since you reject dual cultivation, why didn't you join a reputable sect in the first place? Lin Tianyi felt that Hua Jifei might have some unknown secrets. Because it's close to home. To be honest, my home is at the foot of Tiandang Mountain.
My parents died early, and my sister and I depended on each other for survival. 6 years ago, my sister also died. I want to find a sect that's close by so that it's convenient to pay respects at her grave every year.
Hua Jifei revealed his true feelings. Lin Tianyi accessed her panel information. Name, Hua Jifei. Age, 33. Appearance, 86 points. Cultivation level, second rank foundation establishment level 1. Favorability, 0.
Charging time, 0 times.
Multiplier, 3500 X points return.
Although she is tall and strong with masculine features, upon closer inspection, Hua Jifei is well proportioned and not at all bloated. She had a neat, short haircut, large, clear, bright eyes, a handsome nose, a face like a cliff, and striking features. His neck, arms, and legs were muscular and without an ounce of fat. Hua Jifei doesn't have that delicate, plump, and smooth feeling, rather, she possesses a rare heroic and strong quality that is rare among women. A pretty face can only amaze for a moment, but a dashing and heroic demeanor can leave a lasting impression.
How much do you weigh? I am 180 centimeters tall and weigh 180 kilograms. Weight 180? Lin Tianyi glanced at her again. Where did all that flesh go? They should all be growing where they should be. You have a good physique and good talent. Now that you've joined the Joyful Union sect, have you ever thought about changing yourself and using dual cultivation to improve your cultivation? No, I would never do that. Indulging in dual cultivation will only lead to depravity and ruin. I believe that human will can overcome fate. As long as I study and practice diligently, I can still stand out in the Joyful Union sect.
A determined light shone in Hua Jifei's eyes. Within this robust yet delicate body lies a core as solid as a rock. Men and women in the world, sooner or later, cannot resist human nature. We should follow the will of heaven and earth and act according to our nature. Dual cultivation is a shackle. I live alone, roaming between heaven and earth, with a pure heart and few desires. My lifelong ambition is to achieve immortality through the Tao. Hua Jifei remained unmoved.
The two had opposing views, with Hua Jifei considering dual cultivation a taboo. Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents. If there were no union of yin and yang, there would be no origin of our lives, Lin Tianyi added. The origin of life?
Hua Jifei's brow twitched. She had never thought about such a profound question. The sun is yang, the night is yin, the peak is yang, the valley is yin. All things are intertwined and interdependent, blending together like water and milk. Some people attain enlightenment earlier, some later, but sooner or later they will all, through different paths, arrive at the same destination, dual cultivation.
Lin Tianyi said with feeling. Hua Jifei's heartstrings were slightly touched.
She used to only know how to cultivate and improve her health, but she never imagined that the principles of yin and yang were so important.
Within the Hahuan sect, everyone is obsessed with dual cultivation. What exactly is dual cultivation like?
You heartless bastard, you've gone to such lengths just to try and cultivate with me, but I won't let you succeed.
Junior sister, I've been thinking of you for 3 days and 3 nights.
If I don't cultivate with you tonight, I'll die. Suddenly, down the hillside, a woman, disheveled and with her hair loose, ran frantically. A man with a ferocious face was chasing after them relentlessly.
He actually forced his junior sister in order to cultivate together. Enraged at the sight, Hua Jifei leaped forward and charged. With a loud boom. With lightning speed and great force, she rammed into the man. The man was caught completely off guard and was thrown more than 30 feet away, spitting out blood as if his internal organs had been moved. At this moment, the junior sister who had run away earlier turned back. Junior sister, don't worry, I've already injured him, he won't hurt you anymore. Hua Jifei was smug. Unexpectedly, the woman threw a punch, striking Hua Jifei in the chest. I kindly saved you, why did you hit me? He's my senior brother. We were once Taoist partners, and tonight our old feelings rekindled. Who gave you permission to hit him? The woman stared with resentful eyes. But I clearly saw him chasing you just now, and you were resisting? Hua Jifei was utterly puzzled. The chase between us is just a game my senior brother and I play. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you. After saying that, the woman ran to her senior brother's side, and the two embraced and wept bitterly. How so? Hua Jifei froze on the spot, his body turning to stone. You were indeed wrong about this, Lin Tianyi said quietly from behind her. I was saving my junior sister, why does she resent me? What you see and what she thinks are completely different things. One is running away, the other is chasing. They play hard to get, they feign resistance and push and pull. This is the pleasure of love, the joy of intimacy, Lin Tianyi explained in detail. Hua Jifei looked ashamed. She had only wanted to help her junior sister, but her efforts had backfired. She sat on the ground in frustration, deeply remorseful for her actions. How about we play a game to relieve our boredom? After chatting with my junior brother today, I discovered that you are very knowledgeable. What game are you talking about? Hua Jifei asked, puzzled. This game is called Truth or Dare. The winner asks a question, and the loser must answer truthfully. Is it really that simple? I'm feeling down tonight, so I'll play this game with my junior brother. Hua Jifei was curious and wanted to try out the Truth or Dare game. Come on, let's play rock, paper, scissors. The two rolled up their sleeves and gestured. Senior sister Hua lost. You're quick on the uptake. What's the next step? I'll ask you questions, and you just need to answer them honestly. Please enlighten me. Lin Tianyi stood up, thought for a moment, and quickly came up with a plan. My question is, have you ever slept naked? Hua Jifei's eyebrows twitched, he stared in disbelief, and his eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 82, Tailor-made for Senior Sister, Non-Contact Dual Cultivation. Junior brother, could you please ask a different question? Hua Jifei blushed and looked uneasy. That won't do. It was agreed beforehand that if you lose, you have to answer all questions and you can't deny it. Truth or Dare is all about the thrill. Hua Jifei was caught in a dilemma. She thought they were just ordinary questions, but she never expected Lin Tianyi's questions to be so embarrassing. You're not allowed to lie, or you'll be struck by lightning. I think so. How many times a month do you sleep naked? Every day, it's like this every single day. After blurting it out, Hua Jifei was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. This is my privacy. Tonight, you actually said such embarrassing things to junior brother Lin? Hua Jifei's heart pounded wildly, and her blood pressure soared. Your answer is good. Let's continue with rock, paper, scissors. Senior sister Hua, you lost again. Lin Tianyi won another victory. Go ahead and ask. My question is, which part of your body is the most sensitive? Junior brother, I really can't answer this question. Can you give me another one? Hua Jifei pleaded. That won't do. It's a deal, the loser has to answer every question. Hua Jifei's face flushed red instantly. But don't lie, or you'll be struck by lightning. Hua Jifei thought for a moment, then covered his eyes with his hands. It's the chest. Why do you say that? Every morning after I get up, I practice. Before practicing, I bind my chest with gauze. Whenever I do this, I feel a surge of electricity through my body, a tingling and numb sensation. Although Hua Jifei is over 30 years old, he rarely interacts with people and has a simple and honest personality. Lin Tianyi asked her to tell the truth, and she honestly told him the truth without a single lie. Come on, let's continue with rock, paper, scissors. It's over, I've lost this time. Hua Jifei won the third game. Her shame from the first two rounds vanished instantly, and she now had the initiative to ask questions. I'll never feel embarrassed again. If you have any questions, please ask me. If you don't ask, then consider it as a sign that you've given up. Of course, I have a problem. Having been annoyed by Lin Tianyi twice before, Hua Zhifei was seething with anger. This time, he was determined to get revenge. Let me ask you, junior brother, have you ever practiced dual cultivation with someone before? Yes, Lin Tianyi replied instantly. Then let me ask you again, why are you still not satisfied after the two of you have already practiced dual cultivation, and why do you want to do it a second and a third time? After being trained by Lin Tianyi with the first two questions, Hua Zhifei's courage noticeably grew. Lin Tianyi gestured with his lips. He glanced at Hua Zhifei, his eyes yearning for an answer. Once a man and woman begin dual cultivation, they lose their appetite, yearn for each other day and night, and cannot sleep at night, even the bathroom heater cannot. Lin Tianyi lowered his voice. Hua Zhifei's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Beads of sweat glistened on her nose, her breath trembled slightly, her breath came out in disarray, and her legs went limp like a pool of spring water. Lin Tianyi's words deeply shocked her. He doesn't even have an appetite? It seems that dual cultivation is indeed an evil practice. Are you still going to play games? Play. Hua Zhifei completely opened her heart, and being with Lin Tianyi gave her an unprecedented sense of novelty. She threw a punch. Ha, senior sister Hua lost again. Just ask, and I will answer truthfully. Hua Zhifei felt that it was simpler to answer questions than to ask them. She just needed to tell the truth. Who is the person you hate the most? As soon as Lin Tianyi finished speaking, Hua Zhifei suddenly stood up. She clenched her fists, as if filled with boundless resentment. The person I hate most in my life is my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? He was a heartless and ungrateful man. He took advantage of my sister's body and then abandoned her. My sister harbored resentment and fell ill, eventually dying of depression. Therefore, there isn't a single good man in the world, they're all liars. Hua Zhifei's sister's tragic past instilled in her a deep hatred for men from a young age. If her brother-in-law hadn't abandoned her sister back then, her sister wouldn't have died. Does it feel good to say it out loud, like a cathartic release? Hua Zhifei's sister's past had a profound impact on her young mind. What I said just now was a bit extreme. I'm not saying that all men in the world are bad. Your junior brother Lin is a good person. Hua Zhifei calmed down. A game of truth or dare suddenly reminded her of the person she hated most, and she was filled with indignation. Your emotions seem a bit off. Do you want to continue? One more time. Rock, paper, scissors. Senior sister Hua, you lost again. She nodded. She felt much more relaxed after talking to Lin Tianyi about some private topics that evening. It opened a window for her conventional, routine life, letting in a breath of fresh air. My question is, if God were to grant you an opportunity for dual cultivation right now, who would you most like to cultivate with? Junior brother, this is absolutely unacceptable. I've never even touched a man's hand, let alone something so embarrassing to talk about. I told you, this is hypothetical, understand? It's about thinking about it in your head, not about thinking about it and then doing it. I can't answer that question. You must tell the truth, or you'll be struck by lightning. Hua Zhifei turned pale with fright and took a step back. In the Hahuan sect, I don't know a single male fellow cultivator. Tonight, after chatting with my junior brother for so long, you are the man I've gotten to know the most deeply. Okay, I'll take that as an answer. Hua Zhifei had indeed never been in contact with other male Taoists. Seeing her frightened appearance, Lin Tianyi didn't want to make things difficult for her any further. She is still a virgin land that has been cultivated, and there is a pure and kind side in her eyes. However, Lin Tianyi also saw another side of her, intertwined with desire, in her eyes. Desire is like an abyss, a whirlpool. Once trapped in it, no woman can escape. Thank you for your understanding, senior brother. I can tell you the truth, I would rather die than engage in dual cultivation with someone in this lifetime. Hua Zhifei seemed to have made a great decision. She wouldn't depend on a man, nor did she need one. She had absolutely no interest in the dual cultivation techniques of the Hahuan sect. Lin Tianyi knew that Hua Zhifei had a 3500 X points return bonus. How could he increase the favorability of a woman who was so determined not to engage in dual cultivation? However, nothing in this world is difficult if you're willing to use a crooked mind. Senior sister Hua. Have you ever heard that our Hahuan sect has a kind of non-contact dual cultivation? Non-contact dual cultivation?
Upon hearing this, Hua Jifei's mouth involuntarily opened into an O shape, and his face suddenly froze like a statue.
Junior brother, what do you mean by that?
The so-called dual cultivation of yin and yang exchange is generally done internally by the attacker and the receiver.
However, it can also be done externally.
When two people are very close, the yang and yin energies on the body surface will trigger a chain reaction. But this kind of non-contact dual cultivation is very inefficient, only a tiny bit. Lin Tianyi's words caused a huge uproar in Hua Jifei's mind. Without physical contact, that way, even if we cultivate together, our bodies will remain pure, Hua Jifei thought to himself.
Junior brother, do you know this non-contact dual cultivation technique?
Hua Jifei was filled with anticipation.